grandfather arranged a marriage contract with the daughter of a wealthy family. Lin Tian presumed the engagement would be annulled, but to his astonishment, the goddess Luo Bingning agreed to the marriage. They swiftly obtained their marriage certificate and agreed to live together for 3 years, after which they would separate amicably if no feelings developed. Upon arriving at Luo Bingning's residence, Lin Tian unexpectedly awakened a treasure chest system. Black iron treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level air skills. Bronze treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have acquired grandmaster-level driving skills. Silver treasure chest unlocked. Congratulations, host. You have become a martial arts grandmaster. Through his wife Luo Bingning, Lin Tian unlocked treasure after treasure, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of life. On Blue Star in the Huagua region, Lin Tian gazed at a nearby CF. Grandfather, are you not putting me in a predicament? Lin Tian sighed, feeling helpless as he fiddled with the folded paper in his pocket. The paper was the marriage contract, agreed upon by his grandfather and a comrade. They had promised that if they had a son and a daughter, the two would marry. If both had sons, their grandchildren would marry instead. However, both his grandfather and his comrade, Luo Jiangwo, had sons, and in Lin Tian's generation, he was the only male while Luo Jiangwo had a granddaughter. Luo Jiangwo's granddaughter, Luo Bingning, was stunning, far more beautiful than any celebrity Lin Tian had seen on television. He had even discovered online that the Luo family's assets exceeded 100 billion. This was merely what was publicly accessible. Their actual wealth was likely even greater. Surely, Luo Bingning will refuse the engagement, he thought. Am I not just inviting discomfort by coming here? With these jumbled thoughts, Lin Tian approached the CAF. Before his grandfather passed away, he had given Lin Tian a phone number. 3 days prior, he had called to arrange a meeting with Luo Bingning. Upon entering the CF, Lin Tian followed the gazes of several men to find Luo Bingning quietly seated in a corner. Perhaps her aura was too commanding, as no one dared disturb her. He made his way over, surprising the onlookers as he took a seat across from her. Hello, I am Lin Tian. I invited you here today to discuss the marriage contract, he began. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. Please continue. Lin Tian produced the marriage contract. Years ago, my grandfather and your grandfather shared a strong bond, resulting in this engagement. However, times have changed. Let's consider this contract void, he suggested. My grandfather insisted I meet you before he passed, Lin Tian added. Luo Bingning looked at him in surprise. You do not wish to marry me? Lin Tian responded with self-deprecation. I am aware of my standing. Your family is thriving. While mine is rather ordinary, we are not of the same world. Let's leave it at that. I will cover the coffee, he said, preparing to rise. Did I not mention over the phone that you should bring your household registration book? Did you? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian nodded slightly, suspecting she might consider transferring her household registration to him as compensation. Securing a household registration in S City was challenging, and he genuinely needed it. If she offered to help, he would not refuse. Then shall we go get the certificate? Luo Bingning proposed. Huh? Lin Tian could hardly believe his ears. Did she just suggest going to obtain the marriage certificate together? What did you say? He asked again. Luo Bingning clarified. Since our grandfathers arranged this marriage, I must uphold my end of the bargain. The Luo family never goes back on its word. Lin Tian stared at her in disbelief. You do not even know if I have a girlfriend, and you want to get married now? Luo Bingning smiled gently. You may not know me well, but I know you have been single for 23 years. Lin Tian was rendered speechless. Luo Bingning, why? After a long pause, he asked, furrowing his brow. What kind of man could she not find? He was just an ordinary person, and she had countless reasons to reject this marriage. Could it be an unexpected pregnancy? Yet, with her qualifications, many would willingly step up to be a father. I have stated that our family does not lose credibility, Luo Bingning replied earnestly. Lin Tian hesitated, and she softly reassured him, Do not worry, I am not ill, nor am I carrying someone else's child. I do not intend for you to be a shield. After our marriage, we can live together, but I will not fulfill the duties of a wife. If, after 3 years, we still do not have feelings for each other, we will dissolve the engagement. Lin Tian exhaled in relief. With you saying that, I feel reassured. Are you certain you want to marry me? If Luo Bingning persisted, he would not oppose her any longer. Even if they could not be together, simply being able to gaze at her beauty daily was a privilege. Absolutely, he confirmed. Luo Bingning nodded, and they exited the CAF. After half an hour in her Porsche, they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau and soon emerged with their shiny new marriage certificate. As they stepped out, Lin Tian felt somewhat dazed. He had just married, and his spouse was none other than the stunning Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, you should terminate your rental contract, she advised. I purchased a house for us to live in. I will also buy you a car for commuting. Will you be living there too? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. I will return home every day, to the outside world. We will appear as a normal married couple, and you may introduce me to your friends. Lin Tian turned to her. How should I address you from now on? Also, as husband and wife, there will naturally be some intimate gestures in front of others. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. You may call me Bingning. Now that we are married, simple hugs and hand-holding are something I will not reject. Lin Tian chuckled, sensing a tremor in her voice. Deep down, Luo Bingning was not as composed as she appeared. My rented apartment is unworthy of your presence. Let us reside in the house you purchased. As for the car, I could manage with the subway, he replied, closing his eyes. He needed a moment to gather himself. This day felt surreal. After a while, the car entered a high-end community. These 3 parking spaces are ours. If you get a car in the future, you can park here, Luo Bingning stated after parking. Lin Tian nodded. He had no idea when he might acquire a vehicle, given the meager savings protected by a 6-digit bank password. The elevator is a 3-lift, 1-household system, with the 3rd lift designated for maids, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian was taken aback. His current rental complex had 3 households per lift, yet this luxurious place had only 1 household per lift. Wealth truly had its advantages. In no time, the elevator took them to the 20th floor. Lin Tian, do come in, she invited. This apartment spans 360 square meters, although it is not as large as a villa. It should suffice for the 2 of us. As Lin Tian entered, he stared blankly at Luo Bingning, who had a silver treasure chest hovering above her head. The chest moved as she walked. What on earth? Lin Tian rubbed his eyes, but the silver chest remained. Lin Tian, what's wrong? Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Clearing his throat, he said, Bingning, since we're getting married today, how about a hug? It would feel less awkward in public later. Luo Bingning's captivating eyes locked onto his. Lin Tian, do not get carried away. I have trained in martial arts. Even 2 or 3 strong men combined would not stand a chance against me. Lin Tian nodded. Rest assured, it's merely a simple embrace. Very well then, Luo Bingning replied, taking a deep breath. Lin Tian stepped forward and enveloped Luo Bingning in his arms. His head brushed against the silver treasure chest atop her head. Beep! The treasure chest system is activated. The silver chest is opened. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level martial arts. Chapter 2. The Arrival of the Golden Finger. As the treasure chest opened, a gentle warmth surged into Lin Tian's body. He sensed a remarkable transformation occurring within his bones and flesh, while a torrent of information flooded his mind, leaving him somewhat dazed. Bingning, which room should I sleep in? I feel a bit dizzy and need to lie down, Lin Tian said as he released Luo Bingning. The silver treasure chest above her head had vanished without a trace. You can sleep in the guest room. It has a private bathroom, Luo Bingning pointed out. Lin Tian nodded and quickly entered the room, shutting the door behind him. Luo Bingning covered her face with her hands, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. She had just married someone she had only recently met, and they had even shared a brief embrace. Calm down, calm down. It's just a marriage. It's not a big deal. 3 years will pass swiftly, and it's worth it to keep my grandfather from getting angry, she murmured to herself. Her grandfather wholeheartedly supported her marriage to Lin Tian, but her parents were vehemently opposed. They had quarreled with her grandfather several times over this matter, ultimately deciding to let her make her own choice. Luo Bingning chose to accept it. At 21, she would only be 24 in 3 years. I have truly become a martial arts master. Inside the room, Lin Tian was utterly astonished. Though his exterior remained unchanged, a tremendous shift had occurred within him. Pure internal energy flowed through his meridians. He had mastered all forms of combat, including boxing, palm techniques, swordplay, and knife techniques. He felt confident that he could face 100 opponents without issue. The recent voice had indicated that the treasure chest system was activated. Have I obtained the legendary golden finger? Lin Tian was filled with exhilaration. System, he attempted to call out in his mind. However, after several attempts, There was no response. It seemed that this system was rather aloof and unresponsive. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. If the system could simply perform its functions, he would be content without it chattering incessantly. He wondered if he could acquire another treasure chest. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Lin Tian's eyes. With just one treasure chest, he had become a martial arts master. If he were to obtain several more, wouldn't he soar to new heights? Throughout his 20-plus years, he had encountered many individuals, yet this peculiar situation had only manifested upon meeting Luo Bingning. Perhaps he could only reap the benefits from her. He concluded he needed to find a way to win her over. A wife once secured should not escape. A faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Luo Bingning left a positive impression on him. Despite her status as a wealthy beauty, she did not make him feel inferior. Goodness, this house is incredibly expensive. Lin Tian mused as he checked the real estate prices in his neighborhood. Nearly 200,000 per square meter, with the total price of the house exceeding 60 million. Luo Bingning, do you have some time? We need to talk. Upon entering the living room, Lin Tian did not find Luo Bingning there. He knocked on the door of the master bedroom. What do you want to talk about? Luo Bingning opened the door, her expression one of confusion. It seemed she had already made herself quite clear. Let's discuss it in the living room, Lin Tian suggested as he turned and walked toward the area. Luo Bingning followed suit. Luo Bingning, I checked, and our rent for this house is around 70 to 80,000 a month. So let's say 80,000. I'll cover half of that, and I'll find a way to provide you with the money, Lin Tian stated. Having become a martial arts master, he believed he could earn that amount. Luo Bingning frowned. Lin Tian, the house was purchased outright, so there is no need for rent. You don't have to give me that money. Lin Tian shook his head. Though we are married, I understand the reality. You did this to avoid disappointing your grandfather, who must treat you very well. Luo Bingning fell silent, recognizing her grandfather's kindness. The thought of him getting upset due to her actions made her heart ache. We are essentially in a cohabitation arrangement. It's normal for me to share the rent. If I work hard, I should be able to earn that money. Luo Bingning shook her head again. You shouldn't have to rent such an expensive place. You don't need to give me rent. Just focus on earning a living. As a man, it was only right for him to provide for his family. Lin Tian regarded Luo Bingning. Sensing that she was not merely looking to fulfill a 3-year obligation, if he performed well, there might be a chance for something more. Luo Bingning. Let us keep our marriage private for now and present ourselves as just a couple to the outside world, Lin Tian proposed. Why? Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Lin Tian explained. Once you're married, you typically have to plan a wedding, right? Given our circumstances, it's unnecessary at this time. All right, Luo Bingning acquiesced, recognizing the appropriateness of the decision. If her parents were to meet Lin Tian, they likely would not react favorably. Is there anything else? Lin Tian inquired. I don't know much about you. Since we're married, could you share more about yourself? Luo Bingning smiled and nodded. Of course. I'm 21 years old. My birthday is June 8th, and I just celebrated last month, so you saved on a birthday gift. I skipped 2 grades in elementary school, started university at 16, graduated from Peking University last year, and now I'm starting my own small company, Luo Bingning shared. Lin Tian was astonished. Luo Bingning was quite the academic prodigy. Skipping grades and entering Peking University at such a young age made him feel somewhat inadequate in comparison. What kind of company are you running? I don't mean to pry, but if anyone asks, I wouldn't want to be caught off guard. Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. It's a cosmetics company specializing in high-end products, though it's not very well known yet. Let us add each other on WeChat, and I'll send you the address. Lin Tian nodded, and they quickly exchanged WeChat information. Luo Bingning took Lin Tian's phone and changed their profile pictures to a couple's theme. Please record your fingerprint. Then I'll take you to the property management to register your face. After that, you will be able to enter without me. Okay. Once he recorded his fingerprint, they headed to the property management office. Hello, this is my boyfriend. Could you please register him for access? Luo Bingning requested of a staff member. Sure. The facial recognition and fingerprint registration were completed swiftly. As they left, a security guard discreetly moved to a secluded area. Li Xiao, I've been keeping an eye on Miss Luo as you instructed. She just brought a man to register his face and fingerprints. She claimed he is her boyfriend. The guard whispered into his phone. Are you sure? Came the voice from the other end, belonging to a wealthy heir pursuing Luo Bingning, who was now visibly enraged. Luo Bingning has a boyfriend? Li Xiao, I'm certain. I heard it very clearly. Chapter 3, A Punch to Shatter a Wall Upon Returning Home. Luo Bingning handed Lin Tian the car keys. Lin Tian, as far as I know, you got your driver's license in your 2nd year of university. You can drive my car to move. I'll prepare a few dishes, and we can have lunch at home. Please hurry. Lin Tian was astonished to hear that a wealthy young lady like Luo Bingning could cook. What kind of look is that? I enjoy cooking. After all, today is our wedding day, so it's worth my time in the kitchen, Luo Bingning teased. All right, I'll go move, but I want to drive your car. It's quite expensive, and as a novice, I wouldn't want to damage it. Lin Tian quickly left after placing Luo Bingning's car keys down. Luo Bingning's car was a Porsche Panamera, worth over $1 million, which she regarded as ordinary. However, for Lin Tian, it was an extravagant vehicle he couldn't afford to repair if he scratched it. They weren't even truly married yet. As he exited the community, Lin Tian felt a whirlwind of emotions. Life circumstances were indeed peculiar. Just yesterday, he was an ordinary office worker. And today, he had married Luo Bingning and become a martial arts master. Li Xiao, I've sent you the photo. You owe me the 5,000 we agreed upon, Lin Tian remarked as he walked away. The security guard who had taken the photo sent it off. Are you sure it's him? His entire outfit combined barely costs 500 yuan. Upon receiving the photo, Li Feng quickly sent a message questioning the situation. He was aware that the Luo family's assets amounted to 2 or 300 billion, and with Luo Bingning being the sole heir for 3 generations. He found it hard to believe that she would choose an ordinary, impoverished individual. Even if Luo Bingning were willing, how could her parents possibly agree? Li Xiao, you are absolutely correct. Although I lack formal education, I possess keen eyesight. I wouldn't dare deceive you, or else my livelihood would be at stake. Li Feng promptly transferred 10,000 yuan. Continue to monitor this matter closely. If you perform well, benefits will surely follow. If not, you can forget about surviving in S City. After sending the message, Li Feng opened Lin Tian's photo. He scrutinized it from various angles but failed to discern any particular distinction. Dressed ordinarily, he was merely somewhat handsome and likely not even reaching 1.80 meters in height. Such individuals were plentiful on the streets. Could it be that Lin Tian was merely a shield for Luo Bingning? Perhaps she feared seeking someone outstanding, worried they might harbor ulterior motives, and thus opted for an ordinary person whom she could easily dismiss? The more Li Feng contemplated, the more he suspected this was a probable scenario. He had pursued Luo Bingning for 3 years and had never seen her in close proximity to any man. I need a detailed investigation into a person's background. The more thorough, the better. But do not alert them. Li Feng contacted another individual, a private investigator with whom he had collaborated several times. Understood, Li Xiao. The fee will depend on the complexity of the investigation. How to earn money. On the subway, Lin Tian pondered. He needed to resign from his current job, which paid 5,000 yuan a month, sufficient for his own sustenance. But supporting a family in S City was exceedingly difficult. Moreover, he had already informed Luo Bingning that he would cover 40,000 yuan in rent. If she declined, he would need to earn at least that amount monthly to manage household expenses, including utilities, property management, a nanny, and food, which combined would not be trivial. Now that he had attained the status of a martial arts master, becoming a bodyguard would be more than adequate. Earning 10 to 80,000 yuan as a high-level bodyguard should not pose a problem. However, working as a bodyguard for others could lead to ridicule directed at Luo Bingning in the future. He quickly dismissed the idea of becoming a bodyguard. What about opening a martial arts school? Lin Tian contemplated. Yet, he was unaware of the qualifications required, and the skills he possessed were not easily imparted to others. How long did it take others to cultivate internal energy? Without that foundation, martial arts techniques would merely be superficial. Suddenly, Lin Tian's eyes brightened. He noticed someone broadcasting live. Nowadays, prominent streamers earn substantial sums, and he could certainly leverage live streaming for income. As a martial arts master, attracting followers should pose little challenge. If he conducted knife-throwing broadcasts, he could hit targets with pinpoint accuracy within 100 meters. Within 10 meters, he was confident he could sever the wings of a moving fly. If he opted for outdoor streaming, he could effortlessly execute extreme maneuvers. However, if he became a streamer, he would have to face the camera frequently. While he was not socially anxious, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable being in front of the lens constantly. Wait, I don't need to reveal my identity at all. I could wear a mask to maintain an air of mystery, which might be even better. A smile crept across Lin Tian's face. With his current abilities, accumulating 1 million followers should not be too difficult, even without selling products or taking advertisements. He could likely earn a handsome income solely from donations. Today, I'll move. Tomorrow, I'll quit my job, Lin Tian mused. His current job was arduous and poorly compensated. Were it not for the necessity of establishing himself in S-City, he would have left long ago. After transferring through 3 subway lines, Lin Yang finally arrived at his rented apartment. This residence was on the city outskirts, requiring significant time for daily commutes. Shaolin, starting next month, your rent will increase by 200. If you agree, you can stay. If not, you need to pack up and leave in the next couple of days. Upon arriving at the entrance, the landlord unexpectedly emerged from the room. Lin Yang, his expression darkened, said, "Landlord, did you enter my room without my permission? What's wrong with me checking on my own property?" The landlord replied dismissively. Lin Yang took a deep breath. "I'm not renting anymore. Return my deposit, and I'll pack my things and move out shortly." The landlord's expression shifted. He wanted to raise the rent, but did not wish for Lin Yang to leave, as finding a new tenant would not be an easy task. "You can leave. But if there is any damage, you want to get a single cent of your deposit back if you leave now," the landlord said coldly. "What damage have I caused?" Pointed out. Lin Yang entered the room. Here and here, the landlord casually indicated 2 spots. Lin Yang sneered. Those areas had already been damaged when he moved in. "Landlord, what about this wall?" Lin Yang pointed to an intact wall. Boom. The next moment, Lin Yang's fist crashed into the wall with tremendous force, creating a hole. "Landlord, how much do you think this will cost to repair?" Lin Yang asked with a mocking smile. The landlord stepped back, terror-stricken at Lin Yang's unexpected ferocity. He appeared so refined, yet that punch was utterly terrifying. If it had struck him, it could have been fatal. "Shaolin, brother. The wall was like this to begin with. And I just remembered, those 2 spots were already damaged." The landlord's face turned pale, and he quickly pulled out his phone to refund the deposit. Chapter 4. Mr. Lin, happy wedding. A delightful aroma wafted through the air as Lin Yang opened the door. "Lin Yang, I just need to fry a vegetable dish, and we can eat," Luo Bingning announced from the sofa as she stood up. Lin Yang nodded, placing his belongings down and washing his hands before joining her in the dining area, where 3 dishes and a soup awaited, all looking quite appetizing. "Luo Bingning, your culinary skills are truly impressive, far superior to mine," Lin Yang complimented. He gazed toward the kitchen where Luo Bingning, tied in an apron, was cooking, her back view exuding a captivating warmth that held his attention. If only Luo Bingning could truly become his wife. "What are you staring at?" Luo Bingning turned, her cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Yang cleared his throat. "Just admiring your cooking. I never expected that a wealthy young lady like you would possess such culinary talent." "I am truly humbled," he said. "There's nothing to see. Hurry and serve the rice," she replied, aware that Lin Yang had been watching her but choosing not to address it, as they were technically now husband and wife. "All right," Lin Yang said, quickly serving the rice. Luo Bingning also dished out the stir-fried vegetables and retrieved a bottle of expensive red wine from the cabinet. "Drinking wine?" Lin Yang asked, somewhat surprised. Luo Bingning nodded. "Today marks our wedding day. This is our first meal as a married couple, which holds special significance." Lin Yang smiled slightly. "Does this mean I have a chance of being recognized as your husband?" Luo Bingning seemed to hope otherwise. If they truly ended up together, this moment would become a mere bland memory. "Of course, I said I would give you a chance. But if, after 3 years, we still have not developed feelings for each other, I will leave." As she poured 2 glasses of red wine, she said, "Mr. Lin, happy wedding." "Happy wedding." Lin Yang echoed, clinking glasses with Luo Bingning, both taking a small sip of the wine. Lin Yang, unfamiliar with wine, found it quite pleasant. "Taste it and see how it is," he said, nodding. He sampled each dish in turn while Luo Bingning watched him. Lin Yang was astonished. "Bingning, your culinary skills are undoubtedly at the level of a professional chef. As long as you enjoy it. I love cooking. But I can't eat much while on a diet," Luo Bingning replied with a slight smile. Lin Yang chuckled. "Seems I'm the lucky one." After a while, Luo Bingning said, "Lin Yang, there's something I need to tell you. My father called and has suspended my credit card. Does your father know that we have registered our marriage?" Luo Bingning nodded. "I haven't hidden it from my family. My father believes that now that I am married, we must rely on ourselves for our livelihood. The operation of my company will not be affected, but it has yet to flourish. My salary is a mere 20,000 yuan per month. While this amount is considerable for an average person, it is rather meager for Luo Bingning, who once spent more than that on a single piece of clothing. It seems your father wishes for you to experience hardship, perhaps to make you reconsider." Luo Bingning gently nodded. "That is indeed how my parents think. However, since I have committed to 3 years, I will undoubtedly persevere. I had originally planned to hire a maid, but now that is no longer feasible. I will take care of the property management fees and utilities. You will cover the rest of our living expenses. Lin Tian remarked, the property fees and utilities likely amount to 7 or 8,000 yuan. With only 20,000 per month, will you have enough left for yourself? You should be frugal. He was surprised that his father would resort to such measures. Luo Bingning felt a tinge of frustration. She used to spend extravagantly on her credit card, racking up monthly expenses of 1 or 200,000 yuan. And now her remaining funds were merely 1/10 of her previous expenditures. Bingning, I will work hard to earn more, Lin Tian assured earnestly. Luo Bingning nodded. Though she remained skeptical. Lin Tian had only recently graduated from a mediocre university. How much could he possibly earn each month? Lin Tian. My father does not allow me to help you find a job. If she could assist, securing a high-paying position for Lin Tian would indeed be simple. It's fine. I can manage on my own. As they conversed, they were unaware that their meal was nearly finished, with most of the dishes consumed by Lin Tian, whose appetite had noticeably increased. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Through the video intercom, Lin Tian saw a fashionable girl waiting at the lobby entrance. Bingning, she is. Luo Bingning sighed. Her name is Tang Yan. She is my best friend. She knows I live here and has unexpectedly come over. She means well. But since I am living with you, she might be critical. Lin Tian nodded slightly, understanding the situation. It was only natural for a close friend to scrutinize. If she were to bless them in this context, it would surely be a superficial friendship. Yan, the door is open. Luo Bingning pressed the screen to unlock the entrance. Shortly after, Tang Yan arrived, and Luo Bingning opened the door. Bingning, he is. Tang Yan paused upon seeing Lin Tian behind Luo Bingning. The sight of a man in Luo Bingning's home bewildered her. Yan, this is Lin Tian, my boyfriend. Lin Tian, this is Yan, my closest friend. She hails from a martial arts family and is exceptionally skilled. All my martial arts training comes from her, Luo Bingning introduced with a smile. Tang Yan scrutinized Lin Tian with piercing eyes, convinced that Luo Bingning must have been deceived. Lin Tian appeared rather ordinary, making it hard to believe Luo Bingning would choose him as her partner. Hello, Tang Yan, Lin Tian greeted. Tang Yan nodded. Hello, Lin Tian. May I ask where you are from, what your parents do, and where you work? As Bingning's friend, I hope you don't mind my inquiries. She can be quite astute, but also a bit naive at times. Luo Bingning linked her arm with Tang Yan's. Yan, I will explain Lin Tian's situation to you. Lin Tian, I prepared the meal, but the dishes are your responsibility. No problem, Lin Tian replied, heading to wash the dishes. Tang Yan pulled Luo Bingning into the master bedroom. After Luo Bingning shared Lin Tian's circumstances, Tang Yan was incredulous. Bingning, have you lost your mind? Your family has assets worth hundreds of billions. You are a daughter of privilege, and Lin Tian has nothing. You exist in entirely different worlds. Tang Yan earnestly attempted to persuade Luo Bingning. Yan, please don't try to change my mind. Our family is wealthy, but for me, wealth is not a requirement in a partner. Understanding and caring for me is sufficient. You, sigh. Tang Yan appeared defeated. She spent half an hour trying to convince Luo Bingning, exhausting her arguments, yet Luo Bingning remained unmoved. How did you two meet? I don't recall ever seeing him before. Tang Yan questioned in confusion. It was an online romance, Luo Bingning replied. Tang Yan was left speechless, astonished that a daughter of the Luo family would engage in such a relationship, and even more so, that she was deeply enamored. No. Where's your phone? I need to install an anti-fraud app for you. I suspect Lin Tian is likely a scammer. You mustn't fall victim to his deceit. Tang Yan frowned. I will also call Uncle Luo. If he learns that you have been deceived, he will surely ensure Lin Tian faces consequences. Chapter 5. Watching movies with Luo Bingning. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. My father has already found out. He has suspended my credit card. Yan, please don't act rashly. You hardly know Lin Tian. Tang Yan slapped her forehead. Bingning, you are in an online relationship. Do you really know him well? It's hard to believe, given your education from Peking University, that you might be falling for his scam. I will ensure he is removed from your life, Tang Yan asserted. Luo Bingning quickly interjected. I promised my father that I would not sleep with him for the time being. If you act recklessly, I will certainly take that step. Tang Yan sighed. Bingning. Uncle Luo must be furious. You claim to be astute in business. Although your company is still budding, it is already valued at over 100 million. What do you see in him? Tang Yan earnestly urged. Though he lacks wealth, has an ordinary job, and is not particularly handsome, as long as he loves me. That is enough, Luo Bingning replied. You can say that, but please, keep it from your father. Tang Yan clutched her chest, overwhelmed with disbelief. Luo Bingning smiled. Don't worry. Yan, I am mindful of my surroundings. Many pursue me, but they are primarily attracted to my family's wealth. Lin Tian is different. Luo Bingning genuinely believed in Lin Tian's intentions. Initially, he had no intention of marrying her. It was she who sought to fulfill her grandfather's wish by proposing marriage to Lin Tian. You have outmatched me. Bingning, Tang Yin said earnestly. I must emphasize one thing. Always lock your door at night, and please do not get drunk. Understood? That seems like 2 points, Luo Bingning quipped, blinking innocently. Tang Yin shot her a glare. You've driven me to the brink of madness. Even if you wish to date him, there is no need for you to live together. If you must, how about I move in with you? Luo Bingning shook her head. That won't be necessary. Rest assured, I can protect myself. I promise to lock the door at night. Tang Yin sighed. If anything happens, call me. I can be there in 10 minutes. Although Tang Yin did not reside in the neighborhood, her home was nearby, and she could reach Luo Bingning's place swiftly on her motorcycle. Just don't say anything reckless to Lin Tian. I won't say anything untoward, but I will find a way to uncover his secrets. As the two women emerged from the room, Lin Tian had just finished washing the dishes. Handsome Lin, since you and Bingning met online, now that you know she is wealthy, what are your thoughts? Tang Yin inquired with curious eyes, hoping to catch Lin Tian off guard in their conversation. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning. Their discussion about their online romance had been pre-planned during their meal, yet he hadn't anticipated it would come into play so soon. My thoughts? Soft rice is quite delightful. I never imagined that with my looks, I would one day enjoy such a privilege, Lin Tian joked. Tang Yin pressed. Knowing Bingning's situation, doesn't that create pressure? Her lifestyle is quite luxurious, and she has numerous suitors, including some from wealthy families. They would surely be infuriated to learn that she has chosen you. Luo Bingning interjected, Yin, please don't intentionally frighten Lin Tian. Lin Tian acknowledged that those pursuing him included the scions of officials in the wealthy elite, yet he found them less intimidating than expected. They were well aware that engaging in unlawful activities would yield no favorable outcomes, and should their indiscretions come to light, they would become the subject of ridicule within their circles. Tang Yin discreetly rolled her eyes, realizing that Luo Bingning was indeed undermining her. It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to speak with Lin Tian privately, encouraging him to distance himself. Bingning, I shall refrain from being a third wheel. Farewell, Tang Yin said, departing swiftly. With Lin Tian and Luo Bingning together, she felt it was inappropriate to linger. Lin Tian, based on my understanding of Tang Yin, she will likely seek you out in the future. She may even deliberately provoke you to make you leave, Luo Bingning remarked. Lin Tian nodded, replying, she appears genuinely concerned for you. I shall not hold it against her. There are some excellent films currently showing. Would you care to join me? Going to the movies? Certainly, Luo Bingning replied after a moment's contemplation. She had never been to a cinema with a boy before, but she felt compelled to accept this invitation. Given that they were officially married today, a movie outing seemed appropriate. Having both consumed alcohol, they took a taxi to the mall. Brother, your girlfriend is truly beautiful. You should buy her a bouquet of roses, a little girl chimed as she approached the entrance of the mall. Very well, I shall take one, Lin Tian chuckled, purchasing a single rose for 10 yuan, which he presented to Luo Bingning. Thank you, she smiled. 1 rose is sufficient. Given our current financial situation, please do not splurge on an extravagant bouquet. Understood, Lin Tian affirmed, mindful of their limited finances and refusing to indulge in pretentious displays. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the cinema. Bingning, please take a seat over there while I queue for the tickets, Lin Tian instructed. All right, Luo Bingning complied. Moments later, as Lin Tian collected the tickets, a man approached him. You are Lin Tian, correct? Someone wishes to have a serious discussion with you. It would be wise to cooperate. Lin Tian frowned inwardly, suspecting the man was likely a suitor of Luo Bingning's, and was taken aback by how quickly he had attracted attention. The thought crossed his mind that there might be informants among the residents of their community. If you wish to talk, the film is about to begin. Let me finish watching with Bingning, and I trust you wouldn't want her to find out, would you? Do not attempt any tricks, otherwise you will regret it. The man warned before leaving. Lin Tian returned to Luo Bingning, who was engrossed in her phone and had not noticed the encounter. Bingning, would you like some popcorn? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning shook her head. Popcorn makes one gain weight. I shall pass. Then let us enter, he suggested, as the time was drawing near. They quickly proceeded to the screening room. Feng Xiao, Lin Tian insists on discussing matters only after the film. The man who had threatened Lin Tian informed a young man named Li Feng, who had been contacted by the community's security personnel. Li Feng had commissioned a private investigator to look into Lin Tian, and within a few hours, the investigator provided comprehensive details. Lin Tian's background was utterly ordinary, which incited Li Feng's ire. For Luo Bingning was a paragon of beauty, destined to inherit her family's vast fortune, and yet she was involved with someone so unremarkable. Which film are they watching? Give me a ticket. Li Feng commanded. Understood. Feng Xiao, the subordinate, complied. Shortly thereafter, Li Feng acquired a ticket and entered the theater, swiftly spotting Lin Tian and Luo Bingning seated together. Let us swap seats. This is my ticket. Li Feng stated as he paid for a new seat that afforded him a view of Lin Tian and Luo Bingning. As the action-packed film commenced, Lin Tian, once an avid fan of such genres, found himself frowning at the screen. Having attained mastery in martial arts, he regarded many of the fight scenes as juvenile and implausible. Were I to become a fight choreographer, I could likely earn a decent income. However, it would pale in comparison to my current earnings from streaming, he mused, allowing his thoughts to wander. Meanwhile, Luo Bingning was intently focused on the film, relishing the action sequences, which resonated with her martial arts training. Unbeknownst to them, Li Feng was covertly observing from behind. Lin Tian, aware of Li Feng's scrutiny, remained unfazed. Even if Luo Bingning were an average girl, her beauty would attract many admirers, especially given her family's substantial wealth. Suddenly, Luo Bingning sensed something amiss midway through the film. Turning her head, she caught sight of Li Feng staring at them. He quickly averted his gaze, hoping the dim lighting would conceal his identity, but Luo Bingning recognized him immediately. Li Feng, she whispered, frowning. 3 years prior, during an unexpected encounter, Li Feng had pursued her relentlessly despite her repeated rejections. She had learned of his family's wealth, which amounted to several hundred million, considerable by ordinary standards, yet trifling compared to her own family's fortune. Lin Tian, we must openly hold hands in the future. Shall we begin with a trial now? Luo Bingning suggested, leaning closer to him. Of course, Lin Tian agreed, eager to embrace such an opportunity. As she extended her hand, he grasped it gently, causing a slight tremor in her fingers. Despite her initial discomfort, the act felt entirely natural, especially on this significant day of their marriage. In the midst of this tender moment, a black treasure chest materialized above Luo Bingning's head, markedly less ornate than the previous silver ones. Lin Tian pondered the significance of such occurrences. Is there a pattern to these treasure chests? He wondered, unable to decipher the logic behind it. As he mused, he noticed a mosquito hovering near Luo Bingning. There's a mosquito, he said, releasing her hand to swat at it, causing the black chest to vanish upon contact. Once he resumed holding her hand, their fingers intertwined. Luo Bingning glanced down at their joined hands, noting the stark contrast between a simple clasp and their fingers interlocked. Such audacity, she thought, hesitating before allowing her hand to remain. After all, this was a unique occasion, and she resolved to indulge in the moment. As Lin Tian's mind filled with the newfound knowledge from the black treasure chest, he discovered it had bestowed upon him the skill of becoming a master of the aerial, enriching his experiences with 50 years of expertise in the instrument. His proficiency in the era has now far surpassed that of the average enthusiast. It is estimated that no more than 10 individuals across the nation can match his skill. If I were to perform a piece in the park now, I could likely move many elderly people to tears, Lin Tian mused. Unbeknownst to him, the movie had concluded, and he stood up, hand in hand with Luo Bingning. By the heavens! Li Feng exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. While seated, he had been unable to see clearly. But now it was evident. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were indeed holding hands, their fingers intertwined. Lin Tian, you scoundrel! Li Feng cursed inwardly, his fury mounting. It appeared that Lin Tian and Luo Bingning were indeed a couple, possibly living together, and Lin Tian may have already taken her virginity. Just the thought of this ignited a fire within Li Feng. Lin Tian, wait outside for me. Go to the restroom, Luo Bingning instructed as they exited the screening room. Lin Tian nodded and stepped out. Upon his emergence, Luo Bingning approached Li Feng with a frosty demeanor. Li Feng, Lin Tian is my boyfriend. If you dare to act recklessly, I will do everything within my power to ensure the Li family goes bankrupt within 6 months. If you don't believe me, we shall see, she threatened. Li Feng's expression turned grave. Bingning, Lin Tian is merely an ordinary person from an ordinary background. He is not worth your devotion. Luo Bingning retorted coldly, remember my words. Furthermore, if you speak to anyone about this, seeking to harm him, I will hold you accountable. You have people monitoring us, right? Tell them to back off. If you continue to spy on us, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Luo Bingning turned on her heel and departed. Li Feng clenched his jaw, wanting to act tough, but he felt powerless. The disparity between the Li and Luo families was too vast. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. Come with me. My boss will be here shortly to speak with you. A man who had previously threatened Lin Tian appeared outside the screening room. To him, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning exiting together indicated compliance. Lead the way, Lin Tian replied calmly. The man brought Lin Tian to a secluded spot, sneering, "Kid, do you have any idea what fate awaits those who aspire beyond their means? I am unaware. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" Lin Tian responded, his demeanor unruffled. Should the man dare to make a move, Lin Tian was prepared to retaliate fiercely. Just then, his phone buzzed. Li Feng was calling. The man hastily answered. "Have you not yet dealt with Lin Tian? Let him go." After Li Feng hung up, the man muttered, "Kid, consider yourself lucky," before swiftly leaving. Lin Tian pondered. Luo Bingning must have exerted some pressure on them. The abrupt withdrawal suggested her influence. How delightful it feels to have a protective partner, Lin Tian thought. A faint smile gracing his lips. Chapter 7. Time to earn some money. Lin Tian, where did you just go? As they reunited, Luo Bingning scrutinized Lin Tian from head to toe, secretly relieved that he appeared unscathed. I stepped out for a moment. I needed to use the restroom, Lin Tian explained. Omitting the earlier incident, I just received a call. There are matters at the company that require my attention. I won't be back for dinner. You will have to fend for yourself, she stated hurriedly before departing. As the company owner, even on a Sunday, certain matters necessitated her direct involvement. I too must seize the opportunity to earn some money, Lin Tian thought, heading to a store to purchase a suitable mask. This mask would conceal his entire face. And with his internal energy, he could alter his voice, ensuring that even acquaintances would fail to recognize him. Upon opening the Huayin app, Lin Tian blacklisted and deleted several of his fans. He then activated all privacy settings. The Huayin app is the largest short video platform in Huagua, boasting immense traffic. With top streamers earning substantial sums, Lin Tian had modest aspirations. Earning a little extra each month would suffice for his and Luo Bingning's daily expenses. After all, he had a wife to support. Which direction should he pursue? Lin Tian contemplated. Had he not acquired era skills, he would have gravitated towards outdoor activities or martial arts. Now he had an additional option. He wondered which field had a larger fan base. Before long, Lin Tian discovered several proficient era streamers, each boasting millions of followers, while martial arts streamers had significantly fewer. This revelation surprised Lin Tian. He had assumed the latter would attract more fans. Could it be that Eru, being a traditional art, received greater support, whereas martial arts, often associated with violence, attracted less traffic? He deemed this possibility quite plausible. These Eru players were indeed skilled, yet they had not reached a master level. He believed that if he pursued this avenue, he could amass a considerable following. Earning a living through this path seemed entirely feasible. With a firm resolution, he decided to focus on this direction. Unlike martial arts or outdoor streaming, which required extensive travel and content planning, playing the era merely required finding a suitable spot to perform. First, he needed to purchase an arrow. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at a musical instrument shop. Good day. What instrument are you looking to purchase? The owner greeted him. Lin Tian noticed several arrows hanging on the wall. Do you have any arrow under 2,000 that are of decent quality? Cheaper models could be acquired for a few hundred, but given his mastery, such instruments would not do justice to his skill. Conversely, more expensive ones were beyond his financial reach. Certainly, we have those. However, if you're a novice, I would recommend a few hundred yuan model. There's no need to waste money, the owner replied candidly. Lin Tian chuckled. You're a businessman, yet you advise customers to buy cheaper? Don't you wish to earn more? The owner shook his head. Of course, I want to earn money, but I do not wish for quality instruments to be wasted. 99% of them are returned after just a few uses. Some buy them, but never play, then claim quality issues to return them. With a sigh, the owner expressed his fondness for traditional instruments, lamenting their decline. I have a basic understanding of the Eru, Lin Tian said with a smile. The owner nodded. In that case, let me recommend this one. This rosewood Eru features dense wood, a bright and clear tone, and is free of dead notes. It is suitable for competitions and examinations. The original price was just over 2,000, but since it was returned, you can take it for 1,500. May I try it out? Lin Tian inquired. Of course. Lin Tian took the arrow, and the owner's eyes brightened. He could tell from Lin Tian's handling that he was no novice. Though he had never touched one before, he handled it as if he had decades of experience. Lin Tian sat down and began to play softly. While he did not exhibit master-level skill, he was certainly far superior to the average enthusiast. An elderly gentleman in traditional attire appeared at the top of the stairs, listening intently. occasionally revealing a look of approval. As the piece concluded, the gentleman clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Young man, I did not expect someone of your age to possess such high skill. May I inquire as to who your teacher is?" The owner quickly interjected, "Customer. This gentleman is a respected elder. He is a professor at a university with profound knowledge of the Eru." "I have no teacher," Lin Tian replied, rising to shake his head. The elderly gentleman was even more astonished. To reach such a level without formal instruction was a rarity. "That settles it. I'll take this one. Please wrap it up for me." After playing a piece, Lin Tian felt the Eru was satisfactory. The owner had not deceived him. "Excellent, excellent," the owner said, swiftly packing the Eru into a bag. "Young man, let us connect on chat. If you have any questions regarding the Eru, feel free to reach out. My surname is Wu." The elderly gentleman, eager to nurture talent, offered. "Certainly, Elder Wu," Lin Tian replied, adding the elderly gentleman on WeChat before departing. "Elder Wu, this young man is impressive. I have been playing the Eru for 20 years, and my skill is only comparable to his," the owner marveled. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire shook his head and remarked, "Your skill pales in comparison to his. He has only recently acquired this Eru and has yet to fully harness its potential. Given his innate talent, he may very well evolve into a master with time." The shopkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated such high praise for Lin Tian from the old man. The gentleman in traditional attire then strolled away. Little did Wu Lao and the shopkeeper know that Lin Tian had already reached a masterful level. He had merely concealed his prowess. After half an hour, Lin Tian arrived at a secluded spot by the riverbank. Rather than immediately recording a video, he practiced diligently, and after 3 repetitions, he became exceedingly proficient with the Eru. He performed Galloping Horse, offering it to the world. Wearing a mask, Lin Tian recorded the video and swiftly concluded the piece. Upon reviewing it, he found the recording quality to be less than stellar, yet adequate for short video sharing. Next, he performed Moonlight over the second spring and promptly began recording his second video. After creating a total of 10 videos, he concluded his session, planning to upload 2 each day, enough content to last him 5 days. "I hope for some recommendations. I lack the funds to purchase views," Lin Tian mused as he uploaded 2 of the videos, which quickly passed the review process. The first tier of traffic requires a minimum of 300 views, and the algorithm soon began promoting Lin Tian's videos to enthusiasts of this genre. However, if the data was plagued with inconsistencies, it would lead to immediate stagnation. Why is he even wearing a mask while playing the Eru? Ling Shui, an Eru aficionado, stumbled upon one of Lin Tian's uploaded videos. Initially, she considered scrolling past due to its low engagement, but her curiosity compelled her to linger a while longer. Chapter 8. A Surge in Followers. Ling Shui stared, entranced, at Lin Tian in the video. Although she herself did not play the Eru, she had listened to many performances, and her discerning ear recognized the skill on display. Lin Tian's rendition of Galloping Horse ignited her passion, its grandeur making her feel as if she were truly riding across the plains. "Incredible. The streamers I follow cannot compare to him." Hastily, Ling Shui clicked on Lin Tian's profile. Upon discovering another piece, she scrutinized it closely. "Remarkable. This piece is equally extraordinary. He is truly a hidden gem." Excited, she promptly followed Lin Tian, and then proceeded to like, comment, bookmark, and share. Everything was arranged in his favor. "Everyone, I have discovered a true maestro." Having previously joined an Eru enthusiast group, Ling Shui quickly recommended Lin Tian to the others. "Is this for real?" Regardless of its authenticity. If Ling, the beautiful goddess, recommends it, it must be worth a look. "Absolutely, let us check it out right away." A few individuals online responded to Ling Shui. Having shared her photo in the group, she had established herself as a beauty. "If this individual isn't a maestro, I'll share a welfare photo with everyone." Upon hearing this, several members quickly clicked the link she shared. After watching both videos, they were all exhilarated. "Whoa, this person is indeed a true master. I feel this maestro surpasses the streamers I follow." Your intuition is correct. Those streamers are no match for this maestro. He likely possesses master-level skills. What a pity that we can't see Ling's welfare photo. The group buzzed with excitement, some even joining additional groups to spread the word about the videos. "Grandfather, take a look at this video. Does this Eru player possess master-level skills?" In a villa, a girl around 16 or 17 approached her grandfather, who turned out to be Wu Lao, the very same elder Lin Tian had encountered. "Becoming a master is no easy feat. I have played the Eru for a lifetime and only recently managed to reach that level," Wu Lao chuckled. "Grandfather, you must see this. I believe he plays even better than you." Wu Lao took the tablet and pressed play. After listening to the piece, he replayed it, unable to believe his ears. By his assessment, the performer truly exhibited master-level skills. Although the recording equipment was mediocre and the eru itself was nothing special, Wu Lao could still discern the exceptional talent on display. Wu Lao mused, his gaze fixed on the eru in the video. This instrument seems somewhat familiar. Could it be Lin? Such a thought crossed his mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Lin Tian could not possibly possess such extraordinary skill, especially given his youth. Even if Lin Tian had practiced since infancy, achieving mastery was no small feat. Grandfather, he has another video, the girl reminded him. Wu Lao clicked on the second video. Watching it twice. Xiaoyu, you were right. His skill surpasses mine, Wu Lao conceded. Really? The girl exclaimed, astonished. Wu Lao nodded, indeed. His proficiency is markedly superior to mine. I have only just reached the master level. He has exceeded me by a significant margin. The girl chimed in, grandfather. Even though he wears a mask, judging by his voice and hands, he appears to be under 40. Indeed, Wu Lao affirmed. Xiaoyu, please log into my microblog account and share this. Such remarkable skill deserves more recognition. Of course, grandfather. The girl swiftly posted on Wu Lao's account. As a master of the eru and a university professor, many followed Wu Lao, and upon seeing his endorsement, they flocked to Lin Tian's videos. Consequently, Lin Tian's video metrics surged dramatically. Boss, we have an anomaly with one of the videos. After investigating, I discovered it received a recommendation from eru master Wu Lao, who claims the performer's skill surpasses his own, reported a junior operations staff member at Huayin. Soon after, a senior operations team leader arrived. After viewing the video, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The metrics were promising, and with Wu Lao's endorsement, he sensed the potential for virality. Quickly, elevate these two videos to 4th-tier exposure. Initial exposure requires a minimum of 300 views, while 4th-tier exposure can yield between 100,000 to 120,000 views. His authority only permitted 4th-tier exposure. This is at least an S-grade video, he concluded, promptly reporting his findings to his superior, a 3rd-tier regional supervisor responsible for 5th and 6th-tier traffic recommendations. A master of the eru has quietly emerged? The 3rd-tier supervisor watched the video, utterly astonished. The comments section already featured 2 messages from era masters, including Wu Lao, both affirming that the performer possessed master-level skills. Immediately grant these 2 videos 6th-tier traffic. Without hesitation, the 3rd-tier supervisor made a decisive call. Although this action was typically against protocol, the endorsements from 2 masters made it entirely justifiable. Lin Tian returned home, unaware that his 2 videos had gone viral, each accumulating over 300,000 likes. He had recorded 10 videos to be released over 5 days, hoping to amass 50,000 followers, the requisite number to start live streaming. After purchasing the eru, I have only about 5,000 left in my bank account. This amount won't sustain 2 people for long. Living in such a fine home with Luo Bingning, it would be unreasonable to only offer simple fare. Lin Tian, feeling anxious, pondered whether his likes had surpassed 100. He retrieved his phone, tension mounting as this determined whether he could earn a living and support his wife. Upon opening his videos, Lin Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Both videos had surpassed 300,000 likes, with comments exceeding 150,000 and shares over 200,000. Astonishingly, he had also gained 300,000 followers. In utter disbelief, Lin Tian quickly checked the back-end data. The total views for both videos had skyrocketed to over 6 million. What on earth? Has Huayin gone mad? Lin Tian wondered. Even with his commendable skills, such rapid growth seemed implausible. Finally, he scrolled through the comments and understood the situation at last. Wu Lao and another era master had recommended him, declaring that he possessed master-level abilities. It was no wonder Huayin had provided such extensive support. Thank you, Wu Lao. Thank you, Master Chu. Lin Tian expressed his gratitude to the 2 masters in the comments section. Should he release the remaining videos? Lin Tian pondered and decided against it. Posting 2 videos daily would better maintain the account's popularity. With so many followers, he had already met the requirements for live streaming. However, he felt it prudent to wait a little longer for his first live broadcast, hoping it would significantly increase his follower count. Lin Tian aspired for his debut live performance to be a resounding success. Ding! A notification from WeChat interrupted his thoughts. It was a message from Master Wu. Shaolin. Is the masked hero on Huayin? Master Wu suspected it was unlikely, yet he still held a glimmer of hope. Lin Tian replied, Master Wu, the masked hero is indeed me. I prefer to keep my life undisturbed. So I kindly ask for your discretion. Thank you for your support. To Master Wu's astonishment, it truly was Shaolin. I never imagined it would be you. With someone as remarkable as you among the youth, we old fellows can rest easy, he exclaimed joyfully. Given that none of the young Eru masters were of considerable age, he had feared the lineage would be lost. Lin Tian's emergence alleviated his concerns. Master Wu, I still have much to learn from esteemed elders like you. Lin Tian expressed his humility and gratitude. You possess remarkable talent and such humility. That is commendable. I will speak with a few of the other masters to recommend you. Master Wu promptly dialed a fellow Era master. Half an hour later, he had contacted several esteemed Era masters, all highly respected in their field. Director, 5 more Era masters have voiced their opinions. They unanimously believe the masked hero possesses the skills of a master, reported the Tier 3 supervisor in charge of Lin Tian's video. Grant him level 7 traffic. No. Let us go straight to level 8 traffic, the director decided resolutely. Level 7 traffic could reach a maximum of 11 million. Level 8 ranged from 30 to 35 million. While the highest, level 9, had no cap. Director, is it not excessive to grant level 8 traffic outright? Should we not wait and observe the response from the level 7 traffic pool? The Tier 3 supervisor hesitated. He felt a degree of responsibility for the outcome. The director shook his head. The joint recommendation of 7 masters is not to be taken lightly, and the higher authorities have consistently emphasized promoting traditional culture. Understood, Director. Lin Tian's video was thus propelled by big data to a wider audience. Many viewers, despite not being fond of the era, would still linger to watch. Drawn in by Lin Tian's impressive statistics, the level of mastery displayed could convert many viewers into fans, even if they initially held no interest in the instrument. As the promotion intensified, the data for both videos skyrocketed. Lin Tian periodically refreshed the page, watching the numbers climb, 400,000, 500,000, 600,000. Within less than 2 hours, his follower count astonishingly surpassed 1 million, and it continued to rise. Achieving 1 million followers so swiftly, Lin Tian murmured to himself. With such a following, earning a living would no longer be a challenge, and he would no longer have to rely on others. While living off others may be pleasant, it was detrimental in the long run. Ding ding. A call came through from an unfamiliar number. Hello? Lin Tian answered. Mr. Lin Tian, this is Wine Company. We wish to sign a contract with you, which would guarantee stable traffic support. Lin Tian inquired, if I sign, will I be obligated to live stream a specified duration daily? Yes, Mr. Lin Tian, the rights and obligations are reciprocal. Daily live streaming would also benefit you. After a moment's thought, Lin Tian replied, I'm afraid I cannot consider signing at this time. If I do decide to, I will prioritize your company. Mr. Lin Tian, please think it over. All right. After hanging up, Lin Tian calmed himself. Signing a contract was out of the question. He could only bide his time. For him, making money was not the primary concern. The most important task was to extract as much as possible from Luo Bingming. Even if it was just a black iron treasure chest, which held immense value. The Luo family likely did not wish for Bingming to be involved with an internet celebrity. It would be best to keep his newfound fame a secret for now and accumulate more treasure chests. Lin Tian thought to himself. The Luo family currently allowed them to live together, but if they discovered he had become a celebrity, they might forcibly separate them. Without Luo Bingming, obtaining treasure chests from her would be nearly impossible. Gurgle, gurgle. His stomach suddenly growled, reminding Lin Tian that he had been so focused on the data that he had yet to eat dinner. Descending the stairs, he arrived at a modest restaurant nearby. He casually ordered 2 dishes, which cost around 80 or 90 yuan. Had he not gained popularity, he would never have spent so much on a meal alone. Half an hour later, as he neared the end of his meal, someone pulled out the chair across from him and sat down. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Li Feng, a suitor of Bingming. My family owns several companies with assets totaling billions. Li Feng spoke with an air of superiority. Impressive. And Lin Tian replied with calm detachment. Li Feng smirked inwardly. Having conducted thorough research, he knew Lin Tian was an ordinary person, likely feigning composure. Here is a check for 500,000. Li Feng pushed a cash check across the table. Luo Bingming is merely momentarily infatuated. She will soon come to her senses. Take this money and leave her. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Li Feng, is this your way of coercing me? You believe this will work? 500,000 was indeed a considerable sum. Lin Tian, your monthly salary is less than 5,000. You won't earn 500,000 in 10 years. Although the Luo family is wealthy, it is utterly impossible for you to extract such an amount from Luo Bingming, Li Feng stated coldly. fixated on Lin Tian. I don't know what sweet words you've used to deceive Luo Bingning, but you won't be able to keep it up for long. When that time comes, not only will you fail to receive the money, but you will also find yourself in deep trouble. Lin Tian replied calmly, Li Feng, forgive my candor, but even if you pay me off, do you really think you can win over Bingning? Take your money and swiftly remove yourself from my sight. Li Feng's expression darkened. 1 million, he stated icily. As long as I can remove you from Luo Bingning's life, dealing with you will be a breeze, and I can easily recoup my expenses. Should you not leave, I will call Bingning, Lin Tian warned. Li Feng stood up, his face grim. Lin Tian, here is my business card. Think it over. My offer is valid for 3 days. If you leave, I will give you 1 million. Li Feng placed the check down alongside a business card. Changxing Group, Li Feng. Lin Tian picked up the card and examined it. The information was quite simple. Besides the name, it only contained Li Feng's phone number. Lin Tian checked on his phone. Changxing Group operated in the food industry with a registered capital of 50 million, but little useful information was available since the company was not publicly listed. Where have you been? Luo Bingning inquired as Lin Tian returned home. She was dressed in loungewear, watching television. Upon seeing him enter, she asked, Did you eat downstairs? Bingning, you're quite valuable. Li Feng offered me 1 million to leave you. Lin Tian joked as he changed his shoes. Earlier that morning, he had noticed the absence of his slippers, but now they were neatly arranged at the entrance. Li Feng sought you out again. Luo Bingning frowned. As long as he did not act recklessly and merely attempted to use money to entice Lin Tian away, she felt there was little she could do. If Lin Tian were lured away, it would indicate their lack of fate together. Did Li Feng exhibit any other inappropriate behavior? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian shook his head. Not really. He just wants to use money to drive me away. 1 million? Does he not hold you in high regard? I believe you are worth at least 10 million. Luo Bingning cast a fleeting glance at Lin Tian as he re-emerged into the living room after his shower. Nestled comfortably on the sofa, she was engrossed in a drama, with no new treasure chests appearing above her head. Bingning, I am considering seeking a new job. Are there any particular fields that your parents hold biases against? I wish to steer clear of potential pitfalls, Lin Tian inquired as he settled into another sofa. Luo Bingning pondered for a moment before responding, clearly, any illegal work is out of the question, and they do harbor some preconceived notions about the entertainment industry. Aside from that, they are quite open-minded, so you need not feel pressured. Lin Tian remarked. Influencers are somewhat part of the entertainment realm. I should keep my identity as the masked hero well concealed, even if things do not work out between us. If I can gather some resources and acquire a few treasure chests, my future will be considerably more comfortable. Bingning, do not let the pursuit of quick wealth disrupt your life plans. If we have money, we shall spend it. If not, we will economize, Luo Bingning advised Lin Tian. Rest assured, it shall not be an issue, he replied, noticing the look of confusion on her face. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. As long as I have no life plan, there is no way I can be affected, wouldn't you agree? Luo Bingning gazed at him in silence, unable to refute his logic. Ordinary people cannot afford to be like the wealthy. You do not have to worry about finances as your parents have already mapped out your life. For the average person, earning money is paramount. Marriage, homeownership, raising children, all require funds. Simply surviving is a challenge in itself. What even is a life plan? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Bingning stated, Within a year, I will strive to make the company profitable, and then I shall receive dividends. Even if our credit cards remain frozen, we shall still have funds at our disposal. Lin Tian regarded Luo Bingning with appreciation. She truly was remarkable. His words had not elicited disdain from her, but rather a comforting response. What are you staring at? Luo Bingning asked, slightly flustered. Ahem, nothing. Please continue watching your show. I will return to my room and lock the door. If you need anything, just knock, and I shall be out shortly, Lin Tian announced as he rose to leave. As he vanished from sight, a faint smile graced Luo Bingning's face. She interpreted his action as a considerate gesture to facilitate her locking the door. Though Lin Tian was not particularly handsome, he was not unpleasant either, she mused. Once in his room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged to practice his martial arts. Luo Bingning had overthought his intentions. Locking the door was indeed necessary. Having attained the status of a martial arts master and acquired a cultivation technique, he would, through diligent practice, enhance his abilities. The technique he practiced was named the Oceanic Art, which centered on the philosophy of embracing the infinite essence of the universe to strengthen oneself. After cultivating for half a cycle, Lin Tian finally felt a trickle of strength flowing into his body. the energy coursing through his meridians, refining as it progressed. With the treasure chest, he had directly become a martial arts master, advancing his internal energy at a remarkable pace, completing a full cycle in just an hour. Yet, he lamented how slow his personal progress felt. 3 hours slipped by swiftly. Lin Tian opened his eyes, feeling as though time flew during his cultivation. The results were satisfactory. With perseverance over 2 decades, he estimated he could become a grand master of martial arts. In a fantastical world, a grand master meant little. However, in this urban setting, even being a martial arts master was quite impressive. He wondered if he would eventually obtain a golden martial arts treasure chest. Although the results of his practice were not subpar, they paled in comparison to the direct enhancements gained from the treasure chest. Rising, Lin Tian turned off the light and went to sleep, pondering how many fans he might have amassed. When he opened his phone, his eyes widened in shock. During mealtime, he had just surpassed 1 million fans, and now he exceeded 2 million. At this rate, he might reach 3 million by tomorrow. How could my growth be so rapid? Lin Tian mused as he scrolled through the comments, quickly discovering that 8 era masters had praised him. Their endorsements alone could attract numerous fans. Furthermore, with their united efforts, Hua Yin would surely extend him a favorable spotlight, thus ensuring ample exposure. Thank you, Old Lu. Thank you, Old Zhong. The posts from the 8 masters were prominently featured, and Lin Tian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, cherishing their support. Though the era was often dismissed as mere street performance, overshadowed by the grandeur of pianos and violins, it was their acknowledgement that mattered. Masters? Cowards who hide behind masks, he scoffed. How can such trivial pursuits be deemed art? As he continued scrolling, he noted an abundance of praise, yet also encountered some distasteful comments that had garnered significant likes. What era is this, still yearning for foreign moons? Lin Tian shook his head inwardly, contemplating how some had knelt for so long that they could no longer rise, their bones softened by submission. Let us upload 2 more pieces. It was past midnight, and Lin Tian swiftly uploaded the other 2 compositions. Within moments, they were approved for release. Hua Yin immediately promoted his new videos to his fans. Oh, the master has a new video. Staying up late was worth it. Haha. The viewership and likes for both videos surged rapidly. Not lingering on the statistics, Lin Tian turned off his phone and prepared for sleep. However, as he lay in bed, slumber eluded him for some time. Today felt surreal. He had registered his marriage with Luo Bingning, moved into an upscale community, and even attained a treasure chest that granted him mastery in martial arts. He had watched a movie with Luo Bingning that afternoon and was now recognized as an arrow master, with his fan count surpassing 2 million. Please, let me not wake up tomorrow to find it was all a dream. Lin Tian's heart raced with anxiety. Losing everything he had gained would be too painful. After tossing and turning for nearly an hour, he finally succumbed to sleep. The next morning, as dawn broke, Lin Tian awoke with a start. He exhaled deeply, feeling the flow of internal energy within him and recognizing that his era skills remained at the master level. According to the oceanic art, morning practice yielded superior results. He resumed his cultivation, completing 2 cycles by 7 o'clock. The morning practice proved equally effective as his 3 cycles the previous night. Bingning, good morning. Lin Tian greeted as he stepped outside to find Luo Bingning already awake. Good morning. Would you care for some noodles? I can prepare them for you, she offered, only to realize how her words could be misconstrued. Her cheeks flushed a noticeable shade of red. Lin Tian nodded. Of course, I would love some. Thank you. Not a problem, Luo Bingning replied hurriedly as she dashed into the kitchen. Chapter 11. This is my boyfriend. Luo Bingning, how do you speak like that? I couldn't quite catch it, she murmured repeatedly in her mind. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face. If Luo Bingning was aware of it, how could he possibly be oblivious? Alas, they were merely a couple in name, and while he could enjoy her noodles, certain pleasures remained out of reach for now. Upon entering the bathroom and gazing into the mirror, Lin Tian was taken aback by a subtle change in his appearance. His eyes, nose, and face shape had all undergone slight improvements, yet collectively rendered him more harmonious and handsome. Could this be a result of my cultivation? He pondered. When he became a martial arts master, there were no outward transformations, but logically, the enhancement of his internal energy should have influenced his physique. Lin Tian surmised that the gradual changes were indeed attributable to his practice, allowing him to alter his appearance without arousing suspicion. If such changes continued daily, in a matter of 10 days to half a month, he could transition from merely average handsomeness to a more appealing visage. Lin Tian felt a surge of delight. While men may not value their looks as much as women, A slight enhancement in attractiveness was something every man would welcome. With Luo Bingning's beauty, they currently did not appear to be a well-matched pair. If he possessed the ability to wield cash, it would be fortunate, however. The problem lies in the fact that anyone endowed with both beauty and wealth is none other than Luo Bingning. Should others become aware of their marriage, they would likely exclaim that a bouquet of flowers has been inserted into a pile of manure. Bingning, this noodle looks quite appetizing. The two soon found themselves seated across from one another at the dining table. Before Luo Bingning was a small bowl of noodles, while he had a large bowl filled with meat, eggs, and garnished with vibrant green scallions. You should eat more, she suggested. I typically have noodles in the morning, or dumplings and buns prepared by the chef. You have food ready since you wake up at this hour. If you get up late, you'll have to cook for yourself. Luo Bingning reminded Lin Yang, glancing at him with a hint of surprise. He appeared slightly more handsome, though upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no change. I usually don't return home for lunch during weekdays, and if there is nothing on in the evening, I'll finish work around 5 and be back by 5:30. If you don't plan on having dinner at home, do send a message in advance, she continued, taking small bites of her noodles. All right, Lin Yang replied, a gentle smile gracing his features. It felt quite nice to be cared for by his wife, especially when she was a goddess like Luo Bingning. Unfortunately, he wondered when he would be able to truly win her over. Currently, we cannot afford a maid. Whoever has the time will clean the common areas, and we shall maintain our respective bedrooms ourselves. I won't enter your room without permission, nor shall you enter mine. After finishing their breakfast, Luo Bingning shared some thoughts that she had not considered the previous day. In the essence of cohabitation, certain matters needed to be addressed clearly. Lin Yang, are you resigning today? She inquired as they stepped outside together. Lin Yang nodded. His current job barely made ends meet. Well, I wish you luck in finding a better position. If you struggle to find a suitable job, don't lose heart. I might be able to leverage some connections on your behalf, Luo Bingning encouraged with a smile. The elevator arrived promptly, and as they entered, it stopped a few floors down to let in a middle-aged woman. Aunt Wang, Luo Bingning greeted. Lin Yang followed suit. The middle-aged woman regarded them curiously. Bingning. Who is he? Aunt Wang, allow me to introduce him. This is my boyfriend, Lin Yang, and we live together. When did you get a boyfriend? Bingning. The woman scrutinized Lin Yang, appearing somewhat skeptical, as his entire outfit probably cost less than 500. While she was unaware of Luo Bingning's family circumstances, she knew that the housing in this area was not affordable for just anyone. Aunt Wang, we established our relationship long ago. You simply didn't know until now. My dear, do come home early tonight, Luo Bingning added, directing her last comment towards Lin Yang. The elevator reached the ground floor. All right. Lin Yang nodded as he exited the elevator, only to find that the middle-aged woman followed him out, intending to head to the underground parking lot. Once the elevator doors closed, Luo Bingning furrowed her brow slightly. It seemed that the middle-aged woman was interested in her, perhaps envisioning her as a daughter-in-law, although she had not explicitly stated so. Lin Yang, are you and Bingning truly in a romantic relationship? The woman asked. Lin Yang nodded. Of course, Aunt Wang. Are you attempting to introduce Bingning to someone? If that is the case, there is no need to go through the trouble. The middle-aged woman's expression shifted, revealing a hint of embarrassment. She had indeed intended to introduce Luo Bingning to her son. To facilitate this, she had deliberately waited for the elevator on multiple occasions to encounter Luo Bingning. On this day, she had arrived 10 minutes early, only pressing the down button once she saw the elevator had stopped at the 20th floor. Shaolin, what business does your family engage in? As neighbors, there may be opportunities for collaboration in the future. She probed into Lin Yang's background. Lin Yang responded candidly, my parents are farmers, managing a few acres of meager land. I doubt there will be any collaboration with you, Aunt Wang. I must take my leave now, Lin Yang said, quickening his pace to depart. The middle-aged woman was left pondering. If Lin Yang were merely a facade for Luo Bingning, why was he dressed so plainly? It would be easy for the truth to be uncovered. Conversely, if Lin Yang was indeed Luo Bingning's boyfriend, could it be true that his family was genuinely of humble origins? Luo Bingning had high standards. Could it be that Lin Yang's family background was deceptively profound, and he had chosen to dress modestly as a jest? The middle-aged woman contemplated this as she turned to head back. Lin Yang, don't converse too much with that Aunt Wang. She often praises her son, and her intentions are quite transparent, Luo Bingning messaged him. Rest assured, we didn't converse for long. However, I did mention my parents are farmers. I had nothing to conceal, and there is no shame in it, Lin Yang replied. Luo Bingning responded. Given what I said, I suspect Aunt Wang won't give up easily and may intensify her efforts to promote her son. My grandfather was a farmer, and my parents were once farmers too. If she finds out, so be it. At worst, I shall show her our marriage certificate. Luo Bingning mused before responding. Lin Tian smiled softly. He was increasingly satisfied with this unexpected wife who had fallen into his life. Want to steal my wife? Dream on. Didi. The phone rang, and Lin Tian initially thought it was Luo Bingning calling, only to discover it was a colleague. Lin Tian, where are you? The boss just arrived and was furious to see you weren't here. He said if you didn't show up within 10 minutes, you're fired. His colleague Su Liang whispered. Su Liang had joined the company at the same time as Lin Tian, and their relationship was amicable. Got it, thanks. Lin Tian replied before Su Liang hung up. Checking the time, it was only 8:20. During his hiring, he was informed that work started at 9. Yet they had begun marking tardiness at 8:30. This was tolerable, yet sometimes the boss arrived before 8:30, clearly displeased by their presence, wishing they could live at the office. If the salary were sufficient, living at the office would be acceptable, but with a meager 4,000 plus, accompanied by numerous demands, Lin Tian found it utterly absurd. Chapter 12. The Strength of a Martial Arts Master. Lin Tian, do you think this company is your home? Look at the time. You're leisurely arriving. You're fired. Upon entering the office, Lin Tian was met with a furious outburst from his boss, Huang Ren. Is that so? Then please settle my salary for this month, along with compensation for N1, totaling 3 months' wages. Thank you, Lin Tian replied calmly. He had completed a full year at the company since graduation. You must be dreaming. You're lazy and yet expect compensation upon being fired? Pa. Huang Shun cursed. Lin Tian scoffed. The company's policy states that work begins at 9, apart from today. Have I not consistently arrived before 8:30? Moreover, we each work at least an hour of overtime in the evenings. Do you need me to apply for labor arbitration? Now that I'm terminated, I have ample time to play this game with you. Huang Ren's expression shifted. As a boss, he understood that with Lin Tian's circumstances, he would likely win any arbitration claim. Just do your job properly. Today 1T count is tardiness, Huang Ren sighed. Intending to find another opportunity to dismiss Lin Tian or coerce him into resigning. Lin Tian retorted, you say I'm fired, yet when you wish to keep me, you expect me to comply? I'll give you 10 minutes to settle my 3 months' salary. Should the time elapse, we shall proceed with arbitration. At that point, you might even owe me for overtime. Huang Ren glared at Lin Tian, bewildered by the sudden boldness Lin Tian displayed. Settle it. If you receive the money, just get out. 5 minutes passed, and Huang Ren's face darkened ominously. The finance department hurriedly calculated Lin Tian's wages, totaling over 13,000 for the 3 months, enough to support him for a while. Huang Ren, to be honest, I came here intending to resign today. You firing me just granted me an extra 9,000. You're quite generous, Lin Tian said with a cheerful smile. Huang Ren's eyes widened in disbelief, a surge of frustration boiling within him. 9,000 yuan was no small sum, especially for a company of merely 20 to 30 employees. Ladies and gentlemen, should Huang Ren ever threaten to terminate your employment, consider taking the opportunity to resign. Remember to secure your compensation first. Farewell. Lin Tian waved his hand nonchalantly and departed. What are you staring at? Get back to work. Huang Ren grumbled, his irritation with Lin Tian palpable. Half an hour later, Lin Tian arrived at an abandoned building, its surroundings overgrown with weeds nearly half a meter high. Rumor had it that the developer of this property had encountered financial difficulties and had gambled on a high-stakes venture, only to lose everything. The construction had been halted for over a year. Initially, there were curious onlookers, but now the area was home only to stray cats and dogs. Lin Tian decided to test his speed. Like a mighty tiger, he burst forth. The commercial space beneath the unfinished building was expansive enough for his trial. Whoosh, whoosh. As Lin Tian raced forward, the wind howled around him. With a light push from his toes, he soared several meters into the air. Time ticked by, and he continued his testing. After about 10 minutes, he finally halted, his breathing steady. He had reached a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a tiger, though slower than a cheetah. However, his stamina was significantly superior. A faint smile graced Lin Tian's face. A cheetah can reach speeds of up to 120 kilometers per hour, but can only sustain it for a mere few seconds. He, on the other hand, could maintain such speed for 2 to 3 hours. As a martial arts master, his internal energy was boundless. Next, he decided to test his internal strength. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed his formidable qi, causing bricks around him to levitate in a bizarre manner. With a swift motion, He commanded several bricks to spin rapidly around him before launching them at a solid concrete wall. The bricks struck, leaving small dents in the surface. It was worth noting that the concrete below was of a high grade. Even with a heavy hammer, creating a dent would be quite challenging. Was this the power of a martial arts master? I am considerably stronger than the characters depicted in dramas, Lin Yang mused to himself, estimating that his strength was comparable to that of Zhang Sanfeng, another martial arts master. The bricks he had manipulated were ordinary. If he were to control flying knives made of superalloy instead, the destructive power would undoubtedly skyrocket. Bending down, Lin Yang picked up a straw. Go. He flicked his wrist, and the straw, infused with his immense energy, shot forth, embedding itself into the concrete wall 10 meters away. Approaching to inspect, he noted that it had penetrated approximately 2 centimeters. This was already quite impressive. Even driving a steel nail into high-grade concrete is no easy feat. If this straw were to strike a person, it could effortlessly pierce through their skull. At close range, his attack power likely surpassed that of a handgun. And with adequate defense, he could probably withstand a bullet. A subtle smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. This was indeed remarkable. In Huagua, where encounters with firearms, whether rifles or handguns, are rare, the chances of danger are minimal. He decided to test his agility next. Lin Tian's figure darted swiftly between various floors. Ascending, he could leap 3 zhang, approximately 10 meters high, effortlessly traversing the treetops. However, emulating the legendary demo to cross a river on a reed was beyond his capabilities. Half an hour later, after completing various tests, Lin Tian exhaled a deep breath, his face alight with excitement. Compared to the enhancement of his own strength, monetary gain seemed trivial. After all, with such formidable power, acquiring wealth would not pose a challenge. What a thrill! Marrying Luo Bingning is truly a lucrative endeavor. Lin Tian couldn't contain his joy, contemplating that if the skill of a master of the Eru were worth 100 million, then that of a martial arts master should be valued at around 10 billion. Suddenly, he paused. A thought struck him. The disparity in the value of the two skills was considerable. There was likely another tier of treasure chests between the black iron and silver chests. If that were the case, acquiring a silver chest would be significantly more difficult. Was there an invisible benefit the first time, hence the provision of a silver chest? Enough of this, Lin Tian thought. Even if I only receive black iron chests in the future, that would still be quite valuable. Soon, Lin Tian left the abandoned building. Shaolin, congratulations on reaching 3 million followers. Why not upload a couple of videos to celebrate? Lin Tian received a voice message from Old Wu. 3 million followers? Lin Tian opened the Huayin app and saw that indeed, his follower count had reached 3 million, and it had barely been a day since he posted his videos. Old Wu, I owe you my gratitude for the recommendations. Don't just express your thanks verbally. Upload those 2 videos quickly. Also, you should get a better recording device soon. Your skills are impressive, but your equipment is quite subpar. Lin Tian glanced at his phone. It had cost around 2,000 yuan and had been in use for 5 years. Chapter 13. Wine contacts again. It seemed time for an upgrade. If he were to go live, the phone's average picture quality and signal might lead to interruptions. Lin Tian pondered. Originally, he had no such plans, but being dismissed had its silver lining. The extra 2 months' salary was sufficient to purchase a decent phone. Half an hour later, Lin Tian acquired a state-of-the-art smartphone, far superior to his old device. After the purchase, he still had about 10,000 yuan left in his account. After consideration, he decided not to buy clothes or shoes for the time being. The phone was a necessity, while clothing could wait. Although he had garnered 3 million followers, he had yet to monetize his popularity. There are various ways to earn on the Huayin app. The most common methods include storefront sales, live streaming sales, advertising, live donations, and video appreciation. The first 2 methods are the most lucrative, but Lin Tian had no interest in them. Managing inventory was challenging, and he lacked the time and energy for such endeavors. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to take advantage of his wife's resources? Each treasure chest must hold significant value. As for advertising, if a suitable opportunity arose, he might consider it. However, he would likely reject most offers. Lin Tian's primary focus was on earning through donations and video appreciation. Since he hadn't started live streaming yet, donations were out of the question. As for appreciation, the Huayin app only enabled this feature for creators who received invitations. Most creators do not qualify for such invitations. With new equipment, he planned to re-record his previous videos and create additional content for future use. Returning home to grab his arrow, Lin Tian made his way back to the riverside where he had previously filmed. The area remained undiscovered for now. Soon, He recorded 2 pieces. Wow, this new phone is indeed powerful. Lin Yang reviewed the footage. The video quality was significantly improved, and the sound was clearer and richer, a substantial enhancement. Let's go. Quickly. Lin Yang uploaded the 2 pieces. Old Wu had already messaged him, urging for more content, which he felt obliged to fulfill. After uploading, he continued recording. The online community is resourceful. It wouldn't be long before they discovered this location, so he aimed to gather more material without rushing to find a new filming site. Old Wu, the masked friend, has uploaded a new video. The quality of the new video is excellent. Old Wu received a call from an old acquaintance. I'll check it out right away. After hanging up, Old Wu quickly found Lin Yang's new video. As he listened, Old Wu's eyes brightened. The clarity of the video had significantly improved, and background noise was reduced, showcasing a notable enhancement in quality. Lin Yang, my friend, you truly surpass me in skill. Upon hearing this, Old Wu murmured to himself. With the improved video quality, he could make more accurate assessments. Unfortunately, Lin Yang's error was rather ordinary. Otherwise, the results would have been even better. Old Wu contemplated gifting Lin Yang a superior heir, but ultimately decided against it. It wasn't that he was unwilling, rather. With so many fans, Lin Yang would find it easy to earn money, making it unnecessary to owe him a favor. Hey, these old fellows are quite swift. Mr. Wu was preparing to comment, and upon entering the comment section, he discovered several familiar faces. Why has the platform enabled the appreciation feature for the masked master yet? I have the same jacket in my store, priced at $79. Purchasing 2 pieces will grant you a 20% discount. Everyone is welcome to browse my showcase. Master Masked. Would you care to join us at Qualian? If you do, we will grant you the appreciation feature, and you can receive 50% of the live gift revenue. After watching the comments for a while, Mr. Wu's eyes glimmered with satisfaction. Praises for Lin Yang far outnumbered the criticisms. Young Lin cannot allow the multitude of critical voices to affect him, Mr. Wu thought to himself. Among the younger generation, Lin Yang is undoubtedly formidable in the realm of Eru. In his view, Lin Yang has already become a leading figure in the future inheritance of this art. Director. Qualian personnel are openly recruiting the masked master in the comments section, offering him immediate appreciation activation and increasing his gift revenue share to 70%. Regional Supervisor Zhang Han reported. His appreciation feature hasn't been activated yet? Zhang Han coughed lightly. Director, didn't the higher-ups mention observing for at least 3 days? They are concerned about some streamers crossing boundaries. Quickly activate it for him. While the higher-ups stated this, we must analyze the specifics ourselves, right? Understood, Director. Zhang Han nodded promptly. The director continued. Moreover, give him a call. Even if he doesn't join the guild, we can still offer him 60% of the gifts. If he signs, we can provide 70%. Zhang Han's eyes widened in surprise. Joining a top-tier guild typically offers a maximum of 55%. Proceed as I instructed. With 8 master certifications, it is indisputable that he possesses the skill of an Eru master. Thus, it is only reasonable to offer him a higher share. By the way, his identity must remain confidential. We cannot allow competitors to obtain information from within. The director commanded. Understood. Returning to his office, Zhang Han dialed Lin Yang's number. But it went unanswered. Lin Yang was currently recording and had turned off his internet. What is going on? Zhang Han felt puzzled and somewhat anxious. Could it be that Lin Yang had made contact with Qualian? If Qualian managed to lure Lin Yang away, it would be a significant oversight on his part. One Lin Yang is manageable, but he is backed by 8 Era Masters, and many disciples are learning under them. If this leads to a mass exodus of talent, he would face grave consequences, likely only being able to settle wages and seek new opportunities. Your call cannot be connected. Every 10 minutes, Zhang Han dialed Lin Yang's number, and after more than an hour, he finally succeeded in reaching him. Mr. Lin Yang, this is Zhang Han from Huang. I attempted to reach you several times without success. Zhang Han spoke hastily. Lin Yang felt a bit perplexed. Why was Huang contacting him again? He had made his intentions clear previously. He was not looking to sign any contracts at the moment. Brother Zhang, I apologize. I was recording and had turned off the internet. Zhang Han felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was that Lin Yang had deliberately ignored his calls due to contact with Qualian. This job pays well, and he was not keen on changing careers. Mr. Lin Yang, many in your comment section are eager for you to activate the appreciation feature. Considering your unique situation, we are now inviting you to enable this feature. Your revenue share from video appreciations or live gifts will be 60%. Should you choose to sign with us, We can offer you 70%. Upon hearing Zhang Han's words, Lin Tian's eyes sparkled. The activation of the appreciation feature means fans can gift him, and he would receive a portion of the revenue. While this might not be significant for those with fewer followers, he already has 3 million fans, which could amount to a modest income. Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang Han smiled. Mr. Lin Tian, you possess talent. We are the best platform, and our collaboration is undoubtedly the optimal choice. Should any other platforms contact you, please deliberate carefully. Lin Tian replied, Brother Zhang, if such a scenario arises, I will certainly inform you before agreeing to any other platform. All right, I shall not disturb you any further. After ending the call, Zhang Han let out a sigh of relief. Lin Tian, involved in traditional arts, should be a reliable individual. Although Lin Tian has only over 3 million followers, the rapid growth of his fan base within a day necessitated careful consideration. He hoped for some returns. Lin Tian mused to himself as he activated the video appreciation feature. My goddess wife is not easy to support. Chapter 14. I am willing. Extra. Juan has activated the video appreciation feature for the master. Let us gather some funds to get him a better arrow. The current arrow of the masked master is indeed average and unable to showcase his true potential. Contributions have begun. Even a single copper coin is true love. Lin Tian, with over 3 million fans, saw the news of the appreciation feature being activated quickly spread as many fans began to watch his videos. The appreciation feature was recently developed by Huayin, and not many creators were utilizing it yet, resulting in minimal earnings. In Lin Tian's view, earning 100 to 180 yuan a day would be satisfactory. In a courtyard in the capital, an elderly gentleman basked in the sun while scrolling through short videos, with the algorithm recommending traditional art content. Yet, most of the suggestions did not pique his interest. Oh, the masked master has a new video? The old man adjusted his glasses. He had a fondness for the eru and possessed several instruments, though his skill was rather mediocre. How delightful. This level should surpass that of half of the masters. With a better quality eru, the performance would surely be enhanced. After finishing a video, the old man was astonished. The musician was quite young yet exhibited such proficiency. After watching the video, the old man scrolled through the comments section, noticing remarks from Mr. Wu and others on the earlier videos. Third brother, come here for a moment. The elderly gentleman quickly placed a call, and shortly after, a middle-aged man appeared before him. Father, what do you need? Take a look at what this appreciation video means. The old man pointed to some comments inquiringly. Father, it's simple. It's a way to gift the video, allowing the creator to earn a portion of the revenue. The middle-aged man promptly explained. The old man's eyes brightened. So that's how it works. Load 1 million into my account and gift it to this young man. The middle-aged man was taken aback. Why are you gifting such a large sum? The old man glared. I am willing. You all squander money outside every month. Why should I be stingy with a small amount? The middle-aged man quickly shook his head. Father, I'll do it right away. 1 million was indeed not a substantial amount for them. Their courtyard alone could fetch no less than 1 billion. Father, there's a problem. The appreciation options are limited to copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, valued at 10 cents, 1 yuan, and 10 yuan respectively. There's no option for quantity. The middle-aged man explained. The old man frowned. Can I send multiple gifts? The middle-aged man tried and nodded. Yes, father, that is possible. The old man stood up. You're idle anyway. Take care of this for me. I'm feeling a bit tired, and will take a nap. The middle-aged man was left dumbfounded. Having just loaded 1 million, sending gifts at a maximum of 10 yuan meant he would need to send 10,000 times to exhaust the amount? Father, if he goes live, you can gift him then. That would be quicker. Start by sending 30 to 50,000. After saying this, the old man entered his room. The middle-aged man sighed. Even sending 30 to 50,000 would require sending thousands of gifts. He let out a long sigh, knowing he had to comply with his father's wishes. The old man was aging, but still controlled half of the family's assets. Director, there's an anomaly with the masked master's account. Someone is continuously gifting him, and the amount has surpassed 10,000. Zhang Han reported to the director, Fang Zhengming. A look of surprise flickered in Fang Zhengming's eyes. Who had bestowed the reward upon him? Was it a deliberate attempt to manipulate the data? Cough, Director. I cannot access that information, Zhang Han replied. Fang Zhengming's expression shifted to one of gravity. As a level 3 supervisor, Zhang Han possessed considerable authority. His inability to retrieve the details indicated the other party's significant status. Let me take a look, Fang Zhengming said, quickly investigating the matter himself. As a level 2 director, He was able to ascertain the individual's identity. Zhang Han, there is no issue here. Given their status, it is impossible that they would intentionally tamper with the data. This person is a significant figure. You need not concern yourself further, Fang Zhengming instructed. Zhang Han nodded. That's good to hear, Director. However, will it be inappropriate for the other party to continue requesting this repeatedly? Fang Zhengming rubbed his temples. There are directives from above. This function is intended for small transactions. Just leave it be. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained unaware of his newfound affluent elderly fan. After purchasing some groceries from the supermarket, he returned home. With nothing pressing to do, Lin Tian began tidying up the house. Luo Bingning had mentioned earlier that whoever was free would handle the chores, while she would take care of the cooking, leaving Lin Tian to manage the rest. Just as he was busying himself in his room, he heard the sound of the door opening. Luo Bingning had returned. The only one with such access. Bingning, you're back quite early, Lin Tian remarked as he emerged from his room. Luo Bingning glanced at the mop in Lin Tian's hand. Lin Tian, have you resigned? You should focus on finding a job. I'll handle the household chores for now. Lin Tian smiled. I've already secured a position in sales. With some effort, I should be able to earn a decent income. Posting videos online can also be considered a form of sales. It can be quite demanding, but it does build character. Have you bought any groceries? If not, I can go get some, Luo Bingning said as she changed her shoes at the door. She did not inquire about the specifics of Lin Tian's sales job, perhaps sensing that it was not particularly prestigious, and Lin Tian might prefer not to elaborate. I already bought them. They are in the fridge. All right, she replied, swiftly entering the kitchen to get to work. While preparing the vegetables, she hummed a tune softly. Her melodious voice, refined by vocal training, was delightful to hear. Although she believed the kitchen door muffled her singing, Lin Tian, a martial arts master, heard every note clearly. It seemed that Luo Bingning truly relished the art of cooking. To grace the halls and master the kitchen, that is indeed the essence of Luo Bingning, Lin Tian mused. He felt that if he did not win her heart, a divorce 3 years hence would surely provoke his grandfather to rise from his grave in anger. He decided to wait a few months, gathering more treasures before pursuing Luo Bingning. He had 3 years. There was no need to rush. Gaining those treasures was of greater importance than merely winning her affection. Ding dong. Just as he finished mopping the floor, the doorbell rang. Lin Tian opened the door to find a man in his 30s standing outside, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, clutching a large bouquet of red roses. Upon seeing Lin Tian, the man paused, a hint of awkwardness crossing his face. Hello, is Luo Bingning home? I need to discuss something with her. The awkward expression on the man's face quickly faded. Although Lin Tian was present, he thought he stood no chance against him. Just then, Luo Bingning emerged from the kitchen. Upon seeing the man at the door, her brows furrowed slightly. You must be Song Kaifeng, the son of Aunt Wang from the 15th floor. Please leave with those flowers. Chapter 15. The Super Rich Fan? Song Kaifeng nodded. Yes, that's me. Luo Bingning. As neighbors, it would be beneficial for us to get to know each other better. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Tian, you don't mind, do you? Before Lin Tian could respond, Luo Bingning coldly interjected, I do mind. You are interrupting my cooking for my husband. If you do not leave, I will call the police. Song Kaifeng's expression darkened. He was taken aback by Luo Bingning's firm rejection, and the fact that she referred to Lin Tian as her husband infuriated him. Upon seeing her, he had been completely smitten, but her calling Lin Tian husband left him feeling extremely displeased. All right, I'll leave. Luo Bingning, please don't be angry. I was being quite presumptuous. I'll apologize properly after some time has passed, Song Kaifeng said as he left in a dejected state. Lin Tian turned and smiled at Luo Bingning. Hearing her refer to him as her husband had a pleasant ring to it. Lin Tian, there have been a few suitors vying for my attention lately. Such encounters may continue, but rest assured, during this 3-year period, I will honor our agreement, Luo Bingning said. Gazing at Lin Tian. When other men arrived at her door with grand bouquets, Luo Bingning feared Lin Tian might misunderstand, considering they were now officially registered as married. Bingning, I must say, it was quite lovely to hear you call me husband just now, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. The two focused on entirely different aspects of the situation. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. It's merely a term of address. In front of others, we must maintain appearances privately. We will address each other by name. I still have dishes cooking. With that, she hurried back into the kitchen. Mother, you've ruined me. Song Kaifeng complained as he returned home, roses in hand. The middle-aged woman he had encountered earlier, Wang Xianglian, looked at him in confusion. What happened? I noticed that Luo Bingning should be home. She is, And so is Lin Tian, Song Kaifeng replied gloomily. Wang Xianglian checked her phone. It was only 5:30. Is Lin Tian off work this early? With his plain attire, I doubt his job is particularly easy. It would be quite fortunate for him to finish by 6. Luo Bingning had returned home early, and if Lin Tian worked an hour later, she thought this time would provide her son with an opportunity. Son, don't lose heart. You met Lin Tian, and you know your social standing compared to his. Luo Bingning could be momentarily charmed by his sweet words. In front of Lin Tian, she will surely not show you any kindness, but as you spend time together, your chances will improve, Wang Xianglian encouraged. Song Kaifeng nodded. Mother, you're right. Lin Tian is indeed a poor wretch, as you said, and I see no reason why Luo Bingning would fall for him. Our family is in the clothing business. I can recognize his attire at a glance. Luo Bingning's family likely has more wealth than ours. If you put in the effort to pursue her, our family business could reach new heights, leading to both career and love flourishing. Song Kaifeng nodded slightly. Mother, I will take it to heart. I had no desire to marry, but seeing Luo Bingning has sparked that wish. Wang Xianglian chuckled. I believe in you. My son is so exceptional. Defeating Lin Tian should be a piece of cake. With proximity comes opportunity. Sooner or later, Luo Bingning will join our family. Bingning, you sing beautifully. Did you study music? Lin Tian asked, smiling as they ate. Luo Bingning thought Lin Tian must have caught a glimpse of her singing while in the kitchen. I used to study singing and instruments. There was a time when I aspired to enter the entertainment industry and become a star. But my father was very opposed to it, so I discontinued my studies. In hindsight, my father was only looking out for me. Lin Tian sighed inwardly, realizing there was more to the story. Luo Bingning's father was likely well aware of the darkness within the entertainment industry, and it was no wonder he opposed her ambitions. What are your thoughts on celebrities? Lin Tian inquired, curious about her perspective since he too aspired to gain a substantial following, possibly entering a similar realm. After some thought, Luo Bingning replied, the overall environment of the entertainment industry is indeed lacking, but there are still some admirable stars. I have my favorite female celebrity. Lin Tian chuckled. It seems we are alike in this regard. I too have a favorite female celebrity. Luo Bingning shot him a teasing glance. Lin Tian, are you giving up? It seems you have completely lost hope. Hence you appear utterly relaxed and speak so casually. Luo Bingning suddenly realized this issue. Lin Tian's overall capabilities are quite average. And logically, living in this area, he should feel a degree of restraint when facing her. Yet, he exhibited no such demeanor. His speech was informal, and his attitude was one of equality rather than reverence. No, why would I give up? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. His ability to regard Luo Bingning as an equal stemmed from his current prowess. Simply being a martial arts master afforded him substantial confidence. Luo Bingning frowned subtly. Lin Tian gave her the impression of someone who is unencumbered by desire. As long as one harbors no expectations, there is no need for carefulness. That's good to hear. Being in close proximity to success, you still have great potential, Luo Bingning replied with a gentle smile. Upon reflection, she acknowledged that Lin Tian's demeanor was actually beneficial. If he were overly cautious in trying to please her, their interactions would become quite exhausting. That's great, Lin Tian responded with a light laugh. Luo Bingning said, let's finish our meal quickly. Later, we'll head to the mall to buy you some decent clothes. High-end brands may be out of reach, but we can manage with something ordinary. An hour later, the two arrived at the mall. Lin Tian initially had no intention of shopping. He thought it better to wait until he had more money. However, he could not resist Luo Bingning's insistence, and before he knew it, he had spent a few coins on tips. As Luo Bingning selected clothes, Lin Tian muttered to himself. He hadn't opened the Huan app for several hours. The appreciation feature had been activated, yet he barely earned enough for groceries. Huh? Lin Tian was taken aback. The back-end astonishingly indicated that his tips had approached a staggering 100,000. How is this possible? Lin Tian could hardly believe his eyes. He quickly clicked on the details. One fan had tipped 50,000, while others collectively contributed over 40,000. A single gold coin was worth merely 10 yuan. Did that mean 5,000 tips? Lin Tian furrowed his brow. Surely, adults wouldn't indulge in such behavior. This was likely a minor using their parents' account. Are they all pooling money to buy me a second-hand arrow? Lin Tian glanced at the comments, a warm feeling swelling within him. These fans were quite endearing. Except for the one who had tipped the most, a mere child. After a moment's consideration, Lin Tian stepped outside the store and called Zhang Han. Master Lin, you're impressive. We launched the appreciation feature and it remained lukewarm. Yet in just a few hours, you've amassed nearly 100,000 tips. Zhang Han exclaimed with excitement. For Huang, this amount was trivial, but if the feature gained traction, it would yield significant profits in the future. Brother Zhang, the one who tipped me the most is likely a minor messing around. Could you please contact an adult for a refund? Lin Tian stated. He could claim 30,000 from the 50,000, but he was disdainful of such easy money. On the other end of the line, Zhang Han was momentarily stunned. Rest assured, Master Lin, we have verified it. It's not a child's prank. You have a super rich fan. Zhang Han's words were laced with envy. Lin Tian was taken aback. Not a child's mischief, but rather a super rich fan? Chapter 16, Master-level driving skills. After hanging up, Lin Tian was exhilarated. With nearly 100,000 in tips, he could pocket around 60,000, which would alleviate his immediate financial concerns. This money would allow him to purchase a quality arrow. The fans contributed this, some in hopes of hearing better music, Lin Tian mused. His current arrow could not fully express his capabilities. Old Wu, I wish to buy a superior arrow priced between 30 to 50,000. I wonder if you have any channels for this? Lin Tian messaged Old Wu. This level of arrow was already performance grade and typically unavailable in ordinary stores. Even at that price, quality was not guaranteed. Old Wu did not reply immediately, and Lin Tian entered the store. Luo Bingning had already selected clothes for him. Lin Tian, try this outfit on and see if the size fits. All right. Lin Tian took the clothes and quickly headed to the fitting room. He glanced at the prices. Each piece was over 1,000 in summer. His clothes usually cost no more than 200 in total. Lin Tian felt a warmth in his heart. Luo Bingning's credit card was frozen, so for him to spend more mint, she would have to spend less. Bingning, what do you think? Lin Tian soon emerged from the changing room. Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. Adorned in better attire, Lin Tian appeared significantly more handsome. Very good. It seems you suit their clothes well. Try this one as well. Luo Bingning handed him another outfit. Sure. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian had tried on 3 outfits, all of which fit nicely, much to Luo Bingning's satisfaction. Let us take these 3, wrap them all up, she instructed. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. He thought she would only buy 1 set. Yet she intended to purchase all 3 for him. Bingning, just 1 set will suffice, Lin Tian whispered, realizing that the total cost would amount to 7 or 8,000. While Luo Bingning only earned around 20,000 a month. 1 set 1 T be enough. The property fee is prepaid until next month, after buying your clothes. I'll still have over 10,000 left for myself, Luo Bingning replied as she walked toward the checkout. Her credit card was frozen, and she had little in her bank account due to her habit of not saving. Forget it. If we're buying, let us buy, Lin Tian thought. I should be able to earn around 30 to 50,000 a month. Soon, Luo Bingning led Lin Tian to a shoe store. Half an hour later, she had bought him 3 pairs of shoes, spending another 5,000, which consumed a large portion of her monthly salary. Let us go home. This month will be tough. Luo Bingning calculated silently, noting that there were 25 days until her next paycheck, and she had less than 10,000 left in her account. For someone who typically spent over 100,000 monthly, this was a tight squeeze. No need to starve. I'll take care of the food and drinks, right? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. The two soon drove home, with Lin Tian sitting in the passenger seat, gazing at Luo Bingning's profile, a faint smile gracing his face. Lin Tian, what are you staring at? Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. While most people wouldn't notice at night, Lin Tian could see quite clearly. Just admiring a beautiful woman. Experts say that looking at beautiful women can extend one's life. Lin Tian grinned. You believe in what experts say? Luo Bingning teased playfully. At that moment, a treasure chest gradually appeared above Luo Bingning's head. It was a bronze-colored chest that looked quite exquisite. Lin Tian's heart soared with joy. Another treasure chest had materialized. If the frequency of treasure chests appearing remained this high while he was with Luo Bingning, it would be delightful. However, even if only one appeared a month, it would still be quite satisfactory. Soon, Lin Tian reached out to touch the chest. Ding! Bronze chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level driving skills. A torrent of information flooded Lin Tian's mind, imparting him with knowledge of various driving techniques, motorcycles, cars, large trucks, even tanks. He could drive them all. Furthermore, his driving skills were elevated to a master level. While a martial arts master is formidable, master-level driving skills suggest Lin Tian had achieved a standard that was likely world-class, even if he had not reached the level of a driving god. Previously, he had thought Luo Bingning's driving skills were commendable, but now he noticed many flaws. Of course, for ordinary driving, Luo Bingning's skills were sufficient. Master-level martial arts were derived from a silver chest, while master-level driving skills came from a bronze chest. indicating that the treasure chests corresponded not to rank but rather to the difficulty of enhancement or the value of the items. Lin Tian pondered. The mastery of driving skills, though commendable, pales in comparison to the martial prowess of a grandmaster, with the elevation of such skills presenting a challenge of a different magnitude. Suddenly, Luo Bingning let out a muffled groan, a pained expression flickering across her face. Bingning, what is the matter? Lin Tian inquired anxiously, pulling the car to the side. Luo Bingning gripped the steering wheel tightly. I have a stomachache. You take the wheel for a while. She reassured him. It's nothing serious. We have insurance. Nodding in agreement, Lin Tian swiftly switched seats, taking the driver's position. With adept precision, he ignited the engine, his mastery over the vehicle evident. Shall we head to the hospital? He asked. Luo Bingning shook her head. No need. This is an old ailment of mine. I'll feel better after a short rest at home. Lin Tian nodded, accelerating smoothly through the traffic, his driving both swift and steady, a stark contrast to a novice. Despite her discomfort, Luo Bingning noticed his proficiency. After a mere 10 minutes, they arrived back at the community. Lin Tian, your driving skills are surprisingly impressive for a novice. Most seasoned drivers cannot match your ability, she remarked, feeling a tad more comfortable after resting. Lin Tian chuckled. If I struggle to find a decent job, perhaps I could consider driving for a rideshare service or delivering food. Luo Bingning sighed. You possess a remarkable talent. Had you been nurtured from a young age, you might have become a race car driver. However, given the dangers associated with that profession, it's perhaps for the best that you don't pursue it. Upon returning home, Luo Bingning reclined on the sofa. Lin Tian, could you please fetch me a glass of warm water? Certainly, he responded, quickly preparing the drink. After sipping the water, she lay back down, her brow furrowed as the pain intensified. Bingning, may I check your pulse? Lin Tian offered, placing his hand on her wrist. As a martial arts grandmaster, such an ability was fundamental. How could one achieve mastery without a deep understanding of the human body? Lin Tian, you can diagnose pulses? Luo Bingning asked, astonished. In traditional Chinese medicine, only a fraction of practitioners possess this skill, with many ancient techniques fading into obscurity. I've studied it from books. He replied. Luo Bingning hesitated. If it were another man, she would have withdrawn her hand immediately, questioning whether he truly understood or was merely seeking to take advantage of her. Lin Tian's brow furrowed slightly as he discerned that there was something amiss within her energy center. Ordinary individuals typically possess an empty energy center, akin to a desolate well. However, Luo Bingning's contained a release of cold energy that, albeit minimal, was sufficient to irritate her internal organs, causing her pain. Remaining still, whether seated or lying down, would slow the release of this cold energy, alleviating her discomfort somewhat. Bingning, you must have visited many hospitals for examinations, haven't you? Lin Tian asked. Indeed, I've been to the finest hospitals in the country and even the Mayo Clinic abroad, yet nothing has been discovered, she lamented. I've consulted numerous seasoned practitioners, but they too found nothing. Lin Tian pondered. The issue lay within her energy center, a concept foreign to Western medicine, which lacks any understanding of energy pathways. Has this condition worsened over time? He inquired. Since I was 14, I occasionally experienced mild stomach pains, but they have intensified considerably since then. As she spoke, her brows knitted in concern. She always carried painkillers but feared that if the pain continued to escalate, even they might prove ineffective. Clearing his throat, Lin Tian suggested, Bingning, may I press on your abdomen? This would allow for a more accurate examination. He had attempted to channel his internal energy into her body, but found it dissipating before it reached her energy center. By applying pressure to her abdomen, he could directly probe the situation. Absolutely not. Do you possess a medical license? Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving glance. In our marriage, is a medical license truly necessary for a simple massage? Lin Tian retorted, slightly exasperated. No, I'm feeling much better now, she replied curtly. A simple hand-holding or hug would suffice for her, but placing his hand on her abdomen was still unacceptable. Very well then, rest for now. I'll shower and then tend to my work. I aim to earn more so we can enjoy better meals together. Lin Tian retreated to his room. Since Luo Bingning had declined his assistance, he decided to focus on his own training, enhancing his internal energy control. After his shower, he dedicated himself to practice, ensuring he maintained a consistent regimen both morning and evening unless something imperative arose. Bingning, you may experience pain again in the coming days. Be cautious not to let the discomfort render you powerless against Lin Tian. Luo Bingning received a message from Tang Yan. Her pains had become somewhat routine. now occurring roughly every 2 weeks, a stark difference from the initial months when they were sporadic. Lin Tian is quite good. Don't harbor any animosity towards him. Luo Bingning replied. Tang Yin responded with a sighing emoji. I never implied he was inadequate. The issue is that he is rather ordinary and hardly worthy of someone as intelligent as you. How can you be so infatuated? By the way, save some money. My aunt informed me that she cannot lend you any, as I've already promised her. Luo Bingning felt a pang of guilt. She had just spent over 10,000 on clothes and shoes for Lin Tian, initially hoping to discreetly assist him. Tang Yin replied with a speechless emoji, finding Luo Bingning's infatuation with Lin Tian utterly hopeless. Your credit card is frozen, and your monthly salary is only 20,000. How can you justify spending over 10,000 on him? You were once so discerning with other men. Why have you suddenly lost your discernment with Lin Tian? You're the one who has lost your discernment. No, you are. After 3 cycles of training, Lin Tian felt invigorated. As he focused, the soothing rhythm of Luo Bingning's breath filled the room. She had long since succumbed to slumber. For million followers, he mused, noticing a gift income of 15,000. Checking the Huan app, he realized the growth of his follower count had slowed. Given the niche appeal of the Eru, he estimated that even as a master, reaching a few million followers would be an impressive feat. I'll receive 90,000 from the 15,000 in gifts. Should he withdraw now or wait? Lin Tian contemplated. The Huan app allowed for withdrawals only once a month, and he wondered if Old Wu had seen his message. Opening WeChat, he quickly spotted a message from Old Wu, offering to sell him a treasured Eru for 30,000, the original price. Thank you, Old Wu, but offering it back at the original price isn't suitable. I'll purchase it for 50,000. If that doesn't work for you, I understand. Lin Tian replied, acknowledging the rising cost of living. Fine, 50,000 it is. You're earning now, so let the old man take a small advantage. Come to this address tomorrow. It was nearly midnight, and Old Wu was still awake. Lin Tian responded promptly, see you tomorrow. Before long, the dawn of a new day arrived. Lin Tian's total tips had reached 170,000, an increase of 20,000, which was not insignificant, yet the growth rate of the tips had noticeably slowed down. According to the agreement he had with Huan, he would receive 60 of the total, allowing him to withdraw 100, 200, which was his net income after tax. Soon, Lin Tian withdrew the money, and he still had nearly 10,000 left in his account. After spending 50,000 on a new Eru, he still had 60,000 remaining. It was no trouble for him and Luo Bingning to enjoy good food and drink. Even though he had considerable funds, he could not spend recklessly. If the Luo family learned of his newfound fame as an internet celebrity, they might very well oppose him. Thank you, Old Wu, for your assistance. I will remember your kindness, Lin Tian said as he met Old Wu, bowing respectfully. If it had not been for Old Wu's initiative to promote him and his calls to various Era Masters, he would never have achieved such popularity. Even if his skills were commendable, without fame, achieving half of his current fan base in just a month would have been remarkable. Young Lin, the Eru is declining, and we old fellows are quite anxious. The younger generation needs talented individuals to carry the torch. With a genius like you emerging, we must support you wholeheartedly. Old Wu said with a warm smile. As he spoke, he reached for a nearby bag and pulled out an Eru. This Eru is a masterpiece from a renowned master. I have only used it privately a few times since adding it to my collection. Let it shine in your hands. Lin Tian accepted the Eru, and anyone could see that it was of a far superior quality compared to the one he had previously purchased. Old Wu, this must be worth more than 50,000. Allow me to add another 50,000, he insisted. Old Wu's eyes widened. Old man like me, retired and re-employed, I cannot possibly lack for that 50,000. If you want it, take it. If not, return it. Lin Tian hurriedly replied, Old Wu, I want it. Please do not be upset, as we agreed. I will transfer 50,000 to you right away. That is more like it, Old Wu nodded. As a master of the Eru, he was not particularly wealthy, but 50,000 was a trivial amount to him. Young Lin, would you play a piece for me? Old Wu asked, filled with anticipation. Lin Tian smiled and replied, Old Wu, I shall perform the sound of birds in the empty mountains. I welcome your guidance. Old Wu did not respond verbally. He thought to himself that he likely lacked the ability to instruct Lin Tian at all. Soon, Lin Tian began to play. With his eyes closed, Old Wu was quickly transported into a realm of tranquility, envisioning deep mountains and valleys filled with the joyous songs of birds, a scene brimming with vitality. While ordinary listeners might not fully appreciate the piece's artistic essence, Old Wu could distinctly sense it. Upon finishing, he felt a lingering aftertaste of the performance. "Young Lin, I am far inferior to you," Old Wu sincerely remarked, gazing at Lin Tian as if he were a marvel. It was astonishing that someone in their 20s could possess such skill. The previous era had indeed limited Lin Tian's potential after hearing him play this piece. Old Wu estimated that Lin Tian's proficiency ranked among the very best of era masters. They did not rank one another, but Old Wu believed Lin Tian would undoubtedly place in the top 3. "Old Wu, this era is simply remarkable," Lin Tian said with a smile. Old Wu chuckled. "Even if I play with a superior eru, I cannot achieve such a standard. Your skill is indeed far beyond mine. At such a young age, your future is limitless." At this point, Old Wu sighed inwardly. He had a granddaughter, but she was only 16 or 17 years old, still a minor. "Young Lin, how old are you?" Old Wu could not help but inquire. 23, Lin Tian replied. Old Wu calculated in his mind. A gap of 6 or 7 years was not too significant, and in just over a year, his granddaughter would reach adulthood. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Old Wu asked with a light cough. Lin Tian nodded. Old Wu expressed a hint of regret. "I must be getting old. With your talent, it would be strange for you not to have a girlfriend. Young Lin, may I play a piece and seek your guidance? I sincerely wish to learn, as there are aspects that are difficult to grasp without proper instruction." Lin Tian promptly replied. "Old Wu, you flatter me. Let us exchange and learn from one another." As time passed, Lin Tian gained considerable insights from his discussions with Old Wu. While Old Wu found immense value in Lin Tian's humility and extraordinary skill. An hour later, as Lin Tian prepared to leave, Old Wu felt profoundly moved. "I must record it again," Lin Tian muttered to himself. He headed to the riverside where he had previously recorded, but from a distance, he noticed several people gathered there. The online community is remarkably resourceful, he thought, shaking his head at how quickly this location had been exposed. After 2 hours of searching in the bustling city, Lin Tian finally found a suitable place to record. Why hasn't he updated today? In the courtyard of the capital, an elderly man lay in the shade of a tree. He clicked on Lin Tian's profile for the 3rd time, still seeing the same few videos. "Father, shall I invite him to our home?" asked a middle-aged man beside him. Harboring some resentment as he recalled having tipped 50,000 across 5,000 transactions. Now, every time he saw his father watching Lin Tian, he felt a headache coming on. The elderly man shot a glare at the middle-aged man. Who listens to music alone inside? The other masters lack the courage to become internet celebrities. But this young man is quite remarkable. The more people who understand the era culture, the better it can be preserved. Father, perhaps he hasn't considered the bigger picture. Being young, he might just want to earn some money, the middle-aged man suggested. The elderly man's eyes narrowed. He might indeed be in need of funds. Otherwise, why would he dress poorly and use an inferior arrow? Tell you what, tip him another 50,000. Father, please spare me. I can only tip him 10 at a time. After tipping 50,000, my fingers nearly cramped up. I can't do this anymore. The elderly man sighed softly. If you don't want to, then don't. I'm nearing the end of my life and cannot compel you any longer. I do not require your service here. You may leave. Father, am I not allowed to tip him? The middle-aged man protested. The elderly man handed him his phone. Hurry up, before I wake from my nap. I hope you have completed this task. Reluctantly, the middle-aged man began tipping again. He wished he could call the CEO of Huang to ask if the system could be changed. Meanwhile, Lin Tian quickly recorded 2 new pieces and uploaded them. Oh? The middle-aged man noticed the new videos and immediately recognized that Lin Tian had acquired a new era. How delightful. His level has improved significantly. The quality of his playing was comparable to that of Master Yang, he thought, astonished. As he watched the second video, he noted that it too was of exceedingly high quality. The masked hero cannot be over 35 years old, with such skill at a young age. It is no wonder my father admires him, he mused, continuing to tip. Compared to before, he felt far less discontent. Worried that his new recording location might also be exposed, Lin Tian recorded around 20 videos in one go. Enough to last him for over 10 days with 2 uploads daily. Phew. Lin Tian exhaled deeply. Some videos he had recorded 3 times. After re-recording once with a new phone and again with a new eru, he hoped he would not need to redo them anymore, allowing him to relax a bit. Originally, Lin Tian planned to do a live stream in the next few days, but since he had already withdrawn funds and did not lack money, he decided to postpone it. Once he had uploaded all 20 videos, he would gain more fans. The more anticipation he built, the better his first live stream would turn out. What is happening? Lin Tian was taken aback. He opened the Huan app's back end and was astonished to see an additional 50,000 in tips, of which 50,000 came from a dedicated fan. Lin Tian contemplated sending a private message of thanks, but the recipient declined his message. Such extravagance comes with wealth. Lin Tian thought to himself. Since the other party is not a child but a true tycoon, Lin Tian naturally accepts the reward with a cheerful demeanor. Dad. The masked hero has uploaded a new video, said Su Wan as he rubbed his fingers. The elder took the phone and quickly opened the video. At the conclusion of the performance, a look of delight sparkled in his eyes. Incredible. At such a young age, their skill rivals that of top-era masters. Dad. I think they are not much inferior to Master Yang. Don't you agree? Su Wan inquired. The elder nodded, based on the quality in the video. There is still some distance when compared to Master Yang, but the surroundings were quite ordinary, and the recording was only done with a phone. In reality, their skill may very well be on par with Master Yang. Su Wan was astonished, acknowledging his father's discerning taste. Third brother. Has Siki found a boyfriend now that she is in her second year? The elder suddenly asked. Su Wan shook his head. As far as I know, she hasn't. Dad, you aren't hoping Siki would date him, are you? He hides his face with a mask, which likely isn't fair to the audience. Moreover, given his high skill level, he must be over 30, while Siki is only 19. Please don't matchmake recklessly. The elder coughed lightly. That is quite a stretch. If the masked hero isn't at least 25, it might be plausible. Do you think that is possible, Dad? Su Wan replied. The elder shook his head. Chapter 19. Perhaps you bring good fortune. Sighing on the subway ride home, Lin Tian reflected. After recording the video, he visited City South's most bustling commercial street, encountering thousands of diverse individuals within an hour. Yet, not a single person appeared to have a treasure chest above their heads. The treasure chest system had been activated, logically. Seeing so many people should yield treasure chests. The absence of any indicates that the treasure chests can only be acquired from Luo Bingning or a select few who meet certain conditions. System. Lin Tian called out mentally several times. As before, the system remained unresponsive. It only manifests when treasure chests are present. Buzz. Lin Tian's phone vibrated. Son, you've met Luo Bingning, right? The Luo family is beyond our reach, so it's normal for you not to be together. Don't be disheartened. His mother, Su Wan, messaged. Lin Tian's parents were aware of his engagement to Luo Bingning, but they did not take it seriously. Their family was ordinary, while the Luo family was a prestigious lineage. Moreover, unlike typical wealthy families, the Luo family had only one daughter, Luo Bingning, across 3 generations. Whoever marries her would undoubtedly gain wealth and beauty. Mom, why do you ask about this? You haven't communicated with us for 3 days. And we were worried about you, Lin Tian replied, a hint of a smile gracing his face. Though his family was unremarkable, his parents were healthy, and their household was harmonious, which Lin Tian found quite satisfactory. I've been quite busy lately. I started a new job and was fortunate enough to secure a significant deal right at the outset. I'll transfer 10,000 yuan for you to enjoy a good meal, Lin Tian messaged back. Regarding his situation with Luo Bingning, he decided to keep it under wraps for now. They had only just registered their marriage, and for the time being, it could only be considered cohabitation. Revealing this to his parents would only lead to empty joy if they were to separate later. Did Luo Bingning help you find a new job? Sort of. The benefits are quite good, Lin Tian smiled, as his primary task was to acquire treasure chests from Luo Bingning. Son, don't mention this to your father. He and your grandfather are alike in that they do not accept any assistance from the Luo family. Keep the money for yourself. Your father and I don't need you to worry about us. Lin Tian pondered thoughtfully. Their family had not established close ties with the Luo family. Was there some hidden reason? Upon returning home, Lin Tian was greeted by the aroma of delicious food. Lin Tian, you're back. Please wait a moment. The meal will be ready shortly. Luo Bingning's melodious voice echoed from the kitchen. Reaching the kitchen door, Lin Tian saw Luo Bingning expertly stir-frying dishes. Bingning. I was fortunate enough to close a substantial deal right after joining the company. I expect a commission of around 20 to 30,000. Shall we hire a housekeeper? Lin Tian proposed. Luo Bingning turned in surprise. You closed a big deal right after starting? Lin Tian chuckled. Perhaps it's your good fortune that has brought me luck. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. You haven't even received your commission yet. It's too early to talk about hiring a housekeeper. Sales can be unpredictable. You might secure 3 deals in a day or go 3 months without one. Let us save for 2 months first. After considering, Luo Bingning concluded. All right, I'll heed your advice. Lin Tian replied and stepped away from the kitchen door. Luo Bingning let out a sigh of relief, feeling slightly tense. Lin Tian. Dinner is ready. A short while later, Luo Bingning called out. Lin Tian emerged from his room, freshly showered and dressed in the new clothes Luo Bingning had purchased for him. Luo Bingning was somewhat taken aback. Has Lin Tian become a bit more handsome? This outfit, which Lin Tian wore yesterday, seemed different today. How peculiar. Was it merely because she had grown accustomed to looking at him? Luo Bingning mused. She certainly did not believe it was a case of beauty in the eye of the beholder. She had bought him clothes and shoes. But that didn't imply anything significant. Bingning, my grandfather and your grandfather shared a deep friendship. Ideally, our family should have more contact. Is there a hidden reason behind this? After a moment of silent dining, Lin Tian curiously asked. Luo Bingning hesitated slightly. It seems you're aware. Please, share what you know. Luo Bingning softly said. Back when they fought together, my grandfather was still without a girlfriend, while grandfather Lin had one. The engagement was arranged at that time. Later, grandfather Lin went south to fight, while my grandfather stayed behind. One day, news arrived that grandfather Lin had perished. His girlfriend was devastated, and my grandfather often comforted her. Lin Tian. He looked peculiar as he spoke. Your grandmother was my grandfather's girlfriend? Luo Bingning awkwardly nodded. Grandfather Lin returned 3 years later, by which time my grandparents were already married. Lin Tian frowned. My grandfather was out of touch for so long? I've heard that he went undercover. Lin Tian sighed, reflecting that while the circumstances were unfortunate, it was not entirely the fault of the Luo elder. It was simply fate's cruel twist. Regarding this matter, grandfather had always felt indebted to grandfather Lin, but when he sought to assist, grandfather Lin would not accept it. My grandfather has always felt a sense of obligation, but he wanted to help grandfather Lin, who refused any assistance, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian inwardly rolled his eyes. Although fate plays its hand, he too would not accept help in such a situation. He was capable of supporting himself. Given the engagement and this backstory, grandfather placed great importance on their union, and my parents had opposed it, leading to several heated arguments. To avoid witnessing their disputes, I proposed a 3-year engagement. Lin Tian nodded, finally understanding. Under normal circumstances, even with the close friendship of their grandfathers, it would be unusual for the Luo elder to be so stubborn. Now, the hidden truth was revealed. Lin Tian, your grandfather has passed, and my grandmother is also gone. The matters of the older generation need not be revisited. Still, if we develop feelings, we need not divorce after 3 years. We can remain together, Luo Bingning stated. Lin Tian smiled, living and dining together. If I cannot win you over in 3 years, then I am truly inept. Once we are truly together, I will take you to pay respects at my grandfather's grave. Luo Bingning nodded. No problem. After finishing the meal, Lin Tian quickly washed the dishes and tidied up the kitchen. Lin Tian, let us go for a walk, Luo Bingning suggested, her cheeks slightly flushed. On the surface, they appeared to be in a romantic relationship, and unbeknownst to others, they had even registered their partnership. As they descended the stairs for a leisurely stroll, it was only natural for them to hold hands intimately. Lin Tian nodded with a smile, and the two quickly changed their shoes before heading downstairs. Once they reached the ground floor, Lin Tian extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Luo Bingning placed her delicate hand into his grasp. Her hand was undeniably soft and smooth, as if it were made of jade, and holding it felt incredibly pleasant. Bang! Bang! Lin Tian, a martial arts master, could hear Luo Bingning's heart racing. Son, come downstairs. Luo Bingning and the others are taking a walk, Wang Xianglian exclaimed upon spotting them. She quickly sent a message to her son, Song Kaifeng. Mom, they're walking together. Should I go stir things up? Are you out of your mind? If you walk with Lin Tian, Luo Bingning will inevitably compare you to him. If you perform well, you'll have a chance. Chapter 20. Can running earn money? Song Kaifeng swiftly made his way downstairs, jogging to join Lin Tian and the others. Miss Luo, I was quite forward last time, he began. Lin Tian. Running alone is rather dull. How about we race together? Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Song Kaifeng, please don't interrupt our walk. Song Kaifeng quickly replied, Miss Luo. To show my apologies, I propose a wager with Lin Tian. He can only win, never lose. Our community's track is 800 meters per lap, Lin Tian. If you finish 5 laps, just a second ahead of me, I'll reward you with 100 yuan. What do you say? Internally, Song Kaifeng scoffed. He often ran and was confident that most people couldn't keep up with him, let alone Lin Tian. A race would not only expose Lin Tian's inadequacies, but also showcase his own prowess. 100 yuan for a second? What a bargain. Lin Tian replied with a smirk. He may have been an average runner before, but now, as a martial arts master, his speed was akin to that of a fierce tiger. Wasn't this an easy way to earn money? With a facade of sincerity, Song Kaifeng continued, I was a bit too brash last time, and I'm merely seeking a running partner. Luo Bingning tugged at Lin Tian's hand, aware that Song Kaifeng harbored ulterior motives. She knew that Song Kaifeng excelled in running and that Lin Tian would likely struggle against him. Song, 5 laps are too few. It's not challenging enough. I usually start with 10 laps. You should run alone. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. Song Kaifeng chuckled inwardly. Believing Lin Tian was merely posturing and wouldn't dare to compete, even suggesting he couldn't finish 5 laps. Haha, Lin Tian, so you enjoy long-distance running? In that case, let us make it 10 laps. The same deal applies. If you finish a second ahead, I'll give you 100 yuan. What do you think? Song Kaifeng wore a look of camaraderie. Luo Bingning clung to Lin Tian's arm. Darling, please don't compete with him. Even if you finish 5 minutes ahead. That's only 300 seconds, merely 30,000 yuan. We don't need to chase such trivial amounts. Song Kaifeng felt a rush of anger. With Luo Bingning so close, her softness nearly brushing against Lin Tian's arm, he viewed her as belonging to him. Miss Luo has a point. 5 minutes ahead is indeed a small sum. How about 1,000 yuan per second instead? If you can finish 5 minutes ahead of me, that's 300,000. Song Kaifeng smiled as if 30,000 was insignificant. In truth, he doubted Lin Tian could win. So what's the difference between 100 and 1,000? If he dares to mention 1,000, it implies he believes he can't win. I want to back down now that he has issued the challenge. Rest assured, I will triumph, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Song, you want to go back on your word, will you? Song Kaifeng assured him, Lin Tian, you need not worry. As long as you win, every second will be worth 1,000 yuan, and you shall not be shortchanged. Miss Luo can vouch for this. Lin Tian nodded. Shall we begin? Bingning, you can sit over there and rest. 10 laps won't take long. Luo Bingning complied, taking a seat on a nearby bench. Lin Tian, resolute in his decision, prompted, should we stretch before we start? Song Kaifeng shook his head. Stretching is unnecessary, let us dive right in. Internally, Song Kaifeng snickered, noting that Lin Tian likely had no habit of long-distance running. If I don't finish in under 10 minutes, I want to bear the surname Song. He thought. Miss Luo, my mother is also taking a walk. I'll call her over to time us, he said with a smile. Confident in his ability to complete the 8 kilometers in 35 minutes, he soon summoned his mother, Wang Xianglian. Start. Luo Bingning and Wang Xianglian simultaneously pressed their timers as Song Kaifeng and Lin Tian surged forward. Lin Tian quickly pulled ahead by several meters. Is he out of his mind? This is a long-distance run, not a sprint. Song Kaifeng observed Lin Tian's retreating figure with a mocking glint in his eyes, while Luo Bingning sighed inwardly, understanding that Lin Tian's speed was unsustainable for long-distance running. Before long, Lin Tian completed the first lap at an astonishing pace of 1 minute and 50 seconds. Incredible! Luo Bingning exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. She quickly checked online, realizing that his speed met the national first-class athlete standard. Although Lin Tian didn't appear particularly muscular, his stamina was impressive. Lin Tian is indeed fast, but this is a long-distance race, not a sprint. His approach is unwise, Wang Xianglian remarked. Even sprinting that fast is quite impressive, Luo Bingning responded with a smile. After nearly 4 minutes, Song Kaifeng finished his first lap, while Lin Tian simultaneously completed his second lap in just 2 minutes. How is this possible? Song Kaifeng's expression soured as he realized Lin Tian had lapped him. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled. Lin Tian's performance in the first 1,600 meters qualified him as a first-class athlete. Even if he faltered later on, achieving such a time was remarkable. As they continued through the laps, Lin Tian intentionally slowed down to catch his breath after completing 10 laps in 22 minutes and 35 seconds. Luo Bingning stopped the timer and showed the result to Wang Xianglian, whose expression darkened. Song Kaifeng had only completed 6 laps, with 4 remaining, which would take him considerably longer. I'll stretch my legs a bit, Lin Tian said, feigning exhaustion. I never expected Lin Tian to have such stamina. Song Kaifeng needs to step up his game. Every second counts. Luo Bingning mused, smiling. Wang Xianglian was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated her son would lose, and so miserably at that. After 14 minutes, Song Kaifeng finally completed his 10 laps, his pace affected by Lin Tian's earlier lead, finishing in 36 minutes and 47 seconds. Lin Tian's time of 22 minutes and 35 seconds surpassed him by a staggering 14 minutes and 12 seconds. Luo Bingning chuckled in delight. Song Kaifeng's face darkened. He wished he could disappear into the ground. While his own time was acceptable, it paled in comparison to Lin Tian's. Son, it's merely a few hundred thousand, a small sum, Wang Xianglian said with a smile. But for Lin Tian, it's a considerable amount. We must ensure he receives his due. Song Kaifeng nodded in agreement. Wang Xianglian had already asked Lin Tian for his bank account details, and shortly thereafter, she transferred a total of 852,000 yuan to him. While this amount was not insignificant for her, it was manageable, as their reputation was worth far more than this. Moreover, failing to pay would jeopardize Song Kaifeng and Luo Bingning's prospects. Mom, we'll take our leave now, Luo Bingning said with a smile. Soon, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning departed hand in hand, while Song Kaifeng's eyes seemed to blaze with fury. He had suffered a significant setback. Son, a lesson learned is wisdom gained. In the future, if you intend to target someone or a company, be sure to gather all pertinent information, Wang Xianglian advised solemnly. Song Kaifeng was exceedingly vexed. I haven't seen him running these past few days, and I had no idea he was so extraordinarily gifted in this regard. Damn. Chapter 21. Lin Tian's new car. Mom, do you think Lin Tian took a shortcut to cheat? Song Kaifeng furrowed his brow. The community track encircled several buildings, and indeed, there were shortcuts. If Lin Tian had taken one, he could save time each lap. No, Wang Xianglian shook her head. I had the nanny observe from above. Over 800,000. Do you think I would have given it to him without verifying? Do not mention this to your father, or he will surely scold you. As long as you can win Luo Bingning's affection, this money will not be wasted. With a dark expression, Song Kaifeng replied. Luo Bingning seemed unaware of Lin Tian's abilities. But now she knows. My expenditure has inadvertently elevated Lin Tian's standing. Wang Xianglian shook her head. Do not think like that. If Lin Tian possesses such talents, Luo Bingning will inevitably discover it. Our generous financial support benefits you too, and it also places pressure on Lin Tian. Song Kaifeng's mood slightly improved. Mom, do you think I still have hope? Wang Xianglian nodded. Of course, and the prospects are quite promising. Have someone investigate Lin Tian's background. Knowing both friend and foe ensures victory in every battle. Song Kaifeng replied gravely. He had initially underestimated Lin Tian as a worthy opponent, but now, he recognized the need for caution. Upon returning home, Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian with an odd expression. Lin Tian, how did you manage to run so fast? Achieving the level of a national first-class athlete? I had no idea before. Luo Bingning exclaimed, astonished. She had previously commissioned someone to gather information on Lin Tian, which could only be described in 4 words, utterly unremarkable. Had Lin Tian showcased such astonishing speed during school, he might have become a prominent figure throughout middle school, high school, and university. Lin Tian shrugged. I simply hadn't encountered such a foolish benefactor before. 1,000 for every second? My little universe would have to explode. Haha. Luo Bingning chuckled, amused. Song Kaifeng must be furious. His speed was decent, yet you completely outclassed him. Taking a stroll downstairs, you managed to earn 850,000. Lin Tian smiled. It's not just my earnings. We earned 850,000 together. It's a shared marital asset. Luo Bingning shot him an exasperated glance. Who said anything about shared marital assets? Until we are truly together, what's yours is yours, and what's mine is mine. That 800,000 is your hard-earned money. You need not share it with me. Lin Tian pondered. Then let us use this money to buy a car. Money falling from the sky can be spent without regret. With a car, I can occasionally pick you up from work. Luo Bingning nodded with a smile. At this price point, you could consider a BMW X5. The landing price should be around 800,000. Lin Tian expressed his surprise. You know so much about cars? Tang Yan loves cars and often talks about them. I have no particular interest. I just need a vehicle for daily commuting, Luo Bingning explained. Lin Tian recalled Luo Bingning's Porsche Panamera for commuting and felt a deep sense of irony. Her commuting vehicle cost over $1 million. Let us go with your recommendation for the X5. I'll visit the dealership tomorrow, Lin Tian said with a grin. The next day arrived swiftly. After uploading 2 videos, Lin Tian visited a BMW dealership where he found an available black X5. Mr. Lin, you can come to register it in 3 days. The temporary license is valid for 15 days, the enthusiastic salesman informed him. Great, Lin Tian replied, pressing the accelerator as he drove away. As he cruised down the road in his new car, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. He had previously thought that purchasing a second-hand car worth a few thousand was a significant achievement. Little did he expect to be driving such a luxury vehicle. An 800,000 car may not be considered extravagant by some, but for the average person, it certainly was. Calm down, calm down. After all, I am already a martial arts master. It's just a car, Lin Tian reassured himself. Upon returning to the community, Lin Tian snapped a photo and sent it to Luo Bingning. Isn't it handsome? Very much so. Yanzi knows about yesterday's events. She said you should treat her, since you just got a new car. Let us take her out for dinner tonight, Luo Bingning quickly replied. Sure, you decide the place. Luo Bingning suggested, shall we go to the barbecue place? It's budget-friendly. And I've never tried it before, so it's a good opportunity to see what it's like. I'll head home first, and we can leave together later. She added. Lin Tian found it amusing. Taking Luo Bingning, a girl from a wealthy family, to a barbecue place felt somewhat out of place. Mom, I had someone investigate Lin Tian. Our assumptions were correct. He is as ordinary as they come, just a pathetic loser. His parents are farmers, and they live a simple life. He and Luo Bingning have no connections. They probably met online. Song Kaifeng excitedly informed his mother, Wang Xianglian. Luo Bingning is a talented graduate from Peking University, running a company valued at over $1 billion. Her family background must be exceptional, far better than the Song family. If he wins her over, the benefits would be immense. Son, given Luo Bingning's impressive background, pursuing her won't be easy. You must have perseverance and patience. By the way, I noticed an X5 parked next to Luo Bingning's spot. It's a high-end model, and I estimate its landing price to be around 800,000. Wang Xianglian remarked. Song Kaifeng gritted his teeth, suspecting that the car belonged to Lin Tian. After winning yesterday, Lin Tian had now acquired a new vehicle. Does he intend to drive me to the brink? Song Kaifeng muttered. I will make him pay back every cent, with interest. What qualifications does a broke loser have to compete with me? Song Kaifeng said coldly. Keep your confidence up, and good luck, son, Wang Xianglian encouraged before hanging up. A glint of malice flickered in Song Kaifeng's eyes. Lin Tian, we shall see. Winning one round has made you complacent. I refuse to believe you won't fall into my trap. He recalled a certain unscrupulous acquaintance known for setting traps to exploit unsuspecting individuals. Old Wei, are you busy? Song Kaifeng messaged him. Busy with what? Song Gu, can you help me out? Was the prompt response. Song Kaifeng knew his wealth was well known to the other party. Old Wei, it's been a while since we gathered. How about a barbecue at Zhouji tonight? Their hygiene and flavors are quite good. Sure, the reply came. And Song Kaifeng smirked. The person he contacted was Wei Jun, who had a knack for ensnaring naive young graduates lacking life experience. Lin Tian, you, a pathetic loser. Dare to provoke me? You must be courting death, Song Kaifeng sneered. Chapter 22. Luo Bingning steps in to protect her partner. Bingning, how about we go to Zhouji barbecue? I've eaten there several times. It's not too big, but the food is delightful. Lin Tian suggested as they returned home. Lin Tian handed his phone to Luo Bingning. The review seemed quite favorable. Let's south go with this place. Luo Bingning glanced at the phone and smiled. Let us set off and pick up Yanzi together. Oh, and whatever you do, don't challenge her to a drinking contest. She can down a bottle of white wine easily and handle 10 beers without breaking a sweat. Lin Tian chuckled. Previously, he had an average tolerance for alcohol, but now as a martial arts master endowed with profound inner strength, he believed that consuming 2 to 3 bottles of white wine would pose no challenge, even without refining the alcohol with his energy. Let us go. A mere 10 minutes later, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning picked up Tang Yan. Luo Bingning occupied a seat in the front row, but she had no choice but to take a seat in the back. Bingning, what are you saving for Lin Tian? He earned quite a bit yesterday, and yet you insisted on him taking us to a roadside stall. If you want to help him save money, at least wait until after the wedding. Tang Yan remarked with a smirk. Lin Tian cast a glance at Luo Bingning, whose cheeks flushed slightly. After all, they had already registered their marriage. Yanzi, do you want to eat? If not, Lin Tian and I will go eat, and I'll send you 20 red envelopes so you can grab some fast food. Luo Bingning said, somewhat irritably. Of course I want to eat. I want to enjoy the roadside stall until Lin Tian feels the pinch. Lin Tian, you can drink, right? Let us have a few drinks later, Tang Yan suggested, contemplating the possibility of getting Lin Tian drunk to coax out some truths. I can drink a little. Lin Tian replied with a smile. In less than half an hour, they arrived as night fell, illuminating the street with a myriad of colorful signs, heralding the onset of nightlife. Let us go. That's south the place, Lin Tian said. After parking the car, they quickly entered the establishment. Fortunately, there was a vacant table inside. Had they arrived any later, they would have had to dine outdoors. As they sat down, several men in the restaurant gazed at them with envy, captivated by Luo Bingning's striking beauty and Tang Yan's charm. However, their admiration did not translate into trouble. Boss, bring a case of ice-cold beer, Tang Yan ordered before they even placed their food order. Yanzi, don't drink too much, Luo Bingning cautioned. I have to drink alone since you two are paired off. If Lin Tian doesn't drink, I'll finish it all myself. Tang Yan replied with a hint of melancholy. Boss, let us have these first. Lin Tian quickly placed their order. Shall we toast first? Tang Yan handed Lin Tian a bottle of beer, and before he could respond, she gulped down her own. Take it easy, Tang Yan. Lin Tian said as he finished his first bottle of beer. Half an hour passed, and both had downed 5 bottles each. Initially worried about Lin Tian, Luo Bingning gradually relaxed, realizing his tolerance for alcohol was quite impressive. Hey, Luo Bingning said, nudging Lin Tian. Look outside, Song Kaifeng is here too. And the person at his table has tattoos. He doesn't seem like a good person. Luo Bingning leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered. Lin Tian glanced outside, where Song Kaifeng and his companion were seated. Song Gu, anything you need me to take care of? Wei Jun asked, smiling. In a hushed tone, Song Kaifeng replied. Old Wei, the same as before. I want you to take care of someone who has no significant background. First, find a pretty escort to lure him in. Take some photos. If that doesn't work, get him to drink and drive. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed. It was clear that Song Kaifeng was targeting him. Song Gu, I can handle it, but do we really need to go through all that trouble? I could just have a few brothers give him a beating, Wei Jun suggested. Song Kaifeng shook his head. I have my eye on a girl. If you just beat him up, it might backfire. If those two methods don't work, then lure him into gambling. I want him to lose everything. Wei Jun grinned. Song Gu, that's easy enough. You know my methods. I'll ensure he's dealt with properly. After it's done, I'll give you 100,000. It has to be done perfectly. Thanks for looking out for me. Song Gu, Wei Jun said with delight. Song Kaifeng produced a photo. This is the target, Lin Tian. He lives in the same building, on the 20th floor. Rest assured. He's just a poor loser. Lin Tian's eyes glimmered coldly. Song Kaifeng was quite malicious. Listening to their conversation, it was evident that this was the first time he had orchestrated such a scheme. As time passed, Tang Yan's gaze became increasingly unfocused. The beer had taken its effect. Lin Tian, unaffected, feigned a bit of drunkenness. Song Gu, I'm heading to the restroom, Wei Jun said. Upon entering the establishment, his gaze swept across the room until it landed on Luo Bingning and Tang Yan, his eyes lighting up. After finishing in the restroom, Wei Jun strode directly towards Lin Tian's table. Ladies, care to join us at our table? My brother is quite wealthy. If you drink with us, you might each earn a few thousand. Lin Tian turned to look at Wei Jun, who momentarily froze upon recognizing him. Lin Tian was indeed the person Song Kaifeng had targeted. Kid, what are you staring at? Do you want a punch? Wei Jun sneered, raising his fist as if to strike. Watch out. Luo Bingning stood up, thrusting her chopsticks towards Wei Jun's eyes. Instinctively, he raised his hands to defend himself. Luo Bingning swiftly retracted her right hand and delivered a powerful punch to Wei Jun's side. Having trained in martial arts, she knew precisely where to hit for maximum effect, causing him immediate agony. Bingning, hurry, go for a low kick. Tang Yan, still somewhat aware, urged excitedly. Wei Jun, enduring the intense pain, quickly retreated. If Luo Bingning landed another kick, he might lose his ability to enjoy life. Real men don't fight women, Wei Jun exclaimed, hastily retreating. As someone accustomed to brawling, he recognized Luo Bingning's skill and the ferocity of her strikes. Outnumbered, he knew he could be at a disadvantage. Bingning, you really have trained. Lin Tian chuckled, relieved that she had taken the initiative. Had he moved first, Wei Jun would have faced more severe consequences. Of course, Luo Bingning replied proudly. Lin Tian, you better not mess around. I taught Bingning martial arts, and you definitely can't beat her, Tang Yan said, her eyes still hazy. Lin Tian fixed his gaze on Luo Bingning, noticing a mysterious black iron treasure chest slowly materializing above her head. Could it be that such treasures emerge during moments of heightened emotion? Bingning, let us head back. Otherwise, we might run into trouble, she said with a hint of concern. If Tang Yan had consumed so much alcohol, Luo Bingning wouldn't have worried. Tang Yin was quite capable of handling herself, able to take on several opponents single-handedly. However, with her diminished faculties, Lin Tian's lack of training and his own inebriation made him a liability. Let us go then. Bingning, there is something above your head. Lin Tian waved his hand over her. Ding. The black iron treasure chest opens. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the master-level tasting skill. Lin Tian felt a twinge of disappointment. A skill for tasting wine seemed rather useless. At least it was a master-level skill, which was a notch above the previous black iron treasure chest's offering. Don't leave. I can still drink. There is still a second case left, Tang Yin said, her gaze somewhat dreamy. Luo Bingning suggested, Yinzi. Let us take the drinks home. You can enjoy them with Lin Tian, and if you get drunk, you can just sleep at my place. All right, Tang Yin agreed. Luo Bingning helped her stand, and Lin Tian settled the bill before they stepped outside. Song Kaifeng was hiding nearby, and upon hearing Wei Jun, he quickly deduced that Luo Bingning was present. Humph, Lin Tian scoffed softly. Song Kaifeng was preparing to use underhanded tactics against him. This matter could not simply be disregarded. No matter how far Song Kaifeng ran, he could not escape the consequences. Tang Yin, sit tight and buckle up. Luo Bingning instructed as she helped her into the back seat, while Lin Tian took the front passenger seat. That scoundrel. Song Kaifeng's expression darkened as he followed Lin Tian's car after Wei Jun informed him. What has to deal with that beautiful girl? She seems like a fighter. Skilled in vicious techniques like eye-poking and low kicks. Song Kaifeng sat next to Qing Jun, who was clutching his waist. Luo Bingning was applying pressure to acupoints, alleviating the pain for a while. However, he still felt a lingering ache in his lower back. All he knew was that her family was quite wealthy. Beyond that, he was unaware of the specifics. Brother Song, you can handle Lin Tian, but you mustn't touch her. If you do, you might find yourself in serious trouble. Song Kaifeng warned. He had a keen interest in Luo Bingning and could not allow Wei Jun to act recklessly. Wei Jun's methods with women were often quite despicable. Understood. Wei Jun nodded. Generally, he dared to confront the wealthy, but those with immense wealth were a different matter entirely. A single phone call could render him a target in anti-crime operations. Old Wei, they didn't TC us, did they? Song Kaifeng expressed his concern. Let us go sit at the table they just occupied, he suggested. Soon, they arrived at the establishment, and Song Kaifeng took the seat recently vacated by Luo Bingning. He gazed out the window, his expression darkening. If Luo Bingning happened to glance outside, she would undoubtedly spot him. Brother Song, don't worry too much. They might see us, but they can't possibly hear what we're saying, Wei Jun reassured him. Damn it, Song Kaifeng cursed inwardly. If Luo Bingning saw him drinking with Wei Jun, combined with Wei Jun's behavior, her impression of him would surely diminish significantly. Old Wei, let's refrain from contacting each other for a while. If you're successful, I'll pay you in a couple of months. If Luo Bingning decides to investigate, we'll all be in trouble. All right, Wei Jun nodded. He was well aware of Song Kaifeng's background. If Song Kaifeng succeeded, he would certainly not default on a mere 100,000. Lin Tian. The man drinking with Song Kaifeng can't be a good person. He might be targeting you. Luo Bingning expressed her concerns. Lin Tian smiled. I'll be careful, don't worry. What about you? If he brings someone to target you, can you handle it? Luo Bingning's face flushed slightly. I'm not limited to the techniques I just demonstrated. I can end things swiftly in a situation like that. Generally, 2 or 3 burly men are no match for me. If it were otherwise, my family would surely arrange for bodyguards. Tang Yin, sitting in the back, retrieved her phone from her pocket. Second uncle, earlier today, Luo Bingning and I were at Zhouji barbecue, and someone was harassing us. Can you help me out? She dialed her second uncle's number. Yinzi, have you been drinking? Her uncle asked. If you don't help me, I'll go to Grandpa, she replied defiantly. All right, I'll help you, but let Bingning take the call. Her uncle conceded. Tang Yin handed the phone to Luo Bingning. Tang Ershu, someone just tried to make us drink with them. We didn't suffer any losses. It was a minor issue, and I didn't want to trouble you, Luo Bingning explained. We're on our way home. Yinzi is staying over at my place tonight. Thank you for that, her uncle said before hanging up. Yinzi, you shouldn't have bothered your uncle for such a trivial matter, Luo Bingning remarked as she returned the phone. Tang Yin huffed. That guy is definitely no good. Lin Tian, don't worry about drinking later. I'll definitely win against you. Luo Bingning shook her head secretly, aware that Lin Tian was quite sober and likely had a better tolerance than Tang Yin. Bingning. Tang Yan's second uncle is the deputy director of the city bureau, Lin Tian remarked, astonished by the significance of that position. It was important to note that they were in the bustling metropolis of S City. Don't you dare bully Bingning, or I'll have my uncle arrest you. Tang Yin teased. Damn it, Wei Jun muttered upon returning home, lifting his shirt to inspect the faint bruises left by Luo Bingning's strikes. Pressing on the area caused him to wince in pain. Knock, knock. Half an hour later, there was a knock on Wei Jun's door. Without asking, he opened it to find 2 police officers standing outside. Alarm bells rang in his head. If the police uncovered the illicit activities he had engaged in, a sentence of 3 to 5 years would be the least of his worries. A harsher outcome could see him imprisoned for over a decade. Good evening, officers. What seems to be the trouble? Wei Jun asked with a forced smile. As long as the police lacked concrete evidence against him, he felt relatively secure, even if arrested. He could be out within 24 hours. Wei Jun, you were caught behaving inappropriately in public. Come with us, one officer stated coldly. Are you referring to tonight's incident? I merely invited those 2 ladies for a drink, and when they declined, they even hit me. I'm the victim here. Wei Jun feigned innocence. The other officer scoffed. Inviting the deputy director's niece to drink? You certainly have some audacity. I advise you to cooperate with us. Wei Jun was taken aback. One of them was the deputy director's niece? Given his knowledge of the law enforcement hierarchy, he understood that the deputy director was responsible for public safety. I'll go with you, Wei Jun said, his head hanging low. Having provoked the deputy director's niece, he knew that admitting guilt would be the wisest course of action. Failing to do so would only lead to greater repercussions. Before long, Wei Jun was taken away. Director Tang, this Wei Jun has committed several offenses, but until now, we lacked concrete evidence, and he could only be detained for 24 hours. This might be a rare opportunity, an officer reported as Tang Pengyuan arrived outside the interrogation room. Investigate thoroughly in accordance with the law. We owe the nation and the people a proper explanation, Tang Pengyuan asserted firmly. Understood. Chapter 24. Song Kaifeng in the detention center drink up. Lin Tian, let us continue. Tang Yin exclaimed, already feeling the effects of her inebriation. There's no more liquor. We'll drink next time. Lin Tian glanced at Luo Bingning with a hint of resignation. Luo Bingning also advised, Yinzi, you're not in the best condition today. Let us wait until you're feeling better before drinking with Lin Tian again. Who says there is no more liquor? We have both white and red wine in the cabinet. Tang Yin declared defiantly. I'm in excellent condition. I will definitely outdrink him and help you extract the truth. Luo Bingning felt a warmth in her heart. Even in her drunken state, Tang Yin was concerned about her welfare, wanting to ensure she wouldn't suffer at Lin Tian's hands. Bingning, I'm heading back to my room. Can you manage? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning nodded. Don't worry. Yinzi is lightweight and not completely drunk yet. I can handle it. Lin Tian hurried back to his room. If he brought out more white liquor, Tang Yin would surely get drunk, making it difficult for Luo Bingning to care for a completely inebriated person. In his room, Lin Tian sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. The alcohol in his system was quickly refined. Lin Tian noticed that the alcohol seemed to enhance his cultivation speed. Many martial heroes in novels enjoy drinking. Could this be the reason? He pondered. Bingning, next time, I will definitely outdrink Lin Tian. We should drink white liquor. He probably drinks beer most of the time. Tang Yin remarked outside, a hint of defiance in her voice. Luo Bingning managed to coax her into the bathroom. Lin Tian was indeed a hidden gem. Not only was he talented, but his alcohol tolerance was also impressive. Luo Bingning's curiosity about Lin Tian deepened. In just a few days, she had discovered several of his admirable qualities. First, he had excellent health, capable of running at a standard of a first-level athlete. Second, though inexperienced in driving, he exhibited remarkable skill. Third, he possessed a good tolerance for alcohol and displayed good character while drinking, an essential trait as many business dealings in China occurred over drinks. Fourth, he had a sense of propriety, which was crucial since they were not truly married. If he lacked discretion, she would have to consider living separately. Unbeknownst to them, time passed until midnight, and Lin Tian decided to wash up and go to bed. Meanwhile, Wei Jun continued to endure at the police station. Officers, please have mercy. I'm truly parched. I had no idea one of those ladies was the deputy director's niece. Had I known, I would have treated her like royalty. Wei Jun lamented helplessly. He had been there for quite some time without taking a sip of water. It was summer, and the air conditioning in the interrogation room was not turned on. Wei Jun, having previously consumed alcohol, felt as though his throat were on fire. Wei Jun, confess honestly. One of the interrogators sternly commanded. Do you think we apprehended you for trivial reasons? If you cooperate, you might receive a reduced sentence. Otherwise, prepare to languish in prison. The other interrogator added, Wei Jun, after 24 hours, your wife and those brothers of yours will undoubtedly become anxious. Deputy Director Tang has instructed a thorough investigation. You could be detained for up to 10 days, and we have ample time to gather evidence. Wei Jun silently lamented. Under normal circumstances, he would likely receive only a verbal warning, but having offended the wrong person, a 10-day detention left him with little to say. This was perilous indeed. Many of his misdeeds were not committed alone, and with his prolonged detention, others would certainly suspect he might have confessed. His wife was aware that there was hidden money at home, over $1 million, with no clear source. Some of his brothers knew of his various illicit activities, such as running illegal gambling rings. Wei Jun, let us shift the topic. What was your meeting with Song Kaifeng about tonight? Don't claim it was merely a reunion. Your friendship is not at that level. We have discovered that Song Kaifeng is using drugs, and the drugs originated from you. Do you comprehend the consequences of drug trafficking? One interrogator inquired calmly. Song Kaifeng's drug use was a fabrication. No, I have not trafficked drugs, Wei Jun quickly asserted. He dared not accept such a charge. Other offenses might lead to a sentence of 5 to 10 years, but drug trafficking would likely result in a far harsher punishment. You only associate with a socialite. If the drugs did not come from you, then from where? The interrogator pressed. Wei Jun, if you confess, you might avoid a life sentence. Wei Jun felt a surge of panic. Having offended Tang Pengyuan, would he be wrongfully accused of drug trafficking? It was not worth the risk for the sake of 10,000 yuan from Song Kaifeng. I confess. Song Kaifeng contacted me to deal with Lin Tian. He has taken a liking to Luo Bingning and wanted me to find a call girl to entice Lin Tian into taking some compromising photos. Wei Jun admitted. Anything else? Do not tell us that this is your only method. Wei Jun, with a hoarse voice, added, if this plan fails, we would find a way to get him drunk and wait for him to drive under the influence. As long as he drives drunk, I would report him. 2 officers. This is not illegal, is it? One of the interrogators replied. Wei Jun, tomorrow we will summon Song Kaifeng for questioning. He surely knows a great deal. With your connection, do you think he would conceal anything for you? His family is wealthy. If he confesses and implicates you, he could quickly return home, unlike you, who might spend years behind bars. You would miss your son's wedding and your daughter's marriage. Wei Jun pondered. It was unlikely Song Kaifeng would shield him. I confess, he said, his expression despondent. Confessing might reduce his sentence, allowing him to attend his children's weddings. Speak. The 2 interrogators sighed with relief. Time swiftly passed until the next morning. Ding dong. The doorbell rang at Song Kaifeng's residence. The housekeeper opened the door to find 2 police officers standing outside. We are looking for Song Kaifeng. We require his assistance with a case, one officer announced, displaying his credentials. Hearing the commotion outside, Song Kaifeng's expression soured. Son, what business requires you to assist the police? Wang Xianglian inquired, clutching his hand. Mom, it's just a minor issue. I will handle it well, Song Kaifeng replied. Soon leaving with the officers, he believed that even if Wei Jun were detained, he would not speak indiscriminately. Within an hour, Song Kaifeng found himself in the interrogation room. Song Kaifeng, tell us how you know Wei Jun, what you sought from him, and be thorough. I remind you, confession leads to leniency, while resistance leads to severity. One of the interrogators stated sternly, I have only a casual friendship with him. We merely gather for drinks. Does that constitute a crime? Song Kaifeng retorted coldly, unperturbed by his affluent background. Song Kaifeng, we must remind you that Wei Jun has already confessed. You have 30 minutes. If you confess, it can be considered as cooperation. Song Kaifeng internally scoffed. Wei Jun was a seasoned individual, having not yet endured 24 hours. He doubted that Wei Jun had confessed and viewed this as an attempt to deceive him. Officers, we are merely friends, he insisted firmly. As the half-hour elapsed, Song Kaifeng remained adamant about his relationship with Wei Jun, denying any wrongdoing. Song Kaifeng, you have lost your opportunity for leniency. Wei Jun has confessed that you met him 3 times, the first for 30,000 yuan, the second for 40,000, and this time you promised him 100,000. Am I mistaken? One interrogator pressed. Song Kaifeng's face darkened. He had given cash on the first 2 occasions, but had yet to deliver this time. If Wei Jun had not confessed, the police could not possibly know. Song Kaifeng, explain the circumstances of those 3 meetings and clarify your relationship with Wei Jun. The other interrogator demanded solemnly. Song Kaifeng contemplated. His situation was not as dire as he initially thought, and if he actively sought to compensate, he might evade significant repercussions. I see. If I report Wei Jun, would that be considered a meritorious act? He asked. Although Wei Jun has confessed, if you provide new information, it could be considered as meritorious, one interrogator replied. Understood. Song Kai-feng divulged everything he knew, infuriated as he revealed all information regarding Wei Jun, including details that Wei Jun had chosen to conceal. Meanwhile, Lin Tian enjoyed breakfast with Luo Bingming and Tang Yin. Tang Yin glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, you claim you can only drink a little. You are not being truthful. Bingming, I think someone so dishonest is not suitable as a boyfriend. You would be better off breaking up with Lin Tian, she added. Luo Bingming retorted. Yinzi, Lin Tian has repeatedly said he would stop drinking. It is you who insists on persuading him. Tang Yin grumbled. Who told him to deceive me in the first place? Lin Tian, next time we drink liquor. I excel at that. Lin Tian chuckled. Then I must warn you in advance. I can drink a considerable amount. 3 to 5 Jean is no issue. Tang Yin rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. She might believe 2 Jean, but 3 to 5? That was absurd. Just then, Tang Yin's phone rang. It was her uncle calling. Yinzi, you should be awake by now. Last night, Wei Jun confessed to a multitude of offenses. He is expected to receive a sentence of 7 to 8 years and will no longer pose a threat to you. Song Kai-feng's situation is not severe. If he actively compensates, he may leave the police station this afternoon. Tang Yin, bewildered, asked, Uncle, which Song Kai-feng? On the other end, Tang Pingyuan replied. Song Kai-feng was drinking with Wei Jun last night, intending to frame Bing Ning's husband, Lin Tian. How did Bing Ning quietly get married? Lin Tian pondered. Having clearly heard Tang Pingyuan's words, Tang Yin hung up and stared at Luo Bingning. Bingning, my uncle said you and Lin Tian are already married, as good sisters. Why did you keep this from me? Lin Tian stood up. Bingning, I finished eating. You two take your time to chat. He departed swiftly. Luo Bingning produced their marriage certificate. Tang Yin face-bombed. You really got married. Yinzi, my relationship with Lin Tian is somewhat complicated. Please continue your breakfast, and I will explain it to you slowly. Minutes passed, and Luo Bingning concluded her explanation. Yinzi, Lin Tian and I have a prior engagement, and our Luo family is a dit to the Lin family. My grandfather is quite elderly, having been injured in battle years ago, and his health is not great. What would you do in my place? Luo Bingning inquired. Tang Yin fell silent. If she were in the same situation, her choice might mirror that of Luo Bingning. She understood that Luo Bingning's grandfather treated her exceptionally well. The events of the past had become a lifelong knot in her grandfather's heart. And with Lin Tian's grandfather now deceased, how could such a knot ever be untied? Yinzi, in 3 years, I will only be 24. Are you truly worried that I might end up divorced and unwanted? Luo Bingning chuckled. Tang Yin shook her head, knowing that was simply not possible. Regardless of Luo Bingning's stunning beauty, even if she were less attractive or faced multiple divorces, suitors would still flock to her. The Luo family boasted assets worth hundreds of billions. Bingning, you must take care of yourself. Lin Tian has a strong tolerance for alcohol. It would be wise for you to refrain from drinking with him, Tang Yin cautioned. When you are sober, I have no concerns. But I fear for you when you are inebriated. Luo Bingning smiled after spending these past few days with him. I've come to think that Lin Tian is actually quite decent. I wouldn't mind having him as a friend. Tang Yin stared at her in disbelief. Bingning, you aren't seriously considering marrying Lin Tian, are you? Luo Bingning laughed. If we develop feelings for each other, what would be wrong with marrying him? But he is so ordinary. The young talents who have pursued you are all far superior, Tang Yin replied helplessly. Bingning, please don't be foolish. You may find you have nothing in common with him. Luo Bingning, with a serious expression, countered, Yinzi, you are my close friend, and Lin Tian is, in name, my husband. You must not look down upon him. Tang Yin sighed, nodding in reluctant agreement. She understood Luo Bingning well. When she spoke like this, she meant it. Tang Yin continued, I will heed your advice on this matter, but when it comes to martial arts, you must listen to me. You need to dedicate more time to practice. All right, Luo Bingning nodded. Yinzi, have you reached the dark energy level yet? Almost there, Tang Yin exclaimed gleefully. She had now perfected the bright energy level. In the martial arts realm of Huagua, the levels ascend from bone forging, bright energy, dark energy, master, to grandmaster. Although Tang Yin was a girl and naturally weaker, she could easily take on 7 or 8 strong men in a single fight at her current level. Reaching dark energy would allow her to confront over 10 opponents simultaneously. In the early stages of dark energy, one can sense the energy within their body. If one reaches the mid-stage, this energy can transform into true inner strength. Bingning, you possess great talent. I have trained in martial arts since childhood. Yet you are nearing the bright energy level with so little time spent practicing. Make sure to reach the bright energy level soon, Tang Yin encouraged. Luo Bingning nodded. I will try to practice with you every day and aim to reach the bright energy level within 6 months. Yinzi, is there a suitable cultivation method for Lin Tian? Tang Yin shook her head. The cultivation methods of our Tang family cannot be shared with outsiders, and besides, he is already too old for it. Very well then. Luo Bingning abandoned that thought. Achieving proficiency in cultivation is no easy feat, especially in an era dominated by firearms, where even a grandmaster can be easily taken down by a single bullet. Little did she know, Lin Tian was already a martial arts grandmaster, certified by the system, with exceptionally pure and powerful inner strength. Yinzi, I need you to keep the news of my marriage to Lin Tian confidential, Luo Bingning instructed. Tang Yin nodded. Don't worry. I hope to keep it under wraps for 3 years. By then, you can quietly divorce Lin Tian. My second brother still has feelings for you. If he finds out you are married, he will surely be quite disheartened. I have no feelings for your second brother, Luo Bingning replied, shaking her head. Chapter 26. Lin Tian's live streaming debut. Is he afraid to show his face, hiding behind a mask? Traditions are dead. It's just a matter of burning paper when something happens. Such traditional rubbish in Huahua is too unsophisticated for the grand stage. Lin Tian opened the Huayin app. Noticing he had amassed 450,000 followers, alongside a plethora of discordant voices in the comment section. There were indeed many who were soft-hearted. Lin Tian frowned inwardly. Is the eru considered lowbrow, while the piano and violin are deemed sophisticated? He found such denigrations of traditional art distasteful. In his view, art is devoid of hierarchy. Live stream tomorrow morning at 9, he announced. Lin Tian uploaded 2 new videos and released the news. Initially, he hadn't planned to stream so soon, but he feared that if he delayed, the naysayers would only grow bolder. Live streaming could not be faked. Recorded videos carried that risk. He needed to purchase 2 decent sets of Hanfu, rent a venue, and prepare specialized live streaming equipment. Streaming from home was not prudent. Who knew if Luo Bingning's parents might drop by and, upon discovering their secret, tear them apart? The marriage was still fresh, and to claim he had deep feelings for Luo Bingning would be a stretch. But where else could he find treasure chests without her? Securing the Hanfu was straightforward, and soon he had it ready, yet finding a suitable venue for streaming proved to be a challenge. The next day, he sought the assistance of Old Wu, finally locating a venue that met his expectations. As the countdown to the stream ticked down to just 30 minutes, Lin Tian made his final preparations in a room adorned with classic decor. The rental for this place was steep, costing 20,000 a month, and he had spent a significant amount on the streaming equipment. Thankfully, he still had some sponsorship from Song Kaifeng. Otherwise, he would have burnt through most of his savings, making it difficult to get by until next month. 5 million followers. Master Lin truly has remarkable patience, waiting until he has this many before streaming, someone remarked. With only half an hour remaining, fans flooded the comment section with their messages. As each second passed, Lin Tian conducted a final check. In a courtyard in the imperial capital, Old Shen murmured, Little Lin won't bail on us, will he? With only minutes to go. The name Lin Tian had been revealed by Old Wu, and many referred to him as the masked master. Old Shen felt this was rather unflattering. Father, he shouldn't, replied Shen Shun. With 5 million followers, his debut will surely draw a crowd. If he bails on the first stream, it would have significant repercussions. Old Shen nodded slightly. Before them, a large high-definition screen displayed the event. It's starting. The live stream suddenly lit up. In the frame, Lin Tian donned a well-fitted Hanfu within a classically decorated room, exuding an impressive atmosphere. The live stream's popularity surged instantly. Lin Tian's mastery was evident. Supported by several era masters behind him, and Huan was generous, granting him substantial visibility. Welcome everyone to my first live stream. If there are any pieces you wish to hear, please send a comment. If not, I will play freely. Lin Tian dove straight in, and a melodious tune filled the air. Wonderful. Shen Chen's eyes brightened. Lin Tian employed professional audio equipment, and the absence of background noise significantly enhanced the streaming experience compared to his prior videos. My goodness, this sounds even better than the recordings. Who said Master Lin would falter under the spotlight? Is this the arrow? It seems quite different from my previous impressions. A torrent of comments flooded in. The audience numbers continued to climb, and the atmosphere was electric. This level is surely on par with Master Ouyang, Old Shun remarked in admiration. Why are you just sitting there? Weren't you going to tip during the stream? You can't wait until it ends to show your generosity. Old Shin chided Shin Chen. Coming right up. I was just so entranced. Shin Chen quickly responded, not wishing to wait until the stream concluded to show his support. Now, he could afford to tip large amounts, whereas after the stream, he could only send small donations of 10. Fan Old 11 sends a spaceship. Fan Old 11 sends a spaceship. Spectacular effects erupted, with spaceships soaring into view. Each spaceship cost $28,888 to send. Goodness, we have a wealthy patron. The spacecraft, priced at over $20,000 each, left many viewers in the live stream astounded. It was as if they were witnessing money take flight. Master Lin's prowess was indeed remarkable. Though I could not afford such extravagance, a modest token of appreciation would suffice. The performance was undoubtedly of masterful caliber, and I felt compelled to contribute my share. The barrage of comments intensified as others also began to shower gifts upon him. Lin Yang paid no mind to the quantity of gifts, nor did he solicit them or urge viewers to follow him. He simply played on in serene focus. Nevertheless, his fanbase and the gifts continued to surge. "Dad, I've already given $1 million in tips," remarked Su Wan. With each piece Lin Yang played, he rewarded him with 4 or 5 spacecraft, a pace far outstripping his earlier donations. Old Shin glanced at Su Wan. "Third son, you enjoy listening too. Are you not planning to offer some tokens to young Lin?" Su Wan replied, "Father, I do intend to." Under his father's watchful gaze, he reluctantly admitted. "Use your own phone to send the gifts," Old Shun instructed. Su Wan logged into his account and sent a flurry of 10 spacecraft, totaling nearly 300,000, a sum that hardly dented his finances. With his family's shares, his assets soared into the hundreds of millions. Of course, that was nothing compared to Old Shun, who controlled half of the family's assets, nearing 1,000 million, yielding substantial dividends each year. Insane, absolutely insane. Master Lin is raking it in. The total tips had already surpassed 2 million. Other streamers were drawn in, envious of the high revenue generated from mere donations. Though it was a first-time event, the magnitude of the contributions was extraordinary. Unbeknownst to them, 2 hours had slipped by. Lin Yang set down the arrow, glancing at the gift value, which had astonishingly reached 240,000, each gift valued at 1 yuan. "Thank you all for your generous donations. We now have 5,800,000 fans. Once we hit 6 million, I will showcase a special skill for you, limited to 3 minutes. Lin Yang announced with a smile. At the start of the live stream, he had 5 million fans. And after 2 hours, that number had swelled by 800,000. "Everyone, rush in. Master Lin has hidden talents. Let us follow." Many who had not initially followed began clicking the follow button, and Lin Yang's fan count surged rapidly. Within a mere 2 minutes, his followers exceeded 6 million. Chapter 27, Skill Showcase, Netizens in Awe. "Master Lin, the fans are here. Unveil your special skills. Indeed, show us your talents quickly." Countless comments flooded the chat. With the audience now exceeding 100,000, the stream's popularity soaring to unprecedented heights. An uncountable array of gifts poured in, although most of the gifts held little value. Several high-value tokens emerged among them. The audience, generally older enthusiasts of the Eru, possessed considerable financial means, yet typical streamers seldom captivated their generosity. Lin Yang was different. His era skills were of an unparalleled mastery, deserving of their tribute. With increased donations, Lin Yang might become more diligent in his streaming. Though he had only recently begun posting videos, his legion of fans had already discerned his laid-back nature. Earlier, dedicated fans had generously praised him. Lin Yang had only just begun streaming, and had it not been for the trolls, he might not have even started. Lin Yang chuckled. "Everyone, I must clarify that the Eru is merely one of my hobbies. I am not a professional Eru streamer." The million fans in the live stream were left bewildered. "You're a top-tier Eru master, yet not a professional streamer? Are you implying you excel in other areas as well? Are you going to showcase other instruments?" The comments flew by at an astonishing speed, making it difficult for the average viewer to keep up. Lin Yang smiled slightly. "I won't be demonstrating any instruments, but I will show you a one-handed push-up. Those interested may challenge themselves." Upon hearing this, many watching the stream felt disappointed. While a one-handed push-up was certainly challenging, it paled in comparison to the mastery of the arrow. Suddenly, Lin Yang dropped to the ground, and at the last moment, he steadied himself with his right palm. Then, before the astonished eyes of 1 million viewers, he bent 4 of his fingers, astonishingly supporting his upper body solely with his index finger. "What on earth am I seeing? That is not a one-handed push-up. That is a one-finger push-up. How is this even possible?" The comments exploded, and gifts began to flood in. 1, 2, 3 Lin Yang truly executed the push-ups, and his form was impeccable. 19, 20. Upon completing the 20th, Lin Yang rose. "All right, let us keep it simple. 20 push-ups for everyone." Feel free to challenge yourselves, but do know your limits. Lin Tian chuckled. I can't believe this is something we can challenge ourselves to. Thank you. I can't even do 20 with both hands. Master Lin, you must be a martial artist. Lin Tian replied, everyone, the 2 hours have elapsed. And I've showcased my skill. It's time to bid you farewell. Upon hearing this, countless comments urged him to stay. Master Lin, we haven't finished showering you with gifts. Please, don't rush off, Master Lin. Show us something else. With a million fans sending an array of gifts. Many had initially tuned in for the spectacle of the Eru, but Lin Tian's astonishing feat had truly captivated them. Lin Tian stated, Dear friends, I'll be streaming weekly. Next time, I will certainly bring you another special skill. See you next week at the same time. With that, he ended the live stream abruptly, leaving the screen in darkness. Yet, even then, many continued to send gifts. Per the rules of Huayin, a live stream can remain black for 10 minutes prior to starting and can still exist for 10 minutes after concluding. Goodness gracious, Lin Tian mused, astonished that his gift value had nearly reached 3 million. Before the stream completely ceased, it should surpass that threshold. According to his agreement with Huayin, he would receive 180,000. Future earnings might not reach such heights, but to earn so much from just a 2-hour stream was simply unbelievable. Lin Tian reflected inwardly. He had only streamed for 2 hours. Had he extended the time, his gifts might have surpassed 5 million. Ding! His phone chimed. And it was a call from Zhang Han. Master Lin, congratulations. Your debut live stream was a tremendous success. Your fan payment rate is quite high. If you consider selling products, the profits could be even greater. As the call connected, Zhang Han spoke enthusiastically. Lin Tian replied, Brother Zhang, I'm sorry, but I'm not considering selling products at this time. Zhang Han paused on the other end. Master Lin, selling products is a very stable venture. Your tips will inevitably decline. Zhang Han cautioned, noting that the significant revenue this time was largely due to the substantial organic traffic provided by Huayin. If Lin Tian refrained from selling products, his income would decrease, and so would the organic traffic. Brother Zhang, the supply of products is hard to guarantee. I don't want to tire myself out for a bit of money, Lin Tian explained. His goals were clear, to earn a modest living. Let his wife handle the larger sums. Engaging in product sales would keep him too busy. He wouldn't have time to indulge in treasure chests with Luo Bingning. Compared to treasure chests, money was of little consequence. All right then, Zhang Han conceded, deciding not to press further. He felt that once Lin Tian's income dropped, he would surely consider selling products. With Lin Tian's popularity, the sales revenue would be substantial. What? 1-finger push-ups? Let us see about that. Ha ha ha. I've already tagged many fitness influencers. Now I'll tag some martial arts experts. Over 1 million viewers watched the live stream, many recording it. And soon various messages began circulating across the internet. Compared to Lin Tian's showcase skills with the Eru, the remarkable talents he later displayed garnered even greater attention, spreading far and wide. It wasn't long before related news trended on Weibo, and not just once. Challenge: 1-finger push-ups for 20 counts. Master Lin's spectacular debut live stream. Showcasing astonishing skills, in 2 hours of streaming, Master Lin received over 3 million in gifts. Various push-up challenges began to emerge on Huayin, and numerous bloggers certainly wouldn't miss out on this surge of popularity. Undoubtedly, hardly anyone succeeded in the challenge. Even someone as accomplished as Tang Yin found it difficult to perform a 1-finger push-up. Only those who had reached a higher level of mastery had any hope of success. However, those at such an advanced level were generally older, rarely engaged with Huayin, and did not partake in such challenges. Lin Tian withdrew from the Huayin app, unaware that as news spread rapidly, his fan base was growing swiftly, even faster than on the first day. At this rate, surpassing 10 million followers would not take long. Shaolin, I would like to invite you to join a group chat. Wu Lao messaged Lin Tian. Wu Lao, is it appropriate? Absolutely. Although you are younger, your skills are on par with President Ouyang. Soon, Wu Lao sent Lin Tian an invitation. After some contemplation, Lin Tian chose to join. The group consisted of a number of era masters who offered him considerable support, and he felt thankful towards them. Chapter 28. Visiting the Luo Bingning Company before long. Lin Tian entered the group, which included 11 others, bringing the total to 12. The group chat was named Smooth Sailing. Welcome, Master Lin. Master Lin, welcome. As soon as Lin Tian joined, the others eagerly sent messages, all of them online, awaiting his arrival. Greetings, esteemed masters, he acknowledged. Thank you all for your assistance. You may call me Shaolin. Lin Tian quickly messaged in the group. In the presence of these masters, he could not afford to be arrogant. Without the system, he would be nothing among them. Shaolin, you must be under 35, right? Today's performance was flawless. The promotion of the Eru may very well depend on young talents like you. Wu Lao added. The one speaking is our president Yang, the head of the Huagua Eru Association. Lin Tian promptly replied, President Yang, I indeed have not yet reached 35. My exact age and name I must keep confidential for now. Together, we shall strive for the advancement of the Eru. As time passed, Lin Tian conversed with the masters for about 10 minutes, their curiosity about him evident. However, he was not prepared to reveal his identity. Shaolin, when you have time, engage with the group. I am merely a humble university professor. Some here are quite impressive, and fostering good relations with them could be beneficial for you. Wu Lao privately messaged Lin Tian. Thank you, Wu Lao, Lin Tian replied. Nevertheless, he had no intention of ingratiating himself with anyone. He possessed the system and felt no need to do so. Ding ding. As Lin Tian prepared to head home, Luo Bingning called. Lin Tian, are you busy today? Not at all. I have plenty of free time, as long as I meet my performance targets, which I have achieved this month. Lin Tian's goal was merely to earn a few thousand for living expenses, and his share from this live stream would amount to 180,000. Stating that he had met his target was no exaggeration. Lin Tian, could you accompany me to a wine gathering? An important client tonight enjoys fine wine. Previously, I would have asked Yanzi for help with such matters, but this client likely has a stronger tolerance than Yanzi. Lin Tian chuckled, no problem. What time and where? Come pick me up at 5 this afternoon. After hanging up, a faint smile graced Lin Tian's face. He was quite willing to accompany Luo Bingning. With a stroke of luck, he might even obtain a treasure chest, as even black iron treasure chests held significant value. At 4:30 in the afternoon, someone knocked and entered Luo Bingning's office. Boss, do you have someone to accompany you to the wine gathering tonight? If not, how about I join you? My tolerance is quite good. If I can keep Mr. Chiao from Tianmu Group happy, our company's Series A financing will surely be secured. The speaker was a man in his late 20s. He had invested 10 million in the pre-A round, acquiring 10% of the company's shares, while also holding a position within the company. No need. Luo Bingning shook her head. My boyfriend will be here shortly to accompany me to the gathering. Huh? The man's expression changed. Bingning, when did you get a boyfriend? I wasn't aware. Luo Bingning frowned. Guoliang, business is business. I welcome your investment in my company, but I see no need to report my personal life to you. You may leave now, and please address me as boss. Bingning is not appropriate for you. Guoliang left Luo Bingning's office with a rather unpleasant demeanor. His investment of 10 million was not because he held high regard for Luo Bingning's company. Rather, it was a means to get closer to her. Proximity breeds intimacy. By investing, he had secured a position within Luo Bingning's company, allowing him frequent encounters with her, in hopes of developing a closer relationship. Damn it, when did Luo Bingning get a boyfriend? Guoliang cursed internally. He had never seen her in close proximity to any man. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? Minutes ticked by. Ding ding. Lin Tian dialed Luo Bingning's number. Bingning, I'm here. Should I come in to get you, or will you come out? Luo Bingning pondered for a moment. Lin Tian, please come in and get me. It would be good for some people in the company to know I have a boyfriend now. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Was there someone in Luo Bingning's company who had their sights set on her? Very well. Lin Tian quickly parked in the lot. Luo Bingning's company occupied a 5-story building in the entrepreneurial park. Having received Luo Bingning's instructions, he promptly passed through security. Mr. Lin, the boss is on the 5th floor. The receptionist informed him. The elevator is over there. Thank you. Lin Tian nodded and proceeded toward the elevator. Who was that just now? He doesn't seem like a client. He must be a friend of the boss, some people whispered to one another. Lin Tian soon arrived on the 5th floor. By the elevator stood a girl who greeted him. Mr. Lin, the boss's office is this way, please. Lin Tian quickly reached the entrance of Luo Bingning's office. Mr. Lin, please. Bingning, your place is quite nice, Lin Tian remarked as he entered. Although Luo Bingning's company was still small, having such a building in S City was impressive. This building might be worth more than the company itself. They currently occupied only part of it, leaving room for future expansion. Lin Tian, please hold on a moment. I will be right with you. Lu Jing, you may step out, Luo Bingning instructed. Lu Jing, the girl who had brought Lin Tian in, was her assistant, and she promptly exited upon hearing Luo Bingning's command. Damn it. Guoliang saw Lin Tian enter Luo Bingning's office. He must be Luo Bingning's boyfriend. He doesn't seem special. What do I lack compared to him? Guoliang felt disgruntled. In terms of family background, appearance, and education, he believed he was equal to or better than Lin Tian. All right, 5 minutes passed, and Luo Bingning lifted her head. Shall it just be the two of us? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning nodded, yes. The company is currently in the process of Series A investment. We are going to meet Mr. Chow from Tianmu Group, who is interested in investing 50 million. The specifics of the stake will need to be negotiated. Lin Tian questioned, Bingning, your family only provided you with initial support, and you must handle subsequent financing on your own? Yes. Luo Bingning nodded, a smile gracing her lips as she remarked, are you wondering why my family doesn't fully finance every project? Every endeavor carries its risks. Moreover, accepting some investments provides leverage for the company. The Tianmu Group excels in the manufacturing of high-end cosmetics. Let us be on our way. We can discuss this further en route. With that, Luo Bingning moved closer to Lin Tian, linking her arm with his. Chapter 29, accompanying Luo Bingning in business as the two emerged from the office. Several onlookers were momentarily stunned. Luo Bingning was actually holding Lin Tian's arm. They were well aware of the many suitors vying for her attention, including several wealthy heirs. Yet she had never shown interest in any of them. Lin Tian appeared rather ordinary. Soon, they took the elevator down. No wonder the boss ignored those admirers. She must have a boyfriend. Yet, Lin Tian seemed rather unremarkable. The boss had high standards, so perhaps he possessed qualities unknown to them. Whispers filled the air. Their curiosity ignited, and a few discreetly spread the news. Curse it, Guo Liang muttered as he watched Lin Tian and Luo Bingning depart in their car, slamming his fist against the windowsill. If he had lost to a wealthy heir, he might have accepted it, but Lin Tian did not seem to fit that mold. Bingning, aren't either suitors in the company? I thought someone might step forward, yet none did. Lin Tian expressed his surprise as they drove away. Luo Bingning brushed her hair back, replying, they know my character well. If they dared to step forward, they wouldn't be welcome back the next day. Impressive, Lin Tian remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Indeed, Luo Bingning had the confidence to back her authority. Even with capital invested in the company, she remained unafraid. For the Luo family was a formidable source of strength. Does President Xiao of the Tianmu Group know your identity? Luo Bingning nodded. Of course, if he were unaware. He likely wouldn't even consider investing in Series A. The Tianmu Group boasted a valuation of 20 billion, and President Xiao's personal fortune numbered in the billions. Operating in a different industry, he had no obligation to extend any courtesy to the Luo family. At this juncture, Luo Bingning turned to Lin Tian. In the business world, it is quite normal to indulge in some drinks. But rest assured, I never drink to excess, nor do I ever go out for drinks alone. Lin Tian nodded slightly. In the future, if such occasions arise, feel free to call me. I may not boast expertise in many areas, but I am unrivaled in my ability to handle liquor. Luo Bingning chuckled. You claim to be unrivaled? Just don't end up flat on the floor tonight. President Xiao was known for his exceptional drinking capacity. Many business deals were struck over the table. Reading people through drinks was his forte. Lin Tian nodded thoughtfully. With the company's substantial growth and President Xiao's considerable wealth, it was evident that his drinking prowess was no mere coincidence. It likely helped him avert numerous risks. Some individuals excel at disguising their true selves, but a few drinks can reveal their true nature. Bingning, will you also be drinking later? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning confirmed. Of course, but I'll drink less. You'll be the main player. After the drinks, we can find a designated driver to take us back. Half an hour later, they arrived at a private dining establishment. Though unassuming in appearance, the ingredients were top-notch, with chefs who had even catered for state banquets. Welcome, they were greeted. Quickly being led to a spacious private room. One wall featured a wine cabinet, filled with an assortment of exquisite wines. Lin Tian, feel free to drink. The company will cover the costs, Luo Bingning whispered. Lin Tian chuckled. If the company didn't reimburse, their living expenses would likely be depleted after just one meal here. Knock, knock. Shortly after, there was a knock at the door, and Lin Tian and Luo Bingning rose as two individuals entered. President Luo, my apologies for keeping you waiting. I wanted my son to gain some experience. He will be responsible for this project, but he was momentarily delayed. Please don't take offense. The middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 50s, was none other than Xiao Haixing, the president of the Tianmu Group. The other was a young man whose eyes sparkled upon seeing Luo Bingning. Hello, President Luo. I look forward to your guidance. Xiao Ziming extended his hand. Luo Bingning replied apologetically, Young President Xiao, I'm sorry. I have a severe case of germophobia and never shake hands. President Xiao, young President Xiao. Let me introduce my boyfriend, Lin Tian. President Xiao enjoys a good drink, so I brought him along. Lin Tian has quite the tolerance. Xiao Ziming reluctantly withdrew his hand, turning his gaze toward Lin Tian, as did Xiao Haixing. Lin Tian replied with a light smile, President Xiao, I may not possess many admirable qualities, but I do have a decent tolerance for alcohol. I hope to enjoy a drink with you. Xiao Haixing laughed heartily. Young Lin, you are too modest. President Luo has a renowned eye for talent. You must possess remarkable qualities. Let us take a seat, Xiao Haixing suggested. The meal had already been ordered, and as everyone settled, the dishes began to arrive, each looking more appetizing than the last. President Luo, you are too generous. I know you don't enjoy white wine, so I had Ziming bring a fine bottle of red for you. Young Lin, let us just have a bit of white. Xiao Haixing smiled. Xiao Ziming produced a bottle of red wine from his bag. Young Lin, are you a connoisseur? Do you recognize this wine? Xiao Ziming asked, a hint of provocation in his tone. He had recently returned home and initially intended to enjoy life without responsibilities, but upon seeing Luo Bingning, he felt an intense interest, only to discover she had a boyfriend. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. While Lin Tian had a decent tolerance, he likely wasn't too well-versed in wines. Xiao Ziming's question seemed somewhat rude. Lin Tian responded calmly, this is a Limi Wineries Merlot from the exceptional vineyard, valued at around 90,000 per bottle. Impressive. Young Lin, you truly know your wines, Xiao Haixing exclaimed. Luo Bingning was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Tian to be knowledgeable about this. Internally, Lin Tian mused that he had thought his wine-tasting skills would go to waste, yet here they were proving useful. His knowledge encompassed wines from around the globe. President Xiao, Bingning's proposal is for you to invest 50 million for a 20 stake. I understand you have a reputation for your drinking capacity. Shall we have a friendly competition? Lin Tian suggested with a smile. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian had inadvertently revealed her proposal. Oh, how shall we compete? Xiao Haixing inquired with a smile. Lin Tian replied, I've heard President Xiao has a remarkable tolerance. Let us see who can drink more. The losing side will concede 5 percentage points. If you win, you will secure 25, and if you lose, only 15. What do you think? Xiao Haixing laughed heartily. Young Lin, it seems you are quite confident in your drinking ability. I share the same confidence in mine. I have no objections. How about you, President Luo? Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian before nodding. Lin Tian is my boyfriend. If he says so, I naturally agree. Though she felt some trepidation, she had no choice but to trust Lin Tian. Then it's settled, Xiao Haixing declared. Convinced of his victory, the valuation of President Luo's company had increased. A 50 million investment for a 20 stake was reasonable, and should they secure 25, they would profit handsomely. Currently, even a 5 stake was worth over 10 million, and its value could rise further. Ziming, there's a case of Matai in the trunk. Please fetch it. Young Lin, is it acceptable for us to drink Matai? Xiao Haixing inquired, smiling, as he was accustomed to it, especially considering the stakes involved in the multi-million business deal. Please, no need for such extravagance. Before long, Xiao Ziming returned with a case of flying Matai. Chapter 30. The scale of Luo Bingning. The case contained 6 bottles, each 500 milliliters at 53 degrees. Most individuals, after downing a bottle, would likely find themselves retching uncontrollably. Mr. Xiao, as a young man, I shall take advantage of my youth and toast to you first. Let this glass be excluded from our count. Lin Tian smiled as he spoke, raising his glass and swiftly consuming the first cup of liquor. The cups they used were not small, each capable of holding 3 taels of baijiu. Shaolin, quite the boldness. Mr. Xiao praised him. If both men possessed strong drinking capacities, the outcome might hinge upon this 3-tael margin. Should Lin Tian consume just a bit more, he would gain a significant advantage. Little did Mr. Xiao know. Whether he drank 1 more cup or an entire bottle, it would have no effect on Lin Tian whatsoever. Mr. Xiao, let us toast to the successful collaboration between you and Bingning. Lin Tian smiled, and they clinked their glasses before downing the contents in unison. In just a minute, Lin Tian had consumed over half a jin of baijiu, while Luo Bingning grew somewhat anxious, fearing for his health due to such excessive drinking. As for business, she was not particularly concerned, since they had already reached an agreement. Any further worry would be pointless, and for the entire Luo family, 10 million was not a substantial sum. Shaolin, it seems I have encountered a worthy opponent today, haha. Mr. Xiao exclaimed with a hearty laugh. After 6 taels of baijiu, Lin Tian's complexion remained unchanged. Mr. Xiao, what is your favorite liquor? Lin Tian skillfully redirected the conversation. While he was at a loss when it came to business discussions, he was quite adept in the realm of alcohol, which Mr. Qiao thoroughly enjoyed. As time passed, Mr. Qiao and Lin Tian engaged in delightful conversation, with Mr. Qiao displaying extensive knowledge about wines and spirits. They conversed on a myriad of topics. Luo Bingning was taken aback. Lin Tian, whose parents were farmers and who appeared ordinary in the information she had gathered, displayed such remarkable knowledge about alcohol. It seemed the information she had obtained could be disregarded. She shook her head inwardly. Lin Tian's physical prowess met the standards of a top athlete. A detail absent from her data, as was his impressive drinking capacity. What other secrets was this fellow hiding? Her curiosity about Lin Tian deepened. Shaolin, I rarely concede in drinking. I must admit, your capacity is impressive. I can only manage one last glass. If you can down 2 more cups, you win. Mr. Qiao was already feeling the effects of intoxication. Both he and Lin Tian had finished 2 bottles of baijiu, and he knew another round would lead to his downfall. Mr. Qiao, I insist you refrain from further drinking. I concede, Lin Tian replied with a smile, effortlessly downing 2 more cups. In total, he had consumed 3 bottles. A bet is a bet, 50 million, and we hold 15 points. Mr. Luo, may our collaboration be fruitful. Mr. Qiao stood unsteadily. To a successful partnership. Luo Bingning echoed, clinking her glass with his. She was drinking red wine, though it was not the expensive bottle Mr. Qiao had brought. Mr. Luo, Shaolin, if I stay any longer, I shall embarrass myself. Let's take our leave. Tomorrow, once sober, I shall have Ziming come by to sign the contract. Mr. Qiao was supported by his companion as they departed. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with concern. Are you all right? I'm fine, Lin Tian shook his head. Now that Mr. Qiao has left, we should head home. Luo Bingning nodded and quickly settled the bill, which amounted to the equivalent of an average person's salary for half a year. The food had indeed been exquisite, but the price was exorbitant. Mr. Luo, Mr. Lin, please get in the car. They opted for a designated driver service provided by the restaurant, ensuring a safe return home. Lin Tian, while your drinking capacity is commendable, you should refrain from such excesses in the future. I worry about the toll it may take on your health. Luo Bingning remarked as she assisted him into the house. Lin Tian smiled down at her. Atop her head, a bronze treasure chest materialized. With this bronze chest, the evening's indulgence would not be in vain. Bingning, are you worried about me? Let us share an embrace, Lin Tian suggested, slowly extending his arms. Luo Bingning stepped closer and shared a brief hug. Having already embraced earlier, she found this gesture acceptable. Ding! The bronze treasure chest opened. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired master-level Guqin skills. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind, a torrent of information flooding in, leaving him feeling slightly dazed. Bingning. The effects of the alcohol are setting in. I'm heading to my room to sleep, Lin Tian said, gently releasing her. Wait, take 2 bottles of water with you. After consuming so much alcohol, you will surely be thirsty by midnight, Luo Bingning instructed. All right, Lin Tian replied, swaying slightly as he returned to his room. 3 bottles of liquor barely affected him, but the vast information contained in the master-level Guqin skill made him feel quite uncomfortable. After securing the door, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began his cultivation. As his technique flowed through him, the alcohol within Lin Tian was swiftly refined. And he noted that practicing after consuming baijiu was far more effective than after beer. Time ticked away, and the information in his mind was rapidly assimilated. He clearly sensed his Guqin proficiency had reached the master level, and moreover, the pinnacle of mastery. Goodness, to be a master of the Eru is impressive. Yet achieving the level of master in Guqin is extraordinary. Lin Tian marveled inwardly. At the master level, among China's population of over 1 billion, only a handful could reach such heights. A master-level expert could take a century or more to emerge. Of course, this pertains to the same field. Presently, no Guqin masters exist, but according to Elder Wu, there is a master in Guqin who possesses unparalleled skill. Such a figure would command respect even from the highest echelons of government. First a master in Eru, now a master in Guqin. Could it be that the system intends for me to delve deeper into traditional instruments? Lin Tian pondered. He was quite willing to promote traditional instruments and culture. In the process, he could also earn a substantial income. What's not to love? Gradually, time slipped into the early hours of the morning. After completing 3 cycles of cultivation and taking a shower, there came a knock on the door. Luo Bingning, tossing and turning, was unable to sleep and tapped on Lin Tian's door. Bingning, do you wish to sleep here? Lin Tian opened the door with a smile. Luo Bingning's face flushed. How presumptuous. After your excessive drinking, I am merely concerned about any potential consequences and how to explain them to your parents. I'm fine. You needn't worry. My body is resilient and my metabolism is swift. I'm already half awake. By morning, I'll be completely recovered. Good night. Luo Bingning hurried back to her room. Confirming that Lin Tian was indeed okay, she felt reassured. Lin Tian wore a pleased smile. Observing Luo Bingning in her sleepwear, he surmised that she likely wasn't wearing a bra, estimating her size to be between C and D. He found this size quite appealing. Chapter 31. SS Level Contract? Bingning, good morning. The next morning, Lin Tian emerged from his room with a smile. Lin Tian, how are you feeling? My father always suffers from headaches after drinking. You consumed quite a bit last night. Luo Bingning asked with concern. Lin Tian chuckled. I feel great. In fact, I could go for another bottle. Your drinking capacity is truly remarkable, Luo Bingning remarked, but it's best to drink less. Excessive alcohol is harmful to your health. Lin Tian nodded, understood. When we decide to have children, I promise to abstain from alcohol for 6 months prior. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. Lin Tian, I must thank you for yesterday's events. Had we negotiated under normal circumstances, we would have settled for around 20%. However, securing 50 million for just 15% is quite advantageous. As long as you don't fault me for taking the initiative, Lin Tian replied with a smile. After pondering for a moment, Luo Bingning stated, if it's a matter you are confident about, I appreciate you taking the lead. I dislike those who are overly subservient. But if you are uncertain, exercise caution. I wouldn't want my parents to strongly oppose before 3 years have even passed. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Shall we have some noodles? Yes, let us. Since the last time Luo Bingning misspoke, he hadn't had the pleasure of enjoying her delightful noodles for several days. After finishing breakfast, Luo Bingning headed to the office. Although it was Saturday, she had to go in to sign contracts. It seemed that Xiao Ziming had some intentions toward Luo Bingning, but Lin Tian was not overly concerned. Given her beauty and family background, many would be interested in her, and Xiao Ziming was merely average among that crowd. He pondered whether to purchase a better guqin. Having acquired master-level skills in playing the guqin, he felt a desire to fully experience it. However, glancing at his bank balance, Lin Tian resigned himself to the thought. The 80,000 lost by Song Kaifeng had dwindled to a mere few thousand after buying a car, renting a place, and purchasing live-streaming equipment. He had only a few thousand left, which he needed for living expenses with Luo Bingning. Curious about his follower count, Lin Tian logged onto the Huayin app. Since returning home last night, he had been practicing and hadn't checked the follower increase. To his astonishment, he discovered that his followers had surged to nearly 10 million from just over 6 million the previous day. He was puzzled. Realizing that his single-finger push-up video had unexpectedly generated tremendous traffic. If it were solely about the Eru, breaking 10 million followers would be a challenge. As the total number of Eru enthusiasts in the entire country was limited, am I considered a major influencer now? Lin Tian mused, surprised by how a casual single-finger push-up had garnered him so many followers. Master Lin, you claim not to be a professional Eru streamer, yet all your videos are of you playing the instrument. How about a video of a single-finger push-up? While performing a single-finger push-up seemed feasible, it would be unrealistic for a streamer to effortlessly complete 20, especially using the index finger instead of the thumb. Examining the comments, he noted that many fans requested a video of the single-finger push-up, while some questioned the legitimacy of the previous live stream. Indeed, a few had successfully challenged the feat, which was impressive. Lin Tian searched through Huayin and found that a couple of individuals had succeeded, but the most anyone managed was 5 single-finger push-ups, which was already quite remarkable. The video's popularity was skyrocketing, and he decided to film a related video. He anticipated that posting it would yield significant traffic, potentially increasing his follower count even further. Stepping out, Lin Tian arrived at his rented apartment. He changed into traditional Han attire and donned a mask. Everyone. Some skeptics believe my single-finger push-ups were faked, claiming the floor wasn't a floor or that there were issues with my shoes. Today, I'll demonstrate again. His voice, altered with internal energy, would be unrecognizable even to Luo Bingning or his parents. Lin Tian poured a glass of water onto the floor, allowing it to settle in a small area. This is indeed a floor, not a wall. He then removed his shoes. There are no mechanisms on my feet, right? Today, I will simply complete 100 push-ups. He swiftly began, accomplishing 100 single-finger push-ups in under 2 minutes. Shortly after, He edited and uploaded the video. Master Lin has uploaded a video. It was the single-finger push-up video. In the Huayin building, one of the operators exclaimed, "Let me see." Zhang Han leaned in, and others gathered around. Before long, they finished watching Lin Tian's newly uploaded video. Can a person even accomplish this? It's confirmed. Master Lin is a formidable martial artist. Completing 100 single-finger push-ups with such ease? I barely managed a dozen with both hands yesterday. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Push it out immediately. I need to speak with the director. Zhang Han said hurriedly, rushing to the office of Director Fang Zhengming. Director. Master Lin has released a new video. Soon, Fang Zhengming watched the video as well. He is at the pinnacle of Eru expertise and likely excels in martial arts too. Lin Tian has the potential for massive fame. We must ensure he isn't poached. Zhang Han replied helplessly, Director, but he doesn't want to sign a contract. Fang Zhengming paced back and forth, considering for a while before saying, I'll discuss it with higher-ups. We can offer him a more lenient contract. As long as we don't impose too many restrictions, he should agree. If they approve, you'll represent the company in negotiations. It's best to ascertain his abilities. Zhang Han nodded. Director, I have no issue. Once they confirm, I'll head out immediately. I'll arrange for the video to be promoted. Fang Zhengming quickly contacted higher management. Zhang Han, you need to leave right away. Once you arrive in Lin Tian's city, call him to get the exact address. To Zhang Han's surprise, they agreed to offer him an SS-level special contract. He had initially thought it would be an S-level contract, not realizing they would directly present an SS-level agreement. Generally, top streamers at Huayin receive S-level contracts, while SS-level contracts are reserved for top stars. As for SSS-level contracts, Huayin had yet to offer one. Director, is it appropriate for me to sign an SS-level contract alone? After all, I'm merely a level 3 manager. Zhang Han hesitated. You make a valid point. Book my ticket too. I'll accompany you, Fang Zhengming decided. Chapter 32. The shock of the Huayin visitors. Where are the haters? Come out. Master Lin has silenced you. Master Lin, please accept my admiration for completing 100 single-finger push-ups. Please stream more often, Master Lin. With Huayin promoting the video and Lin Tian's follower count nearing 10 million, the likes and comments on the video skyrocketed. Before long, the news surged once again to trending status. Many who had criticized him yesterday found themselves at a loss for words today. Some had doubted whether the floor was indeed a floor, but with a puddle of water on the ground, it was clear that it could not possibly be a wall. Others had claimed Lin Tian's shoes were an issue, but he had performed barefoot today. 100 single-finger push-ups were astonishing. Tang Yin also encountered Lin Tian's video, marveling at it. She had attempted single-finger push-ups yesterday, managing only 4 or 5, and even with her perfect internal strength, she could barely do 10. Completing 20 was impossible, let alone 100. Such a feat was exceedingly rare, even for someone at the pinnacle of dark energy. Tang Yin quietly followed him and shared the video with Luo Bingning. Bingning, with your qualities, you could easily find someone as remarkable as Master Lin. His martial skills far surpass mine. Tang Yin also left a message for Luo Bingning. He is likely much older than you, probably in his 30s or 40s. The years of martial practice might have kept his skin youthful. I'll finish my business and come find you soon. Luo Bingning replied shortly, agreeing with Tang Yin to make time for more martial training. 10 million followers. Lin Tian marveled at the rapid growth of his follower count. In just a week, he had amassed 1 million followers, and these weren't fake accounts. They were all recent, high-quality followers. Ding. While recording an Eru video around noon, Lin Tian's phone rang. Zhang Go, is there good news? He answered the call with a smile, recognizing Zhang Han's voice. Master Lin, I've arrived in S City, accompanied by one of our Huayin operations directors. We bring you an SS-level contract. The contract imposes few demands upon you, yet offers numerous benefits. Lin Tian was astonished. An SS-level contract? Indeed, an SS-level contract. Top influencers typically receive only S-level contracts. SS-level contracts are exclusive and reserved for the most illustrious stars, Zhang Han clarified. Lin Tian expressed his surprise. Brother Zhang, I may have gained some recognition, but surely I am not yet deserving of such an esteemed SS-level contract? Master Lin, your true value has yet to be fully revealed. This decision comes from above, Zhang Han replied. Master Lin, where are you currently situated? Lin Tian pondered, since Zhang and his associates had arrived. It was only fitting to meet them. The offer of an SS-level contract from Huayin was indeed sincere. Brother Zhang, please add me on WeChat, and I will share my location with you. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Han added Lin Tian on WeChat. They had reached the city center, and within half an hour, Zhang Han and when Zhengming arrived at the establishment Lin Tian was renting. Though referred to as a house, it was essentially a shop that previously sold high-end tea, designed with an antique aesthetic. The former owner had been apprehended recently, and the landlord, unwilling to alter the decor, found it challenging to rent the space again. Consequently, Lin Tian secured it for a bargain, though it still cost 20,000 a month, a friendly rate courtesy of Mr. Wu's connection with the landlord. Master Lin, seeing you in person is far more impressive than just hearing about you. You truly are youthful, Wen Zhengming remarked, extending his hand warmly. Hello, Director Fong. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Zhang Han had already informed him of Wen Zhengming's identity. Director Fong, Brother Zhang, please have a seat. Lin Tian poured tea for both of them. The tea was provided by the landlord as a form of compensation, since the previous owner could not pay the penalty fee after his arrest. The landlord, now burdened with surplus tea, had given Lin Tian 2 cakes of it due to their acquaintance. Master Lin, is this where you film your videos? Might we witness your exceptional skills? When Zhengming inquired. The SS-level contract was indeed extraordinary and not easily granted. Had Lin Tian only demonstrated S-level prowess, there would have been no need for such caution. Lin Tian chuckled. Director Fong, I would like to review the contract first. If it does not meet my expectations, there is no need for a demonstration, is there? That is fair. When Zhengming nodded, handing Lin Tian the contract. Although Lin Tian could not read at lightning speed, his proficiency allowed him to grasp 4 or 5 lines at once. And he quickly reviewed the entire document. The SS-level contract was remarkably favorable, with minimal requirements. Signing it would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. One would guarantee monthly promotion and offer traffic rewards. The revenue split from gifts was 70%, a full 10% higher than Lin Tian's previous arrangement. It was important to note that this 70% was post-tax. Juan would absorb the tax and operational costs, and with the SS-level contract, they would neither profit significantly nor incur losses. However, overall, Huang would not suffer. Those who signed SS-level contracts were all exceptional individuals, and binding such talents would bring immense traffic to Huang. Given these terms, it seemed there was little reason for Lin Tian to decline. It appears I have no grounds for refusal, he smiled. When Zhengming responded, SS-level contracts were previously exclusive to top stars. First-tier celebrities do not enjoy such privileges. Master Lin, do you truly practice ancient martial arts? Zhang Han interjected, clearing his throat. Master Lin, we are merely curious. Who among us does not harbor a dream of martial heroism? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Huayin had shown sincerity, and he was willing to reciprocate. He extended a finger and pressed it against the tea table, leaving a 1 centimeter deep indentation. Master Lin, this is remarkable. Both Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han gasped in astonishment. The tea table was of high quality, not crafted from ordinary wood. It would require over 100 kilograms of force to leave such an impression. Would you care to try? Lin Tian chuckled. Master Lin, I beg your pardon. When Zhengming said as he reached over, he pressed his hand beside Lin Tian's indentation, exerting all his strength, yet the wood bore no mark. Zhang Han attempted to lift the tea table. Its solid construction exceeded 200 kilograms, and he could not budge it. Lin Tian smiled slightly, placing his hand beneath the table. Up. With that, he effortlessly lifted the heavy tea table with one hand. Both Wen Zhengming and Zhang Han were left speechless. Brother Fong, Brother Zhang, is there truly any need for one-finger push-ups? Lin Tian jested. They shook their heads vigorously. Lin Tian, weighing no more than 150 pounds, had likely exerted force exceeding 150 kilograms with just his fingertip. Master Lin, shall we proceed with the contract? Zhang Han asked. By the way, we need to discuss the signing bonus. There are 2 methods, cash or traffic. Additionally, whether or not you endorse products or accept advertisements will influence the signing bonus. When Zhengming explained, Lin Tian's eyes lit up at the mention of a signing bonus. He had assumed there would be none. He thought, endorsing products is one thing, but deciding on advertisements is essential. If it's cash, how much can you offer? Lin Tian inquired. When Zhengming hesitated before responding, Master Lin, if that is the case, the signing bonus would range from 5 million to 15 million. I can offer you the maximum of 15 million directly. Lin Tian was taken aback. 15 million was an immense sum. When Zhengming, sensing Lin Tian's hesitation, quickly added, Master Lin, while 15 million might seem modest, if you desire complete freedom, this is the highest signing bonus we can offer. Chapter 33. The million-level Guqin. Lin Tian was speechless. Is it too little? He felt it was far too generous. He had previously earned over 4,000 a month, and 15 million would take 300 years to accumulate. Master, our SS-level contracts do not typically offer high signing bonuses. In fact, some S-level contracts provide higher amounts. Yet, to be blunt, some S-level contracts require grueling labor, whereas yours grants complete freedom. The only limitation is that you cannot sign with other companies, Zhang Han clarified, believing Lin Tian was dissatisfied with the amount. After all, Lin Tian could earn 300,000 in a single live stream without selling products, and his fan base had doubled from 5 million to 10 million. Lin Tian chuckled, "Gentlemen, you misunderstand. 15 million is quite substantial. I simply did not anticipate such a generous signing bonus." When Jinming and Zhang Han sighed in relief. They had traveled a great distance, and it would be awkward if they could not finalize the SS-level contract. If they did not promote Lin Tian, he might seek opportunities elsewhere. Continuing to promote him would also maintain Huayan's reputation. "Master Lin, if you could cooperate more with us at Huayan, I could request an increase in the signing bonus to 50 million, when Jinming proposed. Lin Tian shook his head. "Let's not go that route. I am accustomed to a laid-back lifestyle, and too many constraints would be unbearable." When Jinming and Zhang Han were both astonished, 50 million was within reach. Yet Lin Tian had easily declined it. "Master Lin, let us proceed with the signing," when Jinming suggested. "We can simply note the signing bonus by hand." Lin Tian nodded, and soon they completed the signing process. "Master Lin, may our collaboration be fruitful." When Jinming beamed after finalizing the SS-level contract. "May it be a pleasant partnership." Lin Tian replied with a smile. "Director Fong, Brother Zhang, let us find a place to dine. My stomach is beginning to grumble." Half an hour passed. Ding. Lin Tian received a bank notification. When Jinming remarked, "Master Lin, that should be your signing bonus being deposited. Do prepare for the tax, as it will be substantial." Lin Tian checked his phone and confirmed that the signing bonus had indeed arrived. His signing bonus was 15 million. But the actual amount received was only 8,250,000, with taxes exceeding 670,000. There were still quite a few, which was not bad. Lin Tian smiled, as he was not surprised by the high taxes. After all, higher income meant more deductions, which was quite normal. There was no need to resort to tax evasion just to pocket a little extra. "Master Lin, your mindset is truly commendable," Zhang Han remarked with a sense of admiration. In the past, when some individuals witnessed such substantial tax deductions, they would often erupt in anger. Lin Tian smiled faintly. How could his mindset be anything but positive? Every treasure chest he opened with Luo Bingning was worth over 100 million. Besides, earning a fortune was not the only goal. He was content with just enough to cover living expenses, and a few million was more than sufficient. "Director Fong, Brother Zhang, safe travels," Lin Tian said as he escorted Fong Jinming and the others to the airport after their meal. "Zhang Han, what are your thoughts?" Fong Jinming inquired as they settled into the waiting area. "A true master, indeed," Zhang Han responded, his fingers pressing deeply into the tea table, leaving an impression that left him astonished. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve that? Fong Jinming nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth in Zhang Han's words. Indeed, he is an exceptional talent. Signing Master Lin is akin to signing two masters at once, both a master of the Eru and a martial arts expert, which is far more intriguing. Zhang Han speculated, "Master Lin will likely surpass 30 million followers." "Indeed," Fong Jinming replied with a nod. "A pure era master would find it difficult to exceed 10 million followers, but martial arts is an entirely different realm, attracting a far larger audience. Not only men, but many women are also interested in martial arts. However, promoting martial arts too overtly is not advisable. Lin Tian's current approach is quite effective. With his identity as an era master, an increase in followers serves to promote traditional Chinese culture. Director, if Master Lin's identity were to be revealed, and it became known that he is only 23 years old, he would undoubtedly attract many female fans." Zhang Han pondered aloud. Fong Jinming chuckled, "We must certainly maintain confidentiality. But there is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through. The news will eventually leak. At that time, many will likely be left astounded." Zhang Han nodded in agreement. The combination of a top-tier master and a martial arts expert would lead many to assume that Lin Tian must be in his 30s or even 40s. Who would suspect that he is merely 23? "Boss, do you have anything better?" Lin Tian inquired, donning a mask and hat as he entered a high-end Guqin shop. The price of Guqins far exceeds that of Eris, with antique Guqins valued in the hundreds of millions. Even a famous Guqin can easily cost several 100,000. The Guqin before Lin Tian was priced at over 100,000, but after trying it, he was not entirely satisfied. "Sir, are you really not interested in any of these?" the shopkeeper asked in surprise. For most musicians, this level of instrument is more than adequate. Anything better would be somewhat extravagant. Lin Yang smiled gently. "I require something superior." His master-level guqin skills necessitated a better instrument. The shopkeeper thought for a moment and replied, "Sir, what I have on display is the best I can offer, but I do have a master-grade guqin in my collection. If you are interested, I can sell it to you for 120,000. I acquired it for $1 million a few years ago, so I'm not profiting much." Lin Yang's eyes lit up. "Where is it?" "Please follow me," the shopkeeper said, leading Lin Yang to the second floor where he retrieved his prized guqin. "I bought this guqin 5 years ago. Recently, I've encountered some financial difficulties, and if it weren't for that, I wouldn't be parting with it," the shopkeeper said. Gently caressing the strings, Lin Yang leaned in to examine the instrument closely, confirming that the materials and appearance were impeccable. "Let me give it a try." Gently plucking the strings, Lin Yang produced a melodious sound, savoring the music as it resonated perfectly. "Indeed, this is a master-grade guqin, but you have undervalued it. It is currently worth $1 million, and it was not worth that much before." After 5 minutes, Lin Yang spoke. The shopkeeper smiled wryly. "It seems I've encountered an expert. 2 years ago, a fellow musician told me similar sentiments, saying I had overpaid. If you want it for $1 million, it's yours," the shopkeeper offered. Lin Yang nodded and promptly transferred $1 million to him. The shopkeeper shook his head inwardly, thinking, young people never heed advice. He once desired a fine instrument himself, but later realized that his skills did not warrant it. A guqin worth 20 to 30,000 would suffice. With the guqin in hand, Lin Yang quickly returned to his rented accommodation. "Let's try a piece," he contemplated before playing High Mountains and Flowing Water. Once the piece concluded, Lin Yang found himself completely entranced. Incredible, but perhaps too incredible. If I were to showcase my master-level skills directly, it wouldn't be long before my identity is exposed. Lin Yang murmured to himself. He decided to temper his display, opting to only reveal his master-level proficiency. As a young man at the pinnacle of era mastery, showcasing top-tier skills was already enough to astonish the world. Chapter 34. A Master of the Guqin? High Mountains and Flowing Water, a gift for everyone. Soon, Lin Yang began recording videos. Possessing masterful skills, he showcased only a level of top-tier mastery, yet the resulting melodies were still exquisitely enchanting. Before long, he had recorded 2 segments, one of which was High Mountains and Flowing Water, and the other Fisherman's Song at Dusk. Go, Pikachu! After editing, Lin Yang quickly uploaded the 2 videos. With his follower count nearing 11 million, many fans were instantly alerted to his new content. What? The guqin? Why isn't it the arrow? Master Lin's guqin skills seem equally formidable. Within a short time, the videos garnered a multitude of comments, with many fans expressing their astonishment. To become a top-tier master takes a lifetime of effort. Even the ancestral graves should be smoking with pride. Lin Yang is a top-tier era master, and his guqin skills seem equally impressive, not to mention his martial arts prowess. Everyone, hurry and check out Lin's latest videos. Does he also possess master-level talent in guqin? In the Smooth Sailing group chat, an era master commented, "A guqin master? Old Su, are you sure you're not mistaken? Lin is a top-tier era master. Could he possibly be a guqin master as well?" 2 individuals quickly responded in the chat. They promptly opened Huang to view Lin Yang's new videos. "I'm 80% sure that Lin's guqin skills have reached a master level. I have a friend who is a guqin master. I just called him." In a certain southwestern region of Huagua, Lu Yueme shook her head in disbelief. She found it hard to believe such a possibility existed. To specialize in one area and become a top-tier master is already a daunting task. "I am a guqin master, but I have yet to reach top-tier status." Shortly after, Lu Yueme began watching Lin Yang's videos. Upon finishing, her eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Yang's recordings were remarkably clear, allowing her to judge that his guqin skills were undoubtedly superior to hers. A top-tier era master and a top-tier guqin master? Unbelievable, simply unbelievable, Lu Yueme murmured. After calming her emotions, she dialed the number. "Sister Hu, I just watched the video, and I can confirm that Master Lin is indeed a guqin master. And he is even more skilled than I am." After hanging up, Master Hu immediately sent a message in the group chat. "Everyone, it's confirmed. Lin is a top-tier guqin master. What is going on?" Old Wu, just seeing the message, was taken aback. He quickly went to watch the videos. After viewing both segments, he found himself at a loss for words. He knew Lin Yang was only 23, far too young. It was already impressive enough to be a top-tier Arab master. But now he was also recognized as a top-tier Guqin master. Lin, are you truly a top-tier Guqin master? Old Wu couldn't help but message him. I am not. Lin Tian quickly replied. Wu Lao, with a tone of irritation, sent a voice message. You still won't admit it? Master who has a rather good relationship with a master of the Guqin, and she has already confirmed that you are a top-tier Guqin master. Wu Lao, you misunderstand. What I mean is that I possess slightly more prowess in Guqin. However, I have deliberately downplayed my abilities to avoid appearing overly strong. Please help me keep this under wraps. Upon reading Lin Tian's message, Wu Lao's eyes widened in disbelief. Stronger than a top master? That can only mean a grandmaster. He murmured to himself, struggling to accept the incredible assertion. Yet, in matters like this, he believed Lin Tian would not deceive him. At merely 23 years of age, a Guqin grandmaster. This was truly prodigious. Wu Lao felt as if he had wasted over 60 years of his life, after a lifetime of effort. He had only reached the initial stage of a master in arrow. Shaolin, it is indeed wise to conceal some of your abilities. A tree that stands out will be caught by the wind. You should first strengthen your wings. Wu Lao pondered for a moment before messaging Lin Tian. At the airport in the capital, Fang Zhengming and Zhang Han had just disembarked from their flight. Zhang Han's phone soon buzzed. What's happening? Lin Master has released a new video. This time, it's a Guqin performance, and he displays a masterful level. Zhang Han was taken aback. Are you certain? Absolutely. His comments section already has 3 Guqin masters verifying his skills. They are even helping promote Lin Master. Zhang Han quickly informed Fang Zhengming. Before they could view the video, Fang Zhengming's phone rang as well. Zhengming, is it true that Lin Master is a Guqin master? Did he inform you? The caller was his superior, Liang Hui, the head of operations. Yang Zong, he hasn't mentioned it. Lin Master only showcased his martial arts skills to us. We estimate he has reached a master level in that regard. Fang Zhengming replied promptly. Liang Hui took a deep breath and said, Arrow, Guqin. Martial arts, all at a master level. We have underestimated our signing bonus. Lin Master is not merely a genius, he is a phenomenon. Are you still at the airport? If so, you must make another trip to S-City. We shall increase Lin Master's signing bonus by 10 million. Fang Zhengming coughed lightly. Boss. Adding 10 million means a total of 25 million. Isn't that a bit excessive? Liang Hui. I hadn't considered that. You're right. Let us add 5 million more. We will offer him 30 million in total. His future is boundless. After concluding the call, Fang Zhengming sighed. We need to head to S-City again. Lin Master is too low-key. Why didn't he mention his mastery of the Guqin? That would surely have garnered him a higher signing bonus. Director, I'll book the tickets right away. Thankfully, there were plenty of flights between the capital and S-City. Lin Tian had no inkling that revealing his abilities in this regard would result in an additional 15 million in signing bonuses. 3 to 4 hours later, Fang Zhengming and Zhang Han reappeared before Lin Tian. Director Fang, Brother Zhang, you're back so soon. Could it be that the higher-ups at Huayin disagreed with the 15 million signing bonus? Lin Tian queried, puzzled. He had been recording Guqin videos all afternoon, with his phone switched off. How could that be? The contract has been signed. It certainly holds legal weight. Lin Master, why didn't you mention that you are also a top-tier Guqin master? If you had, we could have secured you an even greater signing bonus. We wouldn't have had to make this trip, Fang Zhengming remarked. Lin Tian, at that time, I didn't even possess a Guqin. What could I use as proof? Without a Guqin, who would believe that I am a top master? Director Fang, so your return signifies an increase in signing bonuses? Fang Zhengming nodded. Your prowess in arrow, Guqin, and martial arts is all at a master level. A signing bonus of 15 million is far too modest. If word gets out, others will surely say that Huayin is stingy. The higher-ups have decided to add another 15 million. Soon, Lin Tian signed a supplementary agreement. Less than half an hour after Fang Zhengming and Zhang Han departed, more than 8 million had been added to Lin Tian's account, bringing the total to over 16 million. Gazing at the balance in his bank account, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. Chapter 35, The Fear of Song Kaifeng by the Shop? The thought crossed Lin Tian's mind. The shop was well decorated, but the location wasn't ideal. He wasn't planning to run a store, so a prime spot wasn't necessary. When he rented it, the landlord had jokingly mentioned that if Lin Tian wanted to buy, he could offer a lower price of 15 million. At that time, Lin Tian had felt somewhat disheartened, as he had less than 100,000 in his account. Landlord, are you truly considering selling the shop? Lin Tian dialed the landlord's number. Yes. Do you have a friend interested in buying? If your friend can pay 14,488,000, that would be acceptable. Similar shops in the vicinity are around 14,700,000, and my shop's renovation is worth at least 300,000. The landlord quickly replied. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Earlier, the landlord had mentioned a lower price of 15 million. Yet now he was asking for 14,488,000. It seemed the landlord was genuinely eager to sell. Landlord, that's not really a lower price. It's above market value. Renovations mean little if the next tenant doesn't like them, and they will incur additional costs to tear them down. Moreover, the previous tenant's presence will have some impact, Lin Tian argued. On the other end, the landlord paused before responding. Lin, if your friend can buy within 3 days, it can be done for 14,680,000. He must also appreciate the shop's decor to make the purchase. If not, I will continue renting and wait for a more suitable buyer. Lin Tian replied, Landlord, if you are in a hurry to sell, the price still seems slightly high. If you are truly sincere about selling, please reconsider. After hanging up, Lin Tian visited a nearby agency to inquire about the market conditions as a potential seller, and the estimates aligned closely with what the landlord had mentioned. The landlord had likely sought opinions from others as well. Given that the previous tenant had installed a sewing machine, he might have also considered that news could affect the rental price of the shop. There were many shops available in the market, and this one was not ideally located. Business people would likely consider feng shui as well. After a quick meal, Lin Tian drove home. Before he arrived, the landlord called him, and a faint smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. Lin, I just discussed it with my family. If your friend is genuinely interested, I can offer it for 14,380,000. That price doesn't sound appealing. I'll take it for 14,336,000. Let us complete the transfer on Monday, Lin Tian stated confidently. On the other end, the landlord's eyes lit up. All right, Lin, since it's you buying, I knew you had the capability, haha. After ending the call, Lin Tian smiled softly. Purchasing the shop for over 14 million was satisfactory. Normally, such a shop would not rent for less than 20,000 a month. The landlord probably thought about renting it out while also selling it. There was a chance the landlord might sell the shop eventually. He had not made a 3-month deposit. And if the landlord sold the property, there was no penalty for breach of contract. Finding another suitable rental would not be easy, and it would likely cost significantly more than the current rent. After spending $1 million on the Gucci, buying this shop would still leave him with several hundred thousand. Quite fortunate indeed. Lin Tian mused to himself. Not long after, Lin Tian returned home to find Luo Bingning had not yet arrived. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Click. Opening the door, Lin Tian found Song Kaifeng standing outside. Brother Song, is there something you need? Lin Tian greeted cheerfully, recalling that this was the benefactor who had gifted him a fine car. However, Song Kaifeng's expression was grim. Lin Tian, you're the one pulling strings behind the scenes, aren't you? Damn it, you got me arrested and made me lose over $1 million. I see you don't wish to end well. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Brother Song, one must not speak recklessly. Song Kaifeng spoke coldly. I have already inquired about your background, where you come from, and who your family is. Now, I present you with 2 choices. First, drive away in the car I provided and cease your pursuit of Luo Bingning. Second, let us engage in a confrontation where I shall legally and justly end your life. He had been dealing with these matters for days. On the day he was taken into custody, he was released, but the compensation was only finalized today, amounting to over 110,000 for 3 families. Lin Tian's expression turned icy. In an instant, he struck, seizing Song Kaifeng by the throat with his right hand and lifting him off the ground with a mere flick of his wrist. Pain surged through Song Kaifeng's neck, and his face flushed a deep crimson. You dare to threaten me by investigating my family's address? Are you courting death? Lin Tian's gaze bore into Song Kaifeng with chilling intensity. Desperate to pry Lin Tian's hand away, Song Kaifeng found his grip unyielding as if it were forged from iron. In mere moments, he felt as though his eyes might pop from their sockets. In the future, you would do well to speak more courteously, Lin Tian warned. Only when Song Kaifeng could barely endure did Lin Tian release him. He doubled over, coughing violently, gasping for breath as if he were on the brink of death. With a playful clap on Song Kaifeng's face, Lin Tian remarked, Brother Song, money is indeed a wonderful thing, but sometimes it can't shield you when you provoke the wrong person. Wouldn't you agree? The fear within Song Kaifeng burgeoned uncontrollably. Once, he had perceived Lin Tian as merely a penniless youth, but now he saw him as a figure of immense terror. weighing around 140 pounds. Lin Tian had effortlessly lifted him with one hand for nearly 20 seconds. Such strength was formidable. Brother Lin, I was wrong. I will never dare to provoke you or Luo Bingning again. Song Kaifeng trembled as he spoke. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Brother Song, let us avoid such encounters in the future. I possess considerable strength, and if I were to lose control, it could lead to dire consequences for both of us. Song Kaifeng's complexion paled at the thought. It was entirely plausible that Lin Tian could kill him with a single blow. Brother Lin, I will leave immediately. I have other properties. I will relocate at once, he said, fear etched in his voice. Good. Lin Tian gently patted Song Kaifeng's head, causing him to feel as if he had been struck with a plank. I shall move right away. With his tail between his legs, Song Kaifeng departed. Upon entering the elevator, he touched his head, still aching from the light taps Lin Tian had given him. Son, what happened? His mother, Wang Xianglian, asked upon his return home. She knew that Luo Bingning had not yet returned and had sent Song Kaifeng to seize the opportunity to drive Lin Tian away. If we wish to avoid ruin, we must not provoke them. Help me pack. I'm moving to another place, he replied, his eyes still reflecting fear. Chapter 36. Strolling hand in hand. Rescuing in the sea. Wang Xianglian's expression shifted. Son, what on earth happened? Taking a deep breath, Song Kaifeng replied. Lin Tian has significant connections. He is not someone our family can afford to provoke. He hesitated to divulge the full extent of the truth, as he felt humiliated by how close he had come to disaster. Is Lin Tian truly that formidable? Wang Xianglian gasped. Song Kaifeng nodded. Indeed, he is terrifying. Mother, please do not provoke him. We have no need to take such risks. I have given up on Luo Bingning. I will stay elsewhere. Should we consider moving as well? The near-death experience had profoundly shaken him, and he no longer dared to entertain thoughts of vengeance. No need to move. I have grown accustomed to living here. As long as you do not provoke them, we should be fine, Wang Xianglian replied, shaking her head. They had other properties, but none felt as comfortable as this one. Mother, please assist me in packing. I will leave at once. He rubbed his head, still feeling the pain from Lin Tian's earlier taps. At Tang Yan's home, Bingning. Look at how impressive Master Lin is. He is a top-tier era master and also excels in Guqin. His martial arts must be formidable as well. Tang Yan and Luo Bingning were watching a video of Lin Tian's performance. Indeed, he is remarkable. You are nearly his devoted fan, Tang Yan teased. What a pity he wears a mask. You have no idea what he looks like. He probably is quite unattractive, Luo Bingning laughed lightly. Certainly not. He could very well be a handsome master. Even if he isn't, I would still be his staunch admirer, Tang Yan asserted. As Luo Bingning gazed out the window, night had fallen. Yan, I should head home now. Lin Tian must be back by now. Tang Yan paused. Aren't you staying the night? Luo Bingning shook her head. I live alone, but since we are married, it is best that we return home unless absolutely necessary. There have been too many scandals involving affairs. But we've both been drinking, Tang Yan reminded her. Luo Bingning took out her phone and called Lin Tian, and after a brief conversation, she smiled. Lin Tian is coming to pick me up. Tang Yan observed Luo Bingning closely, sensing that she was not averse to Lin Tian. If this continues for 3 years, what will become of it? She mused, realizing she needed to flatter Master Lin in front of Luo Bingning, hoping that one day it would be revealed that he was a handsome gentleman. Minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at Tang Yan's community. You should head back, Yan, Luo Bingning said as she got into the car, and soon they departed. Bingning, why didn't you stay at Tang Yan's? Is it inconvenient for you to sleep there? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning shook her head. I have my own room there, but since we are married, it's better for us to return home unless necessary. Lin Tian turned a glance at Luo Bingning, a gentle smile gracing his face. Bingning, how about we take a stroll by the seaside? Sounds good. Before long. Lin Tian parked the car by the shore, and they stepped out. He extended his hand toward Luo Bingning, who hesitated for a moment before allowing him to take her hand. Walking hand in hand, they felt the sea breeze. Initially tense, Luo Bingning gradually relaxed. Lin Tian. I spoke with my parents today, she said softly after a while. Lin Tian's grip tightened slightly, his heart racing. If he were truly to be with Luo Bingning, her parents would become his in-laws. What did they say? He asked. I told them you helped reduce the shares by 5%. My father insisted on giving you 100,000 as a commission. That amount has already been transferred to my account, she explained. Lin Tian smiled faintly. Your father's gesture signals that he acknowledges what is rightfully yours and that he expects you to refrain from overstepping. Don't overthink it, Lin Tian, Luo Bingning quickly interjected. I'm not overthinking, he replied. When we have our little cabbage, I won't let anyone take them away either. What little cabbage? Dream on. Luo Bingning teased playfully. As parents naturally wish for their daughters to marry well, Lin Tian reassured her, do not worry, I will surely win over your parents. You better win me over first. Or we may end up divorced, she quipped. Lin Tian turned to gaze deeply into Luo Bingning's eyes, causing her cheeks to flush. What are you staring at? She asked. Feeling flustered. Bingning, we will never reach the point of divorce. Once we are truly together, it won't take 3 years. Though the time spent with Luo Bingning was brief, he had already attained mastery in martial arts, Guqin, and Eru. Additionally, he possessed exceptional driving skills and a refined palate for wine, amassing assets exceeding 10 million. All these accomplishments imbued Lin Tian with formidable confidence. Even in the face of the Luo family's immense wealth and Luo Bingning's status as a wealthy heiress, Lin Tian firmly believed he was worthy of her affection. Are you truly so confident? Luo Bingning teased with a playful huff. Haha, you'll soon come to realize just how formidable your husband is, Lin Tian replied with a grin. However, Luo Bingning's thoughts wandered elsewhere. Her mind lingered on Lin Tian's physical prowess, eliciting an eye roll from her. Suddenly, a frantic cry pierced the air. Help! Help! A child has been swept away by the waves. Panic erupted on the nearby beach as several individuals were in distress. I'll go take a look, Lin Tian announced. Releasing Luo Bingning's hand and sprinting towards the shore, his speed surpassing that of his earlier run. Lin Tian, be careful, Luo Bingning called out, trailing behind him. With a splash, several people plunged into the water before Lin Tian, but the waves had grown tumultuous, obscuring visibility in the dim evening light. Their swimming abilities were inadequate, forcing them to struggle to return to safety. The ocean was a far cry from a swimming pool, with relentless waves crashing and the salty water bitter if ingested. My child! My child! A woman on the beach wailed in despair. Without hesitation, Lin Tian dove into the sea as a martial arts master. He could faintly hear the child's choking cries. This way. He directed himself, his arms slicing through the water with remarkable speed. Although he lacked formal swimming skills, his strength and unyielding inner energy propelled him forward faster than ordinary swimmers. Wow, that guy is incredibly fast. Can he actually spot the child? Onlookers murmured amongst themselves. Luo Bingning arrived at the beach, her eyes filled with concern. Even adults could be in peril if swept away by the waves. Having swum dozens of meters, Lin Tian submerged into the depths. Despite the darkness, his mastery allowed him to see faintly. Moments later, he emerged, cradling the unconscious child who had inhaled water. As he swam back, he carefully channeled his inner energy into the child. A mere 10 meters from shore, the child finally coughed up the seawater. Oh, Lulu, you scared your mother to death. The child's mother sobbed as Lin Tian reached the shore. Bravo, young man. Others praised him. Are you perhaps a member of the national swim team? Your speed is astonishing. Thank you, thank you. The grateful mother exclaimed, attempting to kneel before Lin Tian. No need for that. It was merely a small effort, he replied. Take your daughter home now. She's shaken up from the ordeal. As Lin Tian departed, he could feel the weight of gratitude from the mother, who knew that without him, her daughter's life would have been in jeopardy. Chapter 37. Bingning. Will you give me a kiss? Lin Tian walked briskly, and shortly thereafter, Luo Bingning caught up with him. Lin Tian, you were quite impressive just now. If it weren't for you, that little girl might have faced a dire fate, she expressed with a bright smile. Lin Tian, with a playful grin, inquired, so? What reward do I get? Perhaps a sweet call of hubby or a kiss? Although Luo Bingning had referred to him as hubby in conversations with Song Kaifeng, she had yet to do so privately. A kiss seemed out of the question. However, playing along in front of others might require calling you hubby occasionally. I suppose I could get used to it. Hubby, she said softly, her cheeks flushing. It was nighttime, yet Lin Tian's keen senses allowed him to perceive her embarrassment. Bingning, your voice is too soft. I couldn't hear you. Hubby, hubby, she repeated, her voice rising slightly. There was a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Darling, what's on your mind? Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. We should head back. Although it's summer, you're drenched. And I don't want you catching a cold. Though Lin Tian possessed immense inner strength that could dry him off in an instant, he opted to conceal his abilities for now. Very well, let us return. They soon reached the car, where the air conditioning automatically activated. Luo Bingning promptly switched it off, fearing Lin Tian might catch a chill from the cold air. Once home, Lin Tian took a shower while Luo Bingning messaged Tang Yan. Yanzi. Lin Tian and I just took a stroll by the beach, and he rescued a child from the sea. He looked quite heroic as he dashed into the waves. Tang Yin replied, "That is wonderful, but I can't believe you witnessed Lin Tian saving someone. It increases the likelihood of you falling for him." After showering, Lin Tian emerged to find Luo Bingning handing him her phone. "Lin Tian, take a look at this. How did it end up online?" Lin Tian muttered, scanning the screen. The video had only been posted for a short time, yet it had already garnered over 10,000 likes. At this rate, it would surely reach 100,000. Wow. Someone even called me AC King, Lin Tian chuckled, flipping through the comments. Luo Bingning giggled, "With your swimming prowess, it's no surprise they're praising you." Lin Tian. If you were to capitalize on this momentum and perhaps purchase some online visibility, you could easily gain fame. Are you interested in becoming an internet celebrity? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Isn't your family somewhat biased against the entertainment industry? Luo Bingning nodded. That's true, but if you seize this opportunity, gaining several 100,000 followers shouldn't be out of reach. Even if we were to divorce in 3 years, you would still be well off. Lin Tian regarded her thoughtfully. Bingning, do you think my prospects are slim? After a moment of contemplation, she replied, initially, I thought you had a chance. But I believe your odds were less than 10%. Now, perhaps 3%. Lin Tian, it's not that I doubt your abilities. You are quite remarkable. However, we seem to lack common ground in some areas. I enjoy music, dance, and calligraphy, whereas you seem unfamiliar with these pursuits. This opportunity is in front of you. It may be wise to grasp it for your future. Lin Tian smiled faintly. While he may not yet comprehend dance or calligraphy, he was certainly well-versed in musical instruments. Being a master of the guqin and an expert in the eru, my father did transfer 1 million to me, which is yours to spend as you wish. Seize the moment. The potential is immense, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian chuckled. So, does that mean my chances have improved to 2 or 3%? It's remarkable to see such growth in just a week. However, I think I'll pass on buying visibility. Keep that million. I'm financially secure. But that money is from my father, she protested. Lin Tian shook his head. I merely came to enjoy a good meal. If you insist on giving it to me, I'd rather not be called upon for drinking duties in the future. That is quite a sum, Luo Bingning remarked, her eyes sparkling. Are you truly refusing it? How about a kiss to make up for it? Not a chance. Lin Tian retorted, retreating to his room to commence his evening training. Perhaps Lin Tian will earn money in the future, she mused, deciding to save it for him. If they were to part ways in 3 years, he would be well prepared. As dawn broke the following day, Lin Tian began his training with a couple of rounds of meditation. Upon opening the Huayin app, he was astonished to discover that his followers had nearly reached 15 million, having gained over 300,000 overnight. He quickly browsed through the comments. Several masters of the guqin have offered their critiques and recommendations, unanimously affirming his status as a top-tier guqin master, which has garnered a fair amount of admiration from enthusiasts. Furthermore, he signed a contract with Huan yesterday, which undoubtedly contributed to a surge of 3 million followers, a rather typical outcome. Good morning, my dear, he greeted his wife. After expressing gratitude to the guqin masters, Lin Tian stepped outside, only to find Luo Bingning gazing at him in silence. You may call me Bingning as usual. Do not address me casually as wife, and I shall not refer to you as husband without due consideration, she stated firmly. Very well, Lin Tian acquiesced with a nod. Are you aware of the number of likes your video from last night has received? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian shook his head, having not kept track. 3 videos have garnered the most likes, with figures of 630,000, 320,000, and 170,000 respectively. Additionally, your personal information has been uncovered by netizens, Luo Bingning informed him. You haven't paid for this, have you? Lin Tian asked, his brow furrowing. Luo Bingning shook her head. No, this is organic traffic. Such attention is entirely normal. Are you truly not planning to step forward? The memory of internet users is fleeting. If you do not act now, any future attempt to do so will lack momentum and relevance, she cautioned. Lin Tian chuckled. I hope the fervor dissipates quickly. Having such a beautiful wife at home, I would prefer to keep you from becoming the subject of scrutiny. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian finished his morning routine, and they took their seats at the dining table. Do you have any plans for today? If not, would you accompany me to a certain place? Luo Bingning asked. After contemplating, Lin Tian realized he had no particular engagements. The property transfer was scheduled for tomorrow, and he had recorded ample videos of the eru and guqin. Even a week without filming would leave him with sufficient material to share. Sounds good, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Spending time with you might even yield a treasure chest. An hour later, they arrived at a children's welfare institution. Bingning, we haven't brought anything to donate, Lin Tian remarked. Eyeing the entrance, Luo Bingning shook her head. It is unnecessary. This is S City, and the children do not lack for clothing or toys. I am a volunteer, and whenever I have the time, I come to teach the children music. They genuinely enjoy my lessons. Upon entering the orphanage, several children exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Luo Bingning. Teacher Luo is here. Teacher Luo is here. Who is he? Is this big brother your boyfriend? They asked with innocent curiosity. Yes, he is my boyfriend. You may call him Brother Lin Tian, she replied with a beaming smile. As the commotion settled, the director of the orphanage, a kind-looking elderly woman named Hu Guifang, approached them. Today, I have some time to check on the children. Will they be able to attend my music class? Luo Bingning inquired. Of course. Their daily schedule is quite flexible, the director answered with a smile. Allow me to introduce him. This is Lin Tian, my boyfriend. Should you require any assistance, feel free to enlist his help, Luo Bingning said cheerfully. Hello, Lin Tian greeted promptly. Hu Guifang nodded with a warm smile. Lin Tian, you are indeed fortunate to have found someone like Bingning. She is as beautiful as she is kind. Be sure to cherish her. A flush crept onto Luo Bingning's cheeks. Indeed, Bingning is truly wonderful. I shall certainly treat her well, Lin Tian assured her. Very well. Bingning, you should start with the younger class today, Hu Guifang suggested. Certainly. Director, she replied, as Hu Guifang departed to make arrangements. Ling Tian, the older children may find it inappropriate to listen to nursery rhymes. I've divided the class into 2 groups, older and younger, each for 1 hour. You can wander about while I teach, she instructed. Lin Tian nodded in understanding. Before long, Luo Bingning's music class commenced, and Lin Tian, from outside, observed a classroom filled with eager children. Today, Teacher Luo will introduce a new nursery rhyme, she announced. Lin Tian, though not peering directly in, was able to distinctly hear her melodious and soothing voice, enhanced by the beautiful sounds of the piano as she played and taught simultaneously. While he was adept at the guqin and eru, he held no disdain for the piano. After all, music transcends boundaries and social status. Lin Tian, Hu Guifang approached him. Director, is there something you need assistance with? He asked promptly. No, I merely wish to speak with you. Bingning is a remarkable girl. Please do not cause her any harm, she cautioned. She began volunteering here a year ago, donating a piano and 10,000 books upon her arrival. Over the past year, she has visited 2 to 3 dozen times, consistently providing lessons. Unlike some volunteers who merely seek to show off, she is genuinely committed. Lin Tian nodded slightly, recognizing the impact of her dedication, evident from the children's familiarity with her. I have encountered many types of people, and Bingning is not easily swayed emotionally. However, when she does form attachments, she is fiercely loyal. Since you are together, it is crucial to cherish her, Hu Guifang advised. Rest assured, Director, Lin Tian replied earnestly. By the way, I came here empty-handed today, intending to make a donation to the welfare institution. Could you guide me on how to contribute? Hu Guifang shook her head. Bingning has already provided us with ample support. There is no need for you to donate. If you wish to help, could you perhaps take those 3 children over there for some exercise? She gestured toward a trio of children a few dozen meters away. These 3 children, around 10 years old, suffered from incurable congenital conditions. The doctor had advised that increased physical activity would be beneficial, yet they appeared reluctant to move. Lin Tian nodded, striding toward them. The children, though appearing physically whole, bore their own challenges. One exhibited signs of cognitive impairment, another had a left arm that hung limply, seemingly unable to rise, and the last had legs of differing thickness. What do you want? One of the children asked nervously as Lin Tian approached. With a gentle smile, Lin Tian replied, I am your teacher Luo's boyfriend. I have some knowledge of medicine. May I examine you? To become a formidable martial artist, one must understand the human body. As a martial arts grandmaster, Lin Tian had acquired extensive knowledge regarding anatomy, including meridians and acupoints. You're lying. You're not a doctor. Doctors aren't this young. You must be trying to trick us into exercising, one child protested. Lin Tian chuckled. Is your teacher Luo impressive? All 3 children nodded in unison, even the one who seemed a bit slow-witted. Since I can be her boyfriend, I must possess some skills myself, right? Let me check your pulse. It won't hurt. He reassured them. The children, intrigued, agreed to let him proceed. Go ahead and try, the child with the arm issue said. As Lin Tian grasped the affected arm, he pressed his fingers on the acupoint, channeling a subtle flow of inner energy through the meridians. A few minutes passed, and Lin Tian's eyes brightened. He discerned that the child's lack of strength stemmed from a blockage in the meridians. a congenital obstruction overlooked by Western medicine and often missed even by traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. However, for Lin Tian, resolving this issue posed no challenge. He utilized his formidable internal energy to assist in unblocking the meridians. Once the meridians were clear, the qi flowed freely. With the qi circulating, the blood became invigorated. "What is your name?" Lin Tian inquired. "I am Su Hu," came the reply. Lin Tian chuckled softly. "Su Hu, your issue is not insurmountable. Allow me to massage you, and you shall recover." He continued, "This process may be somewhat painful. Can you endure it?" Su Hu nodded. "I can endure." "Then let us commence." Lin Tian swiftly began massaging Su Hu, channeling his internal energy from a closer proximity to gradually clear the obstructed meridians. A sharp sensation accompanied the unblocking of the meridians, prompting a muffled groan from Su Hu. "Hold on," Lin Tian urged in a firm tone. As time passed, beads of sweat emerged on Su Hu's forehead. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After half an hour, Lin Tian exhaled a deep sigh of relief, having successfully unblocked Su Hu's obstructed meridians. "Su Hu, try raising your arm," Lin Tian instructed. Previously, Su Hu could barely lift his arm, but now, through sheer determination, he managed to extend it horizontally. "Your arm is restored," Lin Tian remarked with a smile. The other two children, one with normal intelligence expressing surprise, while the other simply grinned vacantly. Su Hu stared in astonishment at his raised left arm. He had never been able to lift it before. Lin Tian encouraged, "Su Hu, with practice, your arm will fully recover, and you will be able to play basketball without issue." "Thank you," Su Hu exclaimed, overflowing with emotion. The other two children, one with leg issues, pleaded, "Lin Tian Gij, please help Xiaodong." "Is he Xiaodong?" Lin Tian pointed to the child who appeared somewhat dazed. "Yes. He has seen several doctors with no improvement. He is our brother. We do not wish for him to remain this way." Lin Tian shook his head slightly. "It is highly probable that he has a brain-related issue, and with my current abilities, I fear I cannot assist him." The child spoke, disappointment evident in his eyes. "What is your name?" "I will examine you first, and once my skills improve, I shall treat him, which will significantly reduce the risks," Lin Tian replied, gently ruffling the child's hair. "I am Jiang Long," the boy said, lowering his gaze to his left leg, which was only 2/3 the size of his right. Lin Tian sighed inwardly, deducing that they had likely been abandoned due to congenital ailments. Their parents had no intention of keeping them. "Come, place your leg here, and let me take a look." Jiang Long obediently rested his leg on the stone bench. Lin Tian accurately identified the acupoints, allowing his internal energy to quietly penetrate Jiang Long's leg. After 5 minutes, he discerned the issue. Jiang Long's condition bore similarities to Su Hu's, albeit more severe. At least Su Hu's arms were proportionate. "Jiang Long, I can address your issue, but it cannot be resolved in one session. It may take 3 or 4. After I massage you, you must try to move as much as possible." Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Jiang Long nodded eagerly. "Lin Tian Gij, I will follow your guidance." "All right then, I will begin your massage, but it may be more painful than what Su Hu experienced. Can you endure it?" Jiang Long gritted his teeth. "Lin Tian Gij, do not worry, I can endure it. Once Su Hu and I recover, we can help Xiaodong. We are sworn brothers." Lin Tian found their camaraderie amusing. Were they truly engaging in a modern-day version of the Peach Garden Oath? As he massaged Jiang Long's acupoints and channeled internal energy to clear his severely congested meridians, he realized that if the condition continued to worsen, amputation would be necessary. "Children, our class will conclude here," Luo Bingning announced after an hour. "Thank you, Teacher Luo," echoed over 100 children, all under 10 years old. Shortly after exiting the classroom, Luo Bingning spotted Lin Tian and approached with curiosity. "Teacher Luo, Lin Tian Gij is treating Jiang Long. We must not disturb him," Su Hu interjected as he walked towards her. "Su Hu, Lin Tian is not treating. He is merely giving Jiang Long a massage to provide some comfort," Luo Bingning clarified. "No, Teacher Luo, this is indeed treatment," Su Hu insisted, demonstrating by lifting his left arm with considerable effort. Luo Bingning's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized Su Hu's condition. His left arm had always been immobile. She had even financed a trip to the capital for treatment, yet the esteemed hospitals had found no solution. "Su Hu, what transpired?" she asked urgently. Su Hu glanced at Lin Tian. "Lin Tian Gij treated me, and he says he can heal Jiang Long's leg as well." Luo Bingning regarded Lin Tian with incredulity. She knew that Jiang Long had undergone evaluations at multiple reputable hospitals, and his leg condition was far more critical, with authoritative doctors recommending amputation. Lin Tian exhaled deeply. Having concluded this session of treatment, while his internal energy was sufficient, Jianglong's condition required a more gradual approach. His meridians could not withstand excessive strain at present. Lin Tian, what is happening? Luo Bingning inquired, astonished as she moved closer. Lin Tian smiled. I possess certain skills in traditional Chinese massage. I am fortunate to be able to address both Su Hu and Jianglong's issues. Luo Bingning found this assertion difficult to believe. Yet Su Hu's arm was indeed raised, and Lin Tian had only performed a massage. Jianglong, try walking. Do you feel any increased sensation in your leg? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Jianglong, using his crutch, proceeded to walk slowly. Soon, excitement illuminated his eyes as he exclaimed, I can feel it. It's better. Much better. With consistent practice, we shall reconvene next week, and after 3 or 4 sessions, you should be able to discard the crutch, Lin Tian encouraged. Lin Tian giggled. Thank you so much, Jianglong said, bowing deeply while leaning on his crutch. Luo Bingning inquired, Lin Tian, what about Zhao Dong? Lin Tian sighed. He likely suffers from a brain disorder. My rudimentary medical skills are insufficient for him. He is too fearful to even undergo examination, let alone treatment. This is not mere rudimentary skill. They have consulted over 5 top-tier hospitals, and numerous esteemed doctors have examined them without any resolution. Luo Bingning recalled Lin Tian's previous pulse diagnosis and began to believe in his capabilities. Perhaps his earlier intent to examine her abdomen was not merely a pretext. Suddenly, Lin Tian noticed a silver treasure chest slowly emerging above Luo Bingning's head. A silver treasure chest, he exclaimed internally. Aside from the first, no other silver treasure chests had appeared before. This opportunity was truly a windfall. Rising and stretching, his hand inadvertently brushed against the treasure chest, causing it to vanish. Ding! Silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations to the host for acquiring master-level ancient medical skills. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind as a torrent of information flooded his consciousness. Frowning slightly, he felt overwhelmed. Although he could handle the influx, the sheer volume left him feeling dizzy. Lin Tian, what is wrong? Luo Bingning asked, noticing his unusual demeanor. I merely squatted too long, and my leg has gone numb. I will sit and recover, he replied. Teacher Luo, your singing is truly delightful. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. I am not a professional. As long as the children enjoy it, that suffices. Are you truly all right? I must return to teach the older children. Lin Tian shook his head. What could possibly be wrong with me? Soon, Luo Bingning went to class, and Jianglong followed suit. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Tian completed his training in master-level ancient medicine. This intricate discipline encompassed techniques such as stone therapy, acupuncture, moxibustion, herbal medicine, and even the enigmatic incantation arts, as well as ancient shamanistic practices. The complexity of this ancient medical knowledge is truly remarkable. The wisdom of antiquity should not be underestimated, Lin Tian mused. The master-level ancient medicine is considerably more elaborate than the master-level Guqin, and its classification is akin to that of master-level martial arts, both of which can be obtained from a silver treasure chest. Shaolin, Hu Guifeng approached briskly. Director, Lin Tian stood up. Hu Guifeng's expression was filled with excitement. Shaolin, I just received news that you have cured Su Hu. Can you do the same for Jianglong? Lin Tian nodded. Director, I possess a modicum of ancient medical knowledge. Previously, he had felt uncertain about his medical skills, relying primarily on his inner strength to resolve issues. Now, however, he felt confident, having acquired master-level ancient medicine. Thank you. Hu Guifeng expressed profound gratitude. Lin Tian replied, Director, I merely did what was within my capabilities. Hu Guifeng continued, however, what you have done may change their lives forever. Jianglong is quite intelligent and excels in his studies, yet the doctor has advised amputation of his leg to prevent necrosis. He is only 11. Losing a limb would be a tragedy for him. Su Hu has seen numerous doctors for his left arm, which he could not lift, yet you miraculously restored its function. Lin Tian cleared his throat. Director, I only possess a basic understanding of ancient medicine. I simply provided some massage therapy. Their recovery is primarily due to their own fortitude. Despite his mastery of ancient medicine, he lacked a medical license and the qualification to practice medicine. I understand. Shaolin, could you perhaps give Zhao Dong a cursory examination? Sometimes he is normal, but at other times, he appears dazed. Hu Guifeng gazed at Lin Tian with hopeful eyes. Lin Tian pondered briefly. Director, I can check his pulse. but I may not be able to address his condition. Good, good. Hu Guifeng nodded repeatedly, rest assured. Even if they have some issues, they won't trouble you. Having lived for decades, Hu Guifeng was well aware of many things. Lin Tian worried about the potential complications arising from his lack of a medical license, fearing that he might be unable to clear his name if something went awry. Director, while I may not be able to cure him, I can assure you that his condition will not worsen. You can trust that, Lin Tian stated. His master-level ancient medicine was no trifling matter. In a martial arts novel, he would be regarded as a legendary healer, surpassing even the imperial physicians of ancient times. Thank you, Shaolin. Once Bingning finishes her class, I would appreciate your help with Xiaodong. Let's not examine him here. Please follow me to my office. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Shortly, he accompanied Hu Guifeng to her office. The decor was unremarkable. Hu Guifeng poured him a cup of tea. Shaolin, I must confess that at first glance, I felt you were somewhat unworthy of Bingning. It seems I was mistaken. Lin Tian smiled. Director, your initial impression is quite normal. You have something else you wish to discuss with me, don't you? Hu Guifeng hesitated. Our welfare institution has around 300 children, and some of them have various issues. Could I trouble you to examine them as well? Director, it seems there are only about 200 children present today, Lin Tian remarked. Hu Guifeng nodded. Indeed. Today there were only around 200 children in the institution. Some were in the hospital, while others were engaged in work-study programs. Furthermore, a few children were placed with families, and some volunteers would occasionally help care for a child or two, with others possibly being considered for adoption, temporarily taken home to see how they fared. There are a total of 316 children in our care, Hu Guifeng clarified. Lin Tian inquired, how many of them have issues? Hu Guifeng sighed. The number of troubled children in the welfare institution is significantly higher than that in society. Perhaps around 30 to 40. Some of these cases may be beyond your ability to help. Others may be manageable with the right resources. Lin Tian contemplated. Director, I haven't brought any supplies this time, nor was I prepared. However, next week, Bingning and I will return, and I will assist in whatever way I can. Hu Guifeng expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Thank you. Shaolin, you and Bingning both possess hearts of gold. Lin Tian shook his head. Director, you flatter me. I merely have a slight understanding of ancient medicine and am willing to lend a hand. Hu Guifeng stood. Shaolin, please rest while I attend to some other matters. I will bring Zhao Dong over shortly. Half an hour passed quickly, and Luo Bingning finished her class. Hu Guifeng entered with her, along with Zhao Dong. Hello, Brother Lin. Zhao Dong greeted, bowing respectfully. He appeared to have no visible issues. Hu Guifeng remarked, Shaolin, Zhao Dong has shown marked improvement several times after attending Bingning's class. During those moments, he appears entirely normal. Lin Tian nodded. Zhao Dong, please take a seat and extend your hand. Zhao Dong obediently complied, extending his hand as Lin Tian placed his fingers on his pulse point. He had become quite adept at pulse diagnosis. As a martial arts master, he already possessed some knowledge in this area, and with the inheritance of ancient medicine, he could now assess conditions more swiftly without relying solely on his inner strength. Strange. What could be the issue? Everything seems normal. Lin Tian pondered silently for 2 minutes. Moments later, Zhao Dong began to smile vacantly, reverting to his dazed state. At that moment, Lin Tian finally detected an anomaly in Zhao Dong's demeanor, and his pulse exhibited subtle changes. Ah, now I understand. Lin Tian's eyes revealed a moment of clarity. Lin Tian, have you discerned what Zhao Dong's issue is? Luo Bingning inquired eagerly. Lin Tian nodded slightly. It appears to be dual soul syndrome. Scientifically, it is known as dissociative identity disorder, but his alternate personality is underdeveloped. Is it treatable? Luo Bingning asked anxiously. Lin Tian smiled. It should be manageable. If it were a neurological condition, it would be more challenging, but this is not difficult to address. I can utilize hypnotic techniques to suppress his problematic persona, and in time, that persona will naturally fade away. May I borrow your necklace? Luo Bingning removed the necklace she wore, which was not particularly expensive, merely worth a few thousand, rather ordinary to her. Zhao Dong, focus on this, Lin Tian instructed, gently swaying the necklace before Zhao Dong's eyes. He infused a thread of inner energy into the necklace, causing it to emit a faint glow. Imperceptible to both Luo Bingning and Hu Guifeng, Lin Tian was employing a form of shamanistic technique. In less than half a minute, Zhao Dong fell into a deep hypnotic state. Zhao Dong, at this moment, you feel incredibly tired. You wish to rest, and in doing so, you will find great comfort. While you rest, you will dream of yourself, sharing all your memories with your dream self. Gradually, you will become indistinguishable from one another. Lin Tian's words flowed with a unique rhythm, resonating like an enchanting melody in Zhao Dong's ears. Sleep, sleep, he gently urged, assisting Zhao Dong to lie down. Is it done? Luo Bingning asked nervously. Lin Tian replied, we must wait for him to awaken naturally. It shouldn't take long. Soon we will know if he has returned to normal. Hu Guifang and Luo Bingning waited anxiously, while Lin Tian remained calm. With his capabilities, he was certain Zhao Dong would awaken. His condition was not particularly severe within the context of dual soul syndrome. Dean, Teacher Luo, how did I fall asleep? In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Dong awoke, puzzled. Chapter 41. Luo Bingning's new admirer. Zhao Dong, you were simply exhausted and drifted off to sleep. How do you feel now? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Zhao Dong turned to Lin Tian. I don't feel tired anymore. Brother Lin Tian, how is my illness? Can it be cured? Haha, your illness is already healed. Really? Zhao Dong's expression was one of excitement. After all, he was merely a child of around 10. Lin Tian nodded. You are well now. Hurry and eat, for I can already smell the delicious food from your cafeteria. Thank you, Brother Lin Tian. Dean, Teacher Luo. I'm off to eat. Zhao Dong joyfully ran away. Hu Guifang, filled with excitement, said, Xiao Lin, has Zhao Dong truly recovered? Lin Tian smiled. As long as he doesn't face any more stimuli within 6 months, his second personality will completely dissipate. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Xiao Lin, I don't know how to express my gratitude. You came here, and both Xiao Dong and Su Hu have recovered. Even Jiang Long will be fine. Hu Guifang expressed her appreciation. Lin Tian replied with a grin. If Bingning bullies me in the future, please scold her for me. Hu Guifang chuckled. That won't do. You both have kind hearts, and I believe you will surely achieve happiness together. Will you dine casually in our cafeteria, or shall we venture out for a romantic meal? Luo Bingning suggested. Dean, we won't disturb you. We'll eat out and return next week to visit the children. Luo Bingning had quite a few questions she wished to ask Lin Tian privately. Very well, Hu Guifang nodded. Soon, Lin Tian and the others drove away from the welfare home. In the passenger seat, Luo Bingning kept glancing at Lin Tian. Bingning, what are you staring at? We have decades ahead of us. There will be plenty of time for you to look. Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed slightly. And a thought crossed her mind. Perhaps spending decades with Lin Tian wouldn't be such a bad idea. Lin Tian, don't you have some skills in ancient medicine? Luo Bingning inquired. Are you perhaps quite adept at it, having prepared special tonics for yourself, which is why your body is stronger than the average person? Lin Tian felt a stir within. Luo Bingning's speculation was indeed insightful. In ancient times, medicine and martial arts were intertwined. If his skills in ancient medicine were exceptional, it would be entirely reasonable for him to possess martial prowess. Since his medical skills could enhance his physical condition, it would follow that they could also sharpen his intellect. Explaining his remarkable capabilities, Lin Tian smiled. Bingning, have you merely perceived my robust physique and failed to notice that my intellect far surpasses yours? Luo Bingning retorted. You are quite bold. I did notice that. While saying this, Luo Bingning recalled that Lin Tian's driving skills might be related to his intelligence. Of course, his physical fitness probably played a greater role. Lin Tian might have quicker reflexes than most. So, do you admit your skills in ancient medicine are quite impressive? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian chuckled. If I were to claim that my knowledge of ancient medicine is merely superficial, I doubt you would believe me, would you? Of course not. Many renowned doctors have examined Su Hu and the others without resolution, yet you cured them in just half an hour. Luo Bingning was convinced of Lin Tian's prowess. Lin Tian simply smiled in silence. Luo Bingning continued. Lin Tian, what is the issue with my health? Lin Tian replied. When I checked your pulse earlier, I discerned that there was a problem with your dantian, but the specifics remain unclear. However, your condition is undoubtedly more complex than Su Hu's. Luo Bingning turned her gaze to the window. Upon returning, please examine my abdomen. The dantian is located there, correct? Luo Bingning said, her ears slightly reddening. Let us find a place to eat first, Lin Tian suggested. I know of a nearby restaurant that serves quite delectable food. Just turn right at the next intersection, Luo Bingning directed, and soon they arrived. The restaurant was elegantly decorated with an antique charm. Lin Tian noticed a guqin prominently displayed, suggesting that there might be a musician performing. Let us sit here. Someone will be playing the guqin shortly, and it sounds delightful. Luo Bingning remarked. Very well. Lin Tian agreed, as they were seated at a fine table that had just become available. Lin Tian, I'll treat you today. You saved Su Hu and the others, and I wish to express my gratitude. Luo Bingning laughed playfully, lifting her phone to scan and place an order. I agreed to cover the living expenses, Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning whispered, this place isn't cheap. You should save some money to bring home to your parents for the new year. You want me to go home for the new year with you? How optimistic of you. Luo Bingning quickly finished ordering. Not far away. Someone was glaring at Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian remained unfazed. Since leaving the welfare home, he had noticed someone following them. And that same person had entered the restaurant. Ding. Before their meals arrived, the melodious sound of the guqin filled the air. The performer was a woman in her 30s. And her playing was quite good, though she hadn't reached a masterful level, let alone Lin Tian's exceptional standard. In China, the guqin and piano have distinct grading systems, categorized into 3 levels: amateur, professional, and performance. Both amateur and professional levels have 10 grades each, while the performance level consists of 3 tiers: 3rd level performer, 2nd level performer, 1st level performer, master, and grandmaster. Given Lin Tian's expertise, he could easily discern that the woman's skill was around professional level 6, which was quite impressive. As the piece concluded, Luo Bingning gently applauded, and many others in the restaurant joined in. Bingning, you seem to enjoy music, Lin Tian observed with a smile. Luo Bingning nodded. Yes, but my father didn't want me to pursue a career in the entertainment industry, so I only learned a little. At that moment, someone approached the performance area. Ladies and gentlemen, a guest wishes to play a piece for us. Let us give him a round of applause. The woman who had just played stood up. It's common for guests to perform here, and those bold enough to take the stage usually possess considerable skill. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian asked, Bingning, who is he? He has been following us since we left the welfare home and entered the restaurant behind us. Luo Bingning frowned. His name is He Yu Hao? A classmate from my university. Did he pursue you? Yes. Lin Tian observed He Yu Hao, who was rather handsome, and at that moment, He Yu Hao happened to glance over at Lin Tian and the others. I will play a piece called Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, dedicated to a lady. He Yu Hao smiled. Many directed their attention toward Lin Tian and the others, easily deducing that He Yu Hao's performance was intended for Luo Bingning, given her beauty. Even if He Yu Hao did not focus on her, stating it was for a lady present, most would likely surmise it was meant for Luo Bingning. Lin Tian. I have nothing to do with him. This guy is arrogant. I don't like him, Luo Bingning whispered. Lin Tian, shall we change restaurants? Luo Bingning suggested. Just then, the server arrived with their meals. There's no need. The food has been served, and it's wasteful to leave it untouched, Lin Tian said with a gentle smile. If He Yu Hao were to play the piano or something, perhaps he could show off a bit. But the guqin? What can he flaunt? He is no match for a guqin grandmaster. According to Master Wu, there is a guqin grandmaster in China, but even if that grandmaster were present, Lin Tian would still be confident in his victory. He is at the pinnacle of mastery. Ding. He Yu Hao quickly plucked the strings, and the melodious notes filled the air. The nearby woman's eyes sparkled. He Yu Hao's skill was quite commendable. Lin Tian mused to himself, quickly assessing that He Yu Hao's guqin proficiency was likely around professional level 7, surpassing that of the woman who had just performed. Lin Tian. While you may lack in musical talent, you surpass He Yu Hao significantly in running, swimming, and medical skills. Try this, it's quite delicious. Luo Bingning said as she served Lin Tian some dishes. Handsome and proficient in playing the guqin, it is unfortunate that the girls are enamored with others. In this day and age, wealth holds sway. Who can argue with that? Someone at the adjacent table murmured. They observed Luo Bingning serving Lin Tian and hastily concluded that her choice was influenced by Lin Tian's affluent background. Bingning, this flavor is indeed delightful. However, if you were to feed me directly, the taste would surely be even better, Lin Tian remarked with a grin. Luo Bingning shot him a playful glare. You daydream too much. It's already generous of me to serve you. The two continued to chat and enjoy their meal, ignoring He Yu Hao, which somewhat disrupted his performance. After a song concluded, applause erupted. He Yu Hao approached their table. Bingning, what a coincidence to find you here. He addressed Luo Bingning, seemingly oblivious to Lin Tian's presence. Luo Bingning frowned. He Yu Hao, first of all, I have a boyfriend. Secondly, do you think it appropriate to follow me here? If it happens again, I might have to call the authorities. He Yu Hao's expression soured, as Luo Bingning offered him no semblance of dignity. Bingning, we are classmates. Our shared love for music gives us common ground. Online relationships are unreliable. What merits does he possess that would warrant your affection? He Yu Hao inhaled deeply. He was aware that Luo Bingning had a boyfriend through Li Feng, and he had hurried from the capital upon hearing the news. Surrounding tables displayed expressions of astonishment at the mention of an online relationship. Lin Tian leisurely interjected, "Yu Hao, you ought not to underestimate me. I have my own strengths." A nearby table erupted in laughter, one patron nearly spitting out their tea. "Apologies, I just recalled something amusing." The individual hastily explained to their companion, who wore a bemused expression. "Bingning, please don't be deceived by him. He is utterly lacking. Only approaching you to exploit your emotions and your family's wealth." He Yu Hao retorted angrily. Lin Tian frowned. "He Yu Hao, that is rather excessive. Our relationship began with Bingning's initiative." Luo Bingning shot Lin Tian a warning glance. He Yu Hao felt a pang of heartbreak. After pursuing Luo Bingning for so long in university with no success, discovering that she had taken the initiative with Lin Tian was a bitter pill to swallow. "Bingning, what commonality could you possibly share with him? You are a top student from Peking University. He is from a second-rate university. You excel in singing, dancing, and playing instruments. While he likely doesn't even know the keys of a piano," He Yu Hao stated solemnly. "Bingning, let me perform a piece as well," Lin Tian announced as he made his way to the performance area. He Yu Hao had learned the guqin on his own, a skill granted by the system, and he had not intended to embarrass He Yu Hao publicly. However, He Yu Hao's repeated disdain had pushed him to his limit. Recognizing his own potential, Lin Tian could no longer remain silent. "Lin Tian, you." Luo Bingning was momentarily taken aback. Lin Tian playing the guqin? According to her knowledge, he had never engaged with the instrument. Mastering it would require considerable time and practice. "Hello, may I perform a piece?" Lin Tian inquired. The woman who had previously played responded promptly, "Of course, but if your performance disrupts the other guests, I may have to ask you to conclude early." A free-for-all performance would certainly be unacceptable. If performers acted disruptively, guests would surely leave. "Very well," Lin Tian nodded and took a seat. The familiar sounds of the guqin resonated once more as Lin Tian played Phoenix Seeking Phoenix. Many in the room were visibly astonished. In comparison, they could clearly perceive Lin Tian's superiority. While he did not showcase performance-level skills, his proficiency was evident at a professional level, exceeding that of a standard 7th-level player. The distinction between a 7th and a 10th-level player was apparent to the average listener. "Incredible!" exclaimed a woman beside Lin Tian, her eyes wide with surprise. She had worked hard to achieve her 6th-level proficiency and was already astonished that He Yu Hao surpassed her, especially considering he was a decade younger and had practiced less. The fact that Lin Tian was even more skilled was unfathomable. He Yu Hao could hardly believe it. He was a 7th-level player, guided by a renowned teacher, and he could discern that Lin Tian had reached a 10th-level standard. Beyond that lay performance level, which had stringent requirements in Huagua, and any performer at that level was remarkable. He Yu Hao was incredulous, and so was Luo Bingning, who stared at Lin Tian, struck by a profound shock. She had previously thought Lin Tian lacked musical talent, only to discover that he surpassed He Yu Hao in guqin playing. Moments later, the piece concluded, and the establishment erupted in fervent applause, more enthusiastic than that which followed He Yu Hao's performance. Thank you all," Lin Tian said, taking the microphone with a smile. He soon returned to sit next to Luo Bingning, while He Yu Hao had retreated in embarrassment, having left before the applause subsided. "Lin Tian, why didn't you tell me you were so skilled at the guqin?" Luo Bingning whispered, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she gazed at him. "You never asked," he replied with a grin. "Besides, revealing it at this moment adds an element of surprise, doesn't it?" Lin Tian continued, "Bingning, what are my chances now?" Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed noticeably. Just yesterday, her hopes were merely 2 or 3 out of 10. However, after witnessing Lin Tian's exceptional skills in traditional medicine this morning, coupled with his impressive guqin performance, she realized he was far from ordinary. "You still have quite a way to go," she huffed playfully, as she gazed at Lin Tian. A sudden thought struck her. Could Lin Tian be the masked master Lin? Both shared the surname Lin. "Lin Tian, do you know of the masked master Lin?" Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian chuckled. "Of course, I enjoy watching short videos. He has amassed over 15 million followers now." Lin Tian refrained from admitting he did not know the masked master personally. Given his impressive guqin skills, it seemed implausible to claim ignorance. The masked master had gained a substantial following, now at 16 million, and he must have mastered martial arts, as Yin Zi was one of his ardent fans. "Lin Tian, you're quite serious," Luo Bingning remarked. "I can no longer pretend. I must confess, I am the masked master myself. Perhaps we should hasten to arrange our wedding and start a family?" The notion of having children was secondary, The primary focus was on their earlier conversation. Oh, really? Luo Bingning responded, unimpressed. Yinzi mentioned that the masked master is likely a martial arts master. Cultivating inner strength requires years of dedicated practice. The master must be nearing 40. What if a venerable elder passed down their inner strength to me over the years? Lin Tian replied with a grin. Get to bed early. You can dream of anything. Luo Bingning chuckled. The more Lin Tian said this, the less she believed he was the masked master. Just because he played the Guqin and shared the surname Lin did not mean he could be the masked master. That was simply absurd. Bingning, how did you find my performance of Phoenix Seeking Phoenix? Lin Tian asked with a smile. Luo Bingning recalled Lin Tian's captivating demeanor as he played. It was quite good, far more melodious than He House. He was quite upset. He left without finishing his meal after you played, but I doubt he will give up so easily. Upon mentioning this, Luo Bingning furrowed her brows slightly. For many girls, having a suitor like He Yuhua would surely be a source of delight. Yet Luo Bingning found it rather bothersome. Since middle school, she had been surrounded by various admirers, drawn in by the allure of the Luo family's vast wealth. Estimated in the hundreds of billions. No need to worry, I can easily handle someone like him, she thought to herself. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. How infuriating. After leaving the restaurant, He Yuhua wore a grim expression. Despite his impressive achievement of reaching level 7 in Guqin, he never expected to encounter such a formidable opponent in Lin Tian, leaving him feeling quite battered. Once back in the car, He Yuhua dialed Li Feng's number. They were both second-generation wealthy individuals with familial connections in business, and although they were acquainted, they were quite different. Li Feng had enrolled in college with minimal academic prowess, while He Yuhua had gained admission to Peking University and possessed notable musical talent. Nevertheless, Li Feng had his own advantages. His family boasted assets in the range of 3 to 500 million, while He Yuhua's family had only 1 or 200 million, pennies in comparison to the Luo family's fortune. Yet, to the average person, both families were considered billionaires. Li Feng, how did you gather your information? You claimed Lin Tian was rather ordinary, yet his Guqin skills surpass mine. He likely possesses a level 10 proficiency, He Yuhua exclaimed. Visibly frustrated, Li Feng paused in disbelief. Is his Guqin skill truly that high? That seems impossible. He hasn't had much exposure to the instrument. Are you sure you're not mistaken? With a scowl, He Yuhua replied. I played Feng Qiu Huang for Luo Bingning, and he matched my performance with even greater skill. I cannot be wrong. Li Feng, still incredulous, retorted. The information I received indicates that Lin Tian lacks any notable musical talent. I even hired a private investigator for this. He Yuhua gritted his teeth. Your private investigator is utterly incompetent. Shouldn't such matters merit a more substantial investment? His frustration was palpable. On the other end of the line, Li Feng's tone turned serious. He Yuhua, I'm only cautioning you because I do not wish for Bingning to be deceived by Lin Tian. You ought to appreciate my concern. We are, after all, rivals. Why should I owe you anything? He Yuhua was momentarily rendered speechless. I apologize. I was just quite incensed. Let us meet up for drinks tonight and discuss this properly. All right. Should we invite Guoyang as well? Guoyang? Sure. He Yuhua was familiar with him. Having invested 10 million in Luo Bingning's company for a 10% stake, even securing a position within the company. However, He Yuhua was not particularly worried about Guoyang. Knowing that Luo Bingning would never mix business with personal relationships. After their meal, Lin Tian and his companions departed, with Luo Bingning inquiring, Are we all done? Yes. Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Bingning, shall we visit an amusement park? Luo Bingning's eyes lit up. That sounds great. Despite her family's immense wealth, she had rarely visited amusement parks, as her parents were often preoccupied. Half an hour later, they arrived at a large amusement park replete with roller coasters and drop towers. Are you afraid? Before long, they found themselves on the roller coaster. I'm not scared at all, Luo Bingning declared confidently, although she had never actually ridden one before, as her parents had always refrained from such activities due to their wealth and the need to protect their only child. As the roller coaster slowly ascended, Luo Bingning's complexion paled slightly. Lin Tian reached out, and she promptly grasped his hand. Ah! She screamed as the roller coaster plunged down, gripping Lin Tian's hand tightly. While he remained calm, the speed of roller coasters in Huagwa typically maxed out at around 100 kilometers per hour, whereas Lin Tian, with his martial arts prowess, could reach speeds of 80 kilometers per hour, making the ride feel less daunting for him. Lin Tian, are you not afraid? Luo Bingning asked, her legs trembling as they disembarked. Not really, Lin Tian replied, though he felt a slight regret. Despite the emotional thrill of the ride, no treasure chest had appeared. perhaps indicating that only significant emotional fluctuations could trigger such events. Shall we continue riding? Lin Tian suggested. Yes, I haven't tried many rides yet, Luo Bingning exclaimed excitedly. And together they ventured onto various thrilling attractions, pirate ships, drop towers, and pendulums, each time intertwining their fingers. Regrettably, no treasure chest materialized thereafter, leading Lin Tian to ponder whether they had already exhausted their chances for the day. Hello, Wagu, he greeted as they met later that evening. We discussed this in our group chat, and it's finally nice to meet you. As they departed the amusement park, He Yuhua, Li Feng, and Guo Liang convened at a restaurant. What brings you to seek my counsel, Guo Liang? He inquired, his tone laced with subtle hostility. Aware of He Yuhua's connection to Luo Bingning as a formidable rival, Li Feng cleared his throat. Wagu, you may not be aware, but Luo Bingning is currently in a relationship with Lin Tian. Wu Liang's brow furrowed. He was all too familiar with Lin Tian, having seen him at Luo Bingning's company. He appears quite ordinary. It's astonishing that Bingning would choose him. Wu Liang gritted his teeth, while Li Feng and He Yuhua felt a sense of relief, as the burden of disappointment seemed to have shifted. Let us order first, Li Feng suggested, and soon they settled on their meal. Wagu, although we are competitors, given the current situation, we must unite against Lin Tian, who has become Luo Bingning's boyfriend. Guo Liang nodded. Li Xiao, have you both faced setbacks? Li Feng's expression darkened. They are living together. I followed them to a movie recently, intending to intimidate Lin Tian, but Luo Bingning caught on. She threatened us with bankruptcy if we continued. Guo Liang's face paled. They're living together? He Yuhua chimed in, given the Luo family's stature. If Luo Bingning truly targets the Li family, your situation could become quite precarious. The assets of the Li family paled in comparison to the Luo family. Indeed, they are cohabitating. I even tried to pay Lin Tian to leave. I offered him $1 million, but he refused. Guo Liang's brow furrowed deeper, as he had been unaware of Luo Bingning and Lin Tian's living arrangements, stirring feelings of unease within him. Yet, he remained determined to pursue Luo Bingning, believing that her family's wealth could surpass any challenges. And you, He Xiao? Guo Liang inquired, turning to He Yuhua. He Yuhua frowned. Today, I followed Lin Tian to a restaurant where I played Feng Qiu Huang on the duqin. He performed the same piece, and his skill was slightly superior to mine. Guo Liang was taken aback, recognizing He Yuhua's musical talent as a Peking University prodigy. Lin Tian outperformed you? Li Feng frowned. The private investigator I hired confirmed that Lin Tian's parents are ordinary farmers. He shouldn't have the means to pursue such music education, which can be quite costly. Wait, isn't Lin Tian driving a BMW X5? Surely he must come from a decent background, Guo Liang questioned. Li Feng shook his head. His family could never afford that. His father is a carpenter, earning merely a couple hundred yuan a day. This kind of work is not often available, and with a modest income from farming, their family barely manages to survive, earning a mere 30,000 yuan a year. It is likely that the car he drives was purchased by Luo Bingning. Wu Liang and He Yuhao felt a pang of sorrow. They had pursued her for quite some time at university, while one had sought her out in the corporate world, only to find their efforts fruitless. Despite their intentions to spend on Luo Bingning, she would not accept their generosity. Yet, astonishingly, she had bought Lin Tian a car worth hundreds of thousands. Damn, Guo Liang cursed. We must devise a plan to deal with him. Even if we cannot win Luo Bingning's heart, we cannot allow Lin Tian to benefit. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded in agreement. Li Feng continued. We can only resort to legitimate means. If we resort to underhanded tactics, Luo Bingning may not take kindly to us. Their families possess considerable assets, and should they provoke the Luo family recklessly, it could lead to bankruptcy, leaving them with thoughts of despair. He Xiao, you are a talented scholar. What do you propose? How can we openly target Lin Tian? Ideally, we can cause them to break up, and Luo Bingning would owe us a favor. Guo Liang looked towards He Yuhao for his input. He Yuhao pondered for a moment and suggested, we need to uncover Lin Tian's dark secrets or find evidence that he is intentionally courting Luo Bingning. Li Feng sighed. It is obvious he is doing so intentionally. It's unfortunate that Luo Bingning, a talented woman, seems to be quite infatuated. I wonder what tricks Lin Tian has used to ensnare her. Guo Liang contemplated. I have another piece of information I forgot to mention. The Tianmu group, controlled by the Qiao family. Li Feng and He Yuhao nodded in understanding. Such matters are generally overlooked by ordinary individuals, but given their family's substantial assets, they must be more vigilant regarding information. Qiao Ziming of the Tianmu group also harbors feelings for Luo Bingning. Li Feng and He Yuhao frowned slightly, as yet another competitor emerged. However, Having one more rival like Qiao Ziming did not pose a significant problem. Among those pursuing Luo Bingning, many were far more formidable. And some possessed even greater wealth than the Luo family. Some were unaware of the situation, while others, confident in their status, would not act indiscriminately to them. Lin Tian was insignificant. The Luo family would not approve of Lin Tian marrying Luo Bingning. Should they intervene to prevent her from pursuing true love? They risked incurring her disdain, thereby diminishing their chances of success. Ultimately, as long as they succeeded, the prospect of gaining hundreds of billions in assets from the Luo family outweighed any concerns about whether Luo Bingning had been intimate with Lin Tian. Guoge. Do you wish to involve him? I believe that would be unwise. The Qiao family possesses tens of billions in assets. They are not on the same level as us. His involvement would significantly decrease our chances of success. Without him, we can discuss matters among ourselves, but if he joins, he will dominate the conversation, Li Feng remarked. Shaking his head, with Yu Hao echoing the sentiment. You make a valid point. Let us proceed as the talented he suggests. We shall first attempt to uncover Lin Tian's secrets. Should we enlist a more skilled private investigator? Guo Liang inquired. Yu Hao and Li Feng nodded in agreement. They quickly decided to pool together 100,000 yuan each to hire a capable private investigator for 300,000 yuan. If significant information were uncovered, they could offer additional remuneration. Li Feng, ensure you hire someone reliable this time. Also, make it clear to them that the investigation must remain within legal boundaries. Otherwise, we may encounter complications, Yu Hao cautioned Li Feng. Li Feng, having more experience with such matters, acknowledged the advice. I know a highly reputable private investigator. Regardless of whether she can uncover anything, her starting fee is 100,000. If Lin Tian has any compromising secrets, she is bound to uncover them. Li Feng stated confidently. Shall you contact her now? Guo Liang asked. Li Feng dialed the number, and after half a minute, the call was answered. Li Feng, do not bother me with your trivial matters. Ahem, Sister Yao Hong, this time it's serious. 300,000. I need you to investigate someone and find tangible evidence of their wrongdoing. If the evidence is valuable, we can offer more, Li Feng quickly explained. On the other end, Yao Hong's eyes lit up. This sounds intriguing. Transfer 300,000 to me. I will do my utmost to assist you in investigating for half a month. If I do not find anything within that time, the fee is non-refundable. Soon, Li Feng transferred the money to Yao Hong. Guo Liang remarked, I have heard of Yao Hong. She is a formidable private investigator. With her on the case, we should encounter no major issues. As long as Lin Tian has secrets, she is likely to uncover them. Chapter 45, the private investigator arrives. Yao Hong quickly received Lin Tian's photo and name, as well as Luo Bingning's information. This person looks somewhat familiar. Yao Hong scrutinized Lin Tian's photo, her excellent memory kicking in. Shortly thereafter, she found a video online. In the video, a young man emerged from the sea holding a small girl in his arms. The seaside was dimly lit at night, rendering the video somewhat dark. But Yao Hong recognized Lin Tian as the Sea King who had gone viral online. With such fame, it was surprising that he had not stepped into the limelight. And his girlfriend was an heiress from the Luo family. The so-called rescue, could it have been deliberately staged? Yao Hong contemplated deeply. As a private investigator, she was aware of the Luo family's vast fortune and knew that Luo Bingning was their only daughter. The allure of such wealth made it entirely plausible that a staged rescue could be orchestrated. Yao Hong scrolled through the comments on the video. Some commenters revealed Lin Tian's identity, but the photos they provided differed significantly from the Lin Tian in the video. Others claimed that Lin Tian did not possess such remarkable physical capabilities. The rescue had occurred the previous night, and since becoming a martial arts master, Lin Tian's appearance had undergone subtle changes each day. The photos Yao Hong had were from the last couple of days, differing from the comments. According to the commenters, Lin Tian appeared quite ordinary. However, his running and swimming speeds were impressively swift, and his Guqin skills likely reached a professional level. A faint smile appeared on Yao Hong's face. Her interest had been piqued. In a short time, Yao Hong located Lin Tian's phone number and entered it into a program she had created. Soon, she obtained a detailed trajectory of his movements. Children's Welfare Institute? Yao Hong raised an eyebrow. Was he attempting to cultivate an image of caring for orphans? Sensing something suspicious about Lin Tian, she quickly made her way to the Red Sun Children's Welfare Institute, which Lin Tian had visited during the day. Upon her arrival, darkness had already fallen. Yet the children had not yet gone to bed. Many of them were playing and frolicking about. Yao Hong approached the director, Hu Guifeng. Hello, Director Hu. I'm Yang Qin. I would like to donate something to the children. May I inquire what your institute is currently in need of? Yao Hong asked. Hu Guofeng smiled and replied, Thank you for your kind heart, Ms. Yang, but thanks to the support of many kind-hearted individuals, we are not in need of anything at the moment. Perhaps you could extend your generosity to those in greater need. Yao Hong was taken aback. They refused donations? Director Hu, when I entered, I overheard several children discussing teacher Luo and her boyfriend, Lin Tian. Were they the volunteers who came today? Yao Hong probed cautiously. Hu Guifeng chuckled. Lin Tian is here for his first day. He was brought in by the children's beloved teacher Luo. They all adore her. Yao Hong feigned surprise. Lin Tian is here for the first time, and they already like him? Aren't the children usually shy? Hu Guifeng replied, The children can indeed be shy. However, he is Luo Bingning's boyfriend, and she has volunteered here for a year, coming over 20 or 30 times, so the children are quite familiar with her. More importantly, Lin Tian is exceptionally skilled in medicine. He treated 2 of our children today, and another has shown significant improvement. Yao Hong found it somewhat peculiar that Lin Tian's medical skills were being praised. Director, might you elaborate on that? Without concealing the truth, I am a writer and quite intrigued by such matters, Yao Hong inquired. Hu Guifeng chuckled, saying, I can share a few words, but I have other matters to attend to. 5 minutes later, Yao Hong emerged from the Welfare Institute, her expression a blend of emotions. Last night, she had rescued a child by the seaside, and today, astonishingly, she had healed 2 more children. The 3rd child would surely recover as well. If the events by the seaside could be fabricated, then the Welfare Institute would undoubtedly not cooperate with Lin Tian in such deceit. Such fraud is far too easy to investigate, Yao Hong murmured to herself. The treatment histories of the 3 children, their disabilities, could not be concealed. What a pity. I shall not earn that 300,000, Yao Hong sighed, shaking her head. Though she loved money, she still possessed a conscience. The thought of deliberately seeking damaging information on Lin Tian weighed heavily on her heart. Should she meet Lin Tian and Luo Bingning? The idea sprang to her mind. Without hesitation, an hour later, she arrived at Lin Tian's neighborhood. Ding dong, the video intercom chimed. Luo Bingning answered. The property staff politely informed her, Miss Luo, you have a visitor. Shortly, Luo Bingning spotted Yao Hong and smiled, Miss Yao, I have something quite important to discuss with you and Mr. Lin. Would it be convenient for me to come up? Luo Bingning felt a twinge of confusion, wondering what Yao Hong wanted. Please come up, she consented, reassured by her ability to handle any potential threat posed by someone like Yao Hong. Moments later, Yao Hong stood outside Luo Bingning's residence. Please, come in. Luo Bingning opened the door. Yao Hong glanced around, quickly noting Lin Tian was not in sight. Who are you, and what is your purpose here? Luo Bingning inquired. Yao Hong presented her business card. Miss Luo, my name is Yao Hong, a private investigator with a modest reputation in this field. Luo Bingning's brows furrowed. You are investigating me and Lin Tian? You have quite the audacity, she replied coldly, exuding a formidable presence. Yao Hong faltered. Though she had encountered many high-stakes situations, Luo Bingning's aura left her feeling uncomfortable and inadequate. Luo Bingning's beauty, poise, and lineage overshadowed her. Miss Luo, I bear no ill intentions. I received a commission to investigate Lin Tian, with a fee of 300,000. However, upon learning that Lin Tian saved a little girl last night and treated 3 children today, I have decided to forego this case, Yao Hong quickly explained. Hearing this, Luo Bingning's demeanor softened. So, you came to inform me of this? She asked calmly. Yao Hong nodded. I thought it might earn you a favor, Miss Luo. Furthermore, I am intrigued by Lin Tian. Just then, Lin Tian emerged from the bedroom, freshly showered. Bingning, what is going on? He inquired, having overheard their conversation. Luo Bingning promptly relayed the details. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Miss Yao, to relinquish a commission of 300,000, isn't that a tad regrettable? Yao Hong replied softly. I am not in need of that sum. Lin Tian shook his head. No, you are in need. Yao Hong frowned, and Lin Tian continued. You should have a thorough examination at a major hospital, particularly for your lungs. There may be something to uncover. Dear, is she unwell? Luo Bingning asked, startled. Yao Hong appeared in good health, but Lin Tian nodded. It should be investigated. Yao Hong felt her heart sink. Miss Yao, if nothing is found, will you need to refund the 300,000? Lin Tian asked. Yao Hong shook her head. I never refund commissions. If I uncover something, they will compensate me handsomely. Them? Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Yao Hong hesitated before saying, Mr. Lin, I apologize, but I cannot disclose client information. I cannot reveal who commissioned the investigation. Thank you for your reminder, Mr. Lin, she added. Lin Tian noted, the commission must have a deadline, right? Yao Hong nodded, regardless of the findings. I must provide my client with a definitive result within half a month. Lin Tian smiled slightly. You may rest assured with that 300,000. Even if you proceed with the investigation, you will uncover nothing incriminating. You can simply say you found nothing. Yao Hong nodded. Mr. Lin, Miss Luo, I take my leave. Shortly after, Yao Hong departed. Luo Bingning, somewhat astonished, remarked, Lin Tian, is she gravely ill? Yes, likely suffering from lung cancer. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes diagnosis through observation and inquiry, and I could deduce her condition from her voice and complexion, Lin Tian explained. If she seeks treatment actively, there remains a chance for recovery. Luo Bingning nodded. Her willingness to forego 300,000 to inform us indicates she is not solely motivated by money. This matter must be connected to He Yuhao. I could ask my father to intervene and compel He Yuhao to disclose who else is involved, allowing my father to teach them a stern lesson. Lin Tian shook his head. We have only recently married. Your father should not be drawn into such matters. It would tarnish his impression of me. There is no need to escalate minor issues to our parents. Lin Tian's eyes shimmered with determination. This issue would not be settled lightly, and he would ensure He Yuhao and his associates faced consequences in due course. Let us refrain from informing my father for now. I will not let this go unpunished, Luo Bingning huffed, her brows slightly knitted. Lin Tian chuckled. Would you like me to hold you while watching television? If not, I shall retreat to my room. Hurry back to your room. Luo Bingning shot him a glare. The next day, Lin Tian met with the landlord. Together, they proceeded to the real estate transaction center to finalize the deal. The shop's price was 14,360,000. Lin Tian also paid the deed tax and various miscellaneous fees. Initially, he thought he would have over $1 million remaining after the purchase, but in reality, he was left with only a few $100,000. Shaolin, congratulations on your wealth. S-City is indeed suited for young entrepreneurs like you. I, an old fellow, should seek retirement in a third-tier city, the landlord said, handing Lin Tian the keys and other essentials. Uncle Zhao, do come over for tea when you have the time. Lin Tian smiled. Soon, they parted ways, and Lin Tian entered his new shop. His perspective had shifted. Previously, even the best renovations felt foreign. But now that he owned the place, he had established his roots in S-City. Even if his skills were to vanish one day, as long as the shop remained, the rental income would suffice to sustain him. Just then, his phone buzzed with an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Lin. This is Yao Hong. My medical results just came in. Early-stage lung cancer. The doctor said there is hope for recovery. Thank you. Yao Hong's voice trembled over the line. Upon receiving the results, she struggled to accept that she had cancer. Fortunately, Lin Tian's timely warning had averted a potential tragedy. Miss Yao, it was your kind reminder that afforded me the opportunity to alert you. You should ensure you earn that 300,000. Cancer treatment can be quite costly. Mr. Lin, the person who commissioned me is surnamed Li, Yao Hong concluded before hanging up. Li? Lin Tian immediately thought of Li Feng. Li Feng had previously sought a private investigator to look into him, and it was likely that He Yuhao had met him. Li Feng must have doubts regarding the previous findings. It was entirely plausible they pooled resources to hire a more competent investigator. Half a month, you say? Lin Tian mused. If Yao Hong could delay Li Feng and his associates for a while, he could extract a few more treasures from Luo Bingning in the meantime, thereby strengthening his ability to retaliate against Li Feng and his cohorts. He is a master of martial arts, yet Li Feng and his companions did not resort to violence. He could not simply rush over and beat them up. It would be best to retaliate economically. Li Feng and his group were merely relying on their family's wealth. If they suffered financial losses, they would be far more distressed than from a physical beating. There is a strong demand for Master Lin to conduct a live stream featuring the Guqin. Indeed, the era has been streamed, but why not the Guqin? Master Lin, please go live. I will donate gifts for you. Lin Tian opened the Huine app. He had just uploaded a new video, and soon it garnered numerous comments. A live stream for the Guqin too? In the future, if there are any new skills, a dedicated live stream should be held for each. Lin Tian mused. He estimated that he would undoubtedly acquire new skills. However, posting a live stream for every new skill weekly would be too exhausting. A dedicated live stream for each new skill could be arranged. A Guqin live stream is scheduled for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Stay tuned. The same type of dedicated live streams would not exceed 3 times a year. Lin Tian pinned a message in the comments section. Haha. The Guqin special live stream is finally here. Live streaming is far more exciting than videos. The fact that similar dedicated live streams are limited to 3 times a year is quite disappointing. Master Lin should do it at least 30 times annually. Soon, Lin Tian's message received a multitude of comments. In the capital Sihiyuan, some expressed discontent about the Guqin special, suggesting that an era special would be far preferable. Old Shin shook his head. His favorite was the era. Old Liang. Old Shin dialed a number. Tomorrow morning at 9, Master Lin will host a Guqin live stream. Would you like to show your support? On the other end was Liang Xinda, a friend of Old Shin who had a fondness for the Guqin. Old Shin, you were truly a devoted fan of Master Lin to call me and ask me to donate gifts. Liang Xinda chuckled. Am I asking you to donate? Do I lack for gifts? I merely wish to remind you out of our long-standing friendship. Once you leave, your son might need to invite him to play a tune for you. A little gift now could earn some goodwill. Old Shin retorted. Liang Xinda replied. I will definitely watch tomorrow. I want to see if he is worth my support. I also need to verify that he is indeed the same person. Lin Tian, wearing a mask, had some speculating that the Master Lin who played the Eru and the Master Lin who played the Guqin were not the same individual. Many held such doubts. Attaining mastery in both the Eru and Guqin is exceedingly challenging. Old Liang, why don't you join us to watch together? Sure. After hanging up, Yang Xinda wore a gentle smile. It would be nice to catch up with an old friend. As for spending money on live stream donations, that was trivial. Although he was not as wealthy as Old Shin, he still possessed a fortune in the billions. A few $100,000 was merely pocket change for him. By evening, Lin Tian had purchased a variety of items. Recording videos or live streaming might require certain props, such as flying knives. The growth of my followers has been rather slow. Lin Tian pondered, noting that his follower count had reached 16 million at noon yesterday, but had only increased by 500,000 in over a day. To increase his followers rapidly, he needed to prepare thoroughly for tomorrow. Didi, Zhang Han called. Brother Zhang, what good news do you have? Lin Tian inquired. On the other end, Zhang Han said, Master Lin, for your Guqin live stream tomorrow, Wan will do its utmost to promote and direct traffic to your stream. Additionally, we will arrange for a supervisor to assist in managing the live stream. Lin Tian chuckled softly. That sounds wonderful. Thank you. Zhang Han continued. Some companies wish to collaborate. They could not reach you, so they contacted us. Would you like to consider accepting some advertisements? The offers are quite generous. Lin Tian contemplated for a moment and replied, Brother Zhang, let's discuss advertisements once my follower count surpasses 30 million. For now, there is no rush. Dear friends, if you enjoy this, could you send a few small gifts? My daily earnings of $3 to $4 barely cover the electricity bill. Chapter 47, Revenge and Medical Knowledge. Bing Ning. I'm off work. I'll be home in half an hour. Lin Tian sent a message to Luo Bingning as he prepared to drive back. Luo Bingning was likely already home, where a delicious meal awaited him, and that feeling was quite pleasant. Unfortunately, Luo Bingning was not yet truly his. Didi. Luo Bingning quickly called. Lin Tian, I don't have time to cook today. I just got home and received a call. Uncle Tang was in a car accident and has been rushed to the emergency room. I need to go see. Luo Bingning spoke rapidly. Lin Tian was taken aback. Uncle Tang was in a car accident? Is it Tang Yan's uncle? Yes, that's the news I just received. Why don't you come to the hospital as well? Uncle Tang helped with Wei Jun's situation. All right, send me the address. After hanging up, Luo Bingning quickly sent the location. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning arrived at the hospital. Yin Zi, what is going on? They saw Tang Yin, whose eyes were red and puffy, clearly having cried. Her uncle Tang Piyuan had been very good to her, always caring for her. Tang Yin sobbed. Uncle must have been targeted for revenge. A sanitation truck suddenly accelerated and rammed into his car. He is severely injured, and the driver fled. Luo Bingning embraced Tang Yin, saying, Yin Zi, Uncle Tang is a virtuous man. He will surely pull through. Didn't you say Uncle Tang is a master-level martial artist? His vitality is stronger than that of an ordinary person. Lin Tian was somewhat astonished. Uncle Tang was a martial arts master? Tang Yin cried. Although my uncle is a martial arts master, he was injured during a previous mission, and his strength is not what it once was. Otherwise, with his temperament, he would definitely be in charge of criminal investigations rather than public security. Luo Bingning asked, how long has Uncle Tang been in surgery? Over an hour. Tang Yin replied anxiously. Having not heard anything for over an hour, she was extremely nervous. Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with hesitation. She wanted Lin Tian's assistance. But Uncle Tang's identity was sensitive. If anything were to happen to him, Lin Tian would bear significant responsibility. Additionally, the hospital they were in was of high standing. and the doctors likely wouldn't allow Lin Tian to participate in the treatment. Yanzi, has your aunt arrived? Luo Bingning inquired. Tang Yin nodded. My aunt is here. She yes at the surgery door. I came to get you too and catch my breath. Let me take you over. Soon, they arrived at the surgery door, where many were waiting. Uncle Tang Pingyuan was a deputy chief. His car accident was no trivial matter. Auntie, please don't be too upset. Uncle Tang will surely be fine. Luo Bingning comforted her. Bingning, thank you for coming. Tang Yan's aunt, Zhang Rumen, had a pale complexion. Hello, I'm Lin Tian, Bingming's boyfriend, Lin Tian greeted. Hello. Zhang Rumen looked at Lin Tian several times. She had heard from Tang Piyuan that Luo Bingning was married. Lin Tian was actually her husband. Auntie, have there been any updates? Tang Yin asked. Zhang Rumen replied hoarsely. A doctor just came out and asked us to sign a few papers. The situation isn't good, but they said they would do their utmost to save him. Lin Tian listened intently. He could hear the sounds from the operating room. The situation appeared critical. But since Tang Pingyuan was a martial artist, his vitality was stronger than that of ordinary people, so he should be able to survive. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Finally, the lights in the operating room went out. The surgery was successful. The patient is out of danger. He will be transferred to the ICU, and family members can visit tomorrow. The doctor informed them. The patient was quickly wheeled out. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly as he observed Tang Pingyuan closely, noticing that there were serious issues that had not been addressed. Wait, doctor. There are unresolved risks with the patient. If this risk is not addressed, the patient will be in critical condition again within 10 minutes. Lin Tian spoke with a serious demeanor. Several doctors cast a fleeting glance at Lin Tian, choosing to ignore him entirely as they hurriedly pushed the patient away. Lin Tian. Why are you cursing my uncle? Tang Yin exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Though I oppose your relationship with Bingning, there is no need for such behavior. To her, Lin Tian's words seemed nonsensical, especially since Tang Pingyuan had just emerged from surgery, and she wished to hear nothing but good news. Yanzi. Lin Tian possesses remarkable medical skills, Luo Bingning interjected. Lin Tian, what kind of hidden dangers are we facing? I will speak to the doctors. And if they refuse to listen, I will have my grandfather intervene. Tang Yin was taken aback. Lin Tian was truly skilled? At merely 23 years of age. How proficient could he be? After all, they were in S City, home to a prestigious hospital where the surgeons were of the highest caliber. The doctor performing surgery on Tang Pingyuan was a recognized authority in the field. With a grave tone, Lin Tian stated, Uncle Tang has been anesthetized. But as a martial artist, his recovery will be significantly swifter than that of an ordinary person. Once he regains consciousness, his internal energy will circulate. However, there is a blockage in his meridians that will hinder this flow. If his internal energy is activated improperly, it could lead to severe hemorrhaging. How do you know all this, Lin Tian? Tang Yin asked, bewildered. Yanzi, Lin Tian has inherited ancient medical knowledge. He can discern ailments at a glance. Today, he identified a lung cancer case immediately. Luo Bingning replied with a serious expression. They quickly relayed the situation to the doctors. But the medical staff lacked both martial prowess and ancient medical insight, rendering them incapable of recognizing Tang Pingyuan's predicament. As family members, it's natural for you to be anxious. However, please trust us. The patient's data is stable. The instruments do not lie, nor do the results, the doctors assured Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian shook his head inwardly. Indeed, data does not lie, but it can change. Minutes slipped by, and soon, Tang Pingyuan awoke in the ICU. Typically, it takes a normal person 2 to 3 hours to regain consciousness after anesthesia, yet he did so much more rapidly. Beep, beep. The urgent alarm blared. And Tang Pingyuan's vital signs rapidly deteriorated as his internal energy surged, causing him to lapse back into unconsciousness. Make way. Make way. He was swiftly wheeled back into the operating room. How could this happen? Tang Yin stood in disbelief, her aunt's face paling in horror. Lin Tian shook his head. Having anticipated this outcome, Lin Tian, can you resolve Uncle Tang's issues? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian nodded slightly. If Uncle Tang emerges alive from the rescue room, I should be able to restore his meridians. He happens to have a box of silver needles with him, which he purchased earlier today, having inherited ancient medical knowledge. Carrying a set of needles is prudent. Upon hearing this, Tang Yin broke into tears. The second time in the rescue room could be even more perilous. Young man, do you possess medical expertise? The hospital director rushed over, his forehead glistening with sweat. If Tang Pingyuan were to die due to their negligence, the hospital would bear significant responsibility, and as the director, he would surely face consequences. Somewhat, Lin Tian replied modestly. Young man, I am the director of this hospital. Surnamed Shi. Your assessment of Director Tang's condition is remarkably accurate. What do you believe are the chances of a successful operation? The director asked solemnly. Lin Tian glanced at Tang Yin and her aunt. At this point, there is no need to conceal anything from the family. What you know is paramount. Saving the patient is the priority. Please, tell us, Tang Yin pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Tian listened intently to the sounds emanating from the operating room. The likelihood of the patient surviving the surgery is approximately 20 to 30%. Hearing this, Tang Yin's aunt's legs buckled, and Luo Bingning quickly supported her. The director's heart raced. 20 to 30% meant that death was imminent. Shaolin, if I permit you to enter the operating room to assist, what are the chances that Shiju can survive? Rest assured, I will assume all responsibility. After careful consideration, the director asked, Shaolin, do you have a medical license? Are you certain you want to enter the operating room to save a life? This is no jest. Lin Tian replied, Director Shi, I do not possess a medical license. You must be certain of your decision. He understood the implications of entering the operating room versus simply providing acupuncture outside. First, tell me your confidence level. The director pressed further. If I allow you in, how confident are you? Without hesitation, I would say that if I enter, I have an 80 to 90% chance of success. I can compensate for the shortcomings of the doctors inside, Lin Tian asserted. Lin Tian, please. I beg you to save my uncle. I have saved up quite a bit of pocket money. I will give it all to you, Tang Yin implored. Shaolin, I beseech you to save our dear Tang. Rest assured, even if something unfortunate occurs, our family will not hold you accountable, her aunt added urgently. Director Shi solemnly stated. In extraordinary times, we must take extraordinary measures. If there is responsibility, it will rest on my shoulders as the director. Just then, the operating room door swung open. Mrs. Liu, we need your signature on several documents, a doctor emerged. Tang Yan's aunt, surnamed Liu, turned pale. Doctor, is my husband's condition critical? What are the chances of success? The doctor hesitated, and Director Shi urged, speak candidly. Yes, Director. Mrs. Liu, Director Tang's condition is dire. We cannot locate the cause of his deteriorating state. The chance of a successful surgery may not exceed 30%, the doctor replied, his expression grave. Director Shi turned to Lin Tian. Where do we change clothes? Quickly. Take Shaolin to change into a sterile gown, he instructed. Before long, Lin Tian entered the operating room. Inside, the lead surgeon, Dr. Dong, was sweating profusely. Given Tang Pingyuan's status, their failure to heed Lin Tian's advice had led to this second surgery, placing them in a precarious situation. Dr. Dong, the director has permitted me to assist. If you require help, please let me know. If not, I will observe, Lin Tian offered. Are you the young man who advised us earlier? We regret not listening to you. We urgently need your assistance, Dr. Dong replied. Lin Tian approached, placing his hand on Tang Pingyuan's pulse. He quickly assessed the situation, not showing off his skills but methodically inserting several silver needles. The last aimed precisely at the blockage in Tang Pingyuan's meridians. Gently manipulating the needles, a surge of internal energy flowed into Tang Pingyuan's blocked channels, swiftly clearing the obstruction. Blood pressure is rising. The instruments indicated a rapid improvement in Tang Pingyuan's condition. I will help you stem the bleeding, Lin Tian announced. Applying several more silver needles to the major hemorrhage sites, effectively reducing the blood loss. Dr. Dong, it's your turn now. Lin Tian stepped aside. Thank you. The rest is in our hands, Dr. Dong expressed his gratitude. With the critical issues resolved and the major bleeding controlled, the remaining tasks were mere formalities. Within half an hour, they completed the surgery. Young man, what about these silver needles? Dr. Dong inquired. Lin Tian smiled. You may remove the needles now. He promptly pulled out the needles, and all indicators returned to normal. Young man, could you please check Director Tang's pulse once more? Dr. Dong asked. Lin Tian nodded, quickly assessing Tang Pingyuan's pulse again. All is well. He should be able to get out of bed and walk in a week. That swiftly? Dr. Dong exclaimed in surprise. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Director Tang is a martial artist. His recovery capability surpasses that of an ordinary person, who might require over 2 weeks. I will take my leave now. As the lights in the operating room dimmed, Lin Tian exited to find Tang Yin anxiously awaiting news. Lin Tian, how's my uncle? She inquired hastily. With a reassuring smile, Lin Tian replied, the surgery was highly successful. Dr. Dong and his team are exceptionally skilled. Your uncle is now out of danger. Just then, another doctor emerged behind Lin Tian, his eyes reflecting gratitude. Lin Tian's words alleviated their burden of responsibility, Had they heeded his advice earlier, Tang Pingyuan would not have needed a second surgery. Dr. Dong, the lead surgeon, soon followed, expressing his relief. Thanks to Dr. Lin, his acupuncture skills are remarkable. A few needles were all it took for the patient's vitals to stabilize. We are fortunate he was able to assist us, otherwise, the outcome could have been dire. Dr. Dong continued, may I inquire which hospital you are affiliated with? We would be delighted to have you join our team. Lin Tian shook his head. I am not a doctor. What? Dr. Dong was taken aback. Given Lin Tian's evident expertise, it was hard to believe he wasn't a physician. At that moment, Tang Pingyuan was wheeled out, his complexion pale but stable. Thank you, Lin Tian. I owe you my allowance, he said gratefully. Tang Yin chimed in. Thank you so much. Lin Tian waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for that. I have no use for your allowance. As Tang Pingyuan was taken away, Luo Bingning teased, Lin Tian, you missed a golden opportunity. Tang Yin is quite affluent. Her allowance is no less than 300,000. Lin Tian turned to Tang Yin. Will you return it? Of course, she nodded. Lin Tian paused, then playfully said, just kidding. You should keep your allowance. I am a devoted person, only seeking support from one. Luo Bingning's cheeks flushed. Thank you, Lin Tian. I won't mention money. Our family owes you a debt of life. Aunt Tang solemnly remarked. Lin Tian quickly replied, Aunt Lu, you flatter me. I am Bingning's boyfriend, and Uncle Tang has assisted us as well. Lin Tian, thank you. Have you considered becoming a doctor at our hospital? I can assist you with obtaining your medical license, Dean Shi said, grasping Lin Tian's hands. Given his status, it would be easy for Dean Shi to facilitate Lin Tian's medical qualifications. Dean Shi, my skills are average. I won't be joining your esteemed hospital, Lin Tian declined, finding the prospect of a doctor's life in the endless shifts unappealing. Suddenly, Lin Tian sensed a surge of malevolence emanating from a doctor clad in a white coat, a practitioner of martial arts. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. The man's stance was steady, indicating he was likely no ordinary physician. Mr. Lin, I am Tan Zhenghua, the chief of the City Public Security Bureau. On behalf of the Bureau, I extend my gratitude for your assistance. As Dean Shi released Lin Tian's hand, another person approached for a handshake. Lin Tian was taken aback. Tan Zhenghua held a high position in City. Chief Tan, was Deputy Tang retaliated against? Lin Tian inquired. I noticed a doctor behaving suspiciously, moving toward the ICU. Tan Zhenghua's expression shifted, as did those of Tang Yin and the others. Who is protecting the area? Alert them immediately, he commanded. You all, come with me, he added urgently. Having just saved Tang Pingyuan's life, Tan Zhenghua took Lin Tian's warning seriously, and they swiftly mobilized. You all stay here. I will assist, Tang Yin insisted, confident in her abilities. I will accompany you. They may not recognize you, Lin Tian said as he followed. Luo Bingning opted to stay behind, knowing her martial arts skills were insufficient in a dangerous situation. Lin Tian, stay behind me and do not act recklessly. You are just an ordinary person, while I have trained since childhood, Tang Yin cautioned softly. Do you know how to throw a knife? Lin Tian asked. Tang Yin shook her head. Our Tang family bears no relation to the legendary Tang sect. We do not specialize in knife throwing but excel in swordsmanship and have decent footwork. Approaching the ICU where Tang Pingyuan was located, they found 2 armed police officers stationed outside. Have you seen the suspect? Tan Zhenghua inquired. One officer replied, a doctor just descended from the stairwell. But we could not leave our post to verify his identity. Tang Yin dashed toward the stairwell, with Lin Tian closely behind, matching her speed. Stop. As they entered the stairwell, Tang Yin spotted a doctor, but the likelihood of other medical staff being present was slim. The man swiftly turned, aiming a dart gun at Tang Yin. Watch out. Lin Tian quickly pulled Tang Yin aside. Bang. A deafening gunshot rang out, the bullet narrowly missing Tang Yin. Had Lin Tian not acted, she might have been shot through the heart. In the next moment, the assailant cried out in agony as Lin Tian struck him forcefully on the head with his phone. In his haste, Lin Tian had not employed his internal energy, but his physical prowess delivered a potent blow. Die. Tang Yin, both startled and furious, leapt down 10 steps to deliver a powerful kick to the assailant's chest. Crack. The sound of breaking bones echoed as the assailant suffered multiple fractures from Tang Yin's merciless strike. If his physical condition had been any weaker, she might have delivered a fatal blow. Without granting him a second chance to shoot, Tang Yin struck his wrist, shattering his forearm. Tang Yin. Lin Tian. Several police officers rushed into the stairwell, astonished by the scene. Lin Tian and Tang Yin were unharmed while the assailant lay defeated. Tan Zheng was soon arrived, asking, Did he fire at you? Are you both all right? Lin Tian shook his head, while Tang Yin, still shaken, replied, I am fortunate Lin Tian pulled me. Otherwise, I would have been hit. Tan Zhenghua sighed with relief. As long as you are unscathed, it is well. Immediately reassure the public that the shots were warnings fired by the police against a criminal. The gunfire had resonated throughout the hospital, alarming many. Yes, Chief, one officer responded. Tan Zhenghua, visibly frustrated, added, Xiaoyan, Lin Tian, you both acted impulsively. What would have happened if you had been harmed? Your uncle is still in a vulnerable state. How would I explain your actions to him upon awakening? Tang Yin awkwardly replied, but I'm fine, aren't I? Tan Zhenghua retorted, if it weren't for Lin Tian. Would you still be able to say that? He would surely reprimand you. The assailant was swiftly taken away, with police handling the aftermath. Lin Tian, thank you. You saved my uncle and just now, you saved me. Tang Yin expressed her gratitude. Lin Tian smiled, in light of my rescuing you. Might you refrain from mentioning that I am unsuitable for Bingning? Tang Yin shook her head, that's separate. I am Bingning's close friend. She is exceptional. But I still think you two are mismatched. Why not consider me instead? I may not be as remarkable as her, but since you saved me, how about I be your girlfriend? Lin Tian shook his head, not quite. I am too exceptional to settle for less. Truth be told, Tang Yin was not unattractive. But when compared to Luo Bingning, the difference was stark. Tang Yin seemed more suited for camaraderie than romance. Are you leaving? Lin Tian turned to depart as Tan Zhenghua and the others had already gone. Tang Yin, feeling embarrassed, said, I twisted my ankle when I kicked. You should go ahead. I will rest here for a moment. Lin Tian opened his phone. Just moments ago, I struck the assailant on the forehead, and the phone fell to the ground. Surprisingly unscathed. Indeed, the prowess of Shushao is not to be underestimated. Bingning, we are in the stairwell near the intensive care unit. Lin Tian called Luo Bingning. And soon she arrived with Aunt Tang. Aunt Tang recounted the recent events, and both Luo Bingning and her were equally shaken. They initially believed the gunfire was from the police, only to discover it was the assailant, with Aunt Tang narrowly escaping a bullet. Lin Tian. Did Yan Zi's ankle get injured? Does she need treatment? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. A cold compress will suffice. She is a martial artist and will recover swiftly. Shaolin, I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. You saved both Lao Tang and Xiao Yan, and you even identified the assailant, Aunt Tang said with immense appreciation. Had it not been for Lin Tian's discovery, Tang Pingyuan might have met a dire fate. Lin Tian had effectively saved 2 lives. Aunt Lu, it was merely a small effort, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Aunt Tang solemnly stated, perhaps it was a trifling matter for you, but for the Tang family, it is an immeasurable kindness. Once Lao Tang is discharged, we shall come to thank you properly. Lin Tian quickly took Luo Bingning away, unable to bear such excessive politeness. Once outside the hospital, Luo Bingning's heartbeat gradually steadied. Lin Tian, why did you charge in after Yinzi? She is a martial artist, and you are not. Please do not do that again. This time it was sheer luck. A blessing from the heavens. If it happens again, I will ignore you, she admonished. Lin Tian gazed at her with a teasing smile. Bingning, are you worried about me? If something were to happen, would you cry? Stop saying such nonsense. I'll hit you. Luo Bingning exclaimed. Her right hand held by Lin Tian, as her left fist playfully struck his chest. Lin Tian extended his right hand, pulling her into an embrace. Instantly, her face flushed red, her heart racing. A black treasure chest appeared above her head. Lin Tian, you. Let go of me, she said weakly, her heart racing at the thought that he might kiss her. Although her feelings for him had deepened, she was not prepared for such a step. Lin Tian leaned slightly closer, their foreheads almost touching, causing the black treasure chest to vanish. Ding! The black treasure chest is opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired master-level firearms shooting skills. The system's voice echoed in his mind, flooding him with vast amounts of information on various firearms, both domestic and international, including practical experience. Before long, his shooting skills would reach a masterful level, potentially rivaling the elite marksmen of the military. The FN-57 pistol, utilizing 5.7mm ammunition with a capacity of 20 rounds, boasts a muzzle velocity of 650 meters per second, capable of penetrating standard bulletproof vests, earning it the moniker Police Killer. Lin Tian recalled the information regarding the weapon used by the assailant, feeling pleased to have gained shooting skills. In China, firearms are heavily regulated, making them inaccessible to ordinary citizens. However, Lin Tian was no longer an ordinary person, and the possibility of encountering firearms now existed. Lin Tian, please do not act recklessly. If you do, I will ignore you, Luo Bingning warned. Her cheeks flushed as she pushed against him, though her effort was futile. Despite having trained in martial arts, her strength was lesser than that of an average man, making it impossible to budge Lin Tian. Bingning, I merely wished to hold you. Where did your thoughts wander? Lin Tian chuckled, releasing her. In that moment, had he leaned down to kiss her, she might not have resisted, but he deemed it unnecessary to rush things. They had only known each other for a little over a week. The timing was not right. Furthermore, he sensed that her anxiety heightened the likelihood of treasure chests appearing. If he kissed her now, there was a chance it would diminish that opportunity. You rogue, no more hugging in the future, Luo Bingning playfully scolded. Let us return home quickly, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Ignoring her protest against future embraces, he thought they had shared a few already. And what harm would there be in a few more? Such matters become familiar with time. All right, Luo Bingning nodded. Both returned to their respective cars. And upon reaching home, Luo Bingning checked her reflection, noticing a faint blush on her cheeks. That rascal, with so many people at the hospital entrance. She muttered to herself. Half an hour later, they arrived home, quite late after waiting a considerable time outside the emergency room. Their evening training had been postponed. But the treasure chest acquired at the hospital made it worthwhile. Besides the treasure chest, Lin Tian had other gains. He had added several friends on WeChat, including Director Shi and Director Tan. He had been of great help to them today. Had he not intervened, Tang Pingyuan would have perished, causing significant trouble for Director Shi, and even more so for Director Tan, especially considering the aftermath. Had the assailant succeeded in killing Tang Pingyuan at the hospital, Director Tan would bear significant responsibility as the highest-ranking official present. Lin Tian, where did you learn your ancient medical skills? Luo Bingning inquired with curiosity. Lin Tian had diagnosed Yao Hong with lung cancer and treated Su Hu and others, and today he had saved Tang Pingyuan, demonstrating exceptional medical prowess. One instance may be coincidence, but the accumulation of successes suggested something more profound. Once, a wandering Taoist passed through our village. Stop. Lin Tian was interrupted by Luo Bingning, who said exasperatedly, Lin Tian, is that explanation not a bit far-fetched? Lin Tian shrugged, realizing he could not deceive her. It seems I cannot fool you. I confess, I possess a system that grants me these abilities. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. That explanation is even less believable than the last. Lin Tian sighed inwardly. In this era, speaking the truth is often met with skepticism. Was it not the system that granted him these skills? Never mind. Get some rest, she said before retreating to her room. If she were to be with Lin Tian in the future, his medical prowess would be inconsequential. After all, he would be her husband. Should they part ways, it would matter even less. Director Tan, the interrogation results are in. The assailant is named Yu Quansu, a drug criminal from the Black Triangle region. 3 years ago, Deputy Director Tang killed his brother during an anti-drug operation. He did not bring a gun for his initial attack. He intended to run over Deputy Director Tang, but upon realizing he was unharmed, he infiltrated the hospital to carry out a second attack. He has taken the lives of over a dozen people, including 2 of our border defense soldiers. A call was made to report to Tanjingua. Yu Quansu has several broken bones, but we must proceed with the interrogation immediately to ensure he has no accomplices. Contact Deputy Director Tang's former unit to inform them of the results. They may also be searching for Yu Quansu, Tanjingua said solemnly. Understood, Director. After hanging up, Tanjingua's wife, roused by the noise, sleepily asked, What's going on so late? Tanjingua smiled. Deputy Director Tang was attacked. We apprehended the assailant. And he's quite a big fish. Today, I also met an interesting young man. His wife replied, If he has impressed you, he must be quite remarkable. Is he male or female? If he's a man, perhaps we could introduce him to our daughter? Are you so worried that our daughter might not find a husband? Tan Zheng was said with a hint of displeasure. Moreover, Shaolin already has a girlfriend, and she happens to be a daughter of the Luo family. Which Luo family? He was asked. Which else could it be? The wealthiest one, of course. Luo Renjie has a wonderful daughter, but unfortunately, no son. However, having a good son-in-law is also quite commendable. Tan Zheng's spouse expressed surprise. Bingning has a girlfriend now? I used to hold her when she was little. She was adorable back then. After Luo Renjie ventured into business and you into politics, our families have had less contact. Why not invite them over for dinner one day? You flatter them so much, you must owe them a favor, Tan Zheng chuckled. All right, let's invite them over for a meal. I indeed owe Shaolin a favor. Vice Director Tang owes even more. If it weren't for Shaolin today, we could have gone to Vice Director Tang's house for a feast. His spouse retorted, That's inappropriate. Vice Director Tang is still in intensive care. Can't you say something nice? Haha, by saying this, I imply that his condition isn't dire. Now, let's get some sleep. Tan Zhenghua replied, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders, finally able to rest peacefully. Chapter 51. Is Master Lin a Grandmaster? Waiting for Master Lin to stumble. I believe the two Masters Lin are not the same person. Wearing masks is merely a ploy to mislead us into thinking they are one and the same. A dual master is more appealing to fans. Our compatriots have a penchant for deceit. We ought to learn from the West and the East about authenticity. Early the next morning, Lin Tian concluded his training and opened the Huayin app, frowning at the numerous skeptical comments in the discussion section. Some criticisms were somewhat reasonable, while others were purely malicious. If it were merely slander, Lin Tian would remain unperturbed. Yet, some bizarre reflections made him feel disgusted. Some people had knelt for too long, rendering their knees too weak to rise. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer, called out from the kitchen. Exiting his room, Lin Tian noticed a note stuck to the mirror at the washstand. Did not practice last night. This morning, Lin Tian trained an extra cycle. Luo Bingning has already gone to work. No husband mentioned? That's a poor review. Lin Tian mumbled. After finishing breakfast, he hurried to his studio, a shop he had purchased, now transformed into his workspace within the courtyard of the capital. Old Shen remarked, Master Lin enjoys considerable popularity. Young Xianda took a sip of tea, smiling as they observed a large screen displaying Lin Tian's live stream, currently in a black screen state, yet already boasting an audience of 100,000. The room buzzed with excitement, as many fans showered gifts. Shen asked, if you were certain about Master Lin's Guqin skills and know he is quite young, would you support him wholeheartedly? Liang nodded slightly. If he truly possesses such skill, I would back him. Shen inquired further, why is that? Why? Yang contemplated. Our nation has seen rapid economic development in recent years, yet culture has lagged behind. If he indeed exemplifies top-tier mastery in Guqin, he could become a prominent figure in this field for our country. Shen gave a thumbs up. You hit the nail on the head. Since you understand this, you should see why I support him and why President Ouyang and others do as well. We still need to verify his Guqin, but we have confirmed his era skills. It's a pity that Master Lin is focusing on Guqin this time. Here they come, Young announced. Suddenly, the live stream displayed an image, and the audience surged into Lin Tian's stream. Guqin enjoys a broader audience compared to Eru. Moreover, Lin Tian's followers had increased from 5 million during his last live to 17 million this time. He had even signed an SS-level contract with Huayin, which significantly bolstered their support for him. Old Liang, I will first send some gifts to show my support. If he deceives us later, I will scold him alongside you. Shen said with a smile, having learned how to send gifts. Fan Old Mischief sent out Super Rockets X100. Countless rockets soared into the sky. A single super rocket costs 1,000 yuan. 100 rockets total 100,000 yuan. Master Lin, many are questioning if you swapped out performers. Could you play a piece to verify your identity? Shen sent a message. As Lin Tian's #1 fan, his words were bold and prominent, floating across the live stream screen. Support. Support. Many supportive comments flooded in. Among the viewers were numerous fans of Lin Tian's Eru, who were eager to show support, while others were open to verification. Lin Tian smiled and said, everyone, today is a Guqin special, but since you all support me, I will first play a piece. This time doesn't count. I will still stream Guqin for a full 2 hours. He did not leave the screen but stretched out his hand to retrieve the Eru from beside him. A piece, Galloping Horses, dedicated to everyone. Soon, Lin Tian began to play the Eru, and the spirited music resonated. Listening to Master Lin play the Eru was truly a delight. The Eru and the Guqin are indeed different. Just yesterday, I nearly lost myself listening to an old man play in the park. Numerous comments filled the screen, yet many remained focused on the music. Before long, the piece concluded. Fan Old Mischief sent out Spaceships X100. Countless viewers were astonished. Spaceships are the most expensive gift, costing 28,888 each, and he sent out 100. Old Shen, what is this? Liang asked, surprised. Shen chuckled, as an old man. I didn't want to take my time sending gifts slowly. I just sent them all at once so I could enjoy the live stream without worry. Thank you, Old Mischief, for the gifts. Lin Tian, who usually did not express gratitude, made a rare exception this time. 100 spaceships alongside 100 super rockets amounted to nearly 3 million. If he were a female streamer, she would have been inundated with delivery orders at lightning speed. Everyone, for now, just enjoy the music. I will play with sincerity. If you wish to hear a particular piece, just let me know. The first piece was Guangling San. Lin Tian played this renowned Guqin piece with ease, the melodious notes clearly reaching the ears of each listener. His mastery was undeniably at the pinnacle. I am no match for Master Lin. Those who claimed that Master Lin was not a top-tier Guqin player could take a break. After the piece ended, several Guqin masters commented in the chat, all of whom were officially verified. Old Liang, what do you think? Although your Guqin skills may not be up to par, your appreciation level should be impeccable, Shin inquired. Lang's expression revealed doubt. Old Shin, Lin Tian's performance gives me a feeling reminiscent of Master Su's playing. Is Master Lin at the level of a Guqin Grandmaster? That seems improbable. Shin shook his head. Just from his hands, it's clear Lin Tian is quite young. Being a dual master is already astonishing, let alone achieving Grandmaster status in Guqin. I will call Master Su to see the live stream. Yang dialed the phone, and it quickly connected to a voice on the other end belonging to a man in his 70s, the only Guqin Grandmaster in our nation, Master Su Guchang. Brother Liang. What is it? Master Su's voice came through, sounding somewhat animated. Master Su, a young man is live streaming Guqin. I see some of your style in him. Would you like to take a look? Yang asked. On the other end, Master Su laughed heartily. Brother Liang, you must be talking about Shaolin. I am watching his stream right now. Master Su, is Master Lin a top-tier master? Master Su paused for a few seconds and replied, Brother Liang. He is not a top-tier master. If I am not mistaken, he should already be a grandmaster. Yang's eyes widened in shock. Master Su, are you certain? It's nearly certain. Liang, please do not speak of this outside. He is still young, and such a promising talent must not be squandered, Su Guchang advised. After hanging up the phone, Liang Xianda was in disbelief. Old Liang, why do you look as if you've seen a ghost? Inquired Old Shun. Liang Xianda took a deep breath. Master Su said he should be a master now. Chapter 52. The audience in the live broadcast was dumbfounded. Old Shin gazed at Liang Xianda in astonishment. After a long pause, Old Shin exhaled deeply. If he truly is a master, his future is boundless. It is highly likely he could become a dual master. Liang Xianda shook his head, perhaps even more than that. Let us not forget his prowess in martial arts. He could very well be a martial arts grandmaster. Old Shin's eyes lit up. He had overlooked this detail. Previously, he was rather impoverished. Unable to afford even a decent heirloom, it is likely that having attained the status of a martial arts master, he has begun to showcase his skills and earn a living. Under such circumstances, he even wears a mask. What prudence! Old Shin and Liang Xianda exchanged a knowing smile. Master Lin's caution should enable him to live a long life, a situation they found quite agreeable. Old Liang, shall we contribute some funds as a token of appreciation? Old Shin chuckled. This is a future triple master we are speaking of. It is not an exaggeration to say that in the future, he may be invited to attend some grand events that we could not even dream of attending. Liang Xianda nodded in agreement. This is indeed very likely. For instance, when foreign dignitaries visit, what do we have to offer? Hundreds of millions mean nothing to them. A triple master, however, is a different matter altogether. The country may invite Master Lin to perform a piece, which would signify the importance China places on them. Fan Old Liang sent a spaceship 100, Liang Xianda quickly recharged and sent gifts. Upon witnessing this, many viewers in the live stream were left wide-eyed. Wow. 2 diehard fans just sent 5 to 6 million. Is this real? Are the wealthy simply repaying their dues while the common folk split the earnings? For those upstairs, allow me to introduce the generous donor. It was the chairman of Liang's group, whose net worth exceeds 50 small targets. Countless bullet comments flooded the screen. Old Shin glanced at Liang Xianda. Old Liang, you are quite crafty. By using this account to donate, you have publicly given face and advertised. Liang Xianda's generous donations may even land him on trending lists. The advertisement effect could potentially far exceed 2 or 3 million. I did not intend any of this. I only have this one account, Liang Xianda shrugged. Besides, what advertisement am I doing? I am merely a half-retired old man. I cannot be bothered to discuss this further. Let us listen to the music. Old Shun reclined leisurely. At the headquarters of Huayin, Zhang Han arrived at Director Fang Zhengming's office. Director, within the first half hour. Master Lin's donations have already surged to 7 million. It may even exceed 10 million. Zhang Han exclaimed excitedly. He could hardly believe it. While it is not difficult for top streamers to generate millions in sales, earning millions through donations is exceedingly rare. They are well aware that Lin Tian's donations were not self-generated. Chairman Liang and his associates likely made a single substantial contribution, without such super-rich fans. Reaching 10 million seems improbable. 8 million is not a significant issue, Fang Zhengming remarked. He sighed. Acknowledging that even after deducting the donations from Old Shin and the other wealthy fans, Lin Tian's remaining donations are still considerable. Director, I believe 10 million is achievable. Master Lin's Guqin and Arrow have been confirmed to be of top-tier master level. Could one of them perhaps attain the status of a master? If both do, he might even become a martial arts master, Zhang Han suggested. Fang Zhengming took a deep breath. Are you implying that some individuals, recognizing this, will make donations to cultivate good relations? Zhang Han nodded. I believe there is indeed such potential. Fang Zhengming pondered for a moment. I will discuss this with the higher-ups to see if we can provide Master Lin with additional promotional support. Director, please proceed. Bing Ning, have you seen the live stream? Master Lin is extraordinary. His Guqin skills are indeed of top-tier master level. Tang Yin excitedly told Luo Bing Ning over the phone. Not yet. I was busy. If you are free, I recommend you take a good look. After hanging up, Luo Bingning quickly entered the live stream on her phone, as she had now found some leisure. How beautiful! The top-tier master truly is impressive. Luo Bingning's eyes sparkled. She adores music and possesses a decent level of appreciation for the Guqin. Luo Bingning fixated on Master Lin's hands in the stream. She felt they bore a striking resemblance to Lin Tian's hands. Why am I thinking of that fellow again? Luo Bingning shook her head. Although Lin Tian's Guqin skills are commendable, the contrast with Master Lin's effortless performance in the live stream is glaring. What a pity that I lack funds. Otherwise, such a level of performance deserves a donation, Luo Bingning mused. As time passed, Huan provided more traffic, and an influx of wealthy fans entered the live stream. Although these wealthy fans were not as affluent as Old Shun and his companions, some still donated amounts ranging from 100,000 to 800,000. As the 2-hour Guqin performance drew to a close, the total donations astonishingly surpassed 9 million. Master Lin, where are your extraordinary skills? Master Lin, please showcase some extraordinary talents today. Numerous bullet comments surged forth. Many viewers tuned in with the hope of witnessing Lin Tian's exceptional skills. Much like fans of the Eru and Guqin, Lin Tian surveyed his fans, who had now amassed nearly 18 million followers. Everyone, for those who have not followed yet, please do so. I shall present you with a remarkable performance. To the one who suggested I should bear a child for you, thank you. The host is a married person, Lin Tian jested. Upon his reminder, those who had yet to follow quickly did so, in under a minute. His follower count surged by 300,000. The total number of followers reached an impressive 18 million. Allow me to perform a sound attack for everyone, Lin Tian declared, instantly eliciting a flurry of question marks on the screen. Wait, Master Lin, are you referring to the sound attack from Stephen Chow's movies? Is it real? Many viewers were ecstatic. If Lin Tian truly revealed such a skill, it would be incredible. Lin Tian chuckled. Indeed, it is a sound attack. But perhaps not quite as formidable. Just bear with me for some entertainment. Lin Tian bent down to pick up a wooden plank, measuring over an inch thick. The plank was slightly larger than the vegetables at home. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a genuine wooden plank. Let us listen to the sound. Lin Tian struck the surface with a steel rod, leaving only a few small dents on the plank. All right, we shall commence shortly, Lin Tian announced. He stood up and hung the plank on a wall several meters away. Everyone, pay close attention. Lin Tian seated himself and smiled. He possessed a comprehensive range of martial arts skills, including sound attacks. Hundreds of thousands of viewers widened their eyes, glued to their screens. Ding! Lin Tian plucked a string, and an imperceptible sound attack erupted. Bang! A loud crack resounded, and a deep gash appeared in the middle of the plank, measuring 3 to 4 inches long. What on earth? Honey, come quickly and see this miracle. Many viewers were astounded. The plank remained intact, yet out of nowhere, a deep knife mark appeared. This time, he struck twice. Lin Tian chuckled as he swiftly plucked 2 more strings. Bang, bang. 2 additional deep gashes appeared on the plank. Once more, Lin Tian said, sweeping his hand forward, plucking all 7 strings at once, delivering 7 invisible strikes that shattered the inch-thick plank into splinters. Dear viewers, this is rather dangerous. I do not recommend everyone to follow suit. Today's live stream concludes here. He truly cares for us. I'm in tears. I would love to follow suit, but I cannot risk my life. Master Lin, everyone, let us make do with what we have. I fell for your trick, such thick wooden planks being shattered. Is this merely making do? The live stream of Lin Tian went dark. Yet, the majority of viewers remained. And the barrage of comments soared as countless gifts poured in. 905, 906, 907, 1 million. Zhang Han, brimming with excitement, fixated on Lin Tian's live stream. Initially, the donations had stagnated, But Lin Tian's subsequent display turned the tide, leaving everyone utterly astounded. Splitting a thick wooden plank from a distance of 4 to 5 meters with sound waves, Zhang Han sensed that Lin Tian was on the verge of trending. However, this wave of enthusiasm was truly beyond the reach of mere spectators. As netizens remarked, "Are we risking our lives here?" Even a martial arts master may not possess the ability to play the guqin or utilize sound attacks. You're so excited, it's as if the donations are for you. A person beside Zhang Han chuckled. Zhang Han glanced at him. Master Lin was discovered by us first. The further he goes, the more our group will earn. You won't be getting any bonuses this year, will you? The other replied, quickly conceding, I was wrong. Zhang Han instructed, stay vigilant. Do not let anyone cause trouble in Master Lin's livestream. Anyone who dares will be sent packing. Serious offenses will be reported for account suspension. Several around him nodded vigorously. They were now acting as moderators. In a certain region of southwest Huagua, a young man dressed in martial arts attire inquired, Dad, is Master Lin's display fake or genuine? A middle-aged man beside him, having just watched Lin Tian's livestream, looked at his son and replied, if it were you, a top master in both the guqin and eru, would you resort to deception? Oh, no, the young man shook his head. Why tarnish one's reputation? The middle-aged man continued, then that settled. If you can't do it, do you think Master Lin's intelligence is inferior to yours? The young man awkwardly chuckled. Dad, my intelligence isn't inherited from you. The middle-aged man scanned the surroundings. Where did my stick go? Dad, I was wrong. As a martial arts master, I want your professional opinion. Has Master Lin reached the level of a master? The young man quickly admitted his mistake and shifted the topic. Isn't that obvious? Only in the mid-stages of internal strength cultivation can one begin to manifest internal power. He can project internal power through the guqin, indicating he has undoubtedly attained the level of a martial arts master. He appears quite at ease, likely beyond the initial stages. His chances of becoming a martial arts grandmaster are substantial. The middle-aged man spoke solemnly, envy glimmering in his eyes. At 52, he had reached the level of a martial arts master, commendable nationwide, but he would never attain the status of a grandmaster in his lifetime. Dad, grandmasters are like mythical figures, akin to Zhang Sanfeng in dramas. Does Master Lin truly have a chance of becoming a grandmaster? The young man asked, incredulous. The middle-aged man nodded. If he were in his 30s, he would indeed have a chance, but reaching Zhang Sanfeng's heights is challenging. There are distinctions among grandmasters. You should send him some donations. Who knows? He might offer you some guidance in the future. The young man cleared his throat. Maybe next time. He's offline now. And although I can donate while the screen is black, it feels like sending gifts in vain. Can he see the back end? He should be able to. Then that settled. It's better to act sooner than later. The young man hastily donated 100 super rockets, totaling 100,000 yuan. A sum he could manage. His family belonged to a martial arts lineage. Both his father and grandfather practiced martial arts, though they were not comparable to top commercial families. Their assets were considerable. Knowing that Master Lin might be a martial arts master, many martial artists watching the live stream in Huagua generously donated. If Master Lin were to become a grandmaster, establishing a good rapport would be wise. Guidance from a grandmaster is a rare opportunity. Currently, there were no grandmasters visible in the martial arts community of Huagua. Whether there were hidden grandmasters remained unknown. If Master Lin became one, he might just be the only visible grandmaster. After reaching a certain level in martial arts, the path to advancement becomes unclear, even for martial arts masters. They require guidance. Dad, do you think Master Lin has a grandmaster behind him? He's young. If he lacks a formidable mentor, can he really become a martial arts master through self-study in his 30s? The young man questioned, perplexed. The middle-aged man replied calmly, you've finally considered this. If he has a martial arts grandmaster backing him, his significance would be even greater. The young man countered, but he initially dressed quite modestly during the live stream. If he had a grandmaster as support, his living conditions shouldn't be so humble. The middle-aged man said sternly, to progress in martial arts, one must control material desires. Indulging in pleasure leads to stagnation, just like you. The young man fell silent. The middle-aged man pondered, with sheer self-discipline. He might not have been able to showcase his strength only after 30. Perhaps there truly is a grandmaster behind him, even if not. His father or mentor must also be formidable martial artists. Remember, one can only befriend Master Lin, never offend him. The young man scoffed, Dad, I'm not foolish. He's already a triple master. If I offend him, how will I get by? He may become a grandmaster in more than one field. A dual-field grandmaster. You'd have to salute him respectfully when you meet him. The middle-aged man nodded. Even if he becomes a grandmaster in just one field, I would still politely address him as Master Lin when we meet. All right, you've rested long enough. Go practice until you reach the dark strength level. You're not allowed to roam aimlessly. The young man was taken aback. He had mastered the bright strength, but who knew when he would attain the dark strength level? The upcoming days would not be easy. Donations totaled 1,180,000. The fan count reached 1,930,000. The live stream concluded, and Lin Tian could scarcely believe that he had received over 1 million in donations from a single session. Of this 180,000, he would receive 70%. Yet, this 70% was not entirely his. Wine would deduct 20% for tax purposes, and with such substantial earnings, he would certainly face additional taxes during year-end settlements. After accounting for the taxes, he would likely take home about half of the donations, which was still a considerable amount. Lin Tian had no intentions of evading taxes like some celebrities. Coupled with his previous earnings, he had accumulated quite a sum. Lin Tian mused to himself as the back end displayed a total gift amount of 16 million. He could withdraw 70% of this next month. Master Lin's live stream showcases astonishing skills. Shocking, Master Lin's donations exceed 1 million in a single session. Confirmed, Master Lin is a master in Guqin, Eru, and martial arts. Soon, several news stories about Lin Tian surged to the top of the trending list on social media. This phenomenon naturally attracted numerous netizens to click and watch. Splitting wooden planks from 4 to 5 meters away with sound waves? I swear. Had I known Master Lin would showcase such incredible skills, I would have taken a leave from work for his next live stream. A triple master, utterly impressive. On the trending list of social media, various groups fervently shared related videos, and Lin Tian's popularity skyrocketed. Amidst this, his fan count effortlessly surpassed 20 million. And the number of likes and comments on his previous videos surged as well. Many rushed to praise his earlier videos. Fortunately, Wan had meticulously concealed Lin Tian's personal information. Otherwise, such a surge in popularity would have led to a breach of his privacy. Who was Master Lin? Before long, a new trending topic emerged. Out of 10 trending topics, Lin Tian occupied 4. Alas, some celebrities, who had purchased views to boost their rankings, found themselves swiftly overshadowed by Lin Tian. What does having 20 million fans matter? They are merely internet celebrities, still wearing masks. Their appearances might scare away a fair number of fans. Some celebrities felt quite envious. Chapter 54. Grandpa Luo Bingning has arrived. In the realm of online discourse, discussions about trending topics and the increase in followers scarcely piqued Lin Tian's interest. Once his live stream concluded, he paid little heed to such matters. To him, nothing held greater significance than the pursuit of treasure chests. With videos still needing to be uploaded, he pondered the prospect of searching for chests. He maneuvered through the bustling streets of S-City, spending 2 to 3 hours observing the throngs of people, yet not a single treasure chest came into view. He resolved to explore a university campus the following day and perhaps linger at the busiest subway station the day after that. Moreover, Disneyland, with its daily influx of visitors, presented another opportunity. He contemplated whether he might discover treasure chests at its entrance. Lin Tian mused that if he continued to find nothing, he would have to abandon the quest and focus solely on reaping benefits from Luo Bingning. Suddenly, his phone chimed. Luo Bingning was calling. After pulling over, he answered, Lin Tian. Do you have time? Could you pick someone up from the airport? I have an important meeting and cannot leave. There was a hint of embarrassment in her voice. With a smile, Lin Tian replied, Did I not mention that my work allows for flexibility? Who am I to pick up? My grandfather, she said. He didn't inform my father and just booked a ticket to S-City. I believe he wishes to meet you. Lin Tian's heart tightened slightly. Luo Bingning's grandfather? While he was supportive of their relationship, the shadows of past events lingered. If they were truly to marry, perhaps her grandfather would harbor regrets. Isning, doesn't your grandfather have a bodyguard? Lin Tian inquired, puzzled. Typically, he would, but this time he chose to leave quietly, deliberately avoiding the guard. He was once a scout. Although his health has declined, if he wishes to evade protection, it is indeed possible, she explained. Do not worry. My grandfather is very much in favor of our marriage. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Isning, are you not concerned? What if we marry and he regrets it? What I have to worry about? She responded. I will send you the flight information. Please pick up my grandfather, and I will return home early to prepare dinner. With that, she swiftly ended the call. After hanging up, a flicker of uncertainty crossed her mind. Would her grandfather truly regret their marriage? She did not wish to part ways with Lin Tian. Surely, They should at least wait 3 years to see how things unfold. Most likely. Her grandfather was merely coming to assess their well-being and ensure she was not suffering. Soon, she sent the flight details to Lin Yang, who drove to the airport, arriving just as the plane was about to land. As the aircraft touched down, Luo Yongqian, Luo Bingning's grandfather, let out a slight sigh, his expression a tapestry of complexity. Years ago, he had arranged a marriage between their families, and following subsequent events, he felt a debt to the Lin family. He had insisted on Lin Tian marrying Luo Bingning, yet now that they lived together, he often wrestled with insomnia, plagued by concerns about his beloved granddaughter's happiness. Upon disembarking, he navigated the airport, his eyes quickly locating Lin Tian, who had been provided with a photograph of him. "Hello, Grandfather Luo, I am Lin Tian." He introduced himself, approaching with a warm smile. Luo Yongqian blinked in disbelief, taken aback by the transformation of the young man before him. The height matched the details he had received, but Lin Tian's appearance had drastically evolved. Once merely handsome, he now exuded undeniable charm. "Where is Aisning?" Luo Yongqian asked, suppressing his astonishment. "She is tied up in an important meeting," Lin Tian replied. "She asked me to come pick you up. Once we return home, she will prepare dinner for us." "Very well," Luo Yongqian nodded, and Lin Tian led him to the parking lot. "How proficient are you at driving, young man?" "It would be prudent to accelerate. My movements may have been compromised," Luo Yongqian remarked, his brow furrowing. Lin Tian was taken aback. Indeed, Luo Yongqian's instincts were sharp. "These days are different," he explained. "With smartphones, one is always traceable unless the device is switched off. Additionally, flight information can easily be intercepted by hackers." "I see. I have been remiss," Luo Yongqian conceded. "Please do your utmost to evade any pursuers. If that proves difficult, we should find a hotel for the night." "Only if you do not suffer from motion sickness," Lin Tian replied, pressing the accelerator as the car surged forward, swiftly leaving the parking lot, while another vehicle tailed them closely. As traffic thickened, Lin Tian skillfully navigated through the congested streets. Soon, the pursuing vehicle fell behind, surrendering in their chase. "Your driving skills are impressive," Luo Yongqian remarked, astonished. "How long have you been driving?" "Just a week," Lin Tian admitted with a smile. Luo Yongqian tightened his grip on the armrest, contemplating the implications of their situation. "Are those following us likely intent on abduction?" he questioned, skepticism evident in his tone. "Unlikely," Luo Yongqian replied. "In this world, various complications arise. It is best to avoid unnecessary risks, especially with the Luo family's substantial assets attracting unwanted attention." "How has your marriage been, now that you and Aisning have been together for over a week?" "No conflicts, I hope?" "Things are going well," Lin Tian assured him. "However, Grandfather Luo, it would be wise for you to travel with a bodyguard in the future. Better safe than sorry." "Indeed," Luo Yongqian nodded. "I had not anticipated still being a target in my retirement. Perhaps I am more significant than I imagined." "As you wish, I shall slow down," Lin Tian said, easing off the accelerator. "How are your parents?" Luo Yongqian inquired further. "Perhaps you might persuade your father to be less obstinate than you." Lin Tian chuckled softly. "I fear that may not be within my power. Perhaps Aisning can have a word with him. It might yield better results." Luo Yongqian sighed. "Both your father and grandfather are stubborn as mules. When my friend passed, I sent a 500,000 yuan check as condolences, but he refused to accept it." Lin Tian was taken aback by this revelation, realizing the depth of his father's principles. Such wealth could easily sway most, yet his father had chosen integrity over temptation. If he had accepted, their union might never have come to fruition. "Did Aisning inform you of the 3-year marriage term?" Luo Yongqian asked. Lin Tian nodded. "Yes. That was made clear from the beginning." Luo Yongqian considered this. "If you two genuinely care for one another, I wholeheartedly support your union. However, if feelings are lukewarm, I would offer you 10 million to conclude matters amicably." Lin Tian shook his head, and Luo Yongqian furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Lin Tian Dao, Grandpa Luo. I have quite an affection for Bingning, but if she feels we are incompatible, she is free to divorce at any time. I shall not take any money." Luo Yongqian was momentarily taken aback and sighed. "I just remarked that your grandfather and your father are stubborn mules. And now it seems you are cut from the same cloth. If you truly are not suited for each other, leaving a year or two earlier with a few million would greatly improve your and your parents' lives." Lin Tian smiled gently. "Grandpa Luo, I can earn my own money." Luo Yongqian replied, "Your grandfather said the same back in the day, and your father too. When I offered your grandfather 100,000, he grabbed a pole and nearly struck me. Fortunately, I fled swiftly." A wistful sadness flickered in Luo Yongqian's eyes. Lin Tian chuckled. "Grandpa Luo, I am different from my grandfather and father. If I truly end up with Bingning, I would happily enjoy the benefits of a loving relationship. You can keep your money. Luo Yongqian found himself at a loss for words. After a while, he said, Xiaolin, what do you think about Bingning's parents opposing your relationship? Lin Tian chuckled lightly. That's quite normal. As parents, they naturally wish for their daughter to marry well. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. It is good that you can think this way. Just don't let this affect the harmony of the family while you are together. Focus on driving. I shall take a nap for a while. Over an hour later, Lin Tian drove back to the community. As they stepped through the door, a rich aroma wafted towards them. Grandpa! Luo Bingning exclaimed with delight upon seeing Luo Yongqian. Being the sole descendant of the Luo family, she was indeed the apple of their eye, and Luo Yongqian had always doted on her. Xiaoning, he beamed, feeling less fatigued upon seeing her bright demeanor. Dear, you've worked hard, Luo Bingning said cheerfully to Lin Tian. Luo Yongqian felt a twinge of something unusual. Luo Bingning was addressing Lin Tian so affectionately, and she appeared quite at ease. It was merely a drive to fetch Grandpa. It wasn't arduous. Lin Tian replied with a smile. You two should wash your hands and eat, Luo Bingning urged playfully. Soon, the three of them sat at the dining table. Luo Bingning had prepared 5 dishes, making for a sumptuous meal. Bingning, is something missing? Luo Yongqian asked, clearing his throat. Grandpa, you mean a bottle of wine, right? Mom and Dad specifically called to remind me not to let you drink, she replied with a pout. Luo Yongqian sighed in resignation. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, bring out a bottle of wine. I will keep Grandpa company for a couple of drinks. Oh, all right, she said obediently, rising to fetch the wine. Luo Yongqian's eyes widened in disbelief. Why was it that his words did not hold sway over ice cream? Bingning, it seems my affection for you has been in vain all these years. You've only been married for less than 2 weeks. Yet you now heed Lin Tian's words more than mine, he lamented. Luo Bingning retorted playfully, Grandpa, are you going to drink or not? Of course, I will. Luo Yongqian replied hastily. Although his son and daughter-in-law, along with the health doctor, discouraged him from drinking, he enjoyed a few sips now and then. Luo Bingning swiftly poured drinks for both Luo Yongqian and Lin Tian. Grandpa, you think I'm listening to Lin Tian because of something? He possesses remarkable medical skills. If he says to drink with you, I trust him, she smiled. Luo Yongqian raised an eyebrow. Lin Tian, your medical expertise is quite impressive. Somewhat knowledgeable. Lin Tian replied lightly. Grandpa Luo, I toast to you. I will drink. You may proceed at your leisure, he added, downing his drink in one go. The cup was small, containing only about a shot and a half of liquor. Luo Yongqian took a small sip. Xiaolin, your medical knowledge must exceed mere understanding. The health doctor at home is quite capable, yet Bingning seems to trust you more. Luo Yongqian pondered thoughtfully. Grandpa, don't listen to Lin Tian's modesty. He is far more than just somewhat knowledgeable. Experts from large hospitals may not compare to him. If you had tea come. I was planning to fly to the capital with Lin Tian. Luo Yongqian was increasingly astonished. Lin Tian's medical skills are even superior to those of hospital experts? Lin Tian. How is my grandfather's health? Luo Bingning turned to Lin Tian, inquiring. Lin Tian smiled. I have yet to examine Grandpa Luo, but from his breathing and complexion, there seems to be no major issues. We can discuss this after dinner, he added. Luo Bingning nodded, relieved. Luo Yongqian was astonished. Luo Bingning trusted Lin Tian's medical skills so deeply that she felt at ease after hearing him say there were no significant problems. Grandpa, try this, Lin Tian said, offering food. You should try it too, Luo Bingning encouraged, serving dishes to both men. After the meal, Luo Yongqian found it curious how quickly Luo Bingning had warmed up to Lin Tian in just over a week. Perhaps they had crossed a line? If a couple had been intimate, it would be normal for their relationship to progress swiftly. Grandpa, please sit still. I will check your pulse. Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Yongqian cleared his throat. Xiaolin, I've only had 3 shots. You just drank 7 shots of liquor. Perhaps we can check my pulse tomorrow. Beside them, Luo Bingning giggled. Grandpa, don't worry. Lin Tian has a high tolerance. He could drink 3 to 4 pounds without issue. 7 shots shouldn't affect him at all. Luo Yongqian thought to himself, goodness, Lin Tian has quite the capacity. Xiaolin, then I must trouble you. Luo Yongqian extended his hand. Lin Tian placed his fingers on Luo Yongqian's pulse. In a mere half-minute, he withdrew his hand. Grandpa Luo, you suffered injuries in your youth. Those old wounds have rendered you weak and fatigued. You may experience body aches with changes in weather, and your limbs may feel numb at times. Aside from that, there are no significant issues. Luo Yongqian nodded. That is indeed the case. Lin Tian, can it be treated? Luo Bingning looked tense. Lin Tian smiled, as I mentioned. It is not a major problem. Of course, it can be treated. However, treating old injuries will take some time. How long? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian considered. About a month. It will require several acupuncture sessions, followed by 2 courses of medication, paired with some exercise. Shaolin, are you sure it can be resolved in a month? Luo Yongqian asked, surprised. For the past 20 years, he had been on medication, yet his health had only deteriorated. Lin Tian nodded. Your condition is not a serious issue. Chapter 56. Bingning, call me a good husband. Luo Bingning exclaimed in delight. Lin Tian. Can you start treating Grandpa now? Lin Tian replied. Let's begin tomorrow. Grandpa Luo should rest well today. Recovery requires a good deal of energy. And making such a long journey today must have been taxing. It's not an urgent condition, so starting tomorrow is perfectly fine. Luo Yongqian nodded in agreement. As long as I can recover, it doesn't matter if it takes a day or 2. Bingning, you should have a chat with Grandpa. Lin Tian said before rising to wash the dishes. It was a previously agreed arrangement. She would cook, and he would wash. Bingning, accompany Grandpa for a walk downstairs. After all that time spent on the plane and in the car, I'm sure you both could use some movement, Lin Tian suggested. As they stepped outside, Luo Yongqian cheerfully asked, Bingning, do you think Lin Tian has a good chance of becoming my grandson-in-law? Luo Bingning's face flushed, and she playfully protested. Why do you ask that? We are married. He's already your grandson-in-law. You understand what I mean, Luo Yongqian smiled. If you don't say anything, Grandpa might become muddled and forget whether to continue supporting you two. My parents are still quite opposed, she replied softly. Half and half, I suppose. Luo Yongqian gazed at her in surprise. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had only been married for about 10 days. Yet Luo Bingning believed there was a 50-50 chance they would remain together? Bingning, you haven't already become intimate with Lin Tian, have you? Luo Bingning's face instantly flushed crimson. Grandfather, how could that be? That's simply not the case. We've only held hands. After all, we are both married now. And we can't be forbidden from even holding hands. Luo Yongqian appeared puzzled. Just holding hands, the development of feelings couldn't possibly progress so swiftly. Grandfather. Although Lin Tian seems ordinary on the surface, he is truly exceptional. He meets the standard of a first-level athlete in running, swims swiftly, and just a few days ago, he rescued a child from the sea. His skills in playing the guqin have reached a professional level. His medical expertise is even more remarkable. At the orphanage, he treated 3 children, and later in the hospital. Luo Bingning helped Luo Yongqian walk slowly forward as she elaborated on some of Lin Tian's qualities, leaving Luo Yongqian in astonishment. This was a stark contrast to the information he had gathered. Are you sure it's the same person? Bingning, from what you describe. Lin Tian is indeed impressive, Luo Yongqian remarked. Luo Bingning nodded, saying, I, your granddaughter, am not lacking either. Whether we end up together will depend on his performance, humph. Luo Yongqian mused internally that this grandson-in-law, Lin Tian, was likely a done deal. It had only been a mere 10 days. Luo Bingning was now quite curious about Lin Tian. A woman's curiosity towards a man often marks the beginning of her downfall. Bingning, on the way here. Grandfather mentioned that if you two are not compatible and decide to divorce a year early, he would give him 10 million. If 2 years early, 20 million. Luo Bingning's heart tightened. Lin Tian wouldn't take 30 million and simply walk away, would he? With that sum, he could easily attract many beautiful young ladies. Grandfather, please don't do anything rash. Our matters will be handled by us. Luo Bingning said sullenly. Luo Yongqian chuckled. Lin Tian declined, stating that if you wish to divorce, you may do so at any time. He is simply enamored with you. If a divorce occurs, he does not want any money. A flicker of gloom in Luo Bingning's heart was instantly dispelled. Grandfather, I've made a 3-year promise. I certainly won't divorce within that time. You need not worry about me. I'm doing quite well. Luo Yongqian smiled, saying, if you two are getting along harmoniously, then I am at ease. Just don't blame Grandfather for this engagement. I wouldn't. Luo Bingning shook her head, asserting that this was her own choice. Time passed swiftly, and the next day arrived. After breakfast, Luo Bingning did not rush to work. She eagerly awaited Lin Tian to treat Luo Yongqian. Bingning, look here. Since Luo Grandfather is your grandfather, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to charge. How about you call me dear husband to offset the medical expenses? Luo Yongqian had gone to the restroom, and Lin Tian whispered, you're taking advantage of the situation. Luo Bingning shot Lin Tian a glare. Lin Tian grinned. If you call me that, my state will improve significantly, and I can better treat your grandfather. You rascal. Bingning. I believe Luo grandfather is about to come out. Luo Bingning appeared quite flustered. Dear husband, she called out, her voice barely louder than a mosquito. Lin Tian shook his head. Did you call? I didn't hear anything. Bingning, you're not usually this shy. Dear husband, is that sufficient? Luo Bingning teased. Luo Yongqian emerged from the restroom, looking puzzled at Luo Bingning's flushed face. Lin Tian, hurry and treat grandfather. I need to head to work after watching you treat him. Luo Bingning urged. Lin Tian smiled. Luo grandfather, please lie down. Soon, Luo Yongqian was comfortably positioned. And Lin Tian produced a series of long silver needles, which he skillfully inserted deep into Luo Yongqian's body. Luo Bingning watched in trepidation. The deepest needles penetrated several inches into his flesh. Luo grandfather, you have stagnant qi within you. Stagnant qi is typically a deficiency syndrome. But if left untreated for too long, it can transform into a more severe condition, making your symptoms increasingly pronounced. This type of stagnation cannot be detected by instruments. When stagnant qi becomes solidified, various manifestations arise. Western medicine merely addresses those symptoms without eradicating the root cause of your ailment. As Lin Tian deftly manipulated the needles, he explained. Luo Bingning interjected. Lin Tian, grandfather has seen many traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. If Western medicine cannot detect it, can Chinese medicine? Lin Tian chuckled. Luo grandfather's symptoms are generally beyond the detection of traditional Chinese medicine, and even if identified, they may not be resolved. Initially, some practitioners might have been able to address it, but at that time, Luo Yongqian was still young and did not feel significantly unwell. As his condition worsened, the difficulty of treatment increased exponentially. Lin Tian, why are these silver needles trembling? Luo Bingning gazed at one of the needles that Lin Tian had just manipulated. Lin Tian explained, that is normal, it's the vibrating needle technique. I've infused a slight amount of inner strength into the needle, which enhances the acupuncture's effectiveness considerably. It feels tingly and numb, Luo Yongqian remarked. Lin Tian replied, after one acupuncture session, you will feel a lot more at ease and will no longer experience numbness. After 4 or 5 sessions and 2 weeks of medication, along with some daily walks and exercises, you should feel much better. As 10 minutes passed, utilizing acupuncture and inner strength, Lin Tian helped Luo Yongqian expel a significant amount of stagnant qi and clear some meridians. Bingning, please fetch some tissues. Lin Tian instructed. Luo Bingning quickly brought tissues, and as Lin Tian withdrew the needles, a drop of black blood followed the silver needle out. Most of the needles had expelled stagnant blood. Luo grandfather, please stand and move around to assess how you feel, Lin Tian smiled. Luo Yongqian stood and moved about. His eyes widening in astonishment, he felt remarkably lighter, and the numbness in his hands and feet had vanished. Shaolin, your skills are extraordinary. With your acupuncture technique, you truly deserve the title of divine physician. With such talent, you could easily achieve fame and fortune. Luo Yongqian expressed his admiration. Lin Tian shook his head. Luo grandfather, being a divine physician isn't as easy as it sounds. Not only do I lack a medical license, but even if I had one, how would I charge for treatments? If the fees are high, many who can't afford treatment may cast blame. If they are low, I risk exhausting myself while inviting trouble. Patients might pass away for various reasons, but if they were treated by me, the chances of being implicated are high. Luo Yongqian sighed softly. In this day and age, there are indeed numerous tales of farmers and snakes. Helping someone on the street, even with surveillance proving your innocence, could still lead to accusations. I can live off soft rice without needing to earn that money. Isn't that right, Bingning? Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning with a cheeky grin. Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving glance. Lin Tian, the way you say it makes it sound as though living off soft rice is a glorious endeavor. That depends on what sort of soft rice it is. If I were to find a 60-year-old girlfriend, that would indeed be rather disgraceful. Living off your soft rice would only evoke envy from others. Lin Tian defended himself boldly. Luo Bingning. Luo Yongqian watched the two with amusement. With Lin Tian's audacity, he knew Luo Bingning would be unable to escape. Simply being audacious is shameless, but Lin Tian genuinely possesses talent. With skill and a thick skin, he is practically invincible. I want to keep you. I have to get to work. You said your job is quite flexible, so you should stay and keep grandfather company if you cure him. He can supplement your salary later. Luo Bingning turned to leave the room. Lin Tian followed her out. A bronze treasure chest appeared above Luo Bingning's head. Bingning, you mentioned wanting me to examine you, but we haven't done that yet. How about I check you now? Lin Tian leaned closer, whispering to Luo Bingning, his head brushing against the bronze treasure chest above her. Grandfather is still here. Let us wait until he leaves before checking. Luo Bingning blushed and hurriedly exited the door. Lin Tian has now acquired master-level ancient medical skills. While he may be able to diagnose by pulse, why not examine the abdomen directly? After all, one cannot resist the temptation of their own wife. Ding! The bronze treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations. The host has obtained master-level foreign language skills encompassing 9 major languages: English, Russian, French, German, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Portuguese, and Spanish. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. A torrent of information surged into his brain, and even as a martial arts master, he found it quite challenging to absorb. After 5 minutes, Lin Tian exhaled deeply. What a windfall, acquiring 9 languages all at once. His eyes sparkled with delight. This skill would prove immensely useful, enabling him to interpret languages simultaneously without difficulty. It seems that to acquire more treasure chests, he must devise a plan involving Bingning. A little playful teasing could significantly increase the odds of obtaining treasure. Lin Tian mused. Shaolin, I'm going downstairs to stretch a bit. Is that all right? I feel more comfortable than I have in the last decade. Luo Yongqian emerged from his room, inquiring. Lin Tian replied with a smile, of course, no problem. Grandpa Luo, why don't I take you around S-City? Given your health, you probably haven't had a proper outing in years. That sounds wonderful, Luo Yongqian chuckled. Throughout the day, Lin Tian guided Luo Yongqian to various places. He encountered numerous individuals, but still failed to discover any treasure chests. This situation left Lin Tian feeling rather hopeless. The probability of finding a treasure chest among the others was minuscule. Lisha, it's your turn now, Lin Tian said as he drove home. In a car following closely behind, a man spoke in Japanese, signaling his intention to turn. Jingmukuan, Luo Yongqian is just an old man. He is unlikely to be a member of the Dragon Group. Are the higher-ups overthinking this? Lisha, never doubt the organization. Since Luo Yongqian is rarely out, make sure to document everything you see and hear. Understood? Understood. Another vehicle on the roadside started up and followed Lin Tian's car. His eyes gleamed with sharp insight. The pursuers believed they were discreet, confident they would not be detected. However, as a master-level expert, Lin Tian could hear their conversation clearly even with the windows up. Had it been before today, he would have struggled to comprehend, but he had just gained master-level foreign language skills, including Japanese. Was Grandpa Luo a member of the Dragon Group? Lin Tian pondered. Luo Yongqian was merely an ordinary person. If he truly belonged to the Dragon Group, then that organization must differ significantly from the martial force depicted in novels, perhaps akin to the Skull and Bones of America. What powers does the Dragon Group possess? What are its objectives? Given their enmity with the United States, they would undoubtedly be very cautious. Shaolin, it has been a long time since I've had such an outing. Thank you, Luo Yongqian said as they entered the underground parking lot. Grandpa Luo, we're family, huh? There's no need for thanks, Lin Tian chuckled. Haha, well said. I see a great likelihood of you and Bingning continuing together, Luo Yongqian responded with a hearty laugh. Upon returning home, they found Luo Bingning already there, preparing dinner. After putting down their phones, Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian entered the room. Grandpa, do you know about the Dragon Group? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Yongqian's pupils constricted slightly and his heartbeat quickened, although his expression remained unchanged. Lin Tian had all but confirmed that he was aware or perhaps even a member of the Dragon Group. Shaolin, how do you know about the Dragon Group? Luo Yongqian asked, fixing his gaze on Lin Tian. Lin Tian explained, Grandpa Luo, someone was following us today, and they mentioned the Dragon Group in Japanese. Suspecting you to be a member. Perhaps they aim to identify other members through you. Luo Yongqian fell silent for a moment before replying, Shaolin. The Dragon Group is a patriotic organization with considerable influence. There are matters the state cannot address directly, thus the Dragon Group undertakes certain actions in the shadows, which inevitably offend some nations and powers. Do not inquire further, and stay out of it. Lin Tian smiled gently, Grandpa Luo. I merely wish to remind you to exercise caution when out and about in the future. Such matters do not pique my interest. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. Since we know we are being watched, I will certainly be more vigilant when I go out. Shaolin, do you understand Japanese? Lin Tian chuckled. I have a basic understanding of the major foreign languages. Luo Yongqian looked at Lin Tian in astonishment. Which ones? English, German, French, Russian, Japanese, Korean, Arabic, Spanish, and Portuguese. Those are the 9 I know, Lin Tian replied. Luo Yongqian was left speechless. You can engage in normal conversations in all of them? Roughly, Lin Tian responded. Luo Yongqian was amazed. Lin Tian's mastery of 9 foreign languages, combined with his medical skills and proficiency in the Guqin, marked him as a true genius. Does Bingning know you can speak 9 foreign languages? Lin Tian shook his head. She has no idea. Let her discover this about me gradually. It adds an element of novelty. If I were to reveal everything at once, what would happen when I acquire new abilities? It's better to cultivate a persona of humility. When I eventually reveal new skills, Bingning won't question it, nor will others. Is there more you're concealing? Luo Yongqian asked with curiosity. Lin Tian awkwardly admitted, I have hidden a few more skills. He hadn't disclosed his expertise in firearms, martial arts, or the heir to Luo Yongqian. His mastery of the Guqin and driving skills remained unknown as well. Grandpa Luo, let us leave it at that. I've already revealed quite a bit. Chapter 58. Dinshir seeks Lin Tian's assistance. Luo Yongqian gazed at Lin Tian with an odd expression. It seems you have more secrets than just one. Why are you being so low-key? Lin Tian replied with a smile, Grandpa Luo. I'm just afraid of being targeted for dissection. The situation has shifted. I've married Bingning. Exposing a few issues isn't a big deal now. Luo Yongqian pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Your caution is not without merit. Top-tier talents are often victims of foreign assassinations. Such incidents are not uncommon from Western countries or Japan. You can gradually enhance your influence. When your influence is substantial enough, no force would dare to act against you. Lin Tian chuckled. He recognized that amassing followers was one way to bolster his influence. However, he did not rely solely on this for protection. Having been with Luo Bingning for merely 10 days, he had already reaped numerous benefits. And he was certain that he would secure even more treasure chests in the future. His combat prowess could potentially rise further. As a master, light weaponry like handguns posed little threat to him, yet sniper rifles and explosives remained considerable dangers. However, should he ascend to the level of a great martial master, or even a cultivator, such threats would diminish significantly. Shaolin, my visit may attract attention. Luo Yongqian expressed concern. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly, Grandpa Luo, rest assured, our country is relatively safe. Given what I've displayed thus far, it's unlikely anyone would resort to assassination. Luo Yongqian nodded slightly. Luo Bingning's voice rang from outside the door. Grandpa, Lin Tian, dinner is ready. Why are you two locking the door in there? The two emerged. Lin Tian jokingly remarked, we were just giving Grandpa a little injection, not something for you to see. After dinner, Luo Bingning suggested, Lin Tian, shall we visit Uncle Tang at the hospital? He has been moved out of the intensive care unit and wants to thank you personally for your remarkable medical skills. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Luo Yongqian chimed in. Bingning, you two go ahead. I'll clean up the dishes. I need to move around more now that I'm feeling better. Luo Bingning nodded. Grandfather. Let us set off. Half an hour later, Lin Tian and his companions arrived at the hospital. Tang Piyuan was awake, and he appeared to be in reasonably good condition. Shaolin, thank you. Without your help, I fear my life would have been lost, Tang Piyuan expressed gratefully. Without Lin Tian's assistance, the probability of him perishing in the operating room was significantly high. Even if he survived, he might have fallen prey to an assassin. Uncle Tang. It was merely a small effort, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Shall I take your pulse again? Tang Piyuan quickly responded, I would appreciate that. Before long, Lin Tian had taken Tang Pingyuan's pulse. Uncle Tang, your recovery is quite promising. In about 3 to 4 days, you should be able to get out of bed and move around. In half a month, your daily life will return to normal. But for a complete recovery of your strength, it may take around 2 months. Tang Pingyuan hesitated. 2 months for a full recovery seems rather slow. Shaolin, do you have any methods to expedite this process? Uncle Tang, I could prescribe a tonic for you. If you adhere to it diligently, we might shorten the recovery to about a month, Lin Tian contemplated. Tang Pingyuan's eyes lit up. You truly have a solution. That would be a great help. At this point, Tang Pingyuan turned to his wife, Aunt Tang. Shaolin, this card contains 300,000. It is a small token of our appreciation. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. Aunt Tang presented a bank card. Lin Tian promptly shook his head. Ani Lu, you must realize that Bingning and I are married. Bingning and Aunt Tang are close friends. I cannot accept this money. Tang Pingyuan urged. Shaolin, please take it. Even siblings must keep clear accounts. You have saved my life. My life is worth at least 100 to 180,000. So giving you 300,000 is quite a bargain. Lin Tian shook his head. Uncle Tang, if you insist on this, I shall leave without prescribing the medicine. You may recover at your own pace. Luo Bingning smiled. Ani Lu, Please put the bank card away. It feels somewhat distant among family. Well, if you say so. Aunt Tang reluctantly put the card away. Tang Pingyuan pondered. Shaolin, how about I introduce you to a patient? You could earn quite a bit from him. Lin Tian shook his head. Uncle Tang, let it be. I treat patients based on fate. I do not like to rush into treating others. I do not even possess a medical license. If something were to go awry, I could not bear the responsibility. At that moment, Dean Shi entered the ward. Shaolin, I can help you obtain a medical license. With your skills, securing it should not be difficult, Dean Shi said. Lin Tian shook his head. Dean Shi, it's fine. Not having a medical license is beneficial. It gives me a valid reason to refuse those who seek my help. Dean Shi was somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend why someone would intentionally forego a medical license. Shaolin, there is a patient in our hospital who has been difficult to treat for a long time. I recommended you to him. I wonder if you could take a look. Dean Shi said, clearing his throat. Lin Tian frowned slightly, and Dean Shi added helplessly, Shaolin, could you please help? We are quite troubled by this patient. He initially sought treatment here, but after failing to improve, he returned after consulting various places. This hospital is closer to his home. He is not the type to cause trouble, and he pays quite generously. However, despite consulting numerous experts, we have been unable to help him. Lin Tian sighed. Dean Shi, I am willing to take a look, but please do not recommend me to patients in the future. I am not a doctor. Dean Shi nodded repeatedly. I will do my best. As a healer, I sometimes feel compassion for patients as well. Lin Tian looked at Luo Bingning, who smiled. Lin Tian, go ahead. I will stay here and chat with Ani Lu and the others. Yinzi will be joining us soon. All right. Lin Tian followed Dean Shi out, and before long, they arrived at another ward, which was a luxurious VIP room. Dean Shi, could this be the renowned divine doctor you mentioned? A man in his 50s in the ward asked with curiosity. Lin Tian was surprised. He recognized the elderly gentleman, a super-rich individual renowned throughout Huaghua, with assets ranking at least within the top 20 nationwide. Director Zhao, it is indeed him, Dean Shi confirmed. Do not be deceived by his youth. Deputy Director Tang was on the brink of death, and he effortlessly resolved Tang's crisis. Dean Shi smiled. I had to plead with him to come. Zhao Dong, whose full name was Zhao Xianglin, got up from the bed and extended his hand. Divine Dr. Lin, greetings. I appreciate your assistance. Lin Tian regarded Zhao Xianglin with interest. Director Zhao, your ailment seems intriguing. Zhao Xianglin looked at Dean Shi, who quickly assured, Director Zhao, I have not disclosed your condition to Shaolin. We maintain strict confidentiality regarding your illness. Zhao Xianglin nodded. Divine Dr. Lin, I have consulted many hospitals, even abroad, yet none could discern my ailment. You can identify it at a glance? He queried, perplexed. Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile, Director Zhao, your condition is quite apparent to me. I could discern it without even taking your pulse. However, if you do not believe me, I can take my leave. Zhao Xianglin hurriedly affirmed, Divine Dr. Lin. I believe in you. I am merely astonished at my prolonged suffering. Divine Dr. Lin, if you can cure me, I will offer you 5 million as a consultation fee. What is my ailment? Lin Tian chuckled softly. Your condition, in rural terms, could be described as being haunted, though yours is more severe. You can see spirits. Zhao Xianglin's face paled slightly. That is indeed the case. They say there are no ghosts in this world, yet I have seen them vividly. Some appear benign, while others are terrifying. Lin Tian reassured him, Director Zhao, there are indeed no ghosts in this world. What you perceive as spirits are simply manifestations of mental energy. Humans, with their higher intellect, can sustain this energy for a while after death, while animals like pigs and dogs rarely exhibit such phenomena. Fish and insects, however, do not manifest at all. Fear flickered in Zhao Xianglin's eyes. Some of them even approach me. Sometimes, when I awaken, they are atop me. Dean Shi, listening nearby, felt a chill run down his spine. Lin Tian explained, the cause of death influences the manifestation of mental energy, and environmental factors can amplify the fear. The environment acts similarly to dilute sulfuric acid for us. Entering it can induce terror. As for their proximity to you, it is due to your magnetic field, which attracts them. Zhao Xianglin trembled. Divine Dr. Lin, can this be resolved? You cannot imagine how frightening it is to awaken and see such things. Staying in the hospital is much better. I do not experience this here. Lin Tian laughed softly. The probability of encountering such manifestations is actually higher in hospitals due to the chaotic magnetic fields. However, the likelihood of them approaching you and sharing your sleeping space is significantly lower. Dean Shi remarked, no wonder you prefer staying in the hospital. Shaolin, can it be resolved? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Ancient medical practices contain methods for incantations, and the ancient healing arts are related to ancient shamanism. He possessed knowledge from ancient medical texts regarding this matter. Divine Dr. Lin, as long as you can resolve it, I will transfer 5 million to you immediately. By the way, I did not have this condition previously, Zhao Xianglin quickly added. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. That is normal. Perhaps you have experienced a shock or encountered something that altered your magnetic field slightly. I will assist you in resolving this. But I must clarify that I do not know what you have come into contact with, and after the resolution, there is a possibility of recurrence. Zhao Xianglin nodded. As long as it is resolved, the consultation fee will be substantial. Lin Tian gazed at Director Shi and requested, Director Shi, I need a brush, some fresh chicken blood, and a bit of white paper. Director Shi nodded and promptly made a phone call to have the items prepared. Before long, they were delivered. Lin Tian picked up the brush and immersed himself in drawing talismans. As he progressed to a considerable extent, he sensed subtle fluctuations in energy. Being a martial arts master, he was attuned to such energies. Suddenly, the talisman paper ignited, quickly turning to ash. Master Lin, what just happened? Director Shi and the others were astonished. How did the paper catch fire so unexpectedly? Lin Tian cleared his throat and remarked, It's been a while since I last drew, so I'm a bit out of practice. He had acquired knowledge and experience from opening his treasure chest, yet drawing these talismans required a high level of skill, and even a master could encounter failures. Soon, Lin Tian began anew, and this time he successfully completed the talisman. Director Zhao, wear this for 2 or 3 days. It will slightly alter your magnetic field, ensuring you won't encounter those entities again. In truth, even if you do see them, they cannot harm you. Lin Tian smiled. Zhao Xianglin was overjoyed. Master Lin, while they may not physically harm me, they severely torment my spirit. Master Lin, what is your card number? Lin Tian provided his details, and Zhao Xianglin quickly transferred 5 million to him. Lin Tian received a text notification. Director Zhao, we haven't yet verified its effectiveness, he said, somewhat surprised. Zhao Xianglin replied, I trust Director Shi, and based on your performance, I also have faith in you, Master Lin. Director Zhao, with this talisman, you won't encounter such situations for the next 2 or 3 days. After that, it's fine if you don't wear it. Please keep my medical skills confidential. Lin Tian stated before leaving. Director Shi chuckled. Congratulations, Director Zhao. You've resolved a troublesome issue, and we won't have to worry about it anymore. Young Lin is quite remarkable. It's a pity he declined my offer to help him obtain a medical license. He shows no interest in joining our hospital. Zhao Xianglin carefully tucked the talisman away, pondering how long it would take to earn 5 million. One cannot view extraordinary individuals through the lens of ordinary people. Thank you, Director Shi. Please assist me with the discharge process. I can finally go home and rest. Lin Tian returned to Tang Pingyuan's hospital room. Tang Yin approached, chattering with Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, how did it go? Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian smiled. It's resolved. Uncle Tang, we won't disturb your rest any longer. Later, I'll have Bingning send the prescription to Tang Yin. Just 1 dose each morning and evening will suffice. Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning departed, while Tang Yin remained to keep her uncle company. Yinner, you're Bingning's close friend, but do not meddle in her affairs with Lin Tian. Do not think Lin Tian is unworthy of her, Tang Pingyuan advised. But Tang Yin furrowed her brow. Tang Pingyuan interrupted. There are no buts. Only you can determine if the shoe fits. Bingning is satisfied. They are already married. It is better to preserve a marriage than to dismantle a temple. Lin Tian has achieved much at such a young age. Tang Yin appeared discontented. Aunt Lucine grasped Tang Yin's hand. Yinner, you aren't developing feelings for Bingning, are you? That wouldn't be appropriate. What are you saying, Aunt? How could I possibly like Bingning? She's a girl, and so am I. Tang Yin hurriedly retorted. Tang Pingyuan and Lucine exchanged glances. Perhaps Tang Yin did indeed harbor such inclinations. Having practiced martial arts from a young age, she possessed a somewhat boyish demeanor. And Luo Bingning was undeniably beautiful. Yinner, Bingning is your dear friend, but she is now married. As her friend, your role is to wish her happiness. Lucine smiled as she held Tang Yin's hand. Lin Tian saved your uncle and you. He is a benefactor to our family. Tang Yin weakly protested, Aunt. I assure you, I'm not attracted to girls. I like handsome guys. Lucine mused. In that case, does this imply you might be bisexual? Tang Yin responded with silence. Chapter 60. Zhao Xianglin brings a small gift Bingning. Should we hire a nanny? Lin Tian inquired as they drove away from the hospital. Luo Bingning, surprised, asked, Lin Tian, you just left half an hour ago. Did you really earn a significant amount? Lin Tian chuckled. Your perspective is too limited. What do you mean? Luo Bingning turned to him. Did you earn 100 or 80,000? 5 million, Lin Tian replied. Luo Bingning stared at him in shock. You made 5 million in just half an hour. Is earning money really that easy these days? The patient he had just treated was a figure on the Forbes list. Though Lin Tian refrained from revealing their identity, 5 million is merely pocket change for him, he smiled. Luo Bingning, astonished, realized that for someone of that stature, 5 million was indeed a small price to pay to alleviate a long-standing affliction. Should we hire a nanny? Lin Tian asked. Is my cooking not satisfactory? Luo Bingning pouted. Lin Tian shook his head. Not at all, but you have work and then need to cook. That must be exhausting. Luo Bingning countered. Cooking is my passion. Doing what I love is never tiring. However, I dislike cleaning. Now that we have the means, we can have the property management service come in for cleaning every other day. Lin Tian was taken aback. They provide such a service? Luo Bingning nodded. They have a professional cleaning team that charges 10,000 a month for bi-weekly service. Lin Tian was astonished. That's quite expensive. Previously, I earned less than half of that for a month. Then let us arrange for the property management to handle it, he said, smiling. He too disliked cleaning and felt it wise to entrust such tasks to professionals. Why didn't you utilize your medical skills to earn money before? Luo Bingning inquired curiously. Lin Tian chuckled. I simply didn't think of it until after we got married. Clearly, you bring me good fortune. That's nonsense. Luo Bingning blushed. Was your skill with the Guqin also a sudden realization? Lin Tian nodded earnestly. Indeed, it is quite miraculous. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at him. While Lin Tian spoke, he remained mostly truthful, yet the more he elaborated, the less credible his words appeared to Luo Bingning. Zhao Xianglin returned home to his villa in S City, which cost him a staggering 12 million, including renovations. However, since its completion, he had seldom stayed there, having encountered unsettling experiences each time. Sir, the two housekeepers greeted him with bows. They were visibly startled, as his family did not reside there. Zhao Xianglin nodded and ascended to his room, leaving the drivers and bodyguards downstairs. With the two housekeepers present, the villa did not feel overly vacant. Let us hope it proves effective, Zhao Xianglin murmured to himself. Based on prior experience, if the talisman Lin Tian provided failed to work, he would likely encounter disturbances that very night. After tossing and turning for an hour in bed, he eventually fell asleep, only to awaken the next morning feeling refreshed. Stretching, Zhao Xianglin felt invigorated. Unlike previous nights, he had not experienced the unsettling heart palpitations that had plagued him for years. This was the most restful sleep he had enjoyed in a long time. Overjoyed, he surmised that Lin Tian had likely resolved his issues. Such a young man with such remarkable medical skills, Master Lin is truly impressive. He quickly called Director Shi to obtain Lin Tian's WeChat ID and added him as a contact. Director Zhao, how did you fare last night? Lin Tian messaged after accepting the friend request. Dr. Lin, you were truly remarkable. Last night was the most restful night I have experienced in recent years. And it seems the issue has been resolved. That is good. Lin Tian replied with those 3 words and did not engage further with Zhao Xianglin, who felt somewhat unaccustomed to this. Given his wealth, Zhao Xianglin was used to receiving enthusiastic responses when messaging others, yet Lin Tian was sparing with his words. Truly, a master is indeed a master, Zhao Xianglin mused. Lin Tian's lack of flattery only elevated his regard for him. In a few days, he would ascertain whether the problem was genuinely resolved. If so, perhaps he could simply gift this villa to Dr. Lin? Zhao Xianglin thought to himself. His family resided elsewhere, and he rarely stayed in this villa, so gifting it to Lin Tian seemed a splendid choice. Given Lin Tian's remarkable abilities, Zhao Xianglin recognized that he could indeed save lives. Without a significant favor, Lin Tian might not concern himself with him in the future. Zhao Xianglin believed that Lin Tian, still young and yet to achieve fame, would perceive a present of a villa now far differently than at a later date. If he were to gift this villa to Dr. Lin, it might serve him well should his family or friends fall gravely ill, allowing him to seek Dr. Lin's assistance. Zhao Xianglin resolved that as soon as he confirmed there were no lingering issues, he would present this villa to Lin Tian. Meanwhile, Lin Tian remained unaware of Zhao Xianglin's generous intentions. Master Luo, how do you feel? Lin Tian inquired with a smile as he administered silver needles to Luo Yongqian. I feel splendid. Since yesterday's treatment, I have been much more comfortable, and today I feel even better, with significantly greater strength in my arms and legs. Luo Yongqian replied excitedly as he moved around. Shaolin, could you accompany me to the capital? Lin Tian, puzzled, asked Master Luo. What is the purpose of going to the capital? Bingqing's parents reside there, and they do not hold me in high regard. He was reluctant to leave. What if he missed out on treasure chests by going to the capital? Missing a treasure chest would be more distressing than missing a fortune. Luo Yongqian pondered. I wish for you to examine a venerable elder who is over 90 years old, a veteran revolutionary. Like me, he has long suffered from ailments. Lin Tian responded. Master Luo, this elder must hold a significant position, I presume? I can treat him, but it must be done discreetly. Such a figure likely belonged to a powerful family, which would undoubtedly have formidable adversaries. Even though he was now a martial arts master, he was still but a small figure. Shaolin, do you agree to this? Luo Yongqian's eyes brightened. Lin Tian nodded. Given that the individual you mentioned is a veteran revolutionary, I cannot refuse. The sacrifices of our predecessors have paved the way for the present-day China. In a few days, I will accompany you back. I can examine him, but I cannot guarantee results. After all, he is over 90 years old, and his bodily functions are severely deteriorated. Surviving to such an age, even without ailments, is no small feat. Very well, Luo Yongqian nodded. 3 days swiftly passed, and Luo Yongqian's health continued to improve. He no longer required injections and could manage with some medication and moderate exercise. Ding ding, Zhao Xianglin called through a voice message. Lin Tian answered, perplexed. Chairman Zhao, is there a new development? Zhao Xianglin responded cheerfully, Dr. Lin, not at all. I am quite certain that you have completely cured my ailment. I've arrived at the entrance of your community to deliver a small gift. Lin Tian descended to the entrance of the community. A long Rolls-Royce Phantom was parked by the roadside. Upon seeing Lin Tian approach, Zhao Xianglin's driver promptly opened the car door. Lin Tian entered the vehicle, and Zhao Xianglin produced a document, smiling, Dr. Lin, I have a house in S City that I have scarcely occupied. If you could sign this, the property will belong to you. In a couple of days, I will have someone deliver the new title deed to you. Lin Tian glanced at the document and was astonished to see the building area exceeded 900 square meters. This was no ordinary house, but a grand villa. Dr. Lin, this villa was meticulously renovated by professionals, taking 3 years. While I am reluctant to sell, gifting it to you seems appropriate. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. This villa must be worth over 100 million, correct? You are reluctant to sell such a valuable property, yet willing to gift it to me? Zhao Xianglin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, I may not excel in business, but I can discern character. I believe gifting this villa to you, Dr. Lin, is a worthwhile investment. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow, recognizing Zhao Xianglin's keen insight. Although he displayed commendable abilities, few would dare to gamble as boldly as Zhao Xianglin did, offering a villa worth over 100 million without hesitation. Dr. Lin, selling this villa would yield me a little over 100 million. I am not in need of such funds at present. You and Luo Biqing are now married, and you will require a marital home, yes? My property is quite suitable for young couples, Zhao Xianglin said earnestly. Lin Tian responded coolly, Chairman Zhao, you have discovered my marriage to Biqing. Ahem, Dr. Lin. My subordinates uncovered this information. I instructed them to keep it confidential. I assure you, I will not disclose anything unless you do, Zhao Xianglin quickly assured. Lin Tian contemplated the villa's potential. If his parents wished to stay in the city, he could bring them over. With such a spacious villa and garden, they could easily cultivate some vegetables should they desire. Chairman Zhao, what do you seek in return? Lin Tian asked softly. Zhao Xianglin's eyes brightened, Dr. Lin. I merely wish for an additional layer of security for my family and me. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. I can offer assistance to you or your family up to 9 times and once for your friends or business partners. Thank you, thank you, Zhao Xianglin exclaimed, overjoyed. The prospect of being able to assist a friend or business associate once made the villa feel like a bargain. As a figure on the Forbes list, Zhao Xianglin had connections with many prominent business leaders. The value of such favors far exceeded 100 million. With 9 opportunities for himself or his family, that would suffice for minor ailments without troubling Lin Tian. Huh, you gift me a villa and thank me in return? Lin Tian laughed as he signed the transfer agreement. Of course, I feel as though I have struck gold, ha ha. Zhao Xianglin beamed. He was well aware that once Lin Tian accepted the villa, the likelihood of Lin Tian accepting future gifts would diminish. Currently, Lin Tian lacked property, but once he acquired wealth and possessions, even 100 million might not compel Lin Tian to assist again. Dr. Lin, would you care to join me for a meal? Zhao Xianglin inquired. Lin Tian shook his head. No, I must head to the capital shortly. Your family resides in S City, correct? If they are in a different city, they may not reach you in time during emergencies. They are in Hangzhou, which is not far, Zhao Xianglin replied. Since you are heading to the capital, Let us gather another time. The property title should be ready for you in 2 or 3 days. Zhao Xianglin smiled. The property transfer typically required more time. But for Zhao Xianglin, completing it within a few days was trivial. Lin Tian, as you return to the capital, please do not meet my parents, Luo Biqing said nervously. She was genuinely concerned that Lin Tian would face rejection from her parents. Although they had yet to fully accept Lin Tian, he undeniably held a place in her heart. And she did not want him to upset her parents. I have arrived in the capital. I must at least pay a visit to my future in-laws. Otherwise, they might think me ill-mannered, Lin Tian said softly, intending to tease Luo Biqing. Please, do not. I have yet to acknowledge you. Why would you go meet them? Luo Biqing urged anxiously. A black iron treasure chest slowly emerged above her head. Hiki. Lin Tian felt a secret delight in his heart. They had visited the orphanage twice yesterday without receiving a treasure chest, but today, with a little scare, Luo Bingning finally laid an egg. Bingning, please hold me for a moment. If you do, I want to have to meet my in-laws. Otherwise, I must go see them. Who knows, maybe after meeting. They will acknowledge me, Lin Tian said with a beaming smile at Luo Bingning. You rascal, Luo Bingning huffed lightly, stepping forward to gently embrace Lin Tian. He wrapped his arms around her tightly. Luo Bingning's face visibly flushed, her heart racing rapidly. With them pressed closely together, her ample form was snug against Lin Tian's chest, a sensation unlike any previous embrace. Suddenly, Lin Tian joyfully noticed that the black iron treasure chest had changed color, transforming into a bronze chest in the blink of an eye. Ding! The bronze chest is now open. Congratulations. The host's mastery of the Era skill has been elevated to the master level. As Lin Tian's head touched the chest, the system's voice resonated in his mind. The treasure chest could actually level up. The skills obtained could also be improved. Lin Tian's eyes brightened. This was splendid news. If skills could not be enhanced, it would suggest his master-level martial arts might remain stagnant. The prospect of improvement meant that his martial arts could certainly advance in the future. Cough. I saw nothing. Luo Yongqian said as he emerged from the room, having tidied up his belongings. He spotted Lin Tian and Luo Bingning tightly embraced. Grandpa, we're just fine. Lin Tian released his hold, and Luo Bingning quickly broke free from his embrace. Luo Yongqian chuckled. It's all right. Even if there were something, it wouldn't matter. You have a marriage certificate, so you are a legitimate couple. Luo Bingning's face turned a deep shade of red, casting Lin Tian a sidelong glance. Grandpa, it's not what you think. I'm ignoring you now. Lin Tian, you should go to the capital with Grandpa and take good care of him. After saying this, she hurriedly retreated to her room. Luo Yongqian laughed. Shaolin, have you packed? If you're ready, let us head out. You can embrace her again later. Grandpa. Luo Bingning's flustered voice echoed from the master bedroom. Chapter 62. The Dying Tycoon with a thunderous roar from the airplane engines. Lin Tian and Luo Yongqian safely landed at the capital airport. Grandpa Luo, it wouldn't be Bingning's parents coming to pick us up, would it? Lin Tian coughed lightly. Luo Yongqian shook his head. They are not in the capital. They have many business matters to attend to and frequently travel. It's my bodyguard, Xiao Huang, who is here to meet us. Upon exiting the airport, they boarded a regular Hongqi sedan. The bodyguard and driver, Huang Kai, started the car with a wry smile. Lao Luo, if you sneak away again, I'll have no choice but to resign in shame. Luo Yongqian grinned. I was once in the reconnaissance unit. You didn't keep a constant watch, so this isn't your fault. Lao Luo, I blame myself. What if something happens to you? Huang Kai replied helplessly. All right. In the future, bring you along when I go out. Let me introduce you. This is Lin Tian, my granddaughter's husband. Hello, Lin Xiao, Huang Kai said promptly. Lin Tian smiled. I'm not anything special. Brother Huang, you're older than me. Just call me by my name. Luo Yongqian made a phone call, which was quickly answered. Lao Luo, have you returned to the capital? If you have time, please come see my father. I fear he won't last much longer. A bitter voice from an elderly man in his 60s came through the phone. What happened? I saw Yang Lao in decent condition not long ago. Luo Yongqian's expression changed. He fell. Luo Yongqian fell silent. A young person falling usually isn't a big deal, but for an elderly person, it could lead to severe complications. I'm coming right away. After hanging up, Luo Yongqian sighed heavily. Although he had brought Lin Tian along, the chances of Lin Tian being of assistance were significantly reduced given that the elder was over 90 and had fallen. If Lin Tian treated him, and he passed away, Luo Yongqian was now conflicted about whether to let Lin Tian intervene. Xiao Huang, head to the Tianshui nursing home. Speed it up a bit. Understood. Huang Kai pressed the car to its speed limit, skillfully maneuvering through traffic. An hour and a half later, they arrived at the entrance of the Tianshui nursing home, where armed guards were stationed. After careful verification, they were allowed to enter. Shaolin, not many reside in this nursing home, but each person's status is significant. Please be mindful of your conduct, Luo Yongqian advised. With hundreds of billions in assets, he held other identities as well. Yet he needed to tread carefully in this nursing home. Understood, Lin Tian nodded. Luo Yongqian hesitated slightly. The elder we are about to meet, Yang Lao, is the one I hoped you could assist, but his condition may be quite dire. If you lack confidence, please remain silent. As Luo Yongqian's granddaughter's husband, he still favored Lin Tian. MHM, Lin Tian replied with a slight nod. After parking the car, they headed towards the main building of the nursing home. The main building housed an elite medical team and featured the world's most advanced equipment, making examinations and treatments very convenient. In addition to the main building, there were various houses with distinct styles where Yang Lao and others typically resided. Given Yang Lao's urgent condition, he had been moved to the main building for treatment. Lao Luo, you've arrived. Shortly thereafter, they reached the patient's room. The room was spacious but devoid of patients, with only family members and visitors present. Jiheng, what is Yang Lao's current condition? Luo Yongqian inquired. Yang Jiheng replied bitterly, the nursing home has no solutions, currently. 2 renowned doctors from outside are in the intensive care unit. If they can't help, my father will be moved out of intensive care. He wishes to see us one last time. Luo Yongqian's expression darkened. At that moment, the door to the room swung open, and the 2 outside doctors entered, one Western and one traditional Chinese. General Yang, we regret to inform you that we are powerless. General Yang, your father is too old for surgery. Without surgery, he may last a day or 2. If we proceed with surgery, both doctors shook their heads, indicating their inability to help. Thank you for your efforts. Yang Jiheng nodded slightly. This outcome was within his expectations. After all, the nursing home possessed remarkable medical capabilities. And if they declared themselves unable to help, the chances of anyone else succeeding were exceedingly slim. Jiheng, come here, Luo Yongqian called Yang Jiheng outside. Lin Tian followed. Lao Luo, what is the matter? Luo Yongqian pointed at Lin Tian. Shaolin has exceptional medical skills. Over the past few days, he has nearly restored me to health. Would you like him to give it a try? However, I must clarify that he is my granddaughter's husband. And should you allow him to try, he will bear no responsibility. His identity must remain confidential. Yang Jiheng looked at Lin Tian, a look of surprise in his eyes. He had initially thought Lin Tian was merely a subordinate of Luo Yongqian. Shaolin, I appreciate your assistance. Lao Luo, rest assured, I will ensure Shaolin is not implicated, Yang Jiheng replied solemnly. Soon, Yang Jiheng arranged for Lin Tian to enter the intensive care unit. Lao Luo, you've truly recovered? Yang Jiheng asked in astonishment from outside the intensive care unit. According to Shaolin, a full recovery is possible within a month. Luo Yongqian explained. A glimmer of hope flashed in Yang Jiheng's eyes, but he quickly sighed inwardly. His father's condition was far too critical. Inside the intensive care unit, Lin Tian saw the elderly patient. Yang Lao was still somewhat lucid. Lin Tian had a preliminary understanding of the cause of the illness. The fall had resulted in a cerebral hemorrhage, which, although not extensive, was situated in a location that posed significant challenges for surgical intervention. Given the advanced age of Elder Yang, the likelihood of him surviving a craniotomy was nearly non-existent. Elder Yang, allow me to examine you, Lin Tian said, gently placing his fingers on the elder's pulse. Soon, he gained a clearer insight into the situation. Other concerns seemed manageable, but the primary issue lay within the brain. The hemorrhage was still ongoing, and while he remained conscious for the time being, it was anticipated that he would likely slip into a coma by the following day. If left untreated, he might not survive until then. Dr. Lin, here are the scans. One of the nurses in the intensive care unit handed him a film that clearly showed the site of the hemorrhage near the brainstem. This condition can be treated, Lin Tian remarked after a moment of consideration. The nurse who had handed him the film appeared taken aback. Dr. Lin, are you saying you can treat this? Lin Tian nodded slightly. Please prepare a silver needle about a foot long. Elder Yang, his voice hoarse, interjected, Young Lin, from your voice, you seem quite young. You have a bright future ahead. Do not take unnecessary risks. I have lived over 90 years. I've had my share. Lin Tian smiled gently. Elder Yang, given your condition, I can indeed resolve this swiftly. Dr. Lin, we have silver needles here. but you may need to discuss the treatment plan with the family and confirm it with the hospital administration, an older nurse advised. Lin Tian inwardly sighed at the inconvenience. However, given Elder Yang's esteemed status, such complications were to be expected. Outside the intensive care unit, Lin Tian addressed General Yang. I can handle Elder Yang's condition. It will take merely 5 minutes, but I wish to avoid lengthy discussions with the administration. Will you proceed with the treatment? Yang Zhiheng looked at Lin Tian in shock. Really? Lin Tian affirmed with a nod. Luo Yongqian cleared his throat. Young Lin, how confident are you? If you lack certainty, you must proceed with caution. About 99%? It shouldn't be a problem, Lin Tian replied, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Yang Zhiheng was filled with joy at the prospect of such confidence. 99% is practically a guarantee. Young Lin, I implore you to proceed without further consultations. No other doctors have viable treatment options. He took a deep breath. Recognizing even a mere 10% chance would be welcome, let alone the 99 Lin Tian claimed. Very well. Lin Tian nodded slightly and closed the door to the intensive care unit. You all heard General Yang. Prepare the silver needle. Understood, Dr. Lin. The older nurse quickly retrieved a needle case, revealing shorter silver needles of a couple of inches and longer ones exceeding a foot. Such lengthy needles were seldom utilized by physicians. Soft and flexible, controlling their trajectory would prove challenging. Disinfect, Lin Tian instructed, moving to the bedside. Elder Yang. There may be a slight sting. Can you endure it? Otherwise, I would need to induce a coma, but being awake will yield better results. Elder Yang nodded slightly. I can manage. As a veteran, he was accustomed to pain. A mere prick was trivial in comparison. Rest assured, this issue is minor. It can be resolved in 3 minutes at most. Lin Tian took the disinfected silver needle with a smile. In no time, he inserted the needle into Elder Yang's neck, channeling his internal energy through it. The needle maneuvered with remarkable agility. Steering the needle through the brain required avoiding all blood vessels and nerves without inflicting any damage to the brain itself, a feat not easily accomplished. Lin Tian utilized his internal energy as a guide. The needle moved like a serpent, reaching the hemorrhagic site within half a minute. He then applied his internal energy to the bleeding point, which, being a minor leak, ceased within 10 seconds. The next step involved drawing out the accumulated blood. Without internal energy, even with the needle in position, extracting the blood would remain a challenge, but for Lin Tian, it was not a daunting task. With a pathway already established, he flicked his finger, causing the needle to vibrate. As the passage opened, his internal energy attracted the stagnant blood, which soon flowed out, leaving dark red clots outside the needle. The two nurses watched in wide-eyed astonishment, as if witnessing a miracle. Disinfecting cotton balls, Lin Tian instructed. One nurse hurriedly retrieved them, carefully wiping away the extracted blood. The amount was minimal, and soon all clots had been removed. All done. Lin Tian quickly retracted the needle, having completed the procedure in under 3 minutes. Elder Yang, how do you feel? He inquired with a smile. Elder Yang raised his thumb in approval. Young doctor. You were remarkable. My head was throbbing before, but now I feel no pain at all. Elder Yang, please take care of yourself moving forward. Lin Tian said as he exited the intensive care unit. Luo Yongqian and Yang Zhiheng awaited outside, visibly tense. Lin Tian chuckled. General Yang, the issue has been resolved. If you remain concerned, you may have Elder Yang undergo another scan. His previous injuries can also be treated. We shall address that later, Yang Zhiheng exclaimed in delight. Young Lin, thank you, thank you. He grasped Lin Tian's hand firmly, believing wholeheartedly in his sincerity. General Yang, I lack a medical license, so please refrain from referring other patients to me. It would lead to complications for us both. Lin Tian smiled. Yang Zhiheng paused, taken aback. You mean you don't have a medical license? Elder Yang, although young Lin lacks formal certification, I can vouch for his skills with my life. Luo Yongqian interjected. Elder Luo, I believe you should linger here a bit longer. I must take my leave. This is my first visit to the capital, and I wish to explore. Lin Tian said cheerfully. Luo Yongqian nodded, and Lin Tian departed swiftly. Yang Zhiheng and Luo Yongqian entered the intensive care unit, where Yang Zhiheng noticed his father's complexion had improved significantly. Zhiheng, that young doctor was extraordinary. After his treatment, my head no longer aches, Elder Yang remarked from the bed. Soon, several doctors from the rehabilitation center arrived, and Elder Yang underwent another scan, which revealed that the hematoma had vanished and the bleeding had ceased. How was this accomplished? One of the older doctors asked incredulously. Dr. Lin utilized only a single silver needle, inserting it through the neck, and the blood was expelled almost immediately. An older nurse explained. This is inconceivable. A needle entering through the neck should require multiple turns before reaching the site of the hemorrhage, and even then. How could the blood be extracted? Another physician shook his head in disbelief. The young nurse chimed in. We witnessed it clearly. Dr. Lin employed just one needle. And it took less than 3 minutes. An elderly traditional Chinese medicine practitioner murmured. The ancient text spoke of the 9-turn silver needle technique. It truly exists. Everyone turned to him, intrigued. The 9-turn silver needle technique? Indeed, if a silver needle can navigate and change direction 9 times or more within the body. I have practiced acupuncture for decades and can only manage 4 turns. Such mastery is beyond my reach, even with another century of practice, the old doctor expressed. All evident in his demeanor. The crowd was left in stunned silence. Yang Zhiheng spoke solemnly. Since my father has recovered, let us put this matter to rest. Do not discuss how he was treated. It must remain confidential. The surrounding individuals nodded in agreement, recognizing the significance of Elder Yang's condition. As they dispersed, Yang Zhiheng turned to Luo Yongqian. Elder Luo, you mentioned that young Lin is your granddaughter's husband. Is he also Bingning's partner? Luo Yongqian shook his head. Not merely a partner, they are married, but this has yet to be made public, so discretion is paramount. Why the secrecy? Yang Zhiheng expressed his confusion. Luo Yongqian explained. They had a marriage contract in the past. Although they are now legally married, their feelings have yet to fully develop. With a peculiar expression, Yang Zhiheng asked, Did you arrange the marriage for Bingning? Luo Yongqian chuckled. Isn't it rather good? Yang Zhiheng nodded slightly. You are indeed fortunate. Shaolin is quite impressive. At such a young age, he has already acquired remarkable medical skills. He will achieve great things in the future. Brother Luo, I owe you and Shaolin a favor this time. Luo Yongqian waved his hand dismissively. Don't involve me in this. Given the relationship between our families, it is only natural for me to bring Shaolin along. It is a skill that cured Yang Lao. You only owe him a favor. I am well past the point of needing favors myself. Yang Zhiheng smiled. All right then, I will only owe Shaolin a favor. He is your granddaughter's husband. So that debt is inevitable. Chapter 64. Bingning, give me a kiss. After leaving the sanatorium, Lin Tian took a taxi to Peking University. Luo Bingning was an outstanding student there. Lin Tian wondered whether the appearance of treasure chests was related to academic credentials or intelligence. Without an appointment, he couldn't enter the campus, but he was not in a hurry. He stood at the entrance, observing the students coming and going. Sigh. 2 hours passed. And Lin Tian sighed. He had seen many students, including some beautiful girls, but not a single one with a treasure chest above their heads. Didi. His phone rang. It was a call from Luo Bingning. Lin Tian, where are you? Upon answering, she inquired. Lin Tian chuckled. I'm at your school S-gate, admiring the beautiful ladies. Unfortunately, after 2 hours, none are as lovely as you. Luo Bingning playfully scoffed. What nonsense. Can you do me a favor? She asked. Lin Tian replied. What kind of favor? I have a mentor who has been very kind to me, but her health is not great. Could you possibly visit her? My teacher is a professor at Peking University, and they are both wonderful people, but they cannot afford your $5 million consultation fee. Lin Tian said earnestly. Bingning. Do you think I am so greedy? If you think of me like that, I am somewhat offended. Let me clarify. I am not greedy. I am simply a man of desire. Luo Bingning responded with a pause. How about this? When I return, you give me a kiss. Or I can kiss you. A kiss on the cheek or forehead will suffice, right? On the other end of the line, Luo Bingning's face turned slightly red. She teasingly said, Lin Tian, are you just trying to take advantage? He replied with a grin. Hey, it's the nature of a man. You are my wife. If I don't have any desires for you, that would be a problem. How about it? Just a kiss on the cheek or forehead. It's not too complicated. Right? I wouldn't charge them anything, but I must gain something in return. Luo Bingning pouted. You have a whole bunch of nonsense. My mentor lives on campus. I will have my teacher come out to escort you in. After saying this, Luo Bingning quickly hung up the phone. She touched her face, feeling a bit flushed. A black iron treasure chest slowly appeared above her head. Lin Tian, wait at the main gate. I'll send you a photo of my teacher. He will be out in 10 minutes. Luo Bingning messaged Lin Tian. Beep beep. Lin Tian initiated a video call, and soon Luo Bingning answered, looking puzzled. Lin Tian. Is there a problem? Through the video, Lin Tian noticed the black iron treasure chest above her head. He had suspected that a treasure chest might appear above her head, which prompted him to video call her for confirmation. Firstly, to check for the treasure chest, and secondly, to see if he could spot it via video. Bingning. I just wanted to remind you not to forget your promise. Lin Tian chuckled. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes and immediately ended the video call. The treasure chest must have just appeared, and it was the perfect time to test whether it would disappear by tomorrow. Lin Tian thought to himself. If the treasure chest remained by tomorrow, it would indicate that it could last for a considerable time. Since Luo Bingning would be at work during the day, he would not miss the treasure chest. However, if it vanished in 3 to 5 hours, or even less than an hour, he would have to consider following Luo Bingning closely. After 6 or 7 minutes, Lin Tian spotted his target. He approached. Professor Dai, I am Lin Tian, Bingning's boyfriend. I have a modest understanding of ancient medical practices, and Bingning would like me to check on her mentor. Professor Dai briefly assessed Lin Tian. Shaolin. Bingning has a good heart. However, her mentor's illness is quite challenging to treat. We have visited numerous hospitals with little success. Professor Dai harbored little faith in Lin Tian due to his youth and lack of experience in ancient medicine. Lin Tian smiled. May I first take a look at Bingning's mentor? Even if I am powerless, it would still be good to represent Bingning in visiting her. Very well, Professor Dai nodded. With his guidance, Lin Tian easily entered the campus, but despite seeing many students along the way, there were still no treasure chests in sight. Shaolin, please come in. No need to take off your shoes. We are cleaning today anyway. Professor Dai led Lin Tian to their faculty building, which was quite nice. As both he and Bingning's mentor were professors. Old man, is it Shaolin who has come? Bingning's mentor's voice floated from the bedroom. Bingning just called me. It has been a while since I last saw her. I can't believe she already has a boyfriend. Lin Tian and Professor Dai quickly entered the bedroom, where Bingning's mentor sat at the head of the bed, looking unwell. Not bad, not bad. Shaolin, you are quite handsome. To have become Bingning's boyfriend. You must be quite talented, she smiled. You flatter me, mentor. Let me check your pulse, Lin Tian said. Through her breathing and complexion, he had formed a preliminary judgment. But checking her pulse would provide a more accurate assessment. All right, Bingning's mentor nodded. Lin Tian rarely took pulses for 2 minutes, even when checking Yang Lao's pulse. He only took half a minute. Mentor, do you engage in particularly sensitive research work? Lin Tian inquired after retracting his hand. Bingning's mentor furrowed her brow. While Professor Dai spoke sternly, Shaolin, is it necessary to ask such questions during treatment? Lin Tian clarified, it is like this. Your mentor's condition is quite unique. She suffers from high blood pressure and liver cirrhosis, but the underlying cause is poisoning. This is not a poison that leads to immediate death, but one that gradually deteriorates her health, rendering her unable to work. Professor Dai's expression changed dramatically. Someone poisoned her? Lin Tian nodded slightly, yes. And it has been a long-term poisoning. This kind of poison cannot be administered in large doses at once. Otherwise, it would be discovered. Bingning's mentor asked, Shaolin, why do you suspect I am involved in sensitive research? Why not consider it could be an enemy's doing? Or perhaps this old man wants to poison me to replace me with a younger one. Professor Dai retorted, what nonsense are you spouting in front of the younger generation? Lin Tian spoke solemnly, mentor, the poison you have is not simple. Even a wealthy individual would find it difficult to obtain such a toxin. Bingning's mentor's brow furrowed tightly. I was indeed involved in quite sensitive cutting-edge biological research. After I fell ill, that project was delayed. In the following year, similar research emerged abroad, complete with various patents. Lin Tian replied, that is nearly conclusive. Mentor, is there someone who must meet you every 2 to 3 months? Professor Dai, you both need to think carefully. Bingning's mentor reflected, in the past, I had to meet someone every 2 to 3 months, and later, it remained the same? Lin Tian nodded. Bingning's mentor soon thought of someone, her expression turning exceptionally grave. Previously, she had limited interactions with people involved in her research, and after falling ill, her contact with others diminished even further. Mentor, it seems you already have a suspect in mind. How to handle it? You should know that my focus is solely on healing. Lin Tian smiled and said, Andy, your condition is quite complex. I cannot fully cure it in the short term, but I can help you regain some strength. Chapter 65. Auntie, Bingning has given the consultation fee. Soon, Lin Tian began the treatment. Yang Lao's illness is fatal but treatable, while Auntie Luo Bingning's ailment is not life-threatening but troublesome. Lin Tian had to be patient and take his time. Auntie, since your limbs are currently weak, our first step will be to restore your basic daily self-care abilities. The second step is to stimulate your body's potential to detoxify. The third step will be to fully restore your bodily functions, he explained with a smile during the treatment. Shaolin, can my old partner truly recover? Professor Dai asked expectantly. Lin Tian nodded. Professor Dai, of course she can, but it may take some time, approximately 3 to 5 months. The first step is easy, but the second step takes time. Detoxification requires a process. If done too quickly, it can be overwhelming. Both Professor Dai and Andy Luo Bingning were immensely surprised. 3 to 5 months is not a long time for them. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Auntie, try to get out of bed. You should be able to walk a bit on your own, perhaps even to the restroom, Lin Tian encouraged with a smile. Professor Dai quickly supported his partner. And Annie Luo Bingning slowly stood up, feeling considerably more strength in her legs. Let go of me, old man, she said, and with some support. She began to walk slowly. Wonderful. Tears glistened in Professor Dai's eyes. They had shared their lives together, and seeing his partner's condition worsen had brought him great sadness. Annie Luo Bingning made her way to the restroom, and shortly after, they heard faint sobs from behind the closed door. Shaolin. Auntie Bingning is just overwhelmed with joy, as am I. Let her have a moment. We can talk outside, Professor Dai said, removing his glasses to wipe away his tears. In the living room, Professor Dai remarked, Shaolin, your medical skills are remarkable. Have you considered pursuing graduate studies at Peking University? I could arrange for you to be specially admitted. Lin Tian shook his head. Professor Dai. I never intended to become a physician, nor do I possess a medical license. I must ask you to keep this treatment confidential. Traditional Chinese medicine differs from Western medicine, where numerous examinations can mitigate professional risks. In TCM, should anything go awry with a patient, it would be challenging to defend oneself. I'm not a doctor. If I don't treat others, it cannot be said that I lack professional ethics. Professor Dai sighed lightly. Do as you wish. With your level of expertise, treating ordinary patients would be a waste. Focusing on complex cases would significantly reduce the chances of disputes. Choose your patients wisely. Shaolin. What do you require for consultation fees? Lin Tian chuckled. Professor Dai, Bingning will handle the fee. You two are a couple. That simply won't do, Professor Dai insisted. Shaking his head. At that moment, Andy Luo Bingning emerged slowly, saying, Shaolin, we still have some savings. We can afford a consultation fee of 3 to 500,000. This money was originally set aside for my treatment. Lin Tian smiled. Andy, truly, it is unnecessary. If Bingning kisses me when I return, it would be worth far more than any fee. I will come again tomorrow to continue your treatment. And your legs will gain even more strength as your body begins detoxification. Andy Luo Bingning nodded. Shaolin, thank you. When you and Bingning marry, be sure to send us an invitation. Certainly, Auntie, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Soon, Lin Tian departed, and Professor Dai solemnly said, Madam, you must contact the authorities and involve the national security team. Alas, Annie Luo Bingning sighed, reflecting on a past project that, had it continued, would have secured patents for them. She felt regretful. It was likely that one of her former graduate students was involved. She had always thought highly of them. I must make the call. We cannot allow the nation to suffer further losses. Annie Luo Bingning nodded slightly and quickly dialed the number. In the evening, Lin Tian initiated a video call with Luo Bingning, who answered promptly. Lin Tian noticed the black iron treasure chest above her head was still present. Lin Tian. What is it? Luo Bingning asked, curious as Lin Tian had not often called her via video. I missed you, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. Luo Bingning felt a warm sweetness in her heart but retorted playfully, just talking nonsense. You want to discuss my aunt's condition, right? Not saying a word about it. That's your aunt, not mine. If you wish to know, call me dear husband first, and then I shall tell you. Lin Tian chuckled, hoping to coax Luo Bingning into calling him that. Luo Bingning mischievously responded, my teacher will surely know. I can just ask them directly. Lin Tian shook his head. Are you certain they know all the details? Luo Bingning's expression changed slightly. All right, dear husband, what is my aunt's situation? Lin Tian chuckled. You can just ask them. I am not keeping anything from them. Luo Bingning clenched her teeth. Lin Tian, when you return, I will make sure you know my true strength. My martial arts training is not in vain. Once you return, you must kiss me first. Luo Bingning angrily hung up the video call. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face as he noticed the black iron treasure chest above her head had transformed into a bronze one. It seemed he needed to tease Bingning more often. Where are you, Yang? Lin Tian dialed another number. On the other end was his good friend, Yang Fei, who had returned to the capital after graduation. Lin Tian, are you in the capital? Yang Fei exclaimed with delight. Yes, do you have time? Let's gather tonight. Lin Tian suggested. Chapter 66. Is Luo Bingning your girlfriend? An hour later, Lin Tian met Yang Fei, who surprised him with his mastery in martial arts. Lin Tian could sense that Yang Fei possessed a certain level of internal energy. While not exceptionally strong, Having any internal energy was impressive. Ouyang Fei's cultivation must be at least at the mid-level of the dark strength stage. Well hidden, I see, Lin Tian mused. Hey Lin Gu, have you been to the United States? You've become even more handsome in such a short time, Ouyang Fei remarked, astonished. Ouyang, you've changed. You used to call me father. Lin Tian laughed. Come on, I've just graduated. You still think you can get away with that? Ouyang Fei replied playfully. Lin Tian had performed well in high school. But due to illness during college entrance exams, he ended up at an ordinary university, despite his better grades compared to Ouyang Fei. Ouyang often skipped classes, relying on Lin Tian to help him. Their friendship remained unchanged after a year apart. Boss, just these skewers. 2 cases of cold beer, please. They sat down, and Ouyang quickly placed their order. All right, he said, turning to Lin Tian. Do you remember that fight we had? That first year? Of course, I recall. Those punks came to our dorm, and we took them down together. Lin Tian laughed. That was when their bond had begun to strengthen significantly. Ouyang Fei's eyes glimmered with nostalgia. That time we were all reprimanded, and afterwards, my father gave me a severe scolding. Lin Tian chuckled. I don't recall ever scolding you. Do I? Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. After that incident, my father cut off my allowance and forbade me from fighting with others. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. So, are you implying that you've revealed your true identity as either a wealthy heir or a martial arts master? Ouyang Fei felt a pang of frustration. He indeed intended to make such a revelation, only to have Lin Tian beat him to it. It felt akin to throwing a punch with all one's might only to hit thin air. Yes, I confess, I am a wealthy heir. I am also a martial arts expert. Ouyang Fei shot back at Lin Tian. Lin Tian, still smiling, replied, In that case, I shall not pretend any longer. I confess. I am a martial arts grandmaster. Come on, I'm being serious here. If you're a grandmaster, then I must be a grandmaster of grandmasters, Ouyang Fei scoffed. Soon, chilled beers were served. The sweltering heat compelled Lin Tian and Ouyang Fei to down a bottle. Are you saying all this to console me? Lin Tian asked with a grin. Ouyang Fei replied earnestly, Brother Lin, I never mentioned this after graduating from university, but perhaps you could carve out a niche for yourself. I know you're quite ambitious. Now that a year has passed, society is not as easy to navigate. Would you like my assistance in finding a better job? Lin Tian gazed at Ouyang Fei with a knowing smile, understanding that Ouyang Fei was genuinely intent on helping him. True friendship is rare. Having even one sincere friend suffices. Brother Lin, please give me a word. This society is quite pragmatic. If you lack a decent job, it will be challenging to find a good girlfriend later. Lin Tian remained silent, and Ouyang Fei frowned. Look at this, Lin Tian said, pulling out his phone and showing a message to Ouyang Fei. An income of 5 million? What the? Ouyang Fei's eyes widened. The message was from Zhao Xianglin, indicating a transfer of 5 million, revealing a balance of over 6 million. Ouyang. I have a girlfriend now, Lin Tian announced. Ouyang Fei stared at Lin Tian, stunned. After a moment, he coughed lightly. Brother Lin. Your girlfriend can't be over 60 this year, right? What are you thinking? My girlfriend is very beautiful and younger than I am. This money isn't from her. I earned it myself, Lin Tian retorted. Ouyang Fei looked skeptical. Lin Tian then displayed a photo of himself with Luo Bingning, taken at a welfare institution, where Luo Bingning wore a pure and radiant smile, breathtakingly beautiful. Wait, isn't this Luo Bingning? She is your girlfriend? Ouyang Fei exclaimed, incredulous. Lin Tian was taken aback. You know Bingning? Ouyang Fei inhaled deeply. In the upper echelons of the capital, most of the younger generation likely knows her. She is stunning, that essay given. There are many beautiful girls in the capital. However, she is the only heir of the Luo family, which possesses hundreds of billions in assets. Rumor has it that the Luo family has foreign investments, potentially worth even more. The total assets of the Luo family could exceed 1 trillion. Lin Tian's eyes widened in surprise. The Luo family has foreign investments? Considering that Luo Yongqian might be associated with the mysterious Dragon Group and has hidden assets abroad. It makes sense. If targeting overseas forces, utilizing external funds would be much more convenient. With Luo Bingning's beauty coupled with the Luo family's trillion-dollar fortune. Do you know how many young talents in the country covet her? Is she truly your girlfriend? Ouyang Fei asked seriously. Lin Tian nodded. Why would I lie? There is no need for that. Ouyang Fei furrowed his brow. You haven't been together for long, have you? Otherwise, you might already be in trouble. 2 top young heirs in the capital are vying for Luo Bingning's affection. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Who are they? Ouyang Fei explained. One is named Zhang Guangyao, whose family has assets exceeding 1 trillion, involved in numerous industries. The other is Qin Jianfeng. His family isn't in business. But Zheng Guangyo would still call him Brother Qin. You can guess the kind of background he has. Lin Tian nodded slightly. The Red family, after all. Compared to these two elite heirs, the likes of Li Feng and his friends were merely small fry, still dreaming of finding a bargain. Brother Lin, consider breaking up with Luo Bingming, Ouyang Fei urged anxiously. Lin Tian laughed. Ouyang, we live in a lawful society. The Luo family is not weak. Do they dare act recklessly? Ouyang Fei frowned. They want to act lightly. That would give others hope, prompting them to take action. For a few $100 million. Many would dare to trample the law. $1 trillion in assets is an immense temptation. Brother Lin. While it's said that dying under a peony flower is still a romantic way to go, it's best not to take such risks. Lin Tian chuckled. Ouyang. Haven't I told you? I'm a martial arts grandmaster. I have no reason to fear them. Ouyang Fei felt a surge of frustration. Then let us finish our drinks and find a place to practice. If you can't defeat me, I think it's better for you to break up. 2 hours passed, and they finished their drinks. Let me take you somewhere. Half an hour later, Ouyang Fei led Lin Tian to an unfinished building. I often train here. The space is vast and undisturbed. Brother Lin, feel free to unleash your strength. Ouyang Fei said casually. He was in the mid-stages of dark strength, which was quite impressive for his age. Then be prepared, Lin Tian said, throwing a punch aimed at Ouyang Fei's chest. Ouyang Fei gathered his internal strength, ready to withstand a few of Lin Tian's punches to demonstrate the might of a dark strength martial artist. With a thud, Ouyang Fei was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, utterly bewildered by Lin Tian's punch. Ouyang, are you all right? Lin Tian approached and helped Ouyang Fei up. Ouyang Fei, in disbelief, exclaimed, Brother Lin, you truly know martial arts? How did I not know this during our 4 years in university? Lin Tian smiled. There are many things you are unaware of. Want to go again? Ouyang Fei nodded. Despite being knocked back, he did not consider himself weaker than Lin Tian. Let us go. Ouyang Fei threw a rapid punch. The two exchanged blows swiftly, but Ouyang Fei's attacks were easily deflected by Lin Tian. All right, that's enough. Brother Lin, your strength is slightly superior to mine. But don't go on about martial arts grandmasters. There are none in our country at present. Ouyang Fei retreated, calling out. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. There are no martial arts grandmasters? Brother, is there truly no martial arts grandmaster in our country? Lin Tian inquired. Ouyang Fei nodded. To my knowledge, there are none. Of course, I can't say for certain if there are any around the big shots or hidden away in the mountains. My father is a martial arts master. That's what he says. Lin Tian was somewhat astonished. Your father is a martial arts master? No wonder you've reached the dark strength level. Ouyang Fei scoffed. And so what? You're probably already at the late stages of dark strength. You might become a martial arts master before turning 30. At this, Ouyang Fei paused. My father often says that if one can become a martial arts master before 30, there is hope to become a grandmaster in this lifetime. Old Lin, you really might become a martial arts grandmaster in the future, Lin Tian said with a grin. Then I'll look out for you, and you want to have to break up with Bingming, right? Ouyang Fei fixed his gaze on Lin Tian. Old Lin, you must have a formidable master in the later stages of your hidden strength. Surely, your master is a top-tier martial arts grandmaster? With that said, there is no need for you to feel apprehensive. If they disregard the rules and act recklessly, I can have my father intervene and reason with them alongside your master. Lin Tian chuckled lightly and replied, What if I do not have a master? Ouyang Fei rolled his eyes. Old Lin, do you think you can just purchase a manual from a street vendor and casually practice to achieve your current level? Don't be ridiculous. Lin Tian insisted, I am serious. I truly have no master. Ouyang Fei stared at Lin Tian in disbelief, and after a moment, he replied, If you truly have no master, then you must be an extraordinary genius. A grandmaster is surely in your future. Old Lin, if that is the case, I suggest you fabricate a master. A powerful one will suffice. Lin Tian pondered. Given that there are no grandmasters in Huahua today, would revealing that he is a grandmaster discourage Ouyang Fei too much? Perhaps he should mention his status as a martial arts master first to alleviate Ouyang Fei's worries. Lin Tian mused silently. Ouyang, do you see the kind of power I possess? As he spoke, he demonstrated a set of palm techniques. Thunderous roars echoed, and the surrounding sand and stones were swept up, with a fierce wind rushing towards them. Ouyang Fei stepped back slightly, squinting to observe. After half a minute, Lin Tian ceased his demonstration. Father, Ouyang Fei exclaimed. Lin Tian replied, Be good. Later, I'll buy you some candy in the street. Ouyang Fei immediately raised a middle finger. Damn it. With that statement, Your image as a master in my heart just vanished. You are indeed a martial arts master with external energy. How can this be? Yang Fei was somewhat incredulous. Lin Tian chuckled. In truth, I'm a top martial arts grandmaster, but I was afraid of frightening you, so I first displayed my martial arts master prowess. Yang Fei rolled his eyes. At this point, you are at the martial arts master level. While it is possible you may become a top grandmaster in the future, the likelihood is currently 0. With such strength, you need not fabricate a powerful master. Others will surely do that for you. Who would believe that a young person like you could become a martial arts master without a formidable background? Are you still worried? Lin Tian laughed. Yang Fei shook his head. I am not worried about you at all. I should be concerned about myself. You are a martial arts master while I am merely in the mid-stage of hidden strength. I feel like I have become a dog. Yang Fei felt somewhat defeated. Despite often being praised for his talent and diligence, standing next to Lin Tian made his pride dissipate entirely. Lin Tian patted Yang Fei's shoulder. Do not lose heart. After all, I am your godfather. Damn it. Yang Fei brushed Lin Tian's hand away. However, after Lin Tian's remark, he felt less gloomy. Yang, consider this. If your father becomes a grandmaster, and with your godfather also being a grandmaster, what a strong backing you would have. Yang Fei responded, Old Lin, you should try to keep your martial arts master status under wraps. Do not reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Yang Fei's expression turned serious. Lin Tian inquired, why is that? Yang Fei replied solemnly, as a martial arts master, others will think you have a powerful master behind you, which will prevent them from acting recklessly. But this is only true for those within the country. If you were from the United States or Japan, would they wish to see a martial arts grandmaster emerge in Huagua? Lin Tian shook his head. While a martial arts grandmaster may not withstand heavy weapons like sniper rifles, they pose a low threat to handguns. If war were to break out, should a grandmaster carry out an assassination, the enemy's losses would be significant. Yang Fei remarked. Back in the day, Li Xiaolong became a martial arts master before 30, only to die at 33. The cause of death remains unknown. You are only 23. If it becomes public knowledge that you are a martial arts master, you could end up on the must-kill list of certain organizations overnight. The world is not that simple. Lin Tian was taken aback. Li Xiaolong was an international superstar. Was there a hidden truth behind his death? Do you know the cause of Li Xiaolong's death in your family? Lin Tian asked. Yang Fei shook his head. Back then, Hong Kong had not yet returned. He died there, so how could we know the cause? His death was indeed suspicious. How many young people die suddenly at 33? He was not lacking in money to afford a checkup. There is no need to delve deeper. The truth has long been buried in history. Just make sure to protect yourself. Lin Tian nodded. Yang Fei sighed. After enduring for years without saying a word, I finally get to show off. Only to have you shoot me down right here. You still have the nerve to ask me to treat you. Lin Tian chuckled. I have nothing to feel embarrassed about. Honoring your godfather is simply what you should do. Yang Fei rolled his eyes. Have you booked a hotel? If not, you can come stay at my place. You and Luo Bingning are probably not at the stage of meeting parents yet. Lin Tian shook his head. I haven't booked, but I won't disturb you at home tonight. It would be inappropriate to visit at this hour. I plan to head back tomorrow. Yang Fei was taken aback. So soon? I am living with Bingning. Why would I stay here? Yang Fei clutched his chest. You came here just to hit me with that. I don't even have a girlfriend. And you are already living with Luo Bingning. Friendship over. Though he claimed friendship was over, Yang Fei still arranged a luxurious hotel for Lin Tian. Old Lin, if there are any developments in the upper-class circles, I will inform you. You must remain vigilant. Even a martial arts master cannot withstand a bullet. With that, Yang Fei departed, leaving Lin Tian in deep contemplation. His friend was no ordinary person. Had he not been fortunate, the gulf between him and Yang Fei would be insurmountable. As Yang Fei left, he too felt a sense of reflection. He was merely in the mid-stage of hidden strength. While Lin Tian had already attained the level of a martial arts master. With only a few $100,000 in his bank account, Lin Tian had millions. Damn it. Next time, I'll compete with old Lin in error. At least I received half a genuine inheritance from my grandfather. In that regard, I can still surpass him. Yang Fei thought to himself. Chapter 68. Yang Lao's reward for Lin Tian at the Tianshui Rehabilitation Institute. After a comprehensive examination, Yang Lao was transferred out of the intensive care unit. His condition had improved significantly. Ji Heng, you stay. The rest of you can head back, Yang Lao instructed. The others bid farewell and left, leaving only Yang Lao and Yang Zhiheng in the ward. Yang Lao asked, Zhiheng, who was the young doctor treating me today? Yang Zhiheng smiled. Dad, His name is Lin Yang. He is not actually a doctor and doesn't he even have a medical license. He only practices traditional medicine. Yang Lao replied gravely, as the great man said, whether a cat is black or white, as long as it catches mice, it is a good cat. Think of a way to get him a medical license. Yang Zhiheng shook his head. He is not interested in that, so he won't apply for it. Yang Lao's gaze deepened. He is still too young. When it comes to serious matters, that medical license can still be useful. So, quietly arrange for one. Do not inform him. If something does happen, it will come in handy. Yang Zhiheng nodded. Understood, father. He is a military bigwig. And while medical matters aren't under his purview, with his connections, it shouldn't be difficult to manage. What else did you give him as a reward? Yang Lao inquired. Yang Zhiheng shook his head. Dad, I didn't give him anything. I told Brother Luo that our Yang family owes Lin Yang a favor. Fool. Yang Lao frowned. Even if you gave him a reward, does that mean we wouldn't owe him a favor? A favor is a favor. And a reward is a reward. This young Dr. Lin possesses remarkable medical skills at such a young age. Our Yang family may very well need to seek him out in the future. Yang Zhiheng coughed lightly. Dad, it would be inappropriate to give a reward. He is Brother Luo's granddaughter's husband. Our Yang family's money is hardly a fraction of the Luo family's. He harbored no aspirations for a political career or military service. After a moment of contemplation, Yang remarked, I worry for his safety. Young people are drawn to firearms. If you provide him with a position that allows him to carry a weapon, I will gift him my pistol. However, prior to that, he must undergo firearms training. Yang Zhiheng was taken aback. Father, you intend to give him your pistol? That was a personal gift from the great leader many years ago. Yang brushed aside his son's concern. If it weren't for Shaolin, I would soon be meeting the great leader myself. What does it matter if I give the gun to him? It will serve to protect him. But you must make it clear to him that firearms must be handled with caution. Yang Zhiheng still felt reluctant. Is that gun more valuable than my life, father? Of course not, Yang retorted, slightly irritated. Then ensure this matter is handled properly. And by the way, have Shaolin purchase a good safe for storage. He should carry it only when he feels threatened, and otherwise leave it behind. Yang Zhiheng nodded. Securing an identity for Lin Yang to obtain a firearm permit was not overly difficult, though it was not without its challenges. You must see to this personally, Yang concluded. Lying down to rest. Upon leaving the sanatorium, Yang Zhiheng dialed Lin Yang's number, which he had obtained from Luo Yongqian. Who is this? Lin Yang inquired. Having just finished his shower and preparing for his training. Dr. Lin, this is Yang Zhiheng. I wonder if you have any interest in firearms? If so, I can arrange for you to visit a place for some exciting experiences tomorrow. Lin Yang's eyes lit up. He indeed had a keen interest in firearms. Most men are fascinated by them, particularly in a country where gun ownership is prohibited. Given the chance, many would likely amass a collection. He had acquired master-level shooting skills but had yet to hold a firearm, having only seen the weapons of robbers in the hospital. General Yang, I am certainly interested. He replied. Yang Zhiheng laughed. Where are you? I will send someone to pick you up tomorrow morning. There will be plenty of ammunition. So you can enjoy yourself to the fullest. General Yang, then I want to hold back. I'm at. Lin Yang provided his location. The next day, a military vehicle arrived at the hotel early in the morning. Shortly after, Lin Yang descended and departed in the military truck. Hello, my name is Lin Yang, he greeted. The driver, a woman in her 20s, though not as striking as Luo Bingning, was nonetheless quite attractive. I am Tan Xin, she replied coolly. She had originally been assigned different tasks but was unexpectedly ordered to instruct Lin Yang in shooting, a rather unappealing assignment. Tan Xin remained aloof, and Lin Yang chose not to engage her in conversation. At this hour, Luo Bingning must have awakened, so he sent her a message. Bingning, I miss you. Send me a selfie. No. Luo Bingning, who was having breakfast, quickly responded. Dear, don't be so stingy, Lin Yang teased. Luo Bingning's face flushed slightly upon reading his message, and she huffed. Who is your dear? I'm not yours yet. Bingning, if you don't send a picture, I'll just come back to see you directly. Your teacher's wife's illness can wait until I return to the capital. Luo Bingning. Before long, she sent a sulky photo. Lin Yang's expression changed. The photo captured only the top of Luo Bingning's head, devoid of the treasure chest he had anticipated. Damn. Lin Yang felt a pang of regret. The black iron treasure chest had transformed into a bronze one overnight, and now it had vanished altogether? Black iron chests were already precious. Bronze chests were even more so. He quickly dialed Luo Bingning for a video call. She answered promptly, and Lin Yang sighed in relief. While the photo lacked the treasure chest, it was still visible in the video. Lin Tian, didn't Tia just send you a photo? Why are you calling? She asked, noticing the unusual vehicle he was in. It's a military truck, and the driver is a beauty. I can't show you her picture, he replied with a grin. After a brief conversation, Luo Bingning ended the call. What is that rascal up to? Is the driver really a beauty? She murmured, finding her wontons less appetizing. An hour later, they exited the city and arrived at a military shooting range, equipped with a variety of firearms, including heavy sniper rifles. Lin Tian. The orders from above state that you may use various firearms, but you must first demonstrate proficiency with a handgun, Tan Xin instructed. Lin Tian was somewhat surprised. Why was there such an emphasis on mastering the handgun? What was General Yang's true intention? He nodded, refraining from questioning Tan Xin, who was merely following orders and could not possibly know General Yang's motives. What kind of gun would you like to try? She inquired. Handgun, rifle, sniper rifle. I want to try them all, if possible. The more ammunition, the better, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Tan Xin turned to retrieve the weapons, returning shortly with an array of firearms. We'll start with the handgun. The target is set at 15 meters. Your task is to hit the target 6 times out of 10, she explained, handing him a 92 style 5.8mm pistol. Tan Xin was taken aback by his confidence. Are you a gun enthusiast? She asked. Lin Tian shook his head. Not exactly. My memory is just decent, and I have a keen interest in firearms. Tan Xin nodded slightly and handed him a magazine. Lin Tian pretended to fumble as he loaded the magazine. This is the safety. After you aim, fire a couple of practice shots, and I will teach you the proper grip, she instructed. Lin Tian nodded, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the target with one hand. Tan Xin frowned slightly but refrained from intervening. The recoil of a handgun is significant, and novices typically use both hands. Lin Tian took his time aiming. Bang! The shot rang out, and although he flinched slightly, he managed to hit the target accurately. Tan Xin was astonished. Lin Tian's strength was impressive. He hit the target on his first attempt with one hand, achieving a score of 2 rings. Little did she know that Lin Tian possessed master-level shooting skills. And even in a contest with a seasoned marksman, he would not falter. Hitting only 2 rings was rather challenging. I'll give it another go, Lin Tian exclaimed cheerfully. Bang, bang. He soon fired 10 rounds, deliberately missing 2 shots, while the remaining 8 struck the target, including one that hit the bullseye. Tan Xin was incredulous. The objective assigned to him was to hit the target 5 times out of 10 at 15 meters, and he had already surpassed that. Could Lin Tian truly be a shooting prodigy discovered by the higher-ups? Tan Xin pondered. Lin Tian, since you've just started shooting, using both hands will enhance your accuracy. Let me demonstrate the proper 2-handed grip, she said, picking up another pistol. You can try again. There are still 10 rounds in the magazine. Lin Tian nodded and began shooting with both hands, quickly firing all 10 rounds, all of which struck the target, with 4 achieving 8 rings. Tan Xin was at a loss for words. Her shooting skills were commendable, and she had been assigned to teach Lin Tian. Yet her initial performance paled in comparison to his current prowess. Have you really never handled a firearm before? She asked. Well, I did encounter an armed assailant not long ago. Does that count? Lin Tian replied. Tan Xin shook her head. That certainly does not count. If you've never had any prior experience, it indicates you possess a remarkable talent for shooting. Now, let us continue. As time passed, under Lin Tian's guidance, Tan Xin witnessed a remarkable improvement in his shooting skills. Within an hour, Lin Tian fired hundreds of rounds, achieving an impressive score of 80 rings on a 15-meter target with 10 shots. Given the relatively low accuracy of handguns, such a performance at this distance was commendable. Lin Tian, let's conclude the handgun training here. Feel free to experiment with whatever you wish next. Tan Xin found herself at a loss for words. She had anticipated a challenging task today, yet in such a short time, Lin Tian's handgun shooting was on par with her own. All right, Lin Tian replied with a grin. He soon moved on to the other firearms, and during the following hours, Tan Xin marveled at Lin Tian's extraordinary shooting talent. Lin Tian, that's enough for today. You fired quite a lot already. Your body will not be able to endure much more, Tan Xin remarked after 2 hours. Reluctantly, Lin Tian set aside the sniper rifle, pondering when he might next have the opportunity to handle a firearm. Report: Lin Tian has completed firearms training with excellent results. After dropping Lin Tian off by the roadside, Tan Xin returned to report. Excellent results? The officer before Tan Xin expressed astonishment. Tan Xin replied solemnly, indeed, his scores in both handgun and rifle shooting are outstanding. with his sniper rifle performance nearing excellence. He trained for only 3 hours. With additional training, his results will undoubtedly improve. The officer was taken aback by the realization that such proficiency could be achieved in merely 3 hours of shooting practice. "Return to your post," he commanded. As 10xin departed, the officer straightened up and dialed Yang Zhiheng. "General, I have a report. Lin Tian has completed his shooting training." Upon hearing the report, surprise flickered in Yang Zhiheng's eyes. Lin Tian possessed an extraordinary talent for shooting. "You've worked hard," he said before ending the call and promptly contacting Lin Tian. "Shaolin, let's have lunch together. I have something to discuss with you." "General Yang, what can I assist you with?" Lin Tian inquired. Yang Zhiheng had already arrived and ordered the dishes. "Shaolin, I investigated your family background. Your grandfather was a veteran who made significant contributions to the country." Lin Tian nodded slightly. "My grandfather is aware of this, but he believes that many of his comrades died, and he is grateful to have returned alive. He mentioned that the country faced difficulties in the past." Yang Zhiheng sighed. "The country owes a great deal to unsung heroes like him." "Shaolin, my father wishes to present you with a gift." He then produced a wooden box. Opening it revealed a beautifully crafted handgun. "This handgun was given to my father by a great leader. He wishes to gift it to you as both a token of gratitude and for your protection." Lin Tian was taken aback. This was the very handgun gifted to Yang's father by a revered figure, possessing immense value and sentimental significance. "General Yang, I cannot accept this. This handgun must be a cherished possession of your father. A gentleman does not take what others hold dear. Moreover, possessing it would be illegal for me." Lin Tian quickly responded. Yang Zhiheng chuckled lightly. "What my father means is to provide you with an identity and arrange for you to obtain a firearm permit, allowing you to own it legally, but you must not brandish it carelessly." Lin Tian's eyes brightened at the prospect of being granted a legal firearm permit. What man wouldn't desire such a privilege? "This is to ensure your safety. If you agree, I can facilitate an identity for you within the national security framework." Lin Tian hesitated. "General Yang, would that not be inappropriate?" Yang Zhiheng shook his head. "There is nothing inappropriate about it. Your demonstrated medical expertise warrants such special treatment." Lin Tian contemplated this. As a martial artist, there may come a time when he would need to intervene in matters he found displeasing. Having such an identity would prove advantageous. "General Yang, I will accept the identity, but please take back the handgun. A regular firearm would suffice." Lin Tian stated earnestly. "Are you sure?" Yang Zhiheng asked, somewhat surprised. Lin Tian affirmed, "I am certain. I wouldn't dare use it, and I'd have to buy a safe to store it." Yang Zhiheng smiled. "Then I shall arrange for you to receive a standard handgun instead. You will still need a decent safe to keep it secure. I will also provide you with a spare magazine, totaling 40 rounds, sufficient for your needs." After dining with Yang Zhiheng, Lin Tian returned to Peking University for a second treatment of Professor Luo Bingning's mother. "After this treatment, your body will begin to detoxify. Please maintain a light diet and try to move around as much as possible," Lin Tian instructed while collecting his silver needles. "Thank you, Shaolin." Professor Luo Bingning's mother expressed gratefully. Professor Dai added, "Thanks to your alertness, the comrades from National Security apprehended the individual responsible for harming my wife yesterday." Lin Tian smiled. "Professor Dai, it was the least I could do." Soon, he would be integrated into the national security system. Tasked with eliminating internal threats, such matters would then fall under his purview. "I will return in a month. If you adhere to the prescriptions I provided, you should see significant improvement in your health." Shortly thereafter, Lin Tian departed, needing to catch a flight back to City S. The bronze treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had been there for nearly a day, and he needed to collect it. Losing the bronze treasure chest would be quite disheartening. A few hours later, Lin Tian arrived back in City S. He hurried to his apartment. As he approached, he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma of squid stew wafting from inside. Someone is back so soon, not spending time with beautiful women? Upon hearing the door open, Luo Bingning emerged from the kitchen. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback. The treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head had transformed into silver. Goodness! This morning, it was a bronze chest, and now it has changed to silver. Could it be due to my comment about driving with a beautiful woman? Lin Tian mused. If so, perhaps occasionally making Luo Bingning a bit jealous could enhance their relationship, though he had no intention of acting indiscreetly. Occasionally stirring jealousy could indeed strengthen their bond. Bingning, are you feeling jealous? Lin Tian teased with a smile. Luo Bingning huffed. Jealous? What are you thinking? I'm just thinking of kissing you. Lin Tian took a step closer to her. Luo Bingning retreated a step, her cheeks flushing. Lin Tian, it's too soon to kiss. My mother hasn't fully recovered yet. Lin Tian replied playfully, Bingning, are you attempting to be difficult? We had an agreement that upon my return, we would share a kiss. Luo Bingning feigned ignorance, did we? I don't remember. Our arrangement was that we would kiss only after my mother has recovered. Lin Tian chuckled and continued to approach. If you keep this up, I might just kiss you right now. Luo Bingning hurriedly turned and dashed back into the kitchen. In the moment she turned, Lin Tian reached for the silver treasure chest. Ding! Silver treasure chest opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 27 cubic meters of system space. The system space is a cube with each side measuring 3 meters. It cannot contain living beings. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind. His eyes lit up. Previously, he had only received skills. But now he had gained system space, 27 cubic meters, which was quite satisfactory. Some novels featured extraordinarily powerful systems that provided vast spaces upon activation. But his system was modest in comparison. Others might receive gifts of celestial blood or divine abilities, while his system merely granted small skills. Nonetheless, these were sufficient for his ascent. One should not be overly greedy. The silver treasure chest system space measured 3 meters per side, while the bronze chest was likely 2 meters, and the black iron chest probably only 1 meter. Lin Tian mused to himself that should another black iron chest appear, he would test how long the treasure chest could remain above Luo Bingning's head. Lin Tian pondered to himself, even if the black iron treasure chest vanished, the experience gained from testing its duration was worth the loss. Lin Tian, stop staring at me from behind. It's making me uneasy, Luo Bingning playfully chided, catching a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye. Lin Tian took one last glance at Luo Bingning's alluring figure before turning away, thinking that she would undoubtedly be captivating in a cheongsam. With a sigh of relief, Luo Bingning felt a bit less anxious, sensing Lin Tian's gaze lingering on her. Upon entering his room, Lin Tian tested the system space. He discovered that items he could physically touch, as long as they didn't exceed a certain size, could be stored within. However, mere visual perception was insufficient. With the system space available, he now had a secure place to store his gun license and pistol, as well as other items like the Guqin and arrow. A smile spread across Lin Tian's face. He had initially considered purchasing a safe upon his return, but now it seemed unnecessary, as the system space offered greater security. He could access his belongings at any time. Soon, Luo Bingning had prepared a sumptuous meal. Bingning, today's spread is particularly lavish, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. Despite it being just the two of them, she had cooked 5 dishes, suggesting that she must have returned home early from work. You've helped my teacher's wife recover. I must show my gratitude, Luo Bingning said while serving rice. Lin Tian chuckled. Bingning, this gratitude better be substantial. You promised me, so don't skimp on it. Considering your tendency to be sly, you might have to give me a few kisses later, he teased. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes. You initially promised 1 kiss. How did it turn into 2? You can't do that. A kiss now or 2 later. Which do you prefer? Lin Tian joked. Luo Bingning huffed. Had I known this would be the case, I wouldn't have cooked tonight. I would have just heated 2 buns instead. I'll choose the 2 kisses once you're healed. To Luo Bingning, whether it was 1 kiss or 2 in the future made little difference. However, the timing of the kiss was significant. Fine. But you better not go back on your word. Otherwise, hee. Lin Tian's gaze fixated on Luo Bingning's delicate lips. Stop staring so intently, she said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Lin Tian retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet. Bingning, we mustn't waste your culinary efforts. Let's indulge in a bit of red wine. All right, Luo Bingning replied as she fetched 2 wine glasses. Do we have candles at home? Lin Tian inquired, noticing the darkness outside. Yes, she quickly returned with 2 short, plump pink candles. Once lit and the lights extinguished, the atmosphere transformed. The flickering candlelight, exquisite food, and fine wine created an intoxicating ambience. Cheers, they exclaimed, clinking their glasses. And a gentle smile graced Luo Bingning's face. Since their marriage, she found herself smiling more often. Lin Tian, Uncle Tang has been discharged from the hospital. Aunt Lu has invited us over for dinner, and Director Tan has also extended an invitation, Luo Bingning informed him. Lin Tian expressed surprise. Uncle Tang is out. Which is normal for Aunt Lu to invite us, but why is Director Tan inviting us? Luo Bingning explained. Didn't you capture that criminal? You also prevented Uncle Tang from getting into trouble, so Director Tan feels indebted to you. Lin Tian considered. I can accept the invitation from Director Tan, but let's hold off on Uncle Tang for now. He can't drink alcohol at the moment. Luo Bingning nodded gently. Where did you go today? Lin Tian smiled at her. Bingning, are you curious if the one driving me today was a beauty? If you want to tell me, just say it, she insisted. As my wife. Isn't it perfectly normal to ask? He replied. Luo Bingning huffed. If you want to say it, go ahead. If not, then don't. What does it matter if the driver was beautiful or not? Then I won't say anything. Lin Tian shook his head. Humph. Luo Bingning wanted to inquire further but held her tongue. Lin Tian chuckled. When I was in the capital with your grandfather, I saved the life of old Yang, who was critically ill. Luo Bingning exclaimed. The old Yang from the military? Lin Tian nodded. Her eyes widened in shock. Old Yang held significant influence in the military, especially with his continued survival, as he garnered respect during festive occasions. General Yang had me taken to the shooting range to practice marksmanship. He intends to grant me a legal gun ownership status for self-protection. Luo Bingning marveled. The Yang family is indeed treating you well. They haven't just given you a gun. They've also provided you with a powerful connection. She continued. Given that you saved old Yang, you've done the Yang family a great favor. If he lives for another couple of years, General Yang might even receive another promotion. In ordinary families, a nonagenarian might be viewed as a burden. Yet in a family like the Yangs, the elderly are treasures. Lin Tian nodded slightly, understanding this truth. People come and go. As long as someone like old Yang is alive, even if he lies there immobile, others will continue to respect the Yang family. Luo Bingning sighed. It's remarkable how you've effortlessly established a connection with them. Lin Tian shook his head. Bingning, old Yang is a patient. I'm merely a barefoot doctor treating him. Our relationship is limited to that. Let's not delve further. It's better for us common folks to stay out of such matters. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian. Her smile radiant. It's good that you think this way. We should just earn a little money. Lin Tian, something feels off lately, she said, her expression puzzled. What feels off? He inquired. I used to frequently bump into Aunt Wang in the elevator, but today I saw her downstairs, and she actually avoided me. Lin Tian smiled. She once wanted you to be her daughter-in-law, but after her son ended up in jail, they probably came to their senses. Song Kaifeng must have scared her off. They likely moved away, he added. That son of hers isn't a good person. Lin Tian, when I had someone look into your background, I learned your parents' birthdays. Your mother's birthday is coming up soon, right? Luo Bingning asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes, just over 10 days away. Luo Bingning's expression turned a bit shy. Why don't you invite them to S-City for a few days? I can take Aunt Wang to buy some gifts. Lin Tian laughed. Do you really have that much money? Just lend me some first. Once my dad unfreezes my credit card, I'll pay you back, she pouted. She indeed had very little money left. She used to spend tens of thousands monthly, but after buying clothes for Lin Tian, she was down to just over 10,000. Lin Tian shook his head. I won't lend you any, but I'm quite tired after going out. If you could give me a massage, I'd pay you 1,000 per minute, he proposed. Luo Bingning shot him a glare. Lin Tian, I'm borrowing money to buy gifts for your mother. Oh, and you want me to massage you? Lin Tian grinned. We could reverse it. I could massage you, and I'd pay you 1,000 per minute. That sounds worse. Luo Bingning silently calculated. Buying a birthday gift for Lin Tian's mother would require at least 20,000, meaning she'd have to massage him for a while. Lin Tian, now that you're financially stable, you should repay me for the clothes and shoes I bought you. Just give me 10,000, she suggested sweetly. Lin Tian shook his head vehemently. That's out of the question. You buying me gifts was a gesture from your heart. How can I return that? I'll buy you gifts in the future, and there will be plenty. Luo Bingning pouted. She was indeed short on cash. With close friends like Tang Yan, her mother had instructed her not to lend her money, and she couldn't possibly ask others for help. As the esteemed daughter of the Luo family, borrowing money would be rather embarrassing. 3,000, Luo Bingning stated. Lin Tian shook his head, saying, Don't mention 3,000. I wouldn't even return you 300. Luo Bingning retorted, How about a 1-minute massage for 3,000? I'm not asking you to pay back 3,000. That's too expensive. Make it 2,000, Lin Tian haggled. Luo Bingning gritted her teeth. Deal. I'll give you a 10-minute massage. After washing the dishes, Lin Tian collapsed onto the sofa. Bingning, hurry up. Please focus on my shoulders and waist, he said with a smile. Close your eyes and don't look around, Luo Bingning replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. As she prepared to massage Lin Tian, she found herself quite close to him, especially in her summer dress, which, while not too short, still revealed her thighs. I'm not looking around. My focus is quite clear, she asserted. Bingning, I reckon you 1T earned that money, Lin Tian joked. Luo Bingning huffed. If you don't close your eyes, I'll get nervous. If I get tense, I might apply too much pressure, so it's best you shut them. No need. I can handle the pressure, he replied. Luo Bingning's delicate hands pressed firmly on Lin Tian's shoulders. Her martial arts training endowed her with greater strength than the average girl. However, Lin Tian, as a martial arts master, found this level of pressure quite manageable. In fact, a bit more pressure would be preferable. If you can't handle it, just turn your head, she warned. Mingning, I promise I can manage just looking at your legs, he assured her, noticing her face redden in response. You naughty boy, she thought, increasing the pressure slightly. Yet, Lin Tian remained silent, keeping his eyes open. When the massage concluded, Lin Tian was surprised to see a black iron treasure chest appear above Luo Bingning's head. She had been rather animated during the 10 minutes, and he mused. A mere 20,000, enjoying a massage from the daughter of the Luo family, and I even get a treasure chest. What a deal. He promptly transferred her 2,000. Bingning, lie down. Let me check your dantian, he suggested. If Luo Bingning were a martial artist with internal energy, he could assess her condition by simply pressing on her wrist. However, as an ordinary person, her meridians were narrow and blocked, requiring him to place his hands on her abdomen for a more accurate examination. I feel fine. There is no need for a checkup. I've managed all these years without issues, she replied, a hint of defiance in her tone. Lin Tian frowned slightly. You may have dantian issues. It shouldn't be taken lightly. Let us discuss it another day. Luo Bingning quickly retreated to her room, feeling shy after their close encounter. Lin Tian, meanwhile, considered the black iron treasure chest. If it could be upgraded to a bronze or even silver chest, he would certainly accept the challenge. He was quite extravagant yet. Upon returning to his room, he opened the Huarn app to check his followers. Astonishingly, they had reached nearly 25 million. His previous live stream showcasing his sound attack had garnered significant attention and attracted a multitude of new fans. Even days later, people were still discussing how he shattered thick wooden boards from several meters away. Wait a minute, Lin Tian paused, noticing his account had received official verification. It clearly stated he was a master of the Eru, Guqin, and martial arts, each confirmed by multiple experts. Little did they know, he had achieved a master level in all 3 disciplines. I didn't realize I had amassed so many fans, he thought. Perhaps I should host a simple live stream tomorrow. He planned to stream at 9, an hour each for Eru and Guqin. He sent out a message, and many fans quickly spread the word, eagerly anticipating his return to streaming. Master Lin is finally back, they exclaimed. Yes, great, but he hardly streams, only once a week, while others stream 3 times a day. Indeed, his previous streams earned him millions, and yet he remains so laid back. Fans chatted in the comment section. Moments later, Zhang Han called. Brother Zhang, what's up? Lin Tian greeted with a smile. Master Lin, we need to encrypt your information. Please keep your identity private. Being a young, threefold master might attract unwanted attention, Zhang Han cautioned. Understood, Lin Tian replied, already aware of the potential dangers. After hearing Ouyang Fei's warnings, he understood the gravity of the situation. If my identity is exposed today, I might end up on some organization's hit list tomorrow. Don't worry about leaks within Huayin. We've signed confidentiality agreements with our informants, Zhang Han reassured him. All right, Lin Tian acknowledged. He suspected Yang Zhiheng had uncovered his information. Given Yang's status, it was hardly surprising. Many manufacturers wish to collaborate with you for advertisements, Zhang Han continued. Lin Tian chuckled. Brother Zhang, didn't I mention? We'll discuss that once my followers reach 30 million. It's not quite there yet. You'll likely reach that milestone soon with tomorrow's stream, Zhang Han laughed. Lin Tian hung up and resumed his training. I am the masked hero, and I am also the girlfriend of the now famous Master Lin. I publicly accuse him of abandoning me, despite our age difference. I admired his talent and became involved with him, only for him to disappear after I became pregnant. I had no choice but to terminate the pregnancy, which harmed my health and cost me my job. Now that he is famous, I seek some form of compensation. Yet, he is utterly heartless, refusing to give even 100,000. As he silently trained, a video spread rapidly online, featuring a 27 or 8-year-old woman tearfully accusing him. I can't believe Lin is such a scoundrel. I can't believe I ever supported him. No matter how talented he is, bad character makes him unworthy. The government should ban such infamous influencers. Numerous comments flooded the video, and although Juan attempted to remove many, new ones continuously emerged, all gaining immense popularity. The news quickly trended on Weibo with multiple entries. I believe Master Lin is not that kind of person. I believe in him too. However, the support was overshadowed by criticism. His follower count plummeted, 24 million, 23 million, 22 million. In just 3 short hours, his followers fell below 20 million. A staggering 5 million loss. Meanwhile, the woman who exposed him gained over 3 million followers in the same time frame. Lin Tian, upon concluding his training, picked up his phone. Stunned to see over 100 missed calls. Scanning through, he noted Zhang Han had called the most, followed by Fang Zhengming and several calls from Wu Lao. Who knew his identity? Brother Zhang, what is going on? Lin Tian returned Zhang Han's call. Thank heavens, Master Lin, you finally answered. With everything that has happened. How could you sleep? Zhang Han exclaimed urgently. Lin Tian, filled with confusion, inquired, Brother Zhang, what has transpired? Zhang Han promptly recounted the situation. Master Lin, currently, there are numerous individuals on the internet maligning you, and your fan base is plummeting, while the woman who has slandered you is experiencing a surge in her followers. She is even live streaming at this moment and has already amassed hundreds of thousands in gifts. Zhang Han expressed his frustration. They have issued a statement urging netizens to remain calm and not be deceived, yet unfortunately, many astute netizens remain unconvinced. From their perspective, it is only natural for Huang to defend you. Master Lin, if you were to step forward, you could clarify matters directly, but your identity must remain confidential, which renders the situation rather awkward. Zhang Han sighed, you must urgently devise a strategy to turn the tide. A glint of cold determination flickered in Lin Tian's eyes. While he was indifferent to the loss of fans, believing that they could eventually be regained, he was incensed that someone would tarnish his reputation for personal gain. Thank you, Brother Zhang. I will handle it, Lin Tian concluded, disconnecting the call. Lin Tian searched online and found a plethora of videos disparaging him, each garnering substantial views, with an overwhelming number of negative comments. Surprisingly, there were 3 trending topics related to him. It seems I have indeed gained some influence, Lin Tian mused. Initially angered by Zhang Han's words, he soon calmed, realizing that falsehoods cannot withstand the test of time. With just a few hours of live streaming, the funds had already reached hundreds of thousands, and if the momentum continued, they could surpass 1 million by the next day. Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Lin Tian smirked, envisioning the dire consequences for those who sought to ruin his reputation and profit from it. Old Wu, my phone was on silent. I've just seen your message. Thank you for your concern. It's nothing serious. I will address it tomorrow, Lin Tian texted Old Wu. Concerned for him, Old Wu, who had yet to sleep at this late hour, quickly read Lin Tian's message. At my age, I am not as composed as young Lin, Old Wu muttered. Having strength instills confidence. He had no faith in the slanderous comments from Sweet You Two, as she was unaware of Lin Tian's true age, merely 23. While she was nearing her late 20s. Is she lying? Old Wu pondered, recognizing the absurdity of Sweet You Two's claims. He voiced his support for Lin Tian, but could not reveal Lin Tian's identity, lacking the evidence to silence the naysayers. Time for sleep. I shall see how young Lin handles this tomorrow. As Lin Tian drifted into slumber, many netizens remained awake, caught in the escalating storm incited by Sweet You Two. Her follower count continued to rise. Dear friends, I used to sleep quite early. Ever since I lost my child, I have been unable to rest, fearing nightmares. Sweet You Two lamented during her live stream, her eyes glimmering with unshed tears. Do not be afraid, Sweet. We are with you, her fans rallied. Indeed. We will stand by you and fight against that scoundrel. He abandoned you, causing you harm, and now, despite his newfound wealth, he refuses even a mere compensation of 100,000. The live stream was inundated with supportive comments and gifts, surpassing 1 million in total by the early hours. Thank you, everyone. If you haven't followed yet, please do. Your concern and support give me boundless courage. After all, he is a master, a triple threat, with connections far beyond what a fragile woman like me can rival. You are all I have, Sweet You Two sobbed. Dear friends, today at 9 in the morning, that scoundrel Lin will likely go live. I want to sleep. I will wait for his broadcast. Those of you feeling tired should rest. I will keep the chat going for those who wish to stay. The live stream maintained an audience of hundreds of thousands, with her follower count skyrocketing. And Sweet You Two was reluctant to end the stream for sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Tian slept soundly. Upon checking his phone, he discovered that Sweet You Two's followers had reached 5 million, with donations totaling 150,000. They are truly working hard through the night, Lin Tian thought, a subtle smile gracing his face. The joy they felt now would only amplify their eventual despair. Lin Tian, breakfast is on the table. I've already eaten and am heading to work, Luo Bingning remarked as she noticed Lin Tian emerging from his room. She quickly departed. After washing up, Lin Tian entered the dining room. What is this for breakfast? He exclaimed, eyes wide, as he spotted merely 10 yuan on the table. What a miser. It was just a massage and a glance at your legs. I could easily reciprocate, Lin Tian grumbled, pocketing the money, enough only for a bowl of plain noodles. Approaching 9 o'clock, he arrived at his studio, donned his hanfu, put on a mask, and leisurely initiated his live stream. As soon as he went live, a massive influx of viewers rushed in. His fan count had dwindled to merely 15 million, down nearly 10 million, but the number of participants in the stream surpassed previous records. Scoundrel. Die. The comments erupted. Wishing to emulate the ancient charming figures? Being charming does not equate to being despicable, abandoning someone after causing them harm. The first 2 live streams had likely earned him over 10 million, yet he refused to offer even a 10,000 yuan compensation. No wonder he dares not show his face without a mask. Countless comments flooded in, the majority maligning him, though a few expressed support. Lin Yang remained unfazed. His composure unwavering. His mastery in martial arts, guqin, eru, and traditional medicine provided him with formidable confidence. Sweet, you two must be in the live stream. Could the moderators please connect us? Lin Yang requested, maintaining a calm demeanor and a smile. Sweet, you two, who had not slept a wink, had taken the time to touch up her makeup half an hour prior, appearing quite lovely thanks to the beauty filters. Lin, our fate is entirely severed. I do not seek your compensation. I only desire a heartfelt apology, she declared, tears shimmering in her eyes. This apology is for the child that was lost. Lin Yang replied with a gentle smile. You claim we were once in a romantic relationship, and that you were pregnant. How long were we together? For 3 years. She lamented. I devoted my most beautiful years to you. Lin Yang nodded slightly. 3 years, indeed. You must know me quite well. I have a notable birthmark on my upper body. Can you tell me whether it is on my chest or back, on the left or right side? And whether it is higher or lower? A flicker of panic crossed Sweet you two's face. That's a difficult question. Perhaps there isn't one at all. If there is, what are the odds of accurately guessing its location? I've forgotten. After losing the child, I desperately tried to erase all memories of you, she expressed sorrowfully. The barrage of insults against Lin Yang in the live chat began to diminish significantly. Many netizens, though easily swayed, were not foolish. Sweet you two's response raised their suspicions. After 3 years together, how could she not know where her boyfriend's birthmark is? Lin Yang chuckled lightly. I am proficient in a foreign language. Given that we've been together for 3 years, you surely must know which one I speak, right? In reality, he was fluent in 9 languages, ready to converse in whichever the other party preferred. Sweet Bunny's heart tightened. English seemed the most likely. But if Lin Yang indeed spoke English, wouldn't his question easily mislead her? I don't know. You've never revealed it. Perhaps you have never truly cared for me. Never fully unveiled yourself, Sweet Bunny replied cautiously. Guessing blindly was less desirable than remaining silent. More netizens began to sense the oddity. How could one not know what language their boyfriend spoke after 3 years? Deceiving someone for 3 days might be manageable, even 3 months could be plausible. But 3 years was exceedingly difficult. Lin Yang smiled lightly. Sweet Bunny, if you know nothing, then do tell me what you do know about me. My name, phone number, address, age, and past employment, all of it could be laid bare. Sweet Bunny wept. Why do you force me to recall these things? I don't know. I wish to know nothing. All I want is a simple apology from you. If you can't even offer that, then we have nothing left to discuss. With that, Sweet Bunny abruptly ended the live stream. Is this it? Just like that she ran away? Could Lin Yang truly be her ex-boyfriend? Countless comments flooded Lin Yang's chatroom. He scoffed internally. Ending the live stream was merely the beginning. If there was no consequence for this incident, he suspected it wouldn't be long before more ex-girlfriends emerged. This was still manageable. Perhaps even his parents would surface. For fame and profit, many lacked any moral boundaries. I told you, Lin Yang would surely be fine. Those with functioning eyes could discern Sweet Bunny's situation. A deluge of supportive comments for Lin Yang began to pour in, while the disparaging remarks dwindled. Everyone. I've maintained a low profile, yet I still attracted controversy. Overnight, I gained an additional ex-girlfriend. Haha. Enough of that. Let us enjoy the music. This might be the last time, for I fear that if I gain more fame, even more ex-girlfriends will appear. Lin Yang stated with a serene smile. The audience was left dumbfounded. Lin Yang, don't stop. We eagerly await your streams each day. Lin Yang, I was wrong. I should have remained silent when you were wronged. Please don't stop streaming. I shall go confront Sweet Bunny. Countless comments erupted in the chat. Lin Yang picked up the arrow, having successfully concealed his information with the help of the national security. Now, revealing his masterful era skills posed no issue. Everyone. I present to you a piece titled Longing. The melodic strains of the era soon filled the air. It seems even more enchanting. I feel the same way. Has Lin Yang perhaps made a breakthrough in his skill lately? Many viewers expressed such sentiments. At this moment, Lin Yang displayed his master-level arrow abilities. albeit he held back considerably, not exerting his full potential. Lin Tian was indeed a top-tier master. In the capital, Ouyang Shun's eyes widened. He was a premier era master. Just a step away from mastery, yet that step was far from easy. This is undoubtedly a masterful performance, Ouyang Shun thought, filled with excitement. Though he had yet to reach mastery himself, his expertise allowed him to discern that this was indeed a masterful rendition. However, a single performance was not enough to conclude that Lin Tian had achieved mastery. Ouyang Shun continued to listen quietly. Before long, Lin Tian played a second piece, Moonlight Over the Two Springs, a classic he had performed countless times. Little Lin has undoubtedly reached the level of a master. Ouyang Shun's eyes widened in disbelief. He was uncertain of Lin Tian's exact age, but he was certainly under 40. To achieve mastery at such a young age was astounding. Ding ding. Ouyang Shun's phone rang. It was another era master. President, are you watching Little Lin's live stream? I feel as if he has already reached the level of a master. What a pity it's a live stream. It would be clearer in person. The caller expressed with excitement. Ouyang Shun took a deep breath. Your perception is correct. Little Lin's skill has indeed reached mastery. It's no longer appropriate to call him Little Lin. Perhaps we should refer to him as Master Lin. The other era master exclaimed in delight, if you say so. Then Master Lin has certainly reached the level of mastery. He has kept this from us for so long. What should we do? He just mentioned that this might be his last performance. Will we never hear from him again? Ouyang Shun's expression shifted. Although they were in the same small group with Lin Tian, they might still hear from him. But this was an excellent opportunity for promoting era culture. Let us all use our connections. The internet is not a lawless realm. Those who smear others for profit must face consequences, Ouyang Shun stated solemnly. Understood, President. These era masters, despite their amiable demeanor, each held significant connections and were not to be trifled with. An hour swiftly passed. Lin Tian set down the arrow. Fan Old Fool sent 200 spaceships. Fan Old Liang sent 100 spaceships. Fan Ouyang Shun sent 10 spaceships. A multitude of gifts flooded in. ISNT Ouyang Shun, the president of the Aero Association? I've seen old Master Ouyang before. Many comments appeared. Ouyang Shun's words floated across the live stream screen. Master Lin. The Aero Association will surely help you seek justice. Master Lin? Could it be a typographical error from President Ouyang? Fan Old Wu sent a spaceship. Fan Era Su Gang sent a spaceship. Congratulations, Master Lin, on achieving mastery. Congratulations, Master Lin. The subsequent spaceships were sent by era masters, all congratulating him. My goodness, Master Lin has truly become a master. No wonder it sounded even more beautiful. I was moved to tears just now. Countless comments flooded in. Many who studied or admired the era rejoiced. With the addition of a master, the influence of the instrument would surely grow. Ding. Lin Tian began to play the guqin. While he showcased his master-level era skills, he refrained from revealing his guqin prowess, as there was already a master in that field. Unbeknownst to them, another hour slipped by. Thank you all for the gifts. I request that all gifts received today be donated to children's welfare institutions in the central and western regions. With amounts ranging from 30,000 to 100,000 yuan, Lin Tian smiled gently. Upon hearing this, countless viewers were left in shock today. Lin Tian's livestream donations surpassed previous records, exceeding 20 million. Some wealthy fans contributed generously, and ordinary viewers also gave significantly. Are you sure, Master Lin? An admin inquired in the chat. Absolutely, Lin Tian nodded, standing to bow in gratitude. Thank you all for your support. May we meet again in the future. With that, Lin Tian ended the live stream. It's over. Master Lin truly intends to stop streaming? After donating such a considerable sum, if Sweet Bunny is indeed Lin Tian's ex, would he be reluctant to part with even 100,000? She must serve time for defrauding over 1 million. As Lin Tian closed the live stream, the screen went dark. Yet many viewers lingered. The chat and gifts continued to soar. How could this happen? Sweet Bunny stood in shock. In just 2 hours of Lin Tian's live stream, her follower count plummeted by more than half, and the decline continued at an astonishing rate. Oh well, if they leave, they leave. Having already earned 500,000, she anticipated further profits. Sweet Bunny, known as Luo Ziqing, gazed at her bank account balance, a smile gracing her face. She had received over 1 million in total donations but could only withdraw a fraction. Having already cashed out 500,000, she resolved to salvage her situation. With 2 million followers, as long as her fan base remained above 1 million, she believed she could continue to indulge in a life of luxury. Luo Ziqing commenced her live stream, her numerous fans flooding in, alongside many of Lin Tian's followers. Dear viewers, there are matters I wish I could disclose, but alas, I am bound by caution, having been warned against speaking indiscriminately. This world has always favored the strong. As a fragile woman, I am grateful to simply survive, she lamented. Her acting prowess on full display, tears glistening in her eyes, radiating a blend of innocence and fear, as well as a silent indictment of the world. I sensed there was a problem. Assuredly, someone intervened on behalf of Lin, she mused. Fear not, sweet bunny, you have our unwavering support. Her words ignited a moment of clarity among many viewers who chose to believe only what they wished. Thank you all. This world is rife with darkness. Yet you shine like rays of sunlight, illuminating my path and that of many others like me. I shall not respond to Lin, or rather, Master Lin. Please refrain from speaking on my behalf, for we cannot provoke such a master. Luo Ziqing's heart was not heavy. Having received over 1 million in donations that night and cashing out 500,000, she felt elated. Observing the continued generosity in her live stream, she felt even more joyous, recognizing her supporters as a reliable source of income. Yet, she lamented the absence of a super-rich benefactor who could lavish millions upon her. This song, Invisible Wings, is dedicated to you all, she announced, launching into her performance. Though not a professional singer, her voice, enhanced by a quality sound card, resonated beautifully. The tears in her eyes further enriched the live stream's emotional impact. I am somewhat bewildered. Is it truly Master Lin who has been slandered? Or is it Sweet Bunny who is being suppressed by powerful figures? Lin Tian observed with a confident smile, while Sweet Bunny wept profusely, leading many to side with her. We are her invisible wings, supporting her. In Sweet Bunny's live stream, Lin Tian's followers unleashed a torrent of negativity, yet many of Sweet Bunny's fans stood to defend her, noticeably slowing the decline in her viewership. How wonderful, she thought, filled with joy as the song concluded. If she continued to perform well, her follower count could potentially rise. She believed that maintaining 2 to 3 million fans, coupled with her talent, would lead to substantial earnings. Lin Tian, under the guise of a visitor, lingered in Sweet Bunny's stream, observing her adeptness in stirring the pot. However, her cleverness could very well backfire. The more donations she received, the harsher her eventual sentence could be, with implications of severe repercussions. Lin Tian had no doubts that Sweet Bunny would face consequences. In the capital, Yang Zhiheng's private phone rang. Old Song, has the matter with Lin Tian been resolved? He inquired. On the other end was an old friend, Song Jinru, a high-ranking official in national security. Old Yang, Lin Tian has encountered some trouble, Song Jinru conveyed. Yang Zhiheng, unfamiliar with the details, remarked, you know Lin Tian's age. You're likely more aware of his background than I am. Is Luo Ziqing lying? Surely this cannot hinder Lin Tian's prospects with national security? What's in it for me? Song Jinru retorted. Yang Zhiheng chuckled. As a martial arts master, your health is likely robust, but should anything happen, Lin Tian could send you off with a performance. Thanks for that. Song Jinru replied, somewhat exasperated. Old Song, remember, just because you are well does not mean your family is immune to illness. My father was deemed near death, yet he was revived in 2 minutes. He acted on the goodwill of Brother Luo. If you need assistance in the future, do not expect me to intervene. Song Jinru expressed disbelief. Wouldn't he disregard your face? Yang Zhiheng replied nonchalantly, he is currently a hidden dragon, poised to soar. He may not feel the need to consider my standing. Enough of this. You worry I might hinder him? A talent like his is one I would gladly welcome. Song Jinru stated. Yang Zhiheng coldly remarked, what opinion could I possibly have? The law is the law, and violations must be met with due process. Given the severity of this situation and Luo Ziqing's refusal to repent, the punishment should be severe. I will communicate with the relevant parties, Song Jinru assured. After ending the call, he quickly dialed another number. The person on the other end was a prominent figure in law enforcement. Director Song, what are your instructions? The police chief, El Shanha, inquired cheerfully. Who am I to instruct you? Song Jinru replied. I have intel on a case involving the significant online presence of Master Lin. El Shanha expressed surprise. You too? I've already received 3 calls regarding him. Master Lin is associated with national security. I will send you his details, but do not disclose them. This case carries grave implications. It is best to investigate swiftly and rigorously. Shortly thereafter, El Shanha received a dossier detailing Lin Tian's credentials. 23 years old, a master of the Eru, a grandmaster of martial arts, and a highly skilled practitioner of ancient medicine. Having saved young Lao in under 3 minutes, he had also rescued children at sea and treated numerous others at a welfare home. Married to Luo Bingning, a scion of the Luo family, the information left El Shanha astounded. Truly extraordinary, he mused, recognizing the need for discretion regarding Lin Tian's identity. However, his status must remain confidential. Investigate Luo Ziqing thoroughly for any unlawful activity without delay. As the police in H province sprang into action, they swiftly uncovered details about Sweet Bunny, revealing her true identity as Luo Ziqing, age 28. She had never had a boyfriend, having spent 4 years as a mistress to a married man, a 51-year-old shoe factory owner, from whom she had amassed over $1 million, largely expended on cosmetic enhancements and luxury goods. Recently, investigations have revealed that Luo Ziqing has been involved in unusual financial activities over the past 6 months, engaging in monetary exchanges with multiple men, raising suspicions of illicit conduct. With the provided information, the police in H province acted swiftly, uncovering substantial evidence within a mere hour. Director Liang, our team has arrived near Luo Ziqing's residence and is prepared to make an arrest at any moment. Liang nodded slightly. Proceed immediately. Such heinous acts that tarnish societal morals must not be tolerated. Yes. At that moment, Luo Ziqing was still live streaming. She appeared to be in high spirits, with her fan base stabilizing and receiving generous gifts in recent hours. Thank you, everyone. Although I have faced some injustice, with your support, I fear nothing, she smiled sweetly. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Please hold on, my delivery seems to have arrived, she remarked, recalling that she had ordered takeout just half an hour prior. With a click, she opened the door, only to be met with a group of stern-faced police officers. Kafir, commanded the leading officer, Zhou Liang, without hesitation. You have mistaken me. I am the victim here. You should be arresting Lin. Luo Ziqing protested. The officers, unfazed, swiftly placed handcuffs on her and confiscated her computer and phone as evidence. Zhou Liang stated firmly, understood, Team Zhou. Inside her streaming room, over 100,000 viewers were left in stunned silence, witnessing the police action through the camera. Team Zhou, Luo Ziqing is still broadcasting live. An officer called out. Bring her over, Zhou Liang commanded as he entered the room, with Luo Ziqing being escorted alongside him, leaving the audience even more bewildered. Hello, everyone. Sweet Bunny, also known as Luo Ziqing, is 28 years old. It has been confirmed that she became the mistress of a shoe factory owner at the age of 24. Zhou Liang disclosed her situation to the live audience. Luo Ziqing has maliciously defamed Master Lin, aiming to gain substantial profits, and the police are now enforcing her arrest. She will face the full extent of the law. The viewers were utterly shocked. The person they supported was revealed to be a fraud, a former mistress who had engaged in prostitution multiple times in the last 6 months. No way, this can't be true, right? One viewer exclaimed. If the police are arresting her, it must be real. Another lamented, I can't believe I gave that wretched woman 300,000. Countless comments flooded the stream. Zhou Liang turned to Luo Ziqing. Is there any injustice in what I just stated? You may rebut if there is. I must remind you. Your words may influence your sentencing. We possess comprehensive evidence and multiple witnesses. Luo Ziqing's complexion drained of color. She opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. With undeniable evidence and witnesses, lying would only prolong her sentence. Luo Ziqing, over 100,000 people are watching you live. If you are innocent, you may speak freely. Now, please answer me. Have you been wronged? Zhou Liang's tone was grave. No, I haven't, Luo Ziqing finally murmured, shaking her head after a pause. Shut down the stream, Zhou Liang ordered. Moments later, the screen turned black, though the chat remained active. This is hilarious. Is this the person you all supported? One commenter laughed. Sweet Bunny, you truly are ruthless, conning the top supporter out of 300,000. Where's the top supporter now? Another quipped, while the top supporter trembled in fear. What should I do? Uncle? Please have some tea. Meanwhile, Lin Yang was unaware of these developments. He had not been particularly concerned. Even if his fan count dropped to 0 or he withdrew from the internet, it would not significantly affect him, for his abilities remained intact. Master Lin, I was wrong. I regret not believing in you. Master Lin, please don't abandon us. Numerous comments flooded under Lin Yang's videos as news of Sweet Bunny's arrest spread rapidly across the internet, leading to a swift resurgence in Lin Yang's fanbase. Dr. Lin, you have finally arrived. Zhao Xianglin greeted with a smile. Lin Yang closed the car door and observed the grand villa before him. Chairman Zhao, this villa looks quite impressive, he remarked. Zhao Xianglin replied, Dr. Lin, this villa cost 100 million to purchase, with renovations totaling 20 million. Let me show you inside. Zhao Xianglin guided Lin Yang through the villa, which was impeccably designed, every detail reflecting the utmost quality, and the style resonated with Lin Yang's taste. Dr. Lin, here is the property deed. This villa is now officially under your name. You may move in at your convenience, Zhao Xianglin presented the deed with a smile. Lin Tian opened the document, his name clearly inscribed. The affairs of the world are indeed remarkable, he mused internally. Just over half a month ago, he was merely an ordinary worker renting a small room for a meager salary of 4,000. Now, he found himself the owner of a luxurious villa valued at over 100 million. Chairman Zhao, I trust there have been no further complications? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Zhao Xianglin expressed his gratitude. None whatsoever. Dr. Lin, your expertise is truly remarkable. I consulted numerous doctors before, and none could resolve my issues. I am sleeping well and enjoying my meals. My weight has even increased. Let me take you to the garage, Zhao Xianglin offered. Soon, they arrived at the garage, spacious enough to accommodate 4 to 5 vehicles. There, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan stood prominently. With his master-level driving skills, Lin Tian was well-versed in automotive specifications, knowing the car's parameters better than the salespeople at a dealership. Dr. Lin, a friend sold me this car as payment for a debt. I registered it under your name, Zhao Xianglin explained with a smile. Lin Tian chuckled. Chairman Zhao. What a coincidence. Indeed, just a fortunate coincidence, Zhao Xianglin replied, clearing his throat. Lin Tian nodded. Well, since I have accepted the villa, I might as well take the car. Chairman Zhao, I want to be polite. Zhao Xianglin breathed a sigh of relief and replied, Dr. Lin, please don't hesitate to ask if you need anything. Lin Tian shook his head. I have no needs. Chairman Zhao, please refrain from purchasing anything else for me. I will not accept. Chapter 77. Mom, my girlfriend is Bing Ning. After accepting the villa and car, Lin Tian saw Zhao Xianglin off with satisfaction. Throughout his life, Zhao Xianglin had made several investments, some yielding astonishing returns. Yet his intuition told him that gifting Lin Tian a car and a home might be the best investment of his lifetime. Ding. Lin Tian dialed his mother's number. Son. What's up? His mother, Su Wan, answered promptly. Mom, your birthday is just over 10 days away. Why don't you and Dad come to S-City for a few days? I have a surprise for you. Did you find a girlfriend? Su Wan speculated. Something like that, he chuckled. Although he had no girlfriend, he was now legally married. Wow, son, you really found a girlfriend? Su Wan exclaimed excitedly. You mentioned your work was improving, and now you've found a girlfriend. It seems the prayers to the Buddha worked. Mom, you don't need to come. You and Dad have only been together for a short time, and since we're from the countryside, I wouldn't want to scare her off, Lin Tian replied. Don't worry, Mom, she knows our situation. It was her suggestion that I invite you both to visit. Really? Su Wan paused. In that case, we really shouldn't come. You've only just started dating, and it seems a bit strange for her to want to meet us already. Could it be that Luo Bingning has found you a commendable job, leading that girl to mistakenly believe our family is quite remarkable? Yet you told her that our family is rather ordinary, and she wishes to verify it. Lin Tian. Son, if we go, perhaps you two will break up. Lin Tian chuckled. Mom, are you taking on the role of Sherlock Holmes? It certainly will not unfold as you imagine. Son, if you genuinely believe that girl is sincere, then strive earnestly. For now, we shall refrain from coming over to influence you. Su Wan spoke solemnly. Lin Tian remained silent for a few seconds before saying, Mom, she is Bingning. Ah? Su Wan was taken aback. The Luo family? Luo Bingning? Lin Tian replied, Indeed. She has become my girlfriend, and she is well aware of our family's situation, so you need not worry. It was Bingning who invited you to S-City for a few days of leisure. Su Wan was momentarily stunned. How could you and her possibly be together? Are you certain there is no mistake? Lin Tian laughed. Am I capable of making such an error? Mom, send me your and Dad's ID numbers, and I will purchase your tickets. I will book your flights for the day before your birthday. Su Wan took a deep breath. Son, there is no rush for the tickets. When your father returns tonight, I will discuss it with him. After hanging up, Su Wan found herself in a daze, struggling to believe it. While her son was not lacking in merit, he was hardly extraordinary, and how could he be matched with a paragon like Luo Bingning? The sweet bunny has been apprehended. Lin Tian received a message from Old Wu. Soon, Lin Tian discovered online that Sweet Bunny had been arrested during a live stream, with over 100,000 viewers witnessing her being taken away by the police. Old Wu, let us discuss it after the live stream. Lin Tian replied to Old Wu. When others smear and defame, they can lose millions of followers in less than a day. To be honest, it stings a bit. Recently, he had no desire to live stream. He was not in need of money. His contract with Huayin was of the SS level, with minimal restrictions, allowing him to refrain from streaming for 3 to 5 months without issue. Shocking. Master Lin is actually a master of the Eru, Sweet Bunny arrested by police for defaming Master Lin. Master Lin donates over 20 million in rewards to a children's welfare institute. Lin Tian glanced at the trending topics, noticing he occupied half of the top 10. Master Lin must be heartbroken. Sigh. With 25 million followers, losing over 10 million in a single day, wouldn't that frustrate you? Thankfully, I steadfastly support Master Lin. My apologies. Master Lin. Lin Tian opened whine again. His followers had returned to 20 million, still falling short of the previous 25 million, yet the numbers were rising rapidly. This recent incident caused him to lose millions of followers, but given the fervor surrounding it, he anticipated a significant increase in followers afterward. No need to rush an update. I shall wait until my followers exceed 30 million. Lin Tian mused. Boom. The 12-cylinder engine emitted a deep growl as Lin Tian drove away from the villa in the Cullinan gifted by Zhao Xiangli. Upon arriving at a shopping mall, Lin Tian entered a high-end jewelry store. Luo Bingning had previously gifted him clothes and shoes, and now, despite her financial constraints, she even gave him a massage to buy a gift for his mother. It would be impossible not to feel a twinge of emotion. They had registered their marriage, yet agreed on a trial marriage for 3 years, so it was understandable that Luo Bingning did not purchase a gift. After 10 minutes of massage, at 2,000 per minute, it was a luxury most ordinary girls could only dream of, yet Luo Bingning was the daughter of the Luo family. Not to mention the family wealth, her own company was valued at over 200 million. Excuse me, how much is this necklace? Lin Tian inquired about a rather appealing sapphire necklace. Sir, this necklace is priced at 880,000. Lin Tian's lips twitched slightly. Good heavens. The cost of a necklace equated to that of a luxury car. Oh well, the skills I gained are all thanks to Bingning. So I shall gift her something in return, Lin Tian thought. Is there a discount? Lin Tian asked. For such an expensive item, even a small discount would save a considerable amount. I am sorry, sir. All our jewelry is marked at a fixed price. There are no discounts for new or returning customers. Would you like me to introduce you to other options? Lin Tian shook his head. No need. I will take this one. Soon, 880,000 was spent. Surprisingly, Lin Tian felt little emotional turmoil. After all, he had just donated a significant sum that morning. And in comparison, this necklace was less than 1/10 of that amount. Compared to the house and car he received, this necklace was not even 1%. Bingning. I have arrived. In the evening, Lin Tian reached Luo Bingning's company and sent her a message. Luo Bingning smiled slightly, preparing to head downstairs. Boss, there is a client who is proving difficult to negotiate with. I have dinner arranged with him tonight. Could you possibly join us? If you accompany me, I am certain we can secure the deal. Guo Liang entered Luo Bingning's office and knocked. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Manager Guo, handle this matter yourself. If you cannot resolve it, consider resigning. Guo Liang's expression shifted. Boss, as far as I know, your boyfriend's circumstances are quite ordinary, and he does not match your status or capabilities at all. Guo Liang mustered his courage to speak. Luo Bingning replied coolly, Manager Guo, to me, there is no distinction between having 100,000 in assets and 1 billion. Do you understand? As for capability, my boyfriend's abilities far surpass yours by a wide margin. Guo Liang's face flushed. If that is the case, then I choose to withdraw my investment. Guo Liang declared darkly, realizing that his chances of winning Luo Bingning's affection were exceedingly slim. No need to waste more time. Withdraw? According to the contract, your holding period is insufficient. Withdrawing now means you can only take back your original investment. Luo Bingning frowned. That is acceptable. Guo Liang nodded. The company's valuation has risen. Yet the contract stipulates that a certain holding period is required to calculate based on the new valuation. After leaving the company, Luo Bingning turned to look around, puzzled. She did not see Lin Tian's car. Bingning, over here. Lin Tian called out, lowering his car window. Luo Bingning approached, surprised as she entered the car. Lin Tian. The 5 million in medical compensation isn't enough to buy this car, is it? This car wasn't purchased. It was a gift from Chairman Zhao. I am taking you somewhere. Lin Tian started the car and drove away. Upstairs, Guo Liang saw Luo Bingning getting into Lin Tian's car, and he clearly noticed that Lin Tian's vehicle had changed to a Cullinan. Damn. Guo Liang was fuming with frustration. In his eyes, Lin Tian's car must have been bought for him by Luo Bingning. Otherwise, given Lin Tian's background, how could he afford such a vehicle? Li Feng. Do you know what I just saw? Lin Tian drove to the company in a Cullinan. That car must have been bought by Luo Bingning for him. Damn it. How are we any less than him? Guo Liang called Li Feng. He had already decided to give up, yet he felt unsettled. In his view, Even if Lin Tian had achieved a level 10 in Guqin, how would that compare to their family assets worth hundreds of millions? Hadn't he already bought an X5? Li Feng was taken aback. Guo Yang, could it be that Lin Tian charmed Luo Bingning into buying him a new car? That vehicle likely cost 8 or 9 million. Lin Tian lacks a prestigious education and is not particularly handsome. Our backgrounds are far superior, so why does Luo Bingning fancy him? On the other end of the line, Li Feng's expression was equally grim, as if he had swallowed a dead fly. Luo Bingning had purchased Lin Tian a BMW X5, which had irked them. But they could begrudgingly tolerate it since that car was inferior to theirs. Now, however, Lin Tian had acquired a Cullinan, which was far superior to their current vehicles. Though their family possessed assets worth several hundred million, those assets were not liquid cash. It was impossible for them to spend over 10 million on a supercar. Li Feng and Luo Bingning were engaged in conversation when she expressed her view that there was no distinction between families with assets below 1 billion and ordinary households, prompting her intention to withdraw. Guo Yang, appearing somewhat dejected, remarked that he had pursued Luo Bingning for quite some time without any progress. You were giving up just like that? Li Feng asked, surprised. Guo Yang, with a sense of resignation, replied, I should have no hope left. And you probably feel the same. He Yuhao may still have a glimmer of possibility. Li Feng felt similarly disheartened by Guo Yang's words, which struck a painful chord. Brother Guo, how about we go out for a drink? I'll invite He Yuhao, and we can discuss this further. We can't just back down like this. Drinking is fine, but continuing to pursue her is another matter. I'd rather invest some money in a little celebrity or an internet sensation. It would be far more enjoyable than chasing her. After half an hour, Lin Tian drove to an exclusive villa community, where each villa was priced no less than 50 million. The government no longer approved such pure villa communities, making them a rare resource. Remarkably, this community was also located in a desirable area. As Lin Tian parked in front of one of the villas, the garage door opened automatically, leaving Luo Bingning astonished. Lin Tian, what is going on? She inquired, puzzled. Lin Tian smiled and explained, this car and this villa were gifts from Chairman Zhao. He made quite a bargain, haha. Luo Bingning's eyes widened in shock. This villa must be worth over 100 million, right? Lin Tian replied. He mentioned he bought it for 100 million a few years ago and spent an additional 20 million on renovations, though the value fluctuates. With a peculiar expression, Luo Bingning responded, he gives you a villa worth over 100 million, and you say he made a bargain? Lin Tian chuckled, money pales in comparison to life. He truly got a great deal. Having been with Luo Bingning for merely a few weeks, he had already mastered ancient medical techniques, with even greater potential for the future. Even if Zhao Xianglin were to develop cancer, Lin Tian believed he could cure him. As his status rose, he would become increasingly desirable. And even 100 million might not entice him. Luo Bingning blinked. It seems your medical skills are even more impressive than I anticipated. You are not merely slightly knowledgeable as you claimed. Indeed, I have merely scratched the surface. There is still much room for growth, Lin Tian replied with a gentle smile. Come. Let us explore the villa. Perhaps it will become our home in the future. Luo Bingning's heart raced at the thought. Her own house was purchased by her family. But if Lin Tian proved capable, they would likely end up living in his villa together. Perhaps this could indeed be her home. She murmured softly. As they exited the garage, Luo's family's wealth was substantial and lavish, yet touring this villa still left her pleasantly surprised. Lin Tian was equally astonished as the dark iron chest above Luo Bingning's head transformed into a bronze chest. Bingning, this room is the master bedroom, he stated. Chairman Zhao said he replaced the bed with a new one. The other bedrooms have never been occupied. Shall we lie down and experience it? Lin Tian suggested with a grin. Luo Bingning's heart raced, her cheeks flushed as she playfully retorted, who wants to lie down with you? Bingning, close your eyes. Lin Tian urged. Luo Bingning shook her head vigorously. No, I won't fall for that. Don't think I'll close my eyes while you plot something mischievous. Lin Tian laughed. What? Afraid I'll steal a kiss? Rest assured, if I do, you will certainly know. I have a gift for you, he added. Luo Bingning huffed. You better not be tricking me. With that, she closed her eyes. Lin Tian could distinctly hear her heart racing, indicating her apprehension about him kissing her. Yet, her willingness to close her eyes suggested a deep level of trust in him. As Lin Tian gazed at her delicate lips, he mused that if he were to kiss her now, she might not even object. However, he deemed it unnecessary. The thrill of pursuit heightened Luo Bingning's tension, and he preferred not to reach that point just yet, for he wouldn't want to miss out on treasures from her. Bingning, no peeking, Lin Tian playfully cautioned, as he opened a drawer that held nothing but the jewelry gift box from the system. Approaching Luo Bingning, He sensed her awareness of his proximity, her breathing becoming more labored. Lin Tian, is it ready? She asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yes, he replied with a smile. When she opened her eyes, she felt a warm flush, knowing without a mirror that her face was flushed. Bingning, this is for you, Lin Tian said, revealing a necklace from the jewelry box. Luo Bingning was momentarily speechless, captivated by the sapphire necklace within. Lin Tian, why did you buy me such an expensive necklace? She asked. Lin Tian, taken aback, inquired. Have you seen this necklace before? Luo Bingning nodded. This necklace costs 880,000. It's not that I can't afford it, but I never felt justified spending that much. After all, it is still family money. Her monthly living expenses were substantial, yet she considered herself relatively frugal given her background. Bingning, let me put it on you, Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning hesitated slightly. Lin Tian, this is too precious. Lin Tian chuckled. We are officially registered. You are my wife. It is only fitting that I buy you something nice. What do you think? Luo Bingning gazed at him, realizing that accepting such an extravagant gift would imply acceptance of their bond. Yes, please put it on me, she whispered softly. As Lin Tian stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her neck, her breathing quickened, and her heart raced even faster. Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised to see the treasure chest above her head change color once again, transforming from bronze to silver. Wow, this expenditure is worth it. The duration of the silver chest's existence remained uncertain, a mystery for another time. Lin Tian mused, for the silver chest was exceedingly precious. Should it vanish, he would be left in despair. He had only opened 3 silver chests thus far, one granting him master-level martial arts, another bestowing ancient medical skills, and the last providing access to a system space. All were remarkable acquisitions. Bingning, what perfume are you wearing? It smells delightful, Lin Tian remarked, leaning slightly closer and inadvertently brushing against the silver chest. Luo Bingning huffed playfully, I won't tell you. Do you think a man should wear women's perfume? That would be too effeminate. In truth, she had not applied any perfume. She had a natural, subtle fragrance that could only be detected up close. Ding. The silver chest was opened. Congratulations, the host has acquired a master-level hacking skill. The system's voice resonated in Lin Tian's mind. A flood of information surged into him, causing his head to throb. He staggered back and collapsed onto the luxurious bed in the master bedroom. Bingning, this bed is quite comfortable. Would you like to join me for a nap? Lin Tian teased. Not a chance. I'm off to see if the necklace looks good. If it doesn't, I'll return it to you, Luo Bingning replied, quickly exiting the master bedroom. Lin Tian rubbed his temples, realizing that his system was not as omnipotent as he had hoped, lacking sufficient protective measures for him as the host. Others seamlessly absorbed chaotic techniques, while he grappled with the first master-level skill, reveling in his excitement despite the discomfort. This marked the acquisition of his inaugural master-level skill, and it was hacking, an exceptionally practical ability, possessing the skills of a grandmaster hacker. Lin Tian concluded that it was highly probable no hacker in the world surpassed his technical prowess. His system had the distinct advantage of granting him immediate access to the pinnacle of any skill level attained. Instruments such as the Guqin and Eru were mastered to the level of a top-tier grandmaster. Now, his hacking abilities had also reached this extraordinary level. Even if there existed other grandmaster hackers in the world, Lin Tian estimated they would not match his elite status. The necklace was quite exquisite. Luo Bingning had stepped into the restroom outside. Upon gazing into the mirror, she noticed the sapphire necklace adorning her neck and a sweet smile graced her face. As the daughter of the Luo family, she had received various gifts since her junior high school days. Some of those gifts were lavish, yet she had never accepted them. Aside from her father and grandfather, this was the first time she had accepted a man's gift, and such a valuable one at that. Her cheeks flushed, undoubtedly having been seen by Lin Tian. Covering her face, she murmured, Lin Tian, I'm just going to the restroom. Wait for me a moment. Having closed the restroom door, she needed to gather her composure. In the master bedroom, Lin Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He needed time to digest the information he had received. Yinzi. Lin Tian gave me this, she texted to Tang Yin. A few minutes passed, and as her complexion returned to normal, she took a selfie to send to Tang Yin, who quickly responded upon seeing the message. Bingning, isn't that the necklace we saw last time? Tang Yin replied, astonished. She knew Luo Bingning well. Accepting such an extravagant gift from Lin Tian essentially meant she accepted him as well. However, despite this acceptance, their acquaintance had only spanned a little over 10 days. And Luo Bingning was not yet ready for a kiss or more intimate advances. Many couples began their relationships with simple hand-holding and hugs. Luo Bingning preferred a relationship that blossomed naturally. Lin Tian is quite wonderful, she texted back. Tang Yin sent an emoji of defeat. All right, I understand your meaning. I promise not to nitpick about him anymore, and I want to put you in a difficult position between him and me. Hey, where are you right now? Tang Yin inquired, sensing something amiss, as Luo Bingning seemed not to be at her own home. After a moment's thought, Luo Bingning replied, Didn't Lin Tian treat Director Zhao last time? He was gifted a villa worth over 100 million. I'm here now, she added. Tang Yin was taken aback. She was aware that Lin Tian had cured Zhao Xianglin and received 5 million in medical fees, but a villa worth over 100 million? Lin Tian had saved her and her uncle, yet they had given him nothing. This comparison made her feel somewhat ungracious for her earlier nitpicking. Sighing internally, she recognized that Luo Bingning was not trying to show off. Rather, she was simply conveying that Lin Tian was exceptional. Bingning, let us meet and chat. I have something to take care of, Tang Yin texted before tossing her phone aside, her expression tinged with melancholy, as though her candy had been snatched away by another child. Could it be true, as my second had said, that I'm bisexual? She pondered, shivering as she shook her head vigorously. She felt certain that she was not. She had never harbored such feelings for Luo Bingning. I need to hurry and find a boyfriend. Otherwise, watching Bingning and Lin Tian flaunt their affection in front of me will be heart-wrenching, she murmured to herself. Since Luo Bingning's marriage to Lin Tian, the time they spent together had diminished significantly. Previously, she often visited Luo Bingning for meals, but now she felt too embarrassed to do so. Luo Bingning returned home daily, leaving her with less time to practice martial arts at her place. Lin Tian. We need to leave. We're meeting Uncle Tan for dinner, Luo Bingning called out as she opened the restroom door. All right, Lin Tian replied promptly. Although he had yet to fully process the hacking information acquired, his head was no longer throbbing, and he was ready to drive. Let us take the X5. Driving the Cullinan would be too ostentatious, Luo Bingning suggested. Lin Tian smiled and nodded in agreement. I hadn't planned on driving that car either. It draws too much attention. Soon, they set off. After more than half an hour, they arrived at the courtyard beneath Tan Zhengguo's residence. The sky was already dimming. Tan Zhengguo typically returned home late from work, and their dinner would also be served later. Bingning, are we really going up empty-handed? Lin Tian questioned. Luo Bingning nodded. Uncle Tan insisted we mustn't bring anything. They are treating us to dinner as a gesture of gratitude for your help. Very well, Lin Tian acquiesced. And they quickly ascended the stairs. Click. The door swung open, revealing a familiar face. Instructor, what are you doing here? Lin Tian exclaimed in surprise. The one who had opened the door was Tan Xin, the instructor who had taught him marksmanship. Tan Xin, with a peculiar expression, responded, This is my home. My parents are hosting guests. It wouldn't be you, would it? Lin Tian chuckled. If Director Tan has invited anyone else, then it must be me. Xiner. Quickly invite Lin Tian and Bingning in. Came the voice of Tan Zhengguo's wife, Yang Li, from the kitchen. As they entered the house, Yang Li emerged from the kitchen with a cheerful demeanor. Xiner, Bingning has visited our home when she was little. She is a brilliant student from Peking University. Lin, Bingning. Please have a seat. Dinner will be ready shortly, and your father should be back in about 5 minutes, she added. Thank you, Aunt Yang. Luo Bingning responded promptly. Lin, why do you call Xiner instructor? After they settled down, Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. The last time I called you on video, the lady driving was her. She taught me marksmanship for 3 hours. Tan Xin shook hands with Luo Bingning, smiling. Bingning, before you arrived, I heard my mom mention that you had visited our home before, and we even took a photo together. How coincidental, Luo Bingning replied with a smile. Lin Tian chuckled, reflecting on the coincidence. Initially, he thought it serendipitous, but upon deeper contemplation, he suspected it might have been arranged by Yang Zhiheng. There were many skilled marksmen in the military, not just Tan Xin. Furthermore, he was aware that Lin Tian had a girlfriend. Yang Zhiheng likely intended for him to establish a connection with the Tan family, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Being an S-city, where Tan Zhengguo was the head of the police system, knowing him would certainly be advantageous. Lin Tian's medical expertise would also benefit Tan Zhengguo. Connections are like threads. As they weave together, they form a powerful network that possesses remarkable potential. Many things that an ordinary person might struggle to achieve could be easily resolved with a simple phone call if they had a robust network. Lin Tian, since you're Bingning's boyfriend, does that mean you're not a soldier? Tan Xin inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. Given Lin Tian's exceptional shooting talent, she had assumed he might be a promising candidate for the military. No, I'm just an ordinary citizen, Lin Tian replied, shaking his head. Tan Xin expressed regret. What a pity. With your remarkable shooting talent, some training could surely turn you into a sharpshooter. Luo Bingning, surprised, asked, Xiner. Is it true that Brother Tian has a strong shooting talent? Tan Xin nodded. Indeed, he is much stronger than I am. After only 3 hours of practice. His pistol skills are on par with mine, and his rifle skills even surpass mine. His marksmanship with a sniper rifle is only slightly inferior. Luo Bingning glanced at Lin Tian, recognizing yet another of his remarkable qualities. However, such shooting talent would generally not be required in everyday situations, and she hoped Lin Tian would never need to utilize it in the future. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, prompting Tan Xin to hastily head to the door. Dad, Uncle Tang. She called out as 2 figures appeared outside. Tang Piyuan had come along with Lin Tian and the others for dinner. Tan Bureau Chief, Uncle Tanger. Uncle Tan. Uncle Tanger. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning also stood up and called out. Tan Jinghua shook his head and said, Shaolin, you are mistaken. You refer to Uncle Tang as Tang Air, yet you call me Bureau Chief, which feels distant. You should call me Uncle Tan like Bingning does. Lin Tian nodded. Uncle Tan. Tan Jinghua smiled and said, that's more like it. Later, let's enjoy a few drinks together, and Uncle Tang, make sure to have an extra bowl of rice. Tang Pengyuan, slightly helpless, could only comply, as his injuries had yet to heal. Old Tan, clear the table, it's time to eat. Xiner, you serve the rice. Yang Li said with a smile. Soon, an array of dishes emerged from the kitchen. As they sat down, Tang Pengyuan lifted his teacup, Shaolin. I will first toast with tea as a gesture of gratitude for your life-saving assistance. In a few days, when I am better, I will drink with you. Lin Tian quickly raised his cup. Uncle Tang, you flatter me. It was merely a minor effort. We are all on the same side. Tang Pengyuan chuckled. Shaolin. You said it yourself. We are all on the same side. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to ask either me or Old Tan. Uncle Tang. I would never shy away from such matters. I am quite thick-skinned, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Tang Pengyuan took a sip of tea. While Lin Tian finished a glass of liquor, Tan Jinghua chuckled. Shaolin, you are too earnest. He drinks tea while you drink a full glass of liquor. Do not drink with him. Let us drink instead. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Tan Xin smiled at Luo Bingning. Bingning, my dad has some fine red wine. Shall we share a little? Sure, came the reply. The meal was filled with laughter and joy. Lin Tian consumed a kilogram of white liquor without any adverse effects, while Tan Jinghua appeared to be about 6 or 7 parts intoxicated, and both Luo Bingning and Tan Xin were also slightly tipsy. Ding ding, Tan Xin's phone rang. Hello. Tan Xin, I know you are on leave, but there is an urgent task. One of our servers is under a massive attack. You must provide support immediately. The voice on the other end was urgent. Tan Xin was taken aback. She had just consumed a significant amount of alcohol, and her tolerance was limited. I'm afraid that 1 tea be possible, even though I am at home. I have consumed quite a bit of alcohol and am not in a suitable state to assist, Tan Xin replied hastily. Go ahead, I will find someone else. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. A cyber attack? Nowadays, several major nations engage in such skirmishes online, as they dare not confront each other openly. Uncle Tan, Aunt Yang. We will take our leave now. Lin Tian and Luo Bingning bid farewell. Upon arriving downstairs, they spotted Tang Yin before even calling for a designated driver. Tang Yin extended her hand. Lin Tian, hand over the car keys. Uncle sent me a message, since you all have been drinking. He asked me to come as the driver. Lin Tian handed over the car keys. Bingning, you head back first. I have some matters to attend to and will return home later. 10 minutes later, Lin Tian arrived at a nearby internet CAF. Having recently acquired hacking skills, his curiosity in this area was piqued, and he wished to assess his abilities. The moment his fingers touched the keyboard, he felt a surge of exhilaration coursing through his veins. A multitude of information flooded his mind. I am the king of the cyber realm, Lin Tian murmured, an inexplicable confidence swelling within him. With rapid keystrokes, Lin Tian deftly navigated through the digital landscape, aware of Tan Xion's home address. He soon uncovered traces of her online presence. Following the digital breadcrumbs left by Tan Xion, he quickly arrived at a virtual battlefield, a battleground devoid of gunpowder, filled only with endless streams of data. Some of this data surged like a monstrous flood, while others infiltrated stealthily like spies. Some acted like assassins, striking unseen. How intriguing, Lin Tian thought, his eyes gleaming. Possessing Grandmaster-level hacking skills, he understood all these tactics, rendering the scene even more fascinating. As Lin Tian observed, he swiftly absorbed the knowledge. realizing that Tan Xion's situation was dire. Though Tan Xion's side was strong, the enemy had prepared formidable reinforcements. I should lend them a hand, Lin Tian resolved. After all, if the military S server were compromised, it could lead to the theft of crucial secrets. Chapter 81. The invader's mental collapse. Lin Tian rapidly tapped the keyboard, navigating through layers of proxies until he silently traced one of the invader's IP addresses. This intruder was exceptionally skilled, ranking among the top 5 of all attackers. Yet he was up against Lin Tian, who had already become a top-tier grandmaster. It's no challenge, Lin Tian mused. The ease with which he uncovered the true IP of a primary assailant bolstered his self-awareness regarding his hacking prowess. There were 11 primary invaders, all part of a secure chat group. Lin Tian quickly infiltrated their conversation. Minutes passed, and he learned the identities of the other key players. Their backgrounds varied. Some were seasoned programmers from tech companies, others were corporate executives, and some were still students. However, they all shared a common trait, a strong skill set in networking and a pronounced animosity towards China, having launched multiple attacks against its cyberspace. Even if their IPs were exposed, given their capabilities, the United States would likely recruit them, further intensifying their assaults on China. Lin Tian contemplated this silently and began to investigate their bank accounts. Impressive sums, he thought, astonished at the illicit wealth they had amassed through hacking. Some accounts held millions, while collectively, they totaled over $100 million. With such riches, yet you toil away. It seems the thrill of the work is what drives you. And money is of little consequence. Very well, I shall assist you, Lin Tian decided. He created an anonymous account overseas. The funds from these individuals' accounts were swiftly transferred out. And after thousands of transactions, they landed in Lin Tian's account. Ding! One of the individuals received a bank notification. However, he paid it no mind. Ding! Ding! In a short span, he received several notifications. What is happening? Concerned that his phone had been compromised, he checked it. Damn! He exploded with fury. He possessed a dozen bank cards, totaling $30 to $40 million. 6 of them had sent alerts, notifying him that all funds had been transferred. My bank cards are malfunctioning. Check if yours are too. Wait, why is there an extra person in our group? He sent a message in the encrypted chat. His hair stood on end. Originally 11 members, the count had now risen to 12. The new addition used an avatar of the great leader. Thank you for your generous contributions to our great empire. Rest assured, I will not expose your true identities. However, you must be more compliant moving forward, understood? The newcomer spoke in fluent and authentic Russian. The expressions of the others turned grim. My money has been transferred as well as SHID, mine too. All those with SMS alerts received confirmations that their funds had vanished. Do not doubt it, all the money in your accounts is gone. But you still possess real estate. And your families still have resources. Behave yourselves, and you shall remain free. Otherwise, you may face imprisonment or become pawns of the U.S. government. Lin Tian continued in Russian, and one of the group members who understood it quickly translated for the others. Who are you? The leader of the 11 inquired, his mind racing with information about several top-notch experts from the Bear Nation, none of whom should possess such capabilities. Who I am is inconsequential. What matters is that you will heed my commands from now on. The Eastern Dragon has a favorable relationship with us, and you are to cease any hostilities towards it. Your future endeavors will be directed at Dongying Nation. I will not siphon off the profits you earn there. With your skills, you should be quite comfortable. Lin Tian communicated this in impeccable Russian. In the realm of cyber warfare, Tan Xin and his team were perplexed by the sudden waning of the enemy's offensive, which had previously been forceful. If they could not rally more experts for defense in a short time, the likelihood of this server being breached would be exceedingly high. While the connected server did not harbor the most sensitive secrets, the information contained within was still of great significance. Everyone, be vigilant in your defense. Do not underestimate the enemy. They are formidable and cunning. Expedite the process of bringing in reinforcements. Meanwhile, the military network experts in Huagua stood ready, unaware that the 11 primary operatives were now contemplating their demise. The mission had promised substantial rewards, but unexpectedly their bank accounts had been entirely drained. Do you all agree? Lin Tian inquired. If you disagree, I will make your information public, revealing all your past deeds. Agreed. Agreed. The 11 harbored intense resentment, but expressed their consensus in the group chat. To dissent would mean losing their freedom, and perhaps their families' finances would also be jeopardized. Wise choice. May God bless you all, Lin Tian concluded, and one avatar in the group disappeared. I shall take my leave now. The remaining avatars dimmed, each member anxiously checking the status of their other accounts. FCK. What the hell? Before long, they confirmed that all their funds had been wiped clean. One among them, accustomed to saving cash, gazed at his remaining hundreds of thousands and found himself torn between laughter and tears, grateful for what little he had left, yet devastated by the loss of $70 million across his accounts. 1, 2, 3. The avatars in the encrypted chat flickered back to life. How are you all faring? I've lost a total of $100 million across 5 cards. The leader among the 11 spoke first. 70 million gone. 60 million. Not a single cent left. Hearing their lamentations brought him some comfort. His loss was merely 30 million, significantly less than theirs. They were all consumed by despair. What shall we do now? Should we follow his directive and focus exclusively on Dongying Nation? One queried. Given the historical enmity between Huagua and Dongying Nation, could he possibly be from Huagua? Another speculated. The individual fluent in Russian replied, he must be from the Bear Nation. My Russian is decent, but his is far more authentic. It would be difficult for a Huagua person to reach such a level. The leader stated, he possesses detailed information about us and our families. We cannot afford to lose our freedom or allow our families to become destitute. We have no choice but to comply with him. From now on, we shall specifically target Dongying Nation. Chapter 82, Bing Ning. I shall be gentle. The 11 men had amassed a staggering total of $430 million. In an internet CAF, Lin Yang stared intently at his computer screen, which displayed the balance of the accounts he had created. The sheer length of the numerical string made him exclaim, goodness. Engaging in hacking recklessly can be quite lucrative. In just half an hour, I managed to acquire $430 million. At the current exchange rate, that equated to 3 billion Hua bucks. Lin Yang gulped. This was an immense fortune. The villa gifted to him by Zhao Lin, while valuable, was worth just over 100 million, and the Rolls-Royce Cullinan cost around 8 to 9 million. 3 billion Hua bucks could purchase hundreds of such luxury vehicles. However, Lin Yang was acutely aware that, regardless of how cleanly he laundered the money, withdrawing such a large sum would undoubtedly attract attention. Never mind. Money isn't an immediate concern. I'll leave it in this account for now. Having a backup plan in the event my skills vanish isn't a bad idea, he mused internally. Under normal circumstances, given his acquisition of the system and these skills, it was improbable that they would abandon him. Yet, having an alternative path was prudent. Lin Yang, you appear to be in high spirits. Have you stumbled upon some money? Upon returning home, Luo Bingning chuckled lightly. Having just finished her bath and settled onto the couch to watch television. Stumbled upon money? 1 billion Hua bucks doesn't fit in a truck. There's no way that much money could just be lying around, Lin Yang replied with a grin. I used to find cash often, but since everyone has switched to mobile payments, it has been ages since I've found any. Luo Bingning laughed. Indeed, it seems you've gotten quite lucky. Lin Yang observed her. Bingning, that pajama set looks lovely. Once I finish my bath, I shall check it out. Absolutely not. Luo Bingning blushed. Lin Yang chuckled. What are you thinking? Do you think I intend to inspect your pajamas? I merely wish to assess your condition. I was merely referring to my condition. My ailment isn't urgent. It can wait. I don't need you to check it now. Luo Bingning playfully retorted. Not an option. The examination is a necessity. Just wait. Lin Yang declared before heading to the bathroom. Luo Bingning felt flustered. Her stomach was quite sensitive, and the thought of Lin Yang's hands upon her made her anxious. Doctor, I'll just think of him as a doctor. A doctor examining a patient. Calm down, she kept telling herself. In less than 5 minutes, Lin Yang emerged from the bathroom. Lin Yang, you're so quick. Did you even clean yourself properly? Luo Bingning teased. It's summer. A quick rinse suffices. When we sleep together in the future, I'll take my time, hee. Lin Yang replied with a grin. Luo Bingning rolled her eyes at him. You're taking advantage of me. I am your husband. We possess a marriage certificate. What's wrong with taking advantage? Lin Yang retorted. Lie down. I'm coming. I shall be quite gentle. Luo Bingning found his words to sound rather odd. No funny business. With a flushed face, she lay down. Having changed into pajamas that included pants, unlike the previous nightgown, Lin Yang felt a twinge of regret. Had it been a nightgown, he couldn't help but imagine. Thinking further might lead to him losing composure in front of Luo Bingning. Bingning, you should roll up your pajamas, Lin Yang advised. The difficulty of transmitting his energy through the fabric would increase. Must I roll it up? Luo Bingning asked, her voice trembling. Lin Yang nodded. Your condition is rather serious. Rolling up your clothing will allow me to conduct a better examination. Slowly, Luo Bingning began to roll her pajamas up slightly, exposing a small portion of her abdomen and slender waist. Her skin was fair, and her navel, typically unremarkable, appeared quite lovely. Lin Tian placed his hand upon her, causing her to shudder. Bingning, do not be so tense. I am merely conducting an examination. How about I start with a massage to help you relax? Don't. Just check directly, Luo Bingning hastily replied. If Lin Tian were to massage her, he would undoubtedly take advantage of the opportunity, as he believed that one should not pass up the chance to benefit from one's own wife. Very well, he conceded, positioning his fingers at her acupoints and allowing a trickle of internal energy to flow into Luo Bingning's body. The ordinary person's meridians are both narrow and obstructed, making it quite challenging to examine from the wrist. The distance from the abdomen to the dantian is significantly shorter. Luo Bingning felt a tingling sensation in her abdomen. She tightly grasped her nightgown. Not long after, a treasure chest unexpectedly appeared above her head, and this time it was a bronze chest. Suddenly, Lin Tian shivered, as a chill infiltrated his body through his internal energy. Though he was a master-level martial artist and it was summer, this sudden cold made him feel exceedingly uncomfortable. How can this be? Lin Tian's expression darkened. He withdrew his hand. Luo Bingning quickly released her grip on her nightgown. Lin Tian, is my condition not optimistic? She noticed something was amiss with Lin Tian's expression. Lin Tian shook his head. It's nothing. I will cure you. Luo Bingning frowned slightly. Lin Tian, your face looked grim just now. You appeared quite relaxed when treating my grandfather. What is my actual condition? Please do not conceal it from me. I wish to know. If my time is limited, I can arrange things more reasonably. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Tian replied, this is not an illness. We are currently in an age of diminished spiritual energy, making cultivation impossible. The ice essence within your dantian will emerge sooner or later. Luo Bingning trembled. What will happen when the ice essence emerges? Lin Tian sighed softly, you will die, without the ability to cultivate. Your constitution is referred to as the Xianin Juti. Luo Bingning's face turned pale. Lin Tian, can you cure it? Lin Tian remained silent for a while before saying, I am not deceiving you. I am not capable at the moment. But I am only 23 and have ample room for improvement. In the future, I should be able to. Taking a deep breath, Luo Bingning asked, if you cannot cure me, then given my situation, how long can I expect to live? Lin Tian said, if I do not intervene, you may live for another 3 to 5 years without issue. If I help you adjust your condition, you should be able to live for a decade or more. In that time, my medical skills should improve. A hint of a smile returned to Luo Bingning's face. That sounds much better than I imagined. At least I can live for another decade. By then, I will be nearly 40. The best years of my life will have already passed. Lin Tian sighed internally. Luo Bingning did not have much time. The ice essence within her could erupt this winter, and even if she survived this winter, surviving the next would be difficult. His current medical skills were inadequate for her treatment. It would likely take Grandmaster-level skills to prolong her life. It was only early September, with winter still far off. He believed that by then, his skills could reach the Grandmaster level. With such skills, he could help Bingning endure this winter. Lin Tian mused to himself. Oh, as long as she could survive the winter, the ice essence within her would recede. He glanced at the treasure chest above Luo Bingning's head. Perhaps due to her recent emotional fluctuations, the bronze chest had already transformed into a silver one. Should he collect it now, or wait for an upgrade? He pondered. Upgrading medical skills required a golden chest, but a silver chest was also precious. Losing it would be a pity. He decided to wait until tomorrow. At least the chest would not vanish before then. Chapter 83. The pain of losing traditional culture. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian, hesitating to speak. Lin Tian, you may not be able to cure me. If that is the case, I might die in my 30s. Would you still genuinely wish to be with me? If we have children, they might be under 10 years old. Lin Tian smiled. Bingning, how about I make you pregnant right away? That way, the child will be a teenager by then. Luo Bingning replied. She retorted with a hint of annoyance, I am speaking seriously. Lin Tian said. Let me catch my breath. Losing a spouse in middle age while inheriting a fortune worth hundreds of billions, wouldn't that be too wonderful? Luo Bingning seized Lin Tian's arm and bit down. Ah, Bingning, are you a dog? Lin Tian feigned pain. Luo Bingning released him, glaring. You better stop talking nonsense. If you keep it up, I'll bite you until you bleed. A phrase flashed through Lin Tian's mind. 1 drop of blood for 10. Bingning, do not worry. Your condition is troublesome, but once my medical skills improve, it can be resolved. Even if it cannot be completely cured, if my skills enhance, I can help you manage it well, allowing you to live longer. Living an additional 20 to 30 years should not be a problem. Lin Tian said with a cheerful demeanor. Luo Bingning's eyes brightened. Really? Lin Tian smirked. After all, my assets exceed 100 million. I can support myself. What benefit would I gain from deceiving you? If I lose my spouse in middle age, I would have to play both mother and father. Even with wealth, a child would be significantly affected by the absence of maternal love. Luo Bingning huffed. We are not truly together yet. I need to test you further. Internally, Luo Bingning had already accepted Lin Tian. Otherwise, she would not have accepted the necklace. However, they had only known each other for a little over 10 days, which was too brief. Lin Tian, please do not speak of my condition to anyone. Not to Yin Zi, nor to my grandfather or my parents. No one. Luo Bingning insisted, if I can live for another 20 or 30 years, there is no need for them to worry about my situation. Lin Tian nodded. He was not one to gossip. If Luo Bingning chose not to disclose her condition, he would naturally refrain from informing others. Moreover, her condition was far more severe than he had indicated. Lin Tian, stay with me and watch some television. This show is quite good. Lin Tian grinned. I have no issue watching television with you, but considering my income reaches billions, what benefit do I gain from it? What do you desire? Luo Bingning playfully retorted. It's simple, just holding your hand while watching will suffice. He wished to embrace Luo Bingning while watching, but she likely would not agree at this moment. And such an act would be challenging for him. As a vigorous young man, holding a stunning beauty like Luo Bingning would make it difficult to maintain composure. Luo Bingning responded weakly. They had held hands while watching movies before, so she could accept that. Lin Tian settled next to Luo Bingning, taking her delicate hand in his. Her heart raced slightly. This hand-holding felt vastly different from their previous encounter in the cinema. Back then, she had had little fondness for Lin Tian. Now, deep down, she had almost completely accepted him. Besides, that instance had been in public, where she knew Lin Tian would not act inappropriately. Now, they were alone. Their bodies closely pressed together. Would Lin Tian dare to cross boundaries? Time passed slowly. Oh no, this might be awkward. Outside, snow fell gently, and the trees stood lush in the distance. Lin Tian chuckled. The filming crew has time constraints. This is an artificial snow scene. They probably filmed this in March or April. Lin Tian paused, awakened by Luo Bingning's words. In winter, he could easily take her to tropical locations like Sanya, thus significantly reducing the likelihood of the ice essence within her erupting. He nearly scolded himself for being so foolish. Previous experiences could not be applied blindly in the past. Traveling far was difficult due to a lack of airplanes, but now reaching the southern hemisphere was quite simple. Lin Tian mused internally. In ancient times, this was the Xianin Jumai, but with modern transportation, as long as they avoided winter, the impact of the Xianin Jumai would be diminished. Consequently, as long as his medical skills reached the Grandmaster level, he could help Bingning survive this winter or even the next without issue. As long as she could endure this winter, he would have ample time. Surviving next winter would provide him even more leeway. Lin Tian thought to himself. With so much time, he was confident he could acquire even better treasure chests. A golden chest should not be the best available. Lin Tian silently exhaled a sigh of relief, as if a heavy stone had been lifted from his heart. With the system at his disposal, time became his greatest ally. Given sufficient time, any issue could be resolved. He mused that perhaps the variety of treasure chests he could acquire from Bingning was due to her possessing the rare ice spirit Yin physique. This would elucidate why he could not obtain them from others. The ice spirit Yin physique is an unparalleled cultivation constitution, certainly a rarity not encountered for centuries, if not millennia. What are you pondering? Luo Bingning inquired, noticing Lin Tian's momentary daze. I was reflecting on why such splendid traditions from ancient times have not been passed down. The loss of cultural heritage is truly lamentable, Lin Tian responded wistfully. Are you referring to the arts of qin, chess, calligraphy, and painting? Those have endured, though perhaps with less emphasis than before, Luo Bingning replied. Lin Tian shook his head. I mean the ancient practice of polygamy. Such a venerable cultural tradition has sadly vanished. Luo Bingning playfully reached for Lin Tian's waist and gave it a gentle twist. Ouch, that hurts. Lin Tian feigned a loud cry. Forget you. I shall watch my show alone. You should hurry off to sleep. In dreams, you can have anything, Luo Bingning huffed. How about I keep you company tonight? I'm concerned you might shed secret tears alone, worrying about your ailment. Lin Tian chuckled. Not a chance, Luo Bingning retorted with a playful glare. Lin Tian's reaction reassured her that her condition was likely not as severe as she feared. If you were not trying to take advantage of her, it would be a far more pressing concern. In that case, her days would be numbered. Don't regret it, she teased. Not a chance. Lin Tian replied as he retreated to his room. He needed to cultivate. Only significant interruptions would deter his nightly practice. While the ancient medical arts could not be enhanced without the system, he could certainly aspire to reach the Grand Master realm in martial arts, achieving the Grand Master level. Combined with mastery of ancient medical techniques, might alleviate Bing Ning's condition somewhat. Surviving this year would undoubtedly be manageable, Lin Tian thought to himself. He understood he could not place all his hopes on the system. What if he could not attain Grand Master level medical skills for an extended period? Chapter 84. The girlfriend of my son is Luo Bing Ning. Late into the night, Lin Tian's parents had been in bed for 2 hours. Su Wan, his mother, was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Wife, is there something troubling you? Lin Haisheng asked, turning on the light with concern. No, nothing at all. Su Wan replied with a shake of her head. Lin Haisheng furrowed his brow. You certainly have something on your mind. During dinner, you were hesitant to speak, as if you had something to say. And you can never sleep when you are preoccupied. Is it about our son? Today, our son called and mentioned something. I am torn about whether to share it with you, Su Wan said, sitting up. Lin Haisheng, slightly irritated, replied. What significant secret could you and our son know that I cannot? Su Wan huffed. Is it not that you can be quite stubborn at times? Please, tell me what it is. Lin Haisheng's curiosity was piqued. After a moment's contemplation, Su Wan disclosed, our son has found a girlfriend, and since my birthday is approaching, they have invited us to S City for a few days. He didn't have a girlfriend last month, did he? Less than a month together. And they wish for us to meet? Isn't that a bit premature? Lin Haisheng queried, puzzled. One would expect a couple to have spent at least half a year together before introducing their parents. Was it an arranged meeting? Yet, Lin Tian was only 23. There was no rush for matchmaking, and they had not pressured him on that front. His girlfriend is Luo Bing Ning, Su Wan revealed. Lin Haisheng was taken aback. He was well aware of the Luo family's immense wealth, with Luo Bing Ning as the sole heir, cherished by all. I do not approve. After a long silence, he frowned. Su Wan, sensing his disapproval, replied, I suspected you might resist. But this is our son's choice. Does your disapproval matter? Lin Haisheng picked up a cigarette from the bedside. It has been years since my father passed. I do not care about his past. But I oppose this due to the disparity in their backgrounds. Perhaps the Luo family feels guilt over past events, leading Luo Bing Ning to agree to date our son. They may well end up parting ways. Su Wan looked puzzled. What if they do break up? Is that truly a problem? Lin Haisheng sighed. By dating someone like Luo Bing Ning, our son may raise his standards, making it difficult for him to appreciate others in the future. Do you not wish to have grandchildren? Su Wan fell silent. Moreover, with the Luo family's wealth, could our son become a target for some individuals while dating Luo Bing Ning? Su Wan's expression shifted with concern. While murder may be unlikely, there are those who might resort to violence for substantial gain, rendering their son disabled. Lin Haisheng's eyes reflected worry. Su Wan swallowed hard. Surely that will not happen. The Luo family is powerful. They should ensure our son's safety. Lin Haisheng shook his head. I doubt Luo Bing Ning's parents would approve. Call our son, and we will discuss this matter with him thoroughly. Let's wait until tomorrow. It is quite late, Su Wan suggested. Lin Haisheng shook his head. It is only 11. Unlike our village, our son is likely still awake. Very well. Su Wan made the call, but after several rings, no one answered. They both felt a twinge of anxiety. They hoped nothing was amiss. Our son may have fallen asleep, Su Wan remarked. Lin Haisheng remained silent, smoking. As he neared the end of his cigarette, he spoke. Such matters cannot be clarified over the phone. Tomorrow, you should simply agree to their invitation. Before your birthday, we will visit S City and address this in person. They truly may not be suited for each other. Su Wan nodded in agreement. Lin Haisheng extinguished his cigarette. Let us rest. Do not dwell on it too much. Around midnight, Lin Tian concluded his training. Checking his phone, he noted that his mother had called at 11, but since she had not called again, it likely was not urgent. He decided to return the call tomorrow. Such a late hour. My parents must be asleep, Lin Tian mused. He opened the Huan app and noted his fan count had surged past 26 million, exceeding previous highs. Lin Tian was surprised to see a significant increase in his rewards. Despite not live streaming currently, the excess rewards were given as appreciation. The most generous contributor was Old Mischief, who had gifted him a staggering 100,000, having rewarded him 1,000 times. My phone is nearly overheating. Lin Tian chuckled. In addition to this super fan, several other loyal supporters had also contributed generously, seemingly using this method to show their support. Ordinary users had also donated in numbers. I was wrong to insult Master Lin. I admit my mistake and offer 10 gold coins. I am the #1 fan of the Sweet Rabbit. I feel foolish. Master Lin, please resume live streaming, and I will shower you with gifts. I have paid my fines. I am back to being a fan. Lin Tian opened the video comment section, where countless messages flooded in. No wonder the rewards have been so plentiful, he thought. People often follow the crowd. Seeing so many others paying fines, it was only natural for more to join in. He resolved to adhere to his original plan, to resume streaming once he reached 30 million followers. Given the current momentum, he believed that milestone would not take long to achieve. Lin Tian, breakfast is in the steamer. Upon waking, Lin Tian found a note left by Luo Bingning. She had not slept well the previous night and, upon rising, bore dark circles under her eyes. Not waiting for Lin Tian to emerge, she had left early. Lin Tian returned his mother's call, and it was not long before the connection was established. Mom, why did you call so late yesterday? He inquired. Wan replied, Son, I haven't mentioned your situation with Bingning to your father yet. I merely said I wanted to visit the seaside. Since you're in S-City, your father said we should celebrate my birthday there. You don't need to buy plane tickets. We will take the train the day before. Lin Tian responded, Mom, I have the means now, please don't take the train. I will buy you plane tickets so you can have a better experience. His parents, nearly 50 years old, had never flown before. No. Your father insists on the train. We can enjoy the scenery along the way. You still have work, so I won't keep you. After that, Wan ended the call. Reflecting on their conversation, Lin Tian transferred 20,000 yuan to his mother, mindful that if he sent too much, his parents would come over immediately. Mom, you don't need to withdraw any money or book a hotel in advance. I will handle everything. He sent 2 more messages stating, Son, please be careful. Wan replied, mentioning that she hadn't accepted the money Lin Tian had transferred. If the money came from Luo Bingning, it would have to be returned to her. Chapter 85, The Genius Persona Plan. Lin Tian contemplated the need to gradually reveal certain truths to his parents, ensuring they believed he was a genius who had previously concealed his abilities. He had acquired some skills, yet his system was not exceptionally powerful. It was far from being able to contend with the national apparatus. Thus, his self-preservation became paramount. Proficient in Eru, Guqin, traditional medicine, and martial arts, he would undoubtedly excel in various other fields as well. Would others not suspect him? Perhaps 3 to 5 disciplines might raise no alarms, but what about 10 or 20? Ordinary individuals could not be so extraordinary. He needed to cultivate a persona of a prodigious genius, one who was fearful of death and had deliberately kept his talents hidden. Creating this persona undoubtedly required convincing his parents that their son was indeed an unparalleled genius. Mom, please accept this 20,000 yuan red envelope. Rest assured, this money is not from Bingning, and my job has nothing to do with her. She did not secure it for me. Your son is indeed a genius, haha. Lin Tian sent several messages to Wan, who, upon reading them, was somewhat taken aback. The money wasn't from Luo Bingning, and Lin Tian's job was not arranged by her? Yes, son, you are indeed a genius. Wan smiled and echoed Lin Tian's sentiments. In her eyes, her son was exceptionally intelligent. Had he not fallen ill before the college entrance examination, he surely would have gained admission to a better school. They had considered having Lin Tian repeat the year, but he had refused. Sighing quietly, Wan reflected on their decision, regretting it whenever it crossed her mind. Before long, Lin Tian noticed that the red envelope had been accepted, a faint smile gracing his face. Suddenly, his phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Lin Tian? I am Fang Hejuan, the team leader of the Special Operations Division in the S-City National Security Bureau. You have been assigned to our team. If convenient, please come by today to collect your belongings. There was an edge of displeasure in Fang Hejuan's tone. The slots for each team were limited, and the number of personnel authorized to carry firearms was even scarcer. How could Lin Tian occupy one of those slots? If he merely occupied a position, it would be tolerable. However, with Lin Tian being part of their team and authorized to carry a firearm, any potential issues could result in him bearing the blame. Team leader Fang, I am available now. All right, I'll send you the address. Please hurry. After hanging up, Fang Hejuan mused that since Lin Tian had joined their team, it would be prudent to conduct some tests. If Lin Tian felt his capabilities were lacking, he might withdraw, thereby freeing up the position for someone else. An hour later, Lin Tian arrived at the address provided by Fang Hejuan. Lin Tian, I am Fang Hejuan, the team leader. Welcome to our team. Fang Hejuan awaited Lin Tian in the parking lot, and as Lin Tian stepped out of his vehicle, Fang Hejuan extended a warm handshake. Team leader, I'm not sure if they made it clear to you, but I'll just be a nominal member. You can treat me as if I don't exist. Lin Tian replied with a smile. Fong Hijun silently scoffed at the idea of disregarding Lin Tian. If Lin Tian were to recklessly discharge his firearm or misplace it, the repercussions would be significant, potentially implicating the entire team. However, since you have joined us, you are now one of us. Let me introduce you to the others. Fong Hijun smiled. Including you, our team comprises 36 members. Half are not present right now, and the rest are likely in the training facility. Soon, Fong Hijun brought Lin Tian to the dedicated training room for their team. Clapping his hands, he called, "Everyone, gather around." A dozen individuals quickly assembled. Fong Hijun introduced, "Comrades, this is Lin Tian, who will be joining our team. He has been assigned to us for special operations." While Lin Tian's capabilities were undoubtedly formidable, he had his own responsibilities. The others were advised to focus on their own tasks and not to disturb him. The group regarded Lin Tian with eager anticipation. Fong Hijun had previously informed them to apply some pressure on Lin Tian to encourage him to relinquish his firearm authorization. Lin Tian smiled slightly. "Hello, everyone. I look forward to working with you. Lin Tian, as an appointee from above, you must possess remarkable skills. My marksmanship is decent. Shall we have a friendly competition in the shooting range?" A volunteer stepped forward. "Sure," Lin Tian replied, his smile unwavering. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the shooting range, which spanned only 30 meters, limiting their training to that distance. Bang, bang, bang. The challenger, Zhao Yi, took aim and fired, scoring 93 rings with 10 bullets from a 15-meter target, a commendable achievement for a pistol. "Lin Tian, your turn." Zhao Yi handed the gun to Lin Tian, who raised it with a smile. Bang, bang, bang. His grip was steady. Though his speed did not surpass Zhao Yi's, his accuracy exceeded it. 96 rings. Fong Hijun was taken aback. Did Lin Tian truly possess exceptional skill? "Let us try the rifle," Zhao Yi insisted, a hint of competitiveness in his tone. "All right." Lin Tian agreed with a grin, eager to further hone his skills. Minutes later, their shooting results with the rifle were announced, revealing Lin Tian's significant advantage. "Lin Tian, your marksmanship is impressive. I concede," Zhao Yi admitted, taking a deep breath. "How proficient are you in hand-to-hand combat? Shall we test your skills?" Another team member inquired after they exited the shooting range. Lin Tian glanced at Fong Hijun, who cleared his throat lightly. "Lin Tian, why not demonstrate your abilities for them?" "Sure," Lin Tian nodded, a smile playing on his lips. He approached a hanging punching bag and, with a swift motion, struck it with his right hand like a cannonball. The bag, of considerable quality, was punctured, leaving a hole from Lin Tian's powerful punch. Yang Zhiheng, already aware of Lin Tian's martial prowess, knew that even if Fong Hijun reported this, it would not be an issue. "Team leader Fong, let's call off the competition. I'm afraid I might injure someone if I lose control of my strength," Lin Tian said with a gentle smile. Fong Hijun nodded, astonished. Was there truly an important mission from above for Lin Tian? His subordinates were skilled martial artists, yet none could inflict such damage on the punching bag, which had hung there for 2 or 3 years. "Cough, Lin Tian, you surpass me," Fong Hijun remarked. Those who once sought to challenge Lin Tian in combat have entirely abandoned their intentions. A single blow from Lin Tian might very well send them away. Chapter 86. The First Golden Treasure Chest. "Lin Tian, follow me," Fong Hijun said as he escorted Lin Tian to his office. He opened the sturdy safe within, revealing Lin Tian's credentials. "Your firearm and identification have been sent from above. You must ensure that neither is lost. In our country, the loss of a police firearm is a grave matter," Fong Hijun solemnly warned. Lin Tian nodded. He would store the firearm and credentials in the system space, where even the most skilled thief could not reach them. "Lin Tian, I know not the nature of your mission, and you need not report to me. I wish you success. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to speak up," Fong Hijun said in a low voice. Before Lin Tian's arrival, Fong Hijun had felt somewhat displeased. After all, who would relish the prospect of having an incompetent individual with a ticking time bomb under their command? However, he no longer harbored such thoughts, as Lin Tian had earned their respect through his own prowess. "Team leader, if there are non-urgent matters, feel free to call me. I will most likely be in S City. Generally, I trust you all to handle things well," Lin Tian smiled. He acknowledged that he had added some trouble for Fong Hijun and felt it was only right to help when necessary. "Thank you. Rest assured, you have an important task. Unless it concerns life and death, I will not disturb you," Fong Hijun replied with a smile. Having witnessed Lin Tian's casual display of strength, Fong Hijun felt reassured by Lin Tian's promise. "From now on, I will call you Boss Lin. If you refer to me as Boss Fong, it signifies that it is inconvenient for you to take a call." Calling me team leader indicates that you are available, Lin Tian nodded. Should he be undertaking an important mission, such precautions were indeed necessary. Otherwise, a call from Fong Hejuan might lead to his exposure. Team leader. I must ask everyone to keep my situation confidential. It is not convenient now, but I will treat everyone to drinks around the new year. Lin Tian smiled. All right. Fong Hejuan nodded. Lin Tian soon left, carrying a bag containing the firearm and credentials, 2 documents, a firearm license and a national security certificate. Once in his car, he stored the firearm and credentials in the system space. Despite being a martial arts master, these items remained quite useful. Displaying his fists might not elicit obedience, but brandishing a handgun would certainly convey a different message. Moreover, should a confrontation arise, having such credentials would prevent him from being summoned to the station for questioning. With time on his hands, he considered re-recording those era pieces. Lin Tian mused to himself, now showcasing master-level era skills. He realized that the videos previously shared were merely of top-tier mastery. His many fans, including the old mischief maker, supported him wholeheartedly, and he could not let them down. They deserved better music. In the capital, within the courtyard where Old Shin resided, he sighed, still no new video? He speculated that if a new video were to surface, it would likely showcase master-level talent. After listening to Lin Tian's performance during a previous live broadcast, Old Shin had become utterly captivated. Without new content, even his meals lacked flavor. Master-level music could resonate with the soul. After experiencing that live performance, subsequent listens to Lin Tian's earlier videos felt somewhat lacking. Dad, isn't Master Lin being a bit excessive? He still hasn't returned, yet his fan base has surpassed its previous peak, Shin Wanqing remarked. Old Shin shot him a glare. What right do you have to judge a master? Furthermore, Master Lin is also a master in Guqin and martial arts. Do not think that having a bit of money elevates your status. He lost millions of followers overnight due to slander. Can he not grieve for a few days? Hand me my phone. You must send him another 10,000 gold coins today. Shin Wanqing stammered. Dad, please spare me. I merely mentioned it because I saw you were down. I hold Master Lin in high esteem. Old Shin huffed. Oh really? Then prove it through action. Is sending him 10,000 gold coins such a challenge? Shin Wanqing forced a smile. I can only send one at a time. It would take me 10,000 attempts. Plus, it is inconvenient to let others operate your phone. What? You won't do it? If not, I will send them myself, Old Shin retorted. Dad, I will do it. Let me handle it. Shin Wanqing grimaced as he began the tedious task of sending coins, knowing he would have to repeat the process countless times. After finishing yesterday, his fingers were nearly cramping. He had also reached out to Huan to inquire if it were possible to send a larger amount at once, but Huan had no solution. As regulations were in place, Shin Wanqing internally scoffed, wondering if others thought Master Lin was his own son. Returning home that evening, Lin Tian was greeted by a delightful aroma. Come see for yourself, came Luo Bingning's voice from the kitchen. Upon entering, Lin Tian found her in an apron, preparing dinner with 3 dishes already laid out. Thank you for your hard work, my dear. Here's a loving hug, Lin Tian said cheerfully, wrapping his arms around Luo Bingning from behind. She stiffened momentarily, her cheeks and neck flushing crimson. Let go of me. You can't act like a rogue, she stammered, her voice trembling slightly. Lin Tian's hand rested on her abdomen. Although he did not press his body against hers, the closeness was undeniably intense for Luo Bingning. Bingning, why do you blush so easily? He teased. You rogue, release me. Otherwise, this dish will be ruined, she playfully admonished. It's all right, 3 dishes are enough for us. Besides, your beauty is as delightful as a feast. Even without eating, I could be satisfied just gazing at you, Lin Tian laughed. Luo Bingning's heart raced as he spoke close to her ear, his breath warm against her skin. Lin Tian, let go of me. If you don't, I'll add an extra spoonful of salt, and you'll have to eat it all, she replied with a playful huff. At that moment, the silver treasure chest above transformed, instantly turning to gold. Wow, the first golden treasure chest. Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. He wondered what abilities lay within. Ideally, ancient medical skills would allow him to help Luo Bingning with her health sooner. System, be kind and grant me ancient medical skills, he silently wished. Regardless of his feelings for Luo Bingning, it was critical that she remain safe for his own interests as well. Chapter 87. Misunderstood by Luo Bingning. Ding. The golden treasure chest has been opened. Congratulations, host, for obtaining divine culinary skills. The system's voice echoed in Lin Tian's mind, and a torrent of information flooded in. He quickly exited the kitchen and locked the bathroom door behind him. The breadth of knowledge contained within divine culinary skills was immense. encompassing delectable dishes from across cultures and eras. Possessing such skills, it was no exaggeration to claim that Lin Tian stood unrivaled in the culinary arts, ancient and modern alike. Although Luo Bingning's culinary skills were commendable, they had yet to reach master level. It was a pity to have such a treasure chest yield this outcome. However, the golden treasure chest affirmed that beyond grandmaster level skills, there indeed existed divine skills. After 10 minutes, the throbbing in Lin Tian's head subsided. Exiting the bathroom, he found that the dishes had been arranged on the table, and Luo Bingning looked at him with a peculiar expression. Lin Tian, have you washed your hands properly? Before we truly come together, please refrain from holding me like you did just now, Luo Bingning admonished. Lin Tian. In an instant, he comprehended that Luo Bingning must have misunderstood. He had merely gone to the restroom due to a throbbing headache. Alas, his pristine reputation was tarnished in a heartbeat. Lin Tian felt utterly dazed. Even if he explained that he had simply visited the lavatory, it was likely that Luo Bingning would not believe him. She would undoubtedly remain convinced of her own narrative. Bingning, as husband and wife, we ought to support one another. There are certain things I can manage. But if you could assist me as well, that would be splendid, wouldn't it? Lin Tian inquired. Luo Bingning's face quickly flushed crimson. She shot Lin Tian a glare, saying, I can help with cooking, but there are some matters where I cannot assist you. You'll need to figure those out yourself. Lin Tian took a seat, chuckling. That's precisely what I meant. I wonder where your mind wandered. To be candid, my culinary skills are of a divine caliber, but dear wife, your cooking is quite commendable as well. I must simply keep my talents under wraps. He recalled a humorous anecdote he had encountered online about someone who concealed their advanced culinary certification from their spouse for over a decade, only for it to be discovered when their wife rummaged through a box. Humph. Chef Lin, you might as well keep that skill sealed away. I fear I might get food poisoning from your cooking, Luo Bingning teased. She perceived Lin Tian's words as an intentional diversion to ease the awkwardness. She was convinced he had been up to no good earlier. Alas, what a pity, heroes often find themselves without an avenue to showcase their valor. Let us eat, Lin Tian said with a grin. He had already declared his innocence. And it was Luo Bingning's disbelief that would eventually lead to the revelation of his culinary prowess. In due time, he would assert his case with conviction. Bingning, my parents mentioned visiting before my mother's birthday, but they insisted on taking the train and do not want me to purchase tickets for them. After a while, Lin Tian added, Luo Bingning felt a slight tightening in her chest. She had hoped to invite Lin Tian's parents over, yet she felt somewhat anxious about their acceptance. She had largely acknowledged Lin Tian, believing their marriage would likely endure, but Lin Tian's parents would soon become her in-laws. Are they aware of your income? If not, they might opt for a slower train instead of high-speed rail. The latter would be arduous, taking over 10 hours, Luo Bingning remarked with a furrowed brow. Lin Tian shook his head. I transferred 20,000 to my mother. As for the rest, I plan to discuss it with them in person. If I divulge too much, it will only cause them undue concern, and they will likely come rushing over before you are prepared to meet them. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. If they were to discover you suddenly possess a mansion worth hundreds of millions and a luxury car valued at several million, they would indeed worry. It would be better to clarify everything in person. At this point, Luo Bingning hesitated. Lin Tian, I think we should let your parents stay in that villa. It would be a shame for it to remain vacant, and it would be convenient for us to visit them there. Lin Tian smiled. I concur. I will discuss it with them, although they may not be inclined to reside here. Luo Bingning spoke softly. Lin Tian, have you informed your parents about our situation? What do they think? I have spoken to my mother, but she hasn't yet mentioned it to my father, Lin Tian replied honestly. Luo Bingning's eyes displayed concern. What if your father opposes it? What if they object? Lin Tian gazed at Luo Bingning with a gentle smile. She playfully retorted, Lin Tian, it's not that I have developed feelings for you. I simply do not wish for our 3-year engagement to be affected. If your conduct is unsatisfactory, then. Luo Bingning hesitated to utter the word divorce. Then what? Lin Tian inquired, his curiosity piqued. You know what I mean. If your performance is lacking, you will be dismissed. Luo Bingning declared with a hint of pride. Lin Tian looked at her, finding her demeanor rather endearing. He felt an urge to pinch her cheeks. How about you return early? Luo Bingning suggested. What do you mean? Lin Tian asked. If you return early, you can clarify certain matters with them directly. If they are willing to stay in S City, they can bring everything they need with them, thus avoiding a long train journey. Lin Tian pondered. You make a valid point. I shall return next week. If they are unwilling to stay here, I will contact a professional to build them a villa. Prefabricated villas can be constructed rather swiftly, often completed in less than 10 days, with all renovations manageable as well. aside from being a bit costly. Such villas are generally quite sound. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. With 9 days remaining until Lin Tian's mother's birthday, returning now would be premature. Next week would be appropriate. Lin Tian, I have something to tell you. Guo Liang has withdrawn his investment. Lin Tian chuckled softly. He has withdrawn? That is splendid news. His intentions towards you were dubious. His departure will bring some tranquility. Luo Bingning's brow furrowed. There is a small issue now, with his withdrawal. The remaining funds are insufficient to complete product testing. We will need to attract new investors. While there are potential new investors, their backgrounds are formidable. And they are not coming to support the company. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. If they are not interested in the company, then it is evident they are interested in you. Wu Liang was merely a wolf. The investors now are likely tigers. Is this funding urgent? He inquired. Luo Bingning nodded. The burn rate is rapid. The company's funds will likely last just a month, making it imperative to secure investment immediately. How much do you need to raise? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning explained that by next month, she would have a substantial amount of money available. Currently, she had several million in her account. And by next month, she should be able to withdraw at least 20 million. However, Lin Tian had no intention of tapping into the overseas funds. I can manage about 30 million, he thought. Chapter 88. Preparing to confess to Luo Bingning, Lin Tian considered that by next month, he would certainly have 20 million. For the remaining 30 million, he would need to devise additional means to earn it. Perhaps he could take on some advertising or provide treatment for a couple of patients. Wealthy individuals like Zhao Xianglin would likely be more than willing to pay 3 to 5 million if he could resolve their issues. However, compared to that option, Lin Tian preferred to pursue advertising opportunities. He had no desire to seek out patients for profit. Thus far, he had treated Luo Yongqian, Elder Yang, Zhao Xianglin, Luo Bingning's mentor, and some children from the orphanage. Aside from Zhao Xianglin, he had not charged for his services. Zhao Xianglin had sought him out at the request of Director Shi. If he wished, he could treat anyone without charge, but if he began to accept payment, the nature of his practice would change. If any issues arose, he would risk the loss of his medical license and potential legal repercussions. Unbeknownst to Lin Tian, he had already obtained a medical license, arranged by the Yang family, yet he had not been informed. Bingning, what are your thoughts? Lin Tian asked. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. The family fortune will eventually belong to me, but before that, I must demonstrate my capabilities. Otherwise, many may choose to abandon the Luo family ship. Therefore, I cannot rely on my family for the 30 million. Lin Tian asked. Are there no other companies willing to invest? Luo Bingning sighed slightly. Even if there are, they may be indirectly affected. Companies lacking sufficient strength will likely be hesitant to invest. Could you inquire with Director Zhao about any potential investment interest? Lin Tian suggested. As a figure on the Forbes list, Zhao Xianglin's investment would deter others from targeting him. Lin Tian shook his head slightly. Bingning. Zhao Dong is merely one of my patients. He has provided me with benefits, and in return, I offer him treatment. I do not wish to seek him out for other matters. Luo Bingning nodded. Lin Tian chuckled. There is another individual who might invest in you down the line. Who? Luo Bingning asked, puzzled. Lin Tian, having close ties with the Yang family, knew they could provide funds, but they generally do not engage in such businesses. Far away yet so near, Lin Tian said with a smile. Luo Bingning stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. Are you suggesting that you will invest 30 million? Do you intend to mortgage your house? That is not feasible. While I have confidence in the product we are developing, any business carries the risk of failure. You cannot proceed in that manner. Lin Tian replied with a smile. I never mentioned mortgaging my house. That residence may very well become our marital home one day. A hint of shyness appeared on Luo Bingning's face. I cannot produce 30 million at this moment, but perhaps next month I could. You do not require this sum immediately, do you? Luo Bingning looked at Lin Tian with disbelief. She knew he had received 5 million in consultation fees. Thus he must have some funds, but the disparity between 5 million and 30 million is substantial. Lin Tian. Do you intend for Zhao Dong to find you a few patients? I would advise against that. It does not seem wise to me. Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Lin Tian regarded Luo Bingning. The identity of the masked hero had become known to Yang Zhihing, yet Luo Bingning remained unaware. Previously, it was necessary to keep that secret. Now that their relationship had deepened, revealing this identity to her would not lead to separation. I do not solely rely on treating patients. I possess other means to generate income, and by next month, acquiring 20 million will be no issue. As for 30 million, it remains to be seen, Lin Tian stated. Luo Bingning gazed at Lin Tian in disbelief. Lin Tian, surely you jest? That is 30 million. not 3,000. Accumulating such a sum is exceedingly difficult. Luo Bingning replied, based on our understanding of Lin Tian. While his expertise in traditional medicine is formidable and can yield great profits, his skills in swimming, running, and drinking, although impressive, do not lend themselves to rapid wealth accumulation. His mastery of the Guqin at a professional level is also commendable, yet to earn 30 million within a month through this is sheer folly. Let us discuss this further tomorrow. Please finish work early, and I will take you to a place. Lin Tian smiled. Intrigued, Luo Bingning yearned to know more. But the methods to swiftly amass wealth might be a crucial secret of Lin Tian's. If he did not volunteer the information, she felt it inappropriate to press him. Time swiftly passed to the following evening. Lin Tian drove to Luo Bingning's company in an X5, as the conspicuous Cullinan gifted by Zhao Xianglin felt overly ostentatious. Lu Guanjian, I believe I have made myself clear. Our company currently lacks sufficient capital and will not accept investments for the time being. Inside the office, Luo Bingning frowned. Opposite her sat a young man in his 30s. Luo, based on my understanding of your company, that is not the case. Guiliang withdrew. Taking with him 15 million, your company has a notable capital shortfall, does it not? Luo Bingning replied coolly. He is not particularly well informed regarding the company's situation. If there is nothing further, I must conclude my workday. Lu Guanjian remarked. Luo, as a guest, I find your treatment of me rather unkind. Allow me to suggest this. Why not have dinner with me this evening? We can discuss the investment matter over a meal. Our families have significant business dealings. Surely you would not deny me a meal? Luo Bingning frowned inwardly. The Lu and Luo families indeed shared numerous commercial ties. The Luo family's assets are in the hundreds of billions, managing even more extensive company assets across various industries, while the Lu family's wealth exceeds 100 billion. Although the Lu family's scale is somewhat inferior when compared to the Zheng family, it is vastly superior to that of Guiliang's family. Knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Come in. Luo Bingning instructed. Lin Tian opened the door, having waited below for a while. Since Luo Bingning had yet to descend, he decided to come up. Bingning, you have a guest at this hour. Lin Tian smiled. Luo Bingning stood. Lu Xiao, allow me to introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Lin Tian. My dear, this is Lu Guanjian, the second son of the Lu family, who is quite adept in business matters. Lu Guanjian scrutinized Lin Tian with piercing eyes. He had long held an interest in Luo Bingning but refrained from making his intentions known, wary of potential adversaries. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning had begun cohabitating, enraging him. Initially, he had planned to take immediate action but lacked a suitable opportunity, believing that Li Feng and Guiliang would be capable of driving Lin Tian away. However, he was disappointed to find them ineffectual. As more than half a month passed with Lin Tian and Luo Bingning still living together, Guiliang's withdrawal presented Lu Guanjian with an opportunity. If he invested, he would have ample reason to approach Luo Bingning. Lin Xiao, Luo has discerning taste. For you to be her boyfriend, you must possess exceptional qualities. Let us converse more in the future, Lu Guanjian said with a disingenuous smile, extending his hand. Though not a martial artist, he often trained, maintaining good physical condition. Lin Tian smiled and shook Lu Guanjian's hand, only for Lu Guanjian to tighten his grip. Lin Tian raised an eyebrow. Engaging in such tactics is akin to searching for dung in a latrine. In the next moment, Lu Guanjian nearly cried out in pain. Lin Tian's grip felt like iron, and he sensed his fingers might be crushed. His face quickly turned a deep shade of purple. Chapter 89. Lu Guanjian's defenses crumble. Observing their expressions, Luo Bingning quickly deduced that Lu Guanjian was the one at a disadvantage in their handshake. Lu Xiao, since Bingning claims you are adept in business, you must be quite formidable. Let us exchange insights moving forward. How about this? Lu Xiao, allow me to treat you tonight. I would like to learn from your expertise. Lin Tian smiled. Lu Guanjian, suppressing the pain, responded, that sounds splendid. Let us depart immediately and continue our discussion over dinner. Lin Tian turned to Luo Bingning. Bingning, my apologies for not asking your opinion. Shall we dine together this evening? He gradually increased the pressure on Lu Guanjian's hand. Lu Guanjian, on the verge of tears, yearned to withdraw his hand, but Lin Tian's grip was too strong. Even if he employed his left hand, he doubted he could escape. Luo Bingning hesitated briefly, knowing that for every second she pondered, Lu Guanjian would endure an additional moment of agony. Luo, Lin Tian is your boyfriend. Does his word not carry weight? Desperate to extricate himself, Lu Guanjian made this statement, fearing his bones would shatter under the pressure. Luo Bingning nodded slightly, gazing tenderly at Lin Tian. My dear, it is agreeable, but the doctor has advised you not to consume excessive alcohol. Lin Tian's expression turned slightly peculiar. This girl, Bing Ning, harbors some mischief. She is well aware of her own drinking capacity, yet intentionally suggests he drink less, seemingly baiting Lu Guangjian. Lin Tian nodded. Certainly. If we are to have children, I must indeed reduce my alcohol intake within the year. I will be cautious. Luo Bingning, Lu Guangjian, with a hint of pleading in his tone, said, Lin Xiao, shall we depart? If we delay, we may encounter the evening rush hour. Very well. Lin Tian finally released Lu Guangjian's hand. Lu Guangjian withdrew his hand to conceal it behind his back, trembling from the lingering pain in his muscles and bones. Lin Tian had not employed any internal force to harm him, yet his strength was considerable. Lu Guangjian would need time to recover. Luo Xiao, where is the restroom? I need to use it. Lu Guangjian inquired. Turn left at the exit, at the end of the corridor. Lu Xiao, you appear somewhat unwell. Is your stomach troubling you? We can wait a moment longer. All right. Lu Guangjian quickly exited the office. Luo Bingning chuckled softly. Lin Tian, I suspect Lu Guangjian will no longer wish to shake your hand. Lin Tian replied with a grin. If he comes over again, just give me a call. As a half-host, I must be more cordial. In the restroom, Lu Guangjian meticulously examined his hand. The bones were unharmed, yet his hand throbbed with pain. He had never anticipated Lin Tian's grip to be so formidable. You bastard, I'll make you drink until you drop later. Lu Guangjian gritted his teeth. He was adept in business and a seasoned drinker, able to consume half a gin of liquor without flinching, and even a full gin would not faze him. On one occasion, he managed a gin and a half without fully succumbing to inebriation. President Luo, young Master Lin, shall we depart? After a brief 5-minute respite, Lu Guangjian's hand finally ceased its agony. Had it persisted, he would have considered a hospital visit. All right, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Soon, the trio descended the stairs. With Luo Bingning and Lu Guangjian both taking seats in Lin Tian's vehicle, Luo Bingning occupying the passenger seat. Young Master Lu, if you're feeling unwell, perhaps you should abstain from drinking today. Alcohol is detrimental to one's health, Luo Bingning advised. Lu Guangjian chuckled. A moderate amount poses no issue, President Luo. You ought to refrain, as you'll be driving later. Bingning, we shall share a bottle. Half a gin each is manageable for me, Lin Tian said with a light-hearted laugh. Luo Bingning playfully retorted, regardless, you must drink less. Before long, they arrived at a high-end restaurant where Lin Tian ordered a bottle of Fei Tian Mitai. Young Master Lu, my drinking capacity is decent, but Bingning has only permitted me half a gin. Today, we'll split this bottle. Lin Tian smiled, adding, I've informed Bingning that whenever you visit, I will host you both, and opportunities for drinking will arise again. Lu Guangjian smirked inwardly, perceiving Lin Tian's gesture as a sugar-coated slap, subtly admonishing him to refrain from future visits. The dishes arrived promptly, and the two soon combined their efforts, finishing off a bottle within minutes. Luo Bingning excused herself to the restroom at the opportune moment. Young Master Lin, it is a rare occasion. Should we order another round? Who knows when the next opportunity to drink together will arise? Lu Guangjian suggested. Lin Tian hesitated. Is that advisable? We agreed on just one bottle. Young Master Lin, your strength is overwhelming. My hand feels nearly crushed. Half a bottle isn't sufficient, Lu Guangjian insisted. Very well, we shall have a bit more, Lin Tian conceded. Lu Guangjian nodded. I'll inform the waiter. Shortly thereafter, the waiter delivered 2 bottles of liquor. By the time Luo Bingning returned, 1 bottle was already consumed, and both men had polished off a gin of alcohol. Lin Tian, how could you drink so much? Luo Bingning furrowed her brow. Lin Tian, with a slight haze of inebriation, replied, Bingning, I didn't order the drinks. Rest assured, I can handle it. Luo Bingning feigned exasperation. You must refrain from such excessive drinking in the future. Lin Tian nodded. Brother Lu, let us continue. It is a rare visit, and I must ensure you are well entertained. Soon, Luo Bingning stepped out to make a phone call. By the time she returned, Lin Tian and Lu Guangjian were already through most of their 4th bottle. Young Master Lin, I need to use the restroom. Lu Guangjian wobbled to his feet. Thud. As he reached the door, his head collided with the doorframe. Brother Lu, are you all right? And no, I'm not drunk. Lu Guangjian insisted, forcing himself out of the room. Luo Bingning cast a worried glance at Lin Tian, who chuckled. Bingning, do not fret. Even if I indulge in drink, it will not interfere with our plans for children. Luo Bingning shot him a disapproving look. Lin Tian, you appear quite inebriated. It seems you've been merely pretending. Will something happen to Lu Guangjian? If he gets into trouble, we might be implicated, Luo Bingning inquired. Lin Tian smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. I am well aware of my limits. This is merely to teach him a lesson. I won't let him come to harm. He had also summoned someone to pick him up. Luo Bingning nodded slightly. Meanwhile, in the restroom, Lu Guanjian was heaving violently. 10 minutes later, they exited the restaurant. And Lu Guanjian departed, with Guo Yang waiting to take him home. Young Master Lu, why were you drinking with Lin Tian? That guy has an astonishing capacity. Even Chairman Chao from Tianmu Group cannot match him, Guo Yang remarked with a wry smile. Chairman Chao cannot outrank him? Damn. Lu Guanjian, now somewhat sober after purging his stomach, realized he had been duped. He was well aware of Chairman Chao's legendary drinking prowess. It was said that Lin Tian once consumed 3 genes without any apparent effect. Chapter 90. Dad, Lin Tian is quite a good fellow. Bingning. Did I not mention yesterday that I would take you to a special place today? Once there, you will understand how I earn my fortune. However, you may find fewer surprises in the future. Would you prefer to go there now, or savor a few more surprises? Lin Tian remarked as he settled into the passenger seat. Luo Bingning, taken aback, asked, is it truly possible to earn 30 million? Lin Tian laughed, it is indeed plausible. If you're curious, I can set up a navigation route for you. Luo Bingning pondered for a moment, your parents are unaware of this, correct? Lin Tian shook his head. They do not know. Last night, I was indeed eager to learn, but now, I find myself less impatient, since uncle and aunt remain in the dark. I can afford to wait. A series of small surprises may add more flavor to life than one grand revelation, Luo Bingning mused. Lin Tian chuckled. You genuinely do not wish to know? Rest assured, I won't lead you to a place where you might be sold. Luo Bingning playfully huffed. As if you could sell me, I would at least give you a thrashing. The day is growing late. Let us return home. There's no need to rush into making money. I shall be frugal. Perhaps 2 million will suffice. Lin Tian nodded in agreement. Since Luo Bingning preferred to remain unaware for the time being, he would continue to keep his identity as the masked hero a secret. Maintaining this ruse was much more advantageous for him. The Guqin, Eru, and mastery of martial arts. These could all be individual surprises that might lead to multiple treasures. If Luo Bingning learned of it all at once, the excitement would diminish, even if the surprise was substantial. Ding. On the way home, Luo Bingning's phone rang. She glanced at the screen. It was her mother calling. She pulled over and gestured for Lin Tian to be silent before answering. Mom, do you miss me? Your father is upset at home. The Lu family has suddenly reneged on several business agreements we had settled. Your father is quite fond of you, so please comfort him. Her mother replied. Luo Bingning was taken aback. The Lu family's sudden change in business dealings? She glanced at Lin Tian, who appeared equally stunned. Is Lu Guanjian really that petty? He suffered a minor setback and is now retaliating with his family? Mom, when did this happen? Luo Bingning inquired. Her mother provided the details, and Luo Bingning breathed a sigh of relief. The incident had occurred earlier that afternoon, before Lin Tian met Lu Guanjian. Is this why I rejected Lu Guanjian's proposal to invest in our company? If so, then the Lu family is being quite unreasonable. Assuming we from the Luo family can be easily bullied, Luo Bingning's mother expressed angrily. Mom, please speak with Dad first. I'll call him once I get home. After hanging up the phone, Luo Bingning briefed Lin Tian on the situation. Lin Tian, doesn't this matter seem somewhat peculiar? This course of action must entail significant losses for the Lu family. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Tian expressed his confusion. Is the Lu family truly willing to go to such lengths for Lu Guanjian? It does seem a bit odd. Luo Bingning nodded in agreement. If the Lu family's strength vastly exceeded that of the Luo family, there would be some rationale for such pressure. However, the Lu family's power is not comparable to ours. The Luo family possesses assets amounting to hundreds of billions, while the Lu family's assets barely reach 100 billion. The disparity is quite substantial. It's akin to a wild buffalo challenging an elephant. Lin Tian, do not overthink this. The events transpired before your encounter with Lu Guanjian, and they are unrelated to his misfortunes at your hands. My father will handle it well, Luo Bingning assured him. Lin Tian nodded slightly. Recognizing that Luo Yongqian had already stepped back from the forefront, leaving his daughter in control of the expansive Luo family, and he had no doubt about her father's capabilities. Before long, Lin Tian and Luo Bingning returned home. Dad, Luo Bingning dialed her father's number. Humph. Luo Hongtuan, her father, let out a dismissive snort. Bingning, you haven't called home in 4 or 5 days. Is it that your credit card has been frozen and your living expenses are insufficient? Luo Yongqian did not reside with Luo Hongtuan, and they were unaware that Lin Tian had already cured him of his ailments. In Luo Hongtuan's view, ignorance was bliss. Dad, I have enough money, Luo Bingning replied. Listen closely. Your mother and I oppose your relationship with Lin Tian for your own good. While it is commendable that you care for your grandfather, You must not sacrifice your own happiness for it. Have you regretted living with Lin Tian for so long? If you have, you can always tell me. If you feel uncomfortable discussing it with Lin Tian, I will clarify things with him. I assure you, he will not be at a disadvantage. I will offer him ample compensation. At that moment, Luo Bingning stood on the balcony, casting a glance at Lin Tian, who was lounging on the sofa. Marrying Lin Tian feels quite right to me. He surpasses my expectations. Perhaps we will continue down this path together. Luo Hongguan, upon hearing this, felt that the Lu family's provocations were trivial in comparison. To him, his daughter's happiness was paramount. The hard-earned Luo family legacy would eventually be passed on to Luo Bingning, and if she were unhappy, nothing else would hold much significance. Bingning, do not utter such rash statements, nor engage in foolish actions. Would it be too much to ask for me to unfreeze your credit card? Luo Hongchuan took a deep breath, fearing that Luo Bingning, in a moment of anger, might make impulsive decisions regarding her relationship with Lin Tian. Dad, I am not speaking out of anger. Lin Tian is genuinely a good person. He is quite exceptional, Luo Bingning insisted. Luo Hongquan spoke sternly. Bingning, do not act foolishly. Otherwise, I will never forgive you or Lin Tian. I will unfreeze your credit card right now, but it will be limited to 15,000. Be prudent with your spending. With that, he ended the call. Luo Bingning returned to the living room and said, Lin Tian, it seems my grandfather hasn't mentioned you to my parents. Should I bring it up? Knowing your true situation might change their stance. Lin Tian shook his head. I believe it is best not to take that risk. Currently, he thinks it impossible for us to be together, which is why he agreed to our cohabitation. If he perceives a greater possibility of us being together, would he still consent to it? Luo Bingning muttered, perhaps he would directly accept you. Lin Tian chuckled lightly. Bingning, let things unfold naturally. There is no need for deliberate discussions. Some matters will come to light in due time. Besides, if your father were to discover this, and were to present me with a 10 billion check, how could I resist such temptation? Luo Bingning pouted. You are dreaming. Although our family has hundreds of billions in assets, producing 10 billion in cash is no trivial matter. At the Luo family residence, Luo Hongchuan's wife inquired, what is the matter? You haven't called our daughter in days. And now that you do, your countenance seems even more strained. Luo Hongguan furrowed his brow. Bingning claims that Lin Tian is exceptional, and that she may remain with him indefinitely. Is this merely a statement made in anger? I have just unfrozen her bank card. Luo Bingning's mother replied. Lin Tian is quite ordinary. If she claims he is exceptional, it is clearly in jest. Dear, we should refrain from frequently telling her to enter marriage. It may only foster rebellious sentiments, making her less inclined to leave. Luo Hongtuan took a deep breath. You make a valid point.